Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Following Baek San-kyung, the rest of Baek Mu-Gun's followers also faced So Yeonhwa one by one. There wasn't much difference in the outcome. However, the remaining 5 members were less skilled than San-kyung. It wasn't because they put in less effort. They were weaker than him in the first place. The gap between them still stood as they received the same guidance and put in a similar amount of effort. What was important was that they all exceeded Mu-Gun's expectations. It was proof that they didn't neglect their training while Mu-Gun was on a journey. Mu-Gun was determined to raise these 6 as his close aides, which was why he decided to teach them intensively. However, he didn't intend to blindly spoon-feed them. It was understandable if they lacked talent, but it was absolutely unacceptable for them to be lacking in effort. To receive preferential treatment as his close aides, they had to put in as much effort as they received. If they showed even a slight hint of laziness, Mu-Gun would mercilessly throw them away. He asked Yeonhwa to spar with them as a kind of test to check if they were qualified. Fortunately, they all worked hard enough to get a passing score. Everyone seems to have trained hard while I was away. I should give you a reward proportional to that. You've already given us a lot. Nakil Bang responded. Should I not give you all a reward, then? If you do give us one, we'd be grateful. At Il Bang's remarks, Mu-Gun smiled and said, the reward you'll all receive is an internal energy cultivation method called the skygazing full moon cultivation method. Mu-Gun taught his 6 followers the Iron Blood self-defense art, an external martial art, as well as the Soaring Luna sword art, a sword technique, but he had yet to pass any teachings on an internal cultivation method, which acted as the foundation of martial arts. He could have taught them an internal energy cultivation method when he handed down the Iron Blood self-defense art and the Soaring Luna sword art to them, but he purposely didn't do so. As previously mentioned, he would only teach them the skygazing full moon cultivation method if he deemed them qualified after observing their dedication to martial arts. The skygazing full moon cultivation method? The skygazing full moon cultivation method incorporates all of the Baek sword sect's internal energy cultivation methods. Hone it, and you'll able to advance into the peak realm without much difficulty. Depending on your efforts, you could even advance to a level higher than the lower peak realm. Are you really going to pass down such an amazing internal energy cultivation method to us? Nung Jo-eun asked with his eyes wide open. I will consider you all as my close aides and raise you. Teaching you the skygazing full moon cultivation method is also part of that. However, keep in mind that if you show any laziness, I will give up on you without hesitation. I can understand if you lack talent, but I absolutely do not condone any lack of effort. We won't let you down, young patriarch. We will give it our all to not disappoint you. They vowed to do their best in their martial arts training with a determined expression. Great. I'll trust your determination. Then, from now on, I will teach you the skygazing full moon cultivation method. Mu-Gun responded to their resolution and looked at yeonhwa.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I think you've done your part. You can go back. Yeonhwa left the training hall on her own accord before Mu-Gun could continue any further. Upon confirming that Yeonhwa had left, Mu-Gun proceeded to teach the skygazing full moon cultivation method to his 6 aides. The skygazing full moon cultivation method was based on the clear moon cultivation method, which the 6 of them cultivated, but its level of profoundness and the number of its internal energy scriptures was incomparable since it was a cultivation method on the ascension realm. If they had only seen the internal energy scriptures of the skygazing full moon cultivation method, they would have never understood it. However, Mu-Gun was there for them. He explained the difficult and profound skygazing full moon cultivation method to them as easily as possible so they could understand it. Nevertheless, they couldn't properly comprehend it. There was a reason why masters in Murim considered comprehension ability when looking for their disciples. However, Mu-Gun didn't care much even if theirs were on the weaker side. It would have been great if they had excellent comprehension ability and could understand everything with an explanation, but even if that wasn't the case, all he had to do was explain it until they did. Hence, Mu-Gun explained it several times. Thanks to his efforts, his subordinates finally comprehended the internal energy scriptures. As soon as they did, they recognized how excellent of an internal energy cultivation method the skygazing full moon cultivation method was. It was on a whole other level than the clear moon cultivation method, which they had previously used. They were moved by Mu-Gun's grace. He generously gave them such an amazing internal energy cultivation method even though they weren't anyone special. That appreciation naturally led to them becoming even more loyal to Mu-Gun. After passing down the skygazing full moon cultivation method to his 6 close aides all morning, Mu-Gun moved to the White Sword Pavilion to meet Baek Shinsang after having lunch. Have you had lunch? Yes, I just finished. What about you, father? I've also just had lunch. I'm drinking some tea now. Would you like to join me? I'd love to. Shinsang called a servant in and asked him to serve tea. After a while, the servant served a cup of Yandang White Cloud tea. Why did you come here for? Shinsang took a sip of tea. I have a suggestion for you, father. Tell me. I would like to begin conducting an inspection on the Baek Sword core capabilities. Isn't it too early? If we frequently inspect their capabilities, the Baek Sword core members are bound to complain. I don't know what you're so worried about, father, but there is a more important reason behind my suggestion than simply filtering out those who are lazy. I want to properly reward those who put in the effort and ensure that they feel validated and have a sense of accomplishment, thereby inducing them to put in more effort. If we ensure that the Baek Sword Corps know and understand this, they won't have much to complain about. Then, as you said, we should first let the Baek Sword Corps members fully understand the justification behind this inspection before actually conducting it. Understood. I'm also thinking if we should pass down a new internal energy cultivation method and a sword formation to them based on the inspection's results. What new internal energy cultivation method and sword formation are in your mind? For the internal energy cultivation method, I'm thinking of the Luna cultivation method, which pairs with the soaring Luna sword art. For the sword formations, I suggest the 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation and the 6 Dimension Destroyers formation. Mu-Gun obtained the 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation and the 6 Dimension Destroyers formation in his 6th reincarnation as Ha Wunbai, the Undurn Supreme Monarch. He was putting in great efforts to improve the insufficient martial arts skills of the Heavenly Martial Hall, a combat team of the Undurn sect, at the time. By chance, he got his hands on a martial arts formation scripture, which recorded various common array formations and those 2 sword formations, both of which harbored considerable power. The 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation allowed 3 Peak Realm Masters to overpower an Upper Peak Realm Master, while the 6 Dimension Destroyers formation enabled 6 Peak Realm Masters to overpower an Absolute Realm Master. The Heavenly Martial Hall's martial artists mastered the 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation and the 6 Dimension Destroyers formation. As a result, they were able to display domineering power. Mu-Gun intended to make up for the Baek Sword Corps lack of power through those 2 swordsmanship formations as well. I can roughly guess where you learned the Luna cultivation method, but how did you manage to obtain the 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation and the 6 Dimension Destroyers formation? I got it through the Heavenly Secret Hall, which I told you about yesterday. Mu-Gun lied as he had thought beforehand. You mean the Heavenly Secret Hall gave it to you? Yes. Well, let's just say that's the case. How powerful are those swordsmanship formations? The 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation would allow 3 Peak Realm Masters to fight against an Upper Peak Realm Master. With the 6 Dimension Destroyers formation, 6 Peak Realm Masters can stand on equal grounds against an Absolute Realm Master. Are you serious? The power of those sword formations is that outstanding? Shinseng asked in astonishment. It would generally take at least 6 Upper Peak Realm Masters to deal with one Absolute Realm Master. Hence, it was only natural for him to be surprised when he heard that 6 Peak Realm Masters could fight an Absolute Realm Master on equal grounds. That will only be possible if the swordsmanship formation is perfectly executed. However, we can clearly use them to take the Baek Sword Corps capabilities to the next level. If so, then we should certainly incorporate it into the Baek Sword Corps. Are you going to teach the sword formation to every member? No, I plan to only teach the 6 Dimension Destroyers formation to members in the advanced rank, and the 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation will be taught to those in the intermediate rank. Is there a reason why you don't plan to teach it to the lower ranking members? Those sword formations are as difficult to execute as their domineering power is impressive. To properly execute the formations, they have to at least be in the intermediate rank. It would be no different than poison to those in lower ranks. I understand what you mean. I'll entrust this matter to you, so you take good charge of it. Understood. I want to teach my uncles the 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation too. Alright, I'll tell your uncles. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. You did what I couldn't do to my lack of ability. You're mistaken. I'm only here because of you, Father. Everything I accomplish is your credit. You don't have to sugarcoat your words. Well, let's leave it at that. I heard that you brought a beautiful woman with you back home yesterday, and you even went to the Shanghai Tavern together. Are you not going to tell me who she is? She's the young matriarch of the Puchuo sword sect. How did you get to know her? She was on a journey across Murim, and I sparred with her. However, she decided to travel with me for some reason and even came to the sect with me. Do you perhaps have any other feelings for her? I like her, Mu-Gun admitted. Does she feel the same way? Yes. How far have you thought about your relationship? Do you have marriage in mind? I haven't thought about it yet. However, if our feelings for each other remain unchanged and deepen further, we might get married. I see. I will support you no matter whom you choose, so do as your heart pleases. I thought you'd want a political marriage, but Mu-Gun commented in surprise. You have already done your part for the family by reaching the absolute realm. If I ask for a political marriage, I would be without a conscience. I'll put my mind at ease and choose a marriage partner of my choice, then. Do as you wish. Having unexpectedly gained the freedom to decide on his own marriage partner, Mu-Gun left the White Sword Pavilion in a good mood. ******. Upon leaving the White Sword Pavilion, Mu-Gun left the Baek Sword sect instead of returning to his residence. He then went to downtown Wenzhou and visited the red light district adjacent to Wenzhou port. The red light district illuminated the night, but it was still quiet since the sun hadn't set yet. He was looking for the Flower Honor Manor, the largest brothel there. Mu-Gun frequented it before he awakened his reincarnation. However, his visit today had a completely different purpose. As Mu-Gun previously mentioned, the Heavenly Secret Hall left a letter at Shanghai Tavern, which stated that they had made the Flower Honor Manor their new headquarters after moving to Wenzhou. Mu-Gun checked the letter yesterday, then paid them a visit today. Welcome. As soon as he entered the Flower Honor Manor, Dan Seal-young came out and personally greeted Mu-Gun. Seal Young was still beautiful even though he hadn't seen her in a while. She had a different charm as compared to Yeonhwa. If Yeonhwa had an unquestionable innocence and a cheerful charm, Seal Young was elegant and had a provocative charm. Mu-Gun couldn't help but stare at Seal Young due to that. How have you been? I've been well. Thank you for taking revenge on our archenemy on behalf of our hall. You've heard about the Sima family incident, then? As soon as we moved our base here, we reorganized our information network immediately and were able to find out without much difficulty. As expected of the Heavenly Secret Hall. Is Hall Leader Chen inside? Yes. Please follow me. Mu-Gun entered Chen Yuhwa's room with Seal Young in the lead. Welcome. I heard about what you've done in Yangzhou. Thank you for taking revenge on our behalf, Yuhwa greeted upon seeing Mu-Gun. Are you feeling better now? To some extent. Yuhwa was delighted and pleased that the Azure cult's forces that had infiltrated the great Sima family were annihilated, but it was still heartbreaking to think of the members of the Heavenly Secret Hall who lost their lives to them. Mu-Gun was able to guess what she was feeling, so he changed the subject. I heard that the information network of the Heavenly Secret Hall is functioning properly now. Yes. It's being operated without any problems. As the Thunder God's successor, I would like for the Heavenly Secret Hall to provide information to the Baek Sword sect. As I said before, the Heavenly Secret Hall will adhere to the Thunder God's covenant. Will naturally provide information to the Baek Sword sect as you wish for it, young Master Baek. I truly respect your loyalty. I will pay 100,000 silver niang per year in exchange for the information that the Heavenly Secret Hall provides. No, we'll be providing the intel according to the Thunder God's covenant, so there's no need to pay any fee. Even if so, how could I take the hard-earned information from the Heavenly Secret Hall for free? Compared to the value of the Heavenly Secret Hall's information, 100,000 silver niang is a small price to pay. The information fee that Mu-Gun decided to pay the Heavenly Secret Hall was equivalent to the Baek Sword sect's annual budget. Considering their sect's current finances, it was unaffordable. Mu-Gun was well aware of that. Nevertheless, he said that he would pay 100,000 silver niang in information fees because of the prior arrangements he had made in his previous life. In his past life, Baek Mu-Gun entrusted 200,000 silver niang each to 5 different Central Plains vaults since he didn't know which one would still be operating in his next reincarnation. In short, it was to mitigate the risk. Mu-Gun entrusted his money in his previous life to the Myriad Vault in Hebei Province, the Yellow River Vault in Henan Province, the East Lake Vault in Hubei Province, the Nest Lake Vault in Anhui Province, and the Myth Vault in Zhejiang Province. Out of the 5 vaults, only the Nest Lake Vault had gone out of business. Although his 200,000 silver niang in the Nest Lake Vault had disappeared into thin air, he still had a total of 800,000 silver niang left at the other 4 vaults. Considering the interest accumulated over the past 30 years, the funds he could withdraw from the 4 vaults were close to 2 million silver niang. With that amount, paying the Heavenly Secret Hall's information fee was a trivial matter. If you insist, then let's do it your way, young Master Baek. I'll prepare a way to receive information from the Heavenly Secret Hall soon. Noted. Since I'm here, I'd like to get any intel related to the 9 Celestial Demons sect. Is there anything in particular that I should be aware of? Currently, the Great Namgang and Great Huangfu families are demanding an investigation on the Taeyun and Li households. An investigation? Huh? For what purpose? To determine whether they're related to the Azure cult. The Great Namgang and Great Huangfu families have announced that they will begin investigations under the Shaolin Temple and the Weidang sect's observation. What about the 2 households' movements? They refuse to be coercively investigated with force and have declared their intention to fight the Great Namgang and Great Huangfu families to the death under the claim that they're trying to use cunning tricks to take over Jiangsu province. Those 2 factions seem to be related to the Azure cult, too. That's what we think as well. Do you have any information about the forces that the 9 Celestial Demons sect's other factions have infiltrated? We don't have any clear evidence about that yet, but we're paying close attention to sects and families that suddenly emerged in the past 20 years. We have a piece of summarized information about that. I'll give it to you before you leave. Thank you. I'd also like to know about the movements of the sects and families belonging to the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Do you have any information worthy of attention? We're already paying close attention to them because your family is a part of that alliance, young Master Baek. The Baeok Sword Manor is in the midst of expanding their forces with the funds it secured through marriage with the Hangzhou Merchant Company. Most of the people the Baek Sword sect has kicked out in the past have joined them. Moreover, 3 of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's clans seem to have decided to fall under the Baeok Sword Manor's leadership. Which ones? The Clear Sun sect, the Iron Palm sect, and the Mei household. For what reasons did they decide to follow the Baeok Sword Manor? Money and the fact the Baeok Sword Manor has promised to share the authority with them if it becomes the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. In other words, the Baeok Sword Manor has aspirations to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. They think they can dominate the Zhejiang Martial Alliance now that their combat capabilities have improved and with the Hangzhou Merchant Company supporting them. What about the Wind Saber sect, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om? They're focusing on establishing friendly relations to fight the Baeok Sword Manor, and the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang have decided to stand with them. They're currently putting all their efforts into attracting the Flying Lance sect to their faction. Mu-Gun guessed that the Baeok Sword Manor and Wind Saber sect would soon attempt to invite the Baek Sword sect and the Justice Martial sect to their side. To become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, more than 6 of the 10 clans of Zhejiang had to agree. If the Baek Sword Manor managed to get the Baek Sword sect and the Justice Martial sect to their side, they'd be able to reach that position. The Wind Saber sect also had a chance if they could attract the Baek Sword sect and the Justice Martial sect after bringing the Flying Lance sect to their side. However, the Baek Sword sect had no intention to choose either side, making it impossible for the Baek Sword Manor or the Wind Saber sect to obtain a quorum and assume the position of alliance leader. In the meantime, if the Baek Sword sect were to suggest determining the alliance leader's status through the superiority of martial arts, the Baek Sword Manor and Wind Saber sect would have no other choice but to accept it. Please keep an eye on the situation revolving around the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Understood. I also have a favor to ask of you. What is it? I have some funds stashed away that are hard to give a source to. I'd have to disclose their origin to use them, so would it be alright for me to use the Heavenly Secret Hall's name? Mu-Gun meant the money he left at the 4 vaults. Withdrawing them wouldn't be a problem, but if he wanted to use them, he would have to explain where they came from to his father. After much consideration, Mu-Gun decided to use the Heavenly Secret Hall's name for it. How do you plan to use it? I'd like to disguise the funds as having originally belonged to the Heavenly Secret Hall, and that I am borrowing it long-term at a low interest rate. Would that be possible? I think you know full well that nothing good could come from revealing our name to the world, young Master Baek. Don't worry. I'm only revealing the fund's source to my father, so nobody except him will know of your existence. So not even the Baek Sword sect's patriarch knows about the money. Understood. You may use our name. Yuhua was curious about where the money actually came from, but she didn't bother to find out and just allowed Mu-Gun to use the Heavenly Secret Hall's name as its source. Thank you. I'll pay 10,000 silver niang for borrowing the Heavenly Secret Hall's name. I'm not lending you our name for money. I know. Consider it a token of my appreciation, so please just accept it. Fine. I gratefully accept your sincerity. I'm glad. I'll be taking my leave now. Be careful on your way back. Mu-Gun left Yuhua's room after finishing their conversation. Dan Seolyung followed him out to see him off. You seem quite affectionate with the Puchuo Sword sect's young matriarch. If I may ask, what kind of relationship do you have with her? Seolyung asked Mu-Gun, pertaining to his relationship with So Yeonhwa. Mu-Gun sensed that she had already guessed the answer to that. She's my lover. I see. Seolyung looked disappointed. The last time they were in Nanjing, Mu-Gun showed interest in her. She was also interested in Mu-Gun and actually looked forward to a more close-knitted relationship with him if they met again. However, Mu-Gun now had a lover. Though she was the Heavenly Secret Hall's vice leader, she was just a Gisaang on the outside. Meanwhile, Yeonhwa was the young matriarch of the Puchuo Sword sect, a renowned sect in Murim. She was more suited for Mu-Gun. Hence, Seolyung thought she should erase all feelings for Mu-Gun. Are you upset that I'm dating another woman after leaving you behind, Lady Dan? There's nothing for me to be upset about. I don't have any special relationship with young Master Baek. Seolyung tried to speak calmly. Despite dating Yeonhwa, Mu-Gun hadn't gotten rid of his favorable feelings for Seolyung. He wanted to make her his woman. However, Seolyung was hurt that Mu-Gun showed interest in her but went ahead and dated someone else. Rather than expressing his intention now, it would be better to wait for her pain to subside. You don't have to see me off anymore. I can take it from here, so you can go back. Then, be careful. Seolyung watched Mu-Gun leave the Flower Honor Manor, heading back inside only when she couldn't see him anymore. After finishing his agenda at the Flower Honor Manor, Mu-Gun immediately headed to Bayun Valley located deep inside Mount Yandang. It was where the Medicine King family settled. As soon as the Medicine King family had settled down in Mount Yandang, they left a letter at Shanghai Tavern. After reading it last night, he decided to look for the Medicine King family after his visit to the Flower Honor Manor. He found the Bayun Valley without much difficulty, thanks to the maps Sun Wukong had left with the letter. As he entered Bayun Valley, he saw the Medicine King family's people, whom he was acquainted with. Mu-Gun informed them of his visit, and they guided him to Sun Wupio's residence. It hadn't been that long since they occupied this location, so their houses and buildings hadn't been properly renovated yet. Nevertheless, the residence of Sun Wupio, the Medicine King family's patriarch, was reasonably already furnished. Welcome, Sun Wupio greeted Mu-Gun. I'm a little relieved to see you've found a good location to settle in. I was secretly worried. To be honest, we had a pretty hard time finding this place. I see. I'm sorry I couldn't be of help. I didn't say that to get your apology. We've managed to set up a new home in such a great location because of your recommendation, young Master Baek. I'd like to thank you. Don't mention it. Have you resolved the other agenda you had in Nanjing? Yes. Everything went well. I'm worried about what's to come, however. What's wrong? Have you ever heard of the 9 Celestial Demons sect? I know they're considered one of the 3 greatest demonic sects along with the Hellblood Demon sect, which executed a terrible massacre in Murim 30 years ago. Did they perhaps prevail? That's right. We found out that Yangzhou's great Sima family was controlled by the Azura cult, one of the factions of the 9 Celestial Demons sect, and that they were devising a scheme in the dark. What happened to them, then? The great Namgang family and the great Huangfu family banded together and annihilated the great Sima family. However, destroying the great Sima family doesn't mean the situation has already been resolved. We can't let our guards down just yet. Still, now that we've discovered that the 9 celestial demons sect still exists, wouldn't it be fine for as long as we respond to their threats accordingly? Looking back at Murim's history, the 9 celestial demons sect devastated Murim when they finally appeared. We discovered them before they could plot in the dark with their disguised forces this time, but their forces that are still in hiding are much greater than what we have annihilated. If they begin to make a move now, Murim no, the entire Central Plains would once again suffer a bloody tragedy. Why are you going out of your way to tell me this? I want to strengthen the Baek Sword sect to counter the 9 celestial demons sect's threat. I would like the Medicine King family to help me with that. What services do you require of us? If the Medicine King family concocts medicinal pills for us, we would be able to swiftly enhance the Baek Sword sect's power. You claim it's to fight the 9 celestial demons sect's threat, young Master Baek. However, I can't help but feel that the Baek Sword sect requires our family's support to rise to a higher position in Murim as well. Sun Wukong spoke without a hint of astonishment since he had already heard about it from Sun Wukong. To be honest, I hope that the Baek Sword sect can join the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families' ranks. However, it's also an undeniable truth that I want to stop the 9 celestial demons sect. I can confidently tell you that as the Thunder God's successor. I have no doubt about that. I know very well that the Thunder God's successor has fought the 3 greatest demonic sects generation after generation to protect Murim. Nevertheless, if you really have to empower Murim to fight the 9 celestial demons sect, wouldn't providing medicinal pills to the 9 prominent sects or the 7 great families, rather than the Baek Sword sect, be a more surefire method? The 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families have already been exposed, so the 9 celestial demons sect is likely already watching them closely in the dark. If the Medicine King family supports those factions with medicinal pills, you won't be able to avoid the 9 celestial demons sect's eyes and ears. Hence, it will eventually put the Medicine King family in danger. The 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families certainly wouldn't want to lose their vested interests either. If they discover the Medicine King family's capabilities, they would definitely try to make your family bow down to them and become their subordinate. They will make it so that your medicinal pills wouldn't reach other places. Should you reject them, they'd try to get rid of you altogether. If they couldn't have the pills, they'd make sure nobody else could. Isn't that an excessive leap of an idea? Do you know how the previous Thunder God's successor died? I heard he perished in the vicious battle against the Hellblood demon. That's not what really happened. He defeated the Hellblood demon. It was the 7 great families' former patriarchs who killed him. Why would the 7 saints kill the previous Thunder God's successor? Sun Wukong asked, confused. They were afraid the Thunder God's successor would threaten the 7 great clans' status and authority. I find it hard to believe that the 7 saints would kill the heavenly Thunder God swordsman, whom they fought alongside, just to protect the 7 great families' vested interests. How do you even know that, young Master Baek? Even if you are the current Thunder God's successor, you couldn't have met the heavenly Thunder God swordsman in person, and you couldn't have been there to witness it either. It's difficult for me to explain to you the source of this information. However, what I just told you is the absolute truth. You're not falsely slandering them just to get support from our family, are you? No. We do require the Medicine King family's pills, but I'm not so wicked to slander them for it. If you have even the slightest doubt about what I just said, I'd understand it if you don't support our sect. Sun Wukong determined Mu-Gun wasn't lying due to his firm stance. Of course, it was impossible to ascertain his words' authenticity using his expression or tone alone. Sun Wukong believed in Mu-Gun's personality, not his words. Although he had only met Mu-Gun recently, he believed that Mu-Gun wasn't cunning enough to falsely frame others for his own benefit. I apologize if I offended you. I'm not doubting you, young Master Baek. I simply had to ask you because I thought I should at least get clarification. I understand. I didn't tell you the exact details, so it's inevitable for you to doubt it. Let me ask you one more question. If we supply the Baek Sword sect with medicinal pills, what will your sect do for us in return? Please tell me what you want. We want all of the Central Plains residents to be cured of any diseases through our medicine. To that end, we plan to set up clinics across its expanse under the Medicine King family's name. However, we require an extravagant amount of money and manpower for that. We would also need forces that can protect the clinics from external threats. If the Baek Sword sect becomes more powerful with our support, I would like for your sect to support our plan in return. I will spare no effort in providing help if it's for the benefit of the world. Moreover, I don't intend to get the medicinal pill supplies for free. I'll pay based on their worth. Purchasing the Medicine King family's medicinal pills would cost around 200,000 niang a year. Mu-Gun planned to solve this with the money he had left in the vaults as well. I don't intend to make a lot of profit from selling them. You can just set the price according to the costs of ingredients and labor that goes into concocting them. No, I'll pay for how much the Medicine King family determines their medicinal pills are worth. Think about it and let me know. Mu-Gun entrusted Sun Wukong with the pricing. He had known Sun Wukong since his previous life, so he was confident the latter wouldn't charge an unreasonable price. That being said, all that mattered was that the Medicine King family decided to supply them with medicinal pills. With their support, the Baek Sword core internal energy would improve drastically and ultimately increase their capabilities. However, Mu-Gun didn't intend to just blindly distribute the pills. He wanted to see the loyalty the members had toward the Baek Sword sect and their enthusiasm to improve their martial arts first. As he previously mentioned, Mu-Gun could tolerate a lack of talent, but he absolutely wouldn't condone a lack of effort. Those who never put in the effort would never be able to obtain anything. That was the Baek sect's absolute principle that Mu-Gun had established. To pay the Heavenly Secret Hall and the Medicine King family, Mu-Gun had to find the silver niang he had entrusted to the vaults. He would then have to personally visit them to withdraw his finances. Baek Mu-Gun decided to get his money in the Myth Vault first, which was the closest vault to Wenzhou since it was located in Hangzhou province. The funny thing was that its owner was the Hangzhou Merchant Company Baek Sword Manors in-laws. The Hangzhou Merchant Company was a huge merchant organization that dominated the silk market and recorded huge sales every year. Many wealthy people from Zhejiang province and Jiangsu province trusted the Hangzhou Merchant Company's management administration, so they entrusted huge amounts of funds to the Myth Vault. Having secured large finances, the Hangzhou Merchant Company aggressively expanded its business and also earnestly tried to extend its influence in Murim by establishing a marital relationship with the Baek Sword Manor. The Hangzhou Merchant Company hoped the Baek Sword Manor would get the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader position and become their shield. Anyway, Mu-Gun had to personally go to Hangzhou to withdraw the money he left at the Myth Vault. Although he had passed through Hangzhou on his way back from his earlier journey, he didn't stop because he didn't have any immediate means to move the silver niang. Mu-Gun received a 5% annual interest when he entrusted his money to the vault. In 30 years, his 200,000 niang principal amount had accumulated 300,000 silver niang in interest, creating a staggering total of 500,000 silver niang. Moving all of those simultaneously was no easy task. To reclaim it, he had to find a way to move it first. The method Mu-Gun had in mind was to use the Ian Merchant Group's ship to move it. It would take at least 10 days to travel from Hangzhou to Wenzhou by boat, which shouldn't be too difficult using the Ian Merchant Group's ship. Of course, he'd have to pay to rent it. Immediately after returning to the Baek Sword sect, Mu-Gun immediately met up with Baek Shinsang and informed him that he had successfully negotiated the supply of information and medicinal pills from the Heavenly Secret Hall and Medicine King family respectively. They wouldn't just provide information and medicinal pills free of charge. How much do their services require? The Heavenly Secret Hall's information fee is 100,000 silver niang a year. We've yet to receive an exact quotation from the Medicine King family, but I think it would probably cost at least 200,000 silver niang. That would be a total of 300,000 silver niang, an amount we can't afford considering the Baek Sword sect's current finances. There is a way. What is it? We can take a loan from the Heavenly Secret Hall. They've decided to lend us 500,000 silver niang at a 1% annual interest rate with a 10-year repayment period. With a 1% interest rate, the interest on 500,000 silver niang was only 5,000 silver niang a year. Moreover, loaning them that amount with a 10-year repayment period was no different from lending them the funds for free. They're willing to lend us money on such shocking conditions? That's right. No matter how much I think about it, I can't find any reason for them to help us this much. It makes me wonder if they're using us to plot something. The Heavenly Secret Hall wants a force that can protect them without taking advantage of them. They decided to choose the Baek Sword sect as their shield. Even if so, it bothers me that they're lending us so much money. I understand your worries, Father. However, for now, accepting the Heavenly Secret Hall's help would be for the best. Even on the off chance that they plan to take advantage of us, it won't be too late to sever our relationship with them then. Yay, you're right. We require funds to build up the Baek Sword sect, so it would probably be best for us to receive financial support from the Heavenly Secret Hall for now. However, we shouldn't trust the Heavenly Secret Hall too much. Understood. I'll be wary and keep a close eye on them. Good. You've done a great job. It's all thanks to you that the Heavenly Secret Hall and the Medicine King family, the existence of which the world wasn't aware of, are now helping us. I couldn't have done this without your trust and support, Father. Moreover, as the young patriarch, it is only for me to seek to improve the Baek Sword sect. At this rate, I don't know if my position is still necessary. That's absurd, Father. I can do all of these with ease because you're sturdily holding the fort. You're getting better at flattery, huh? It's not empty flattery. I really mean it from the bottom of my heart.n/o/val/b/n.c//om. It feels good to hear that from my own son. Shinsang laughed contentedly. There's one more matter to discuss regarding our loan from the Heavenly Secret Hall. What is it? The funds that the Heavenly Secret Hall promised to lend us are currently at the Myth Vault. I'd likely have to go down to Hangzhou to withdraw it. We'd probably require the Ian Merchant Group's help to transport the funds as well. Are you going to go there yourself? We're not talking about just 10 or 20,000 silver niang here. We're about to move 500,000 silver niang, so it would be better for me to personally oversee the operation and ensure we'll safely obtain the funds. I'll leave you to it, then. On another note, considering they loaned us 500,000 silver niang, shouldn't I at least meet the Heavenly Secret Hall's owner as the Baek Sword sect's patriarch? Understood. I'll arrange a meeting before I leave for Hangzhou. While we're at it, can I make another suggestion? Go ahead. I want to form an intelligence syndicate that will analyze and seek ways to utilize the information provided by the Heavenly Secret Hall. You want to establish our own information system rather than just be on the receiving end? That's right. That's a good idea. Let's push for its establishment, then. Who should be in charge of it, though? Why don't we leave it to Mu-OK? Mu-OK? In my opinion, Mu-Ok's martial talent is only average. However, he seems to have a unique talent for judging the flow of the situation and coming up with strategies. If we entrust Mu-Ok with the Baek Sword Sex Intelligence Syndicate, he'll do better than anyone else. I understand what you mean, but if we leave such a heavy responsibility to Mu-Ok, who's still only 20 years old, there will be a lot of talks within the sect. That shouldn't be a problem at all if we run the Intelligence Syndicate unofficially. Unofficially, the Heavenly Secret Hall's existence should never be revealed to the outside world. Hence, it would be better to operate our Intelligence Syndicate unofficially since it requires working together with them. Once the Intelligence Syndicate's capability grows enough for them to work independently, no one will be able to question Mu-Ok. But I'm not sure if Mu-Ok is willing to accept that. As you said, he would have to hide his identity for a long period of time. That's not as easy as it sounds. Mu-Ok will accept anything for as long as it's for the Baek Sword Sect's sake. Mu-Ok will benefit from it as well. Are you sure about that? I am. Alright. Let's have it your way, then. However, if Mu-Ok refuses, we will have to find another way. Understood. After finishing his discussion with Chinsang, Mu-Gun left the White Sword Pavilion and returned to his residence. The next day, he visited Baek Mu-Ok. Brother? Mu-Ok greeted Mu-Gun the moment he saw the latter enter through the door. How have you been? I've been well. I heard you came back safely, but I'm relieved to see you in the flesh. If you were so worried, you should have looked for me as soon as you heard that I was back. I actually went to visit you at your residence yesterday, but you weren't there, so I just went back. No, shouldn't you have visited your younger brother first? How urgent was the matter you had to attend that you had to leave the sect for an entire day as soon as you returned? I apologize, but don't get me wrong. It's all for the Baek Sword Sect's sake that I've been running around so much I'm sweating. May I ask what's going on? We have to increase the Baek Sword Sect's information power and the Baek Sword Core martial capabilities. How would I know what you mean if you phrase it that way? I managed to enter into an agreement with a secret intelligence organization in Murim. They'll be providing us with intel. May I ask which intelligence organization that is? It's called the Heavenly Secret Hall. I've never heard of such a group before. I told you, it's a secret Murim organization. If so, how did you come to know of them? And how did you get them to agree to provide us with information? Why does it feel like I'm being interrogated? Of course not. I'm just curious. I saved them from danger by chance while I was on a trip, and they decided to provide us with information because of that connection. That's all you have to know for now. Are you not going to tell me what you did to improve the Baek Sword Core martial arts? I obtained support from an organization called the Medicine King family. They decided to supply us with medicinal pills. Where is this Medicine King family you speak of? The world isn't aware of their existence either, but they're unrivaled when it comes to medicinal knowledge. How did you come to know them? I came across them by chance while I was on a journey. What on earth did you do on that trip to get acquainted with not just one but two secret organizations? It just happened. Putting that aside, I have a proposal for you. A proposal? In the near future, we're going to establish an unofficial syndicate that will analyze and utilize the information provided by the Heavenly Secret Hall. An unofficial syndicate? We're operating it unofficially because the Heavenly Secret Hall's existence should never be revealed to the world. What's the proposal? I want you to lead the syndicate. You want me to do what? Mu-Ok asked in astonishment. I'm sure you already know this, but information power is just as important as combat power. I refuse to carelessly leave crucial information to anyone but someone I fully trust, and you're the one I trust the most in the Baek Sword Sect. Above all, I'm proposing this to you because I think it's the most suitable job for your talent. Father has already given his approval. All that's left is for you to make a decision. I'm too inexperienced for such an important job. I'm worried I'd just accidentally damage the family. Don't worry. Forming an intelligence syndicate would take time anyway, so you can just accumulate experience while interacting with the Heavenly Secret Hall. Do you think I can pull it off properly, brother? I think you're the most perfect fit for it in the Baek Sword Sect. Fine. I'll believe you and take on this task. You made the right decision. Let's strike while the iron is hot. We'll go to the Heavenly Secret Hall together later this afternoon. We'll be working with them, so you should meet and get acquainted with them. Understood. I'll see you then. Are you leaving already? Mu-Ok asked in disappointment as Mu-Gun got up to leave, having already finished his business here. Why, is there anything else? Not really. I'm just a little upset that you're just going to leave even though we haven't seen each other in so long. What to do? It would be great to have lunch together, but I have a prior appointment. Is your appointment perhaps with the beautiful woman who came with you? You've heard about her? Yes. I heard she's a very beautiful woman. May I ask what your relationship with her is, brother? We're dating. Since we're on the topic, why don't we have lunch together so you can meet each other? I don't want to disturb you too. Shall feel uncomfortable if I just suddenly show up. Today's probably not a good time, so it would be best to make an appointment and meet tomorrow instead. Good idea. She's probably waiting. Hurry up and go. Alright, I'll see you later. Mu-Gun left Mu-Ok's residence and went to the side building where So Yeonhwa was staying. After having lunch with her, he made love to her. After having a good time with Yeonhwa in the side building, Mu-Gun went back to Mu-Ok's place an hour before they had to leave for the Heavenly Secret Hall. Mu-Ok had already finished preparations and was waiting, so they immediately headed to the Heavenly Secret Hall. Brother, isn't this the red light district? Mu-Ok, who followed Mu-Gun without hesitation, caught Mu-Gun before entering the red light district. Don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. The Heavenly Secret Hall is in there. It's in the red light district? The Heavenly Secret Hall is hiding its existence by disguising itself as a brothel. Isn't that the Undern-sect's way of doing things? That's right. In fact, the Heavenly Secret Hall is an organization that was split off from the Undern sect. So that's why they follow the Undern sect's method. Yeah. Anyway, have you ever been to a place like this? No, today is my first time. You're such a pure kid. But it doesn't seem to be business hours yet, considering how quiet it is here. The lights in the red light district don't turn on until evening. We're here. Let's go in. Mu-Gun pointed to the signs of the Flower Honor Manor, which they had arrived at before they realized it. Mu-Gun headed inside, and Mu-Ok quickly followed him. Welcome, Dan Seil-Young, who had been waiting outside in advance, greeted the two of them. Let's head inside first before talking. Follow me, please. Seil-Young guided the two to the Flower Honor Manor's inner room. Let me introduce everyone first. This is my younger brother and our sect's head of intelligence. He'll be in charge of receiving intel from the Heavenly Secret Hall in the future. Lady Dan here is the Heavenly Secret Hall's vice leader. Nice to meet you. I'm Baek Mu-Ok. I look forward to your kind cooperation. I'm Dan Seil-Young. I look forward to your kind cooperation as well. Mu-Ok and Seil-Young greeted each other after Mu-Gun introduced them. I have a favor to ask of you. Go ahead. My younger brother has limited experience when it comes to managing information, so I would like him to accumulate experience while traveling to and from the Heavenly Secret Hall. I hope you can take care of my brother, Lady Dan. Understood. I'll help him if there's anything I can do. Thank you. Oh, my father wants to meet the hall leader in person. The hall leader herself? We're going to have a cooperative relationship by sharing information in the future, so shouldn't we at least get acquainted? Understood. I'll tell the hall leader. Let's decide on the schedule once I've confirmed the hall leader's decision. Please do. We'll be leaving now. Already? I'm here today to request Lady Dan to look after my brother. Now that I'm done with what I came to do, we should go back. We're going to open soon, so since you're here already, I don't think it's a bad idea to enjoy drinking, singing, and dancing. Haha, my brother here is a little bit of a simpleton and doesn't know of such things. I'll drink and dance next time. Mu-Gun got up from his seat using Mu-Ok as an excuse. Do as you wish. However, please leave young Master Mu-Ok here. Just Mu-Ok? If he has to gain experience anyway, wouldn't it be better to start as soon as possible? If so, then he should stay. Mu-Ok, stay here and learn from Lady Dan. I'll be leaving first. Alright. Please take good care of my brother. Don't worry. After leaving Mu-Ok in Seil-Young's care, Mu-Gun exited the Flower Honor Manor. The rumors are going to be severe. Mu-Gun complained. Mu-Ok would have to go in and out of the Flower Honor Manor as if it was his home in the future. From others' perspectives, Head appeared to be drowning in alcohol and women, so rumors about him would naturally go around. Moreover, most of those rumors would be judging Mu-Ok's reputation. It would be hard to bear being undermined and having fingers pointed at him. The thought made Mu-Gun worry about Mu-Ok, but he believed Mu-Ok would be able to endure it. The next day, Mu-Gun called his three uncles to the training hall, and they complied without any complaints. Receiving the Celestial Moonlight Sword art from Mu-Gun was enough to make them think that Mu-Gun called them to hand down a martial arts skill to them again. Welcome. Mu-Gun bowed to his three uncles. Long time no see, young patriarch. How was your trip? Baek Shin-ho, his second uncle, greeted him. I had a great trip. Thank you for your concern. How have you been, uncles? Practicing the Celestial Moonlight Sword art you passed down to us made the past 2 months pass by quickly, young patriarch. You were so absorbed in training that you didn't even notice the flow of time. That makes me wonder about the current level of your Celestial Moonlight Sword art. Speaking of which, may I test your swordsmanship, dear uncles? I'm worried that would disappoint you, young patriarch. Your efforts will not betray you. Your hard work will show in your swordsmanship. Why does it feel like those words of yours are scarier? At Baek Shin-Hung's response, Mu-Gun smiled softly and asked, who wants to go first? His uncles looked at each other. No one volunteered. Ahem, elders first. Since you're the oldest here, why don't you go first, second brother? Shin-Ho suggested to Baek Shin-Ji. Really? You only say that times like this. Shin-Ho laughed loudly at Shin-Ji's scolding. Haha, shouldn't we let you go first in moments like this, though? Baffled, Shin-Ji shook his head. I'll be your first opponent, young patriarch. Can we begin now? I did a light warm-up before coming here, so if you're fine with it, I have no issues with starting right away. Let's begin, then n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Mu-Gun and Shin-Ji faced each other in the center of the training hall, while Shin-Ho and Shin-Ong stepped back to one side of the training hall and watched their spar. Shin-Ji made the first move, attacking Mu-Gun using the Celestial Moonlight Sword art. Likewise, Mu-Gun confronted Shin-Ji with the Celestial Moonlight Sword art. Mu-Gun didn't give his all. It wasn't important who won right now. What mattered to him was determining how much Shin-Ji had accomplished. On the other hand, Shin-Ji fought Mu-Gun with all his might. He could feel Mu-Gun's level was higher than his, so he naturally gave it his all. Even so, his sword couldn't even threaten Mu-Gun, who calmly dealt with his attacks and observed his swordsmanship. Chen Jiai's talent was inferior to Baek Shinsang, but he was outstanding in his own right. In addition, he executed the celestial moonlight sword art quite skillfully, perhaps because he had put a lot of effort into sword training. After completely examining Chen Jiai's swordsmanship, Mu-Gun stepped back quite a distance and stopped the bout. Their spar lasted 100 seconds. Thank you for your hard work. Your swordsmanship has shown me how hard you've trained in it, first uncle. If you keep working hard at this rate, you'll certainly reach a higher level. Your words are a big help, young patriarch. I will devote myself to it even more in the future, just as you said. Shall we check second uncle's swordsmanship this time? If I knew this would happen, I would have sparred with you before second brother did. His skills have increased your expectations, so I'm going to be at a disadvantage. There's no need to make excuses. Your swordsmanship will show how hard you trained anyway. Chen Jiai spoke with a straight face as Chen Ho grumbled about going second. Dear me, can't I even joke about it? Chen Ho responded in embarrassment and stood opposite Mu-Gun. Let's begin. As soon as Mu-Gun finished his sentence, Chen Ho quickly charged in and thrust his sword. Mu-Gun easily dodged his sword force by moving sideways. Chen Ho continued his unyielding offensive. Mu-Gun initially only evaded Chen Ho's attacks using movement arts, but as the latter unleashed more sword techniques, Mu-Gun began to raise his sword and use it to block the incoming attacks. He carefully observed Chen Ho's swordsmanship as well. There was much more weight and power behind Chen Ho's sword as compared to Chen Jiai's, but his sword technique wasn't as refined. It was due to the difference in their inherent personalities. Chen Ho had an energetic personality and focused on increasing the power of his sword, even if it meant giving up on his technique's delicateness. On the other hand, Chen Jiai had an organized nature and focused on refining his sword techniques. Due to the nature of the celestial moonlight sword art, which focused on the variation, it suited Chen Jiai better than Chen Ho. Hence, it led to Chen Jiai having a relatively higher accomplishment in his swordsmanship. However, Chen Ho's efforts weren't lacking. Although Chen Ho practiced in a swordsmanship style that didn't fit his nature, he still preserved the power behind his sword in his own way. If Chen Ho learned another sword technique that prioritized power instead of the celestial moonlight sword art, he would have achieved a much higher level than his current one. Mu-Gun decided to end the spar and think about a swordsmanship style suitable for Chen Ho. He sparred with Chen Ong last. Like the uncles Mu-Gun fought before him, Chen Ong also put in a considerable amount of effort, and his sword technique performance was decent. It wasn't as good as Chen Jiai's, but it was similar to or slightly better than Chen Ho's. As I expected, you didn't disappoint, esteemed uncles. Going up against your swordsmanship, I can see how much effort you've put into training. This is all thanks to you, young patriarch. You taught us the celestial moonlight sword art, which was such an excellent sword technique that we trained so excitedly. I'll have to teach you something new so that you can train harder in high spirits, then. The celestial moonlight sword art is already good enough. What else are you going to teach us? When Chen Ho said something he didn't mean, Mu-Gun jokingly replied, if it's good enough, then I'll stop. Ahem, real men are a man of their word. If you decided to teach us, then you should do so. I'm kidding. What I'm going to teach you today is the body cultivation method known as the Iron Blood Vajra body cultivation technique and a sword formation called the 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation. Mu-Gun put a lot of thought into whether he should teach his 3 uncles the Iron Blood Vajra body cultivation technique but ultimately decided to do so. Their roles were important if he wanted the Baek sword sect to reach greater heights. It would also benefit the Baek sword sect if he taught them the Iron Blood Vajra body cultivation technique, allowing them to reach a greater level. He would never pass down a martial art of the Heavenly Descent Thunder God sect to them no matter what, but that wasn't the case with the Iron Blood Vajra body cultivation technique. It was a martial art technique that he was willing to teach as long as it was required. Brothers, don't you feel something amazing about that technique just by hearing its name? Chen Ong expressed his high expectations. Chen Jiai and Chen Ho were no different. Their experience with the celestial moonlight sword art was enough for them to know Mu-Gun wouldn't teach them ordinary techniques. The Iron Blood Vajra body cultivation technique is a body cultivation method that trains the body. If this body cultivation method is trained to the peak, you'll be able to unlock the adamant Vajra body state. Is it really possible to achieve that? I haven't reached that level yet, so I can't give you a definite answer. However, even at the 7-star realm, it would allow the practitioner to deflect off sword chi and saber chi with their bare body. Taking that into consideration, it wouldn't be entirely impossible to achieve the adamant Vajra body state. Whoa, have you reached the 7-star realm, young patriarch? That's right. That's amazing. It hasn't even been that long since you recovered from chi deviation. I can't believe you've already reached such a realm. You all will be able to reach that level without difficulty as well, esteemed uncles. What about the 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation? Chen Jiai asked. It is a joint attack formation made up of 3 people. Unlike ordinary joint attack formations, executing the 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation creates a special aura called the 3 Unbreakable Bulwark aura. It restrains the opponent trapped in the sword formation. Due to the sword formation's effect, your internal energy and sword power will also be amplified up to a maximum of 4 times depending on your respective levels. If you 3 execute the 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation with your current skills, you'll be able to overpower an upper peak realm master. Does such an incredible sword formation really exist? Yes. Are you willing to learn it? Of course we are. Will we be the only ones you'll be teaching it to? I plan to teach it to our martial artists in the intermediate rank and above. However, the Iron Blood Vajra body cultivation technique is only yours to learn, esteemed uncles. Ho ho, if the Baek Sword Corps members learn the 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation, the Baek Sword Sect's combat power will increase further. You definitely are the Baek Sword Sect's treasure, young patriarch. Shinji gave Mu-Gun a thumbs up. Your roles are also important in the Baek Sword Sect's growth. Moreover, I believe in you, esteemed uncles. That's the scariest thing I've heard. We will do our best to not disappoint you, young patriarch. Now then, I'll teach you the Iron Blood Vajra body cultivation technique first. It took 3 days for Mu-Gun to teach and pass on the Iron Blood Vajra body cultivation technique to his uncles. As soon as he did, he immediately continued with the 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation, which was as complicated and profound as its domineering power. In fact, it took 7 days and nights for Mu-Gun to completely teach them the 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation. The verification assessment on the Baek Sword Corps was held while Mu-Gun was teaching his uncles the Iron Blood Vajra body cultivation technique and the 3 Absolute Soul Crushers formation. A basic physical strength assessment was first conducted, but it had a much higher standard than before. As a result, among the people who passed the basic physical assessment last time, 36 people, all low-rank warriors, failed to meet the requirements and were eliminated. Mu-Gun was dead set on expelling them, but he chose to listen to Chinseng and his uncle's opinion that they should be given one more chance. Mu-Gun decided to give them a grace period of a month before conducting additional assessments. Those who passed the basic physical strength assessment had to go through a martial arts evaluation. This time, too, Mu-Gun conducted the martial arts evaluation. It lasted over 7 days and nights. In conclusion, there were 4 special rank members, 15 advanced rank members, 105 intermediate rank members, and 85 low rank members. Compared to the previous martial arts evaluation, the number of special rank members increased by 2, advanced rank members increased by 4, intermediate rank members increased by 8, and low rank members decreased by 50. Although the total number of their members decreased since many of the low-rank warriors failed the basic physical strength assessment and were eliminated, it was encouraging to see that some of their members' skills had improved, albeit a little. However, there was a limit to how much they could expand their power with just over 200 people. In addition to qualitative improvement, they had to pursue quantitative growth as well. Hence, in an upper brass meeting with Chinseng, Mu-Gun, and his 3 uncles in attendance, a plan was discussed to resolve this matter. Baek Mu-Gun was the first to voice out his opinion. We need to look at our martial artists' training in the long run. We should establish a systematic training course. How do we do that? Baek Chinseng asked. We can divide the martial arts training course into external martial arts training, internal energy cultivation, swordsmanship training, and sparring drills. We can then systematically teach martial arts that are suitable for each course. However, if we do that, we should prioritize nurturing training instructors and assistants with professional knowledge and skills in each of those areas. That sounds reasonable, but for us to train our martial artists, we require personnel capable of training them. How do you plan to recruit those talents? Baek Shinji raised a question. Well, prioritize the Baek Sword Sect's bloodline. I also hope to fill the shortage of people by bringing in orphans from Zhejiang province. Orphans? Shinji asked with a puzzled look. Bringing the orphans, who don't have anyone to rely on in this world, over to the Baek Sword Sect and raising them as respectable warriors would allow us to accumulate good karma. They'll also be appreciative of the Baek Sword Sect since we brought them in and raised them when they had nowhere else to go. They'll certainly show affection and loyalty to the sect. The young patriarch is right. For the Baek Sword Sect to rise to a higher place, we cannot ignore the public sentiment. If we save the orphans from their plight, the world will praise our compassion. Chinseng supported Mu-Gun's opinion. If you two share that sentiment, then we should follow it. Shinji no longer objected to the idea. We'll have to start looking for orphans, then. Don't worry. I have an idea. Mu-Gun replied to Baek Shinho, indicating that it wouldn't be a problem. How long do you plan to nurture these talents for? Baek Shinho asked. I plan to nurture 100 people every year over a period of 10 years. If so, then we'll be training 1,000 warriors by the time we're done. That would cost a lot of money. How do you intend to cover those expenses? You don't have to worry about the funds. Chinseng spoke on Mu-Gun's behalf. What do you mean by that? Have you found a way to prepare the funds? Just keep that in mind for now. Chinseng didn't elaborate further. He couldn't reveal the Heavenly Secret Hall's existence. Shinji and the others were curious about the details, but Chinseng spoke so firmly that they didn't inquire further. Chinseng's status was significantly higher than before. Mu-Gun's comeback settled the succession issue, and Chinseng's martial arts reaching the absolute realm formed a dignity around him that they couldn't dare oppose. I also have another suggestion, Mu-Gun said. What is it? I want to use the Sea Dragon Gang's headquarters as our martial artists training center. The Sea Dragon Gang's headquarters? It's surrounded by the fantasy fog array, making it impossible for other forces to approach. If we use that to our advantage, we'll be able to train our martial artists without having to worry about external threats. That's a good idea. Shinong voted in favor of it. They'll be isolated from the outside world, allowing them to focus only on their martial arts training. The Sea Dragon Gang used to inhabit it as well, so we don't have to build infrastructures anymore. Shinji and Shinho didn't express any particular disagreement toward Mu-Gun's suggestion. Let's do it your way. Thank you. After setting up a basic plan for training the new recruits, Mu-Gun asked the Heavenly Secret Hall to search for orphans around the age of 15 in Zhejiang province. At the side building where So Yeonhwa was staying, Mu-Gun was lying beside her after making love to her. All things were difficult before they were easy. Likewise, they could freely make love to each other now that they had experienced it once. Have you thought about going to Hangzhou with me? Mu-Gun asked while fiddling with Yeonhwa's hair with his hand, which acted as an arm pillow. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Mu-Gun planned to leave for Hangzhou in 3 days to withdraw the funds he left at the Myth Vault. It would take 15 days at the bare minimum. He couldn't leave Yeonhwa alone, so he suggested she go with him a few days ago. Yeonhwa had postponed giving her answer, saying that she would give it a thought. I've thought about it a lot, but I don't think it's right for me to continue staying at the Baek Sword sect. Yeonhwa carefully brought it up. The time she spent with Mu-Gun during her stay at the Baek Sword sect was very limited. Mu-Gun was so busy with various matters that he didn't have time to be with her. Yeonhwa, who didn't know anyone, had no choice but to spend time alone in the side building. However, she didn't blame Mu-Gun. She knew full well that there he had a lot to do as the Baek Sword sect's young patriarch. Yeonhwa knew that this situation wouldn't change much in the future, so there was no particular reason for her to stay at the Baek Sword sect. She could consider it if she got married to Mu-Gun immediately, but she wasn't sure whether she wanted to tie the knot yet. Rather than spending time meaninglessly like this, Yeonhwa thought it would be much more rewarding to continue her journey across Murim as originally planned. Do you want to leave the Baek Sword sect? Yes. I'm going to continue my original plan of journeying across Murim. I won't be able to see you during my travels, which is a pity, but even if I stay here, it will be difficult to spend time with you. I think it would be better for me to take some time to develop myself instead and meet you again later on as a better person. I'm sorry. I've been too negligent of you. I didn't say all these to hear that. Thinking about what's best for me led me to this decision. Please wait for me until I come back from my journey across Murim. All right. I'll respect your decision. Also, if you pay attention to another woman just because I'm not around, I won't let you off easily when I come back. You shouldn't pay any attention to other men either, then. No, don't even laugh in front of another guy. I don't want them to misunderstand and flirt with you. At Yeonhwa's warning, Mu-Gun replied to her in a similar but more clever manner. If I become known as an ice-cold woman in Murim, will you take responsibility? Of course, I will. Mu-Gun's confident remark made Yeonhwa chuckle brightly. She didn't think she could have him all to herself. He was too good of a man for that. Even if he stayed still and did nothing, other women wouldn't leave him alone. Of course, it would be perfect if he loved her with single-minded devotion, but she knew he wasn't such a romanticist. Yeonhwa just hoped that Mu-Gun's feelings for her wouldn't change and that, if she could ask for a little more, she'd always be first in his heart. Hence, she was relieved when Mu-Gun confidently remarked that he would take responsibility for her. By the way, letting you go alone on a journey through the tough and difficult Murim worries me. I'll be careful and pay attention to everything, so don't worry too much. Good. Always keep in mind that martial arts are not everything in Murim. I will. Yeonhwa could feel Mu-Gun's affection for her from his worried words and gaze. Filled with his love, she snuggled into Mu-Gun's chest and hugged him tightly. Then, shyly, she said, "Hug me. As much as you want." Mu-Gun hugged her as if he had been waiting for this moment. Even though they already had sex several times, the two began to make love passionately as if it were their first time. 3 days later, Mu-Gun boarded a ship headed to Hangzhou with his 6 followers and 50 intermediate-ranked Baek Sword Corps warriors. Yeonhwa left the Baek Sword sect earlier to continue her journey across Murim. Her trip would take at least a year. Mu-Gun felt sad for not being able to see Yeonhwa during that period of time, but he was willing to endure it for the sake of her growth. Upon departing from the Wenzhou port, their ship sailed smoothly and reached Hangzhou in 7 days. Mu-Gun checked into a room at an inn the Ian merchant group often used, then immediately headed to Phi Le Peak located on Mount Murim, where he left the deposit slip and membership plaque that he received in exchange for depositing his money at the Myth Vault. Mu-Gun hid those items inside a stone cave at Phi Le Peak, so they wouldn't go missing unless the stone cave collapsed. Someone could have found it and taken it, but Mu-Gun hid it so well that it was unlikely for that to happen. Having arrived at the stone cave at Phi Le Peak, Mu-Gun recalled his previous lives' memories, then began digging a 2-foot hole in a particular spot. As the bottom of the cave came into view, he found an iron box wrapped with a worn-out cloth. Mu-Gun took out the iron box, removed the cloth, and opened it. The deposit slip and membership plaque he had left in it was still there. He took it and descended the mountain. The next day, he wore a pigskin mask, which he newly obtained from the Heavenly Secret Hall, and visited the Myth Vault. Jang Hyun-sung, the Myth Vault owner, relaxedly savored the new tea that arrived yesterday. However, General Manager Kwak Il Hyun suddenly opened the door of his office and barged in, ruining the relaxing moment. "Sir? It's an emergency. What are you making a big fuss about?" Hyun-sung asked with a frown. "A man carrying a golden dragon plaque visited us to withdraw money." "A golden dragon plaque?" The Myth Vault issued a membership plaque according to the amount of money deposited so they could identify their customers. A golden dragon plaque was issued to customers who deposited more than 100,000 silver niang, which meant they could withdraw more than 100,000 silver niang as well. That's right. Moreover, his membership plaque was issued 30 years ago. 30 years ago? Yes. He entrusted us with 200,000 silver niang at a 5% interest rate back then. Then, the interest he has accumulated so far, it amounts to 300,000 silver niang. Holy shit! How much did he say he wants to withdraw? Hyun Sung asked after cursing at the enormous interest. All of it. He wants to withdraw all 500,000 silver niang? Yes. How much money is currently in the reserves of our shop? A little over 500,000 silver niang. If he withdraws all of his money, we'll probably have a problem with our cash flow. If things go south, it could even disrupt the Hangzhou Merchant Company's business. Ugh, have you identified him? We don't have a single piece of information about him. Delay the date of payment to 2 days from now and confirm his identity. What do you plan to do? For starters, I'm going to go meet my brother and decide after. Now, do as you're told. Understood. After giving instructions to the general manager, Hyun Sung immediately visited Jang Hyun-chul, the Hangzhou Merchant Company head. Why are you here at this hour? Hyun-chul asked, finding his behavior strange. A while ago, a man visited the myth vault and requested to withdraw 500,000 niang. 500,000 silver niang? Yes. 300,000 of that amount came from interest. Hyun Sung's reply made no sense. For the past 30 years, the Myth Vault and the Hangzhou Merchant Company had been using the 200,000 silver niang that Mu-Gun entrusted to the Myth Vault in his previous life to their heart's content. Considering the profit they earned from it, they knew full well 300,000 silver niang wasn't that high. However, they felt as if it would be a pity to just immediately give it away. 300,000 silver niang in interest? He deposited the money 30 years ago. I'm surprised someone entrusted that amount to us for that long. I've delayed the date of payment for now, but I don't know what I'm supposed to do. It's definitely a waste to pay the interest, which amounts to more than the principal amount. That's my point. Is there a way we don't have to give that man money? There is. What is it? Silencing him with death. We don't have to return the money of the deceased. However, if such an incident becomes known, the Myth Vault's credibility will completely crumble. Then if we're going to do it, we have to make sure no one finds out. It's not as easy as you make it sound. It's not that difficult if you borrow the Baek Sword Manor's power. The Baek Sword Manor? No one will suspect the Myth Vault if that man was killed by a Baek Sword Manor martial artist due to an argument. That'll probably work, but will the Baek Sword Manor do it for us? If we pay them 100,000 silver niang as a reward, they'll even kill 10 people for us. Isn't 100,000 silver niang too much, then? Even if we give them 100,000 silver niang, we'll still be taking the remaining 400,000 silver niang. We've got nothing to lose. We have to pay the Baek Sword Manor that much for them to move anyway, and even if we don't have to, we still have to keep investing money in the Baek Sword Manor's development. It won't be a waste if we consider it an investment. That's true. Have you found out where that man is staying? I've instructed our men to do that. I'm sure they already checked it. Okay, you should return to the Myth Vault for now and figure out that man's movements. I'm going to go see the Baek Sword Manor's patriarch. Understood. Hyun Sung returned to the Myth Vault, and Hyun-chul headed to the Baek Sword Manor. The Baek Sword Manor's patriarch, Baek Mu-Gun, welcomed Jang Hyun-chul, even though the latter had come without informing him in advance. Welcome. I'm sorry for barging in without notice. What do you mean? We're in-laws. You're always welcome. However, considering you came here without telling me ahead of time, you've probably got an urgent matter for me. Yes, I'd like your help in taking care of something. What is it? A customer of ours came to the Myth Vault today to withdraw 500,000 silver niang. 500,000 silver niang? It's got to be difficult to pay him that amount all at once. Naturally, it's our obligation to return the money entrusted to us by the customer, but 300,000 silver niang of his money came from interest. He has accumulated more in interest than the principal amount. How long did he entrust the money to you for it to reach that situation? 30 years. Hawk, that customer is amazing. He managed to keep that much money untouched for 30 years. Why are you telling me this, though? To be honest, we find paying that much interest unacceptable. I think it would be 100 times better to invest in the Baek Sword Manor than to give the money to a complete stranger. Be that as it may, if you don't pay him, won't the Myth Vault's credibility drop? That's why I need your help. What do you mean? I think it would be great if you can orchestrate an incident where a Baek Sword Manor's martial artist had a scuffle and fought with the man, resulting in the man losing his life in the process. Even if so, that's a little too. Brother Cheol-gun, I'm not doing this for my own good alone. If you can give this incident a proper resolution, I'll give you 100,000 silver niang of the 500,000 silver niang that I'm supposed to give that man. Hyun-chul's words made Cheol-gun's eyes waver. He didn't want to get involved in such a messy incident, but 100,000 silver niang was too much money to refuse. The Hangzhou Merchant Company provided the Baek Sword Manor with a lot of funds, but they had to pay them back. Hence, there was a limit to how much support they could receive. If they accepted an amount of funding that they could not afford, the Baek Sword Manor would eventually be dominated by the Hangzhou Merchant Company. On the other hand, they would not have to repay the 100,000 silver niang that they would receive from this incident. With that amount, they would be able to expand the Baek Sword Manor's power without requiring the Hangzhou Merchant Company's support. Fine, however, this is the only time I'll do something like this. Of course, I don't want to ask you to do such a difficult request again anyway. Hyun Chul smiled with satisfaction. Cheol-gun said that this would be the only time, but he would not be able to escape the Hangzhou merchant company's grasp as long as they received funding from them. Naturally, Hyun Chul had no intention of only using the Baek sword manor once. Hyun Chul would use their martial capabilities at any given moment if it was for the benefit of the Hangzhou merchant company. In the first place, the reason he had entered into a marital relationship with the Baek sword manor and funded them was so he could take advantage of their combat strength. Kwak Il Hyun, the Myth Vault's general manager, met up with Baek Mu-Gun in person and asked him to wait for 2 days since it would take time to prepare 500,000 silver niang. Mu-Gun willingly accepted Il Hyun's request, because he had expected that he wouldn't be able to immediately withdraw all of it in the first place. If it meant that he could get his 500,000 silver niang, he was willing to wait for 2 days. Having decided to return after 2 days, Mu-Gun left the Myth Vault. However, he noticed someone secretly following him not long after he left the vault. That's what I thought. Mu-Gun did not expect the Myth Vault to easily give up 500,000 silver niang. Since ancient times, those who ran money-lending businesses had always been bound to be greedy. They would have felt vexed if a customer visited for the first time in 30 years and asked to withdraw a deposit in which the interest exceeded the principal amount. It was obvious how they would react. They would likely kill him, disguise it as an accidental death and pocket his money. He had already experienced this in his previous life, so he was well aware of it. However, back then, he thought that it was reasonable for them to lash out like the Thay had left his money untouched for 100 years, causing his earnings from interest to become 5 times the principal amount. Hence, it was utterly disgraceful that they tried to kill a person just for 30 years worth of interest. Nothing had happened yet, though, so there was no need to cuss at them. Pretending not to notice the people on his tail, Mu-Gun returned to the West Lake Inn. Upon confirming that he had entered it, the pursuers immediately informed the Myth Vault. The Myth Vault then relayed the same intel to the Hangzhou Merchant Company, which then delivered it to the Baek Sword Manor. Mu-Gun had nearly finished his meal on the inn's ground floor when the beaded curtains at the inn's entrance opened. 5 men with swords hanging by their waists then entered, looked around the inn, and found Mu-Gun. After exchanging gazes with each other, they sat at the table next to Mu-Gun's. Mu-Gun couldn't hold his laughter at their clumsy act that obviously indicated they were aiming for him. What's this? Hey, you there? Did you just look at me and snicker? As he expected, one of the men picked a fight with him when he laughed. Who sent you? The Myth Vault? Mu-Gun asked as he put down his chopsticks and leaned back on the chair. Who sent us? Stop spouting nonsense and apologize to your elders. For what exactly? You looked at me and snickered. You offended me, so you should apologize. Even if I do, you're still going to continue picking a fight with me, aren't you? The man flinched at Mu-Gun's unexpectedly calm attitude. He even seemed to know their identity. However, he soon fixed his demeanor and frowned. I gave you a chance, but you threw it away. You'll have to pay for such disrespect. The man approached Mu-Gun, as he was being obstinate. When the people around them saw it, they quickly got up from their seats and left the inn. Nothing good would come from intervening in a squabble between martial artists. You shouldn't interrupt people's business, you know. This punk, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The man punched Mu-Gun. In response, Mu-Gun raised his hand and blocked it. He then grabbed the man's fist with his palm and wrung it sideways, causing the sounds of his wrist bones breaking to echo. Ah! Mu-Gun's opponent rolled on the floor while holding onto his broken wrist. The other 4 immediately unsheathed their swords and surrounded Mu-Gun. This bastard's got a death wish. Stop putting up such useless sloppy acts and come at me already, Mu-Gun responded and stood up from his seat. The 4 men exchanged gazes, then thrust their swords in unison. Mu-Gun had left his sword in the guest room. Hence, he picked up a chair instead and launched a wide swing, deflecting the swords aside and pushing them away on collision. Mu-Gun then dashed through and swung his chair at the man at the forefront of their formation, hitting his knee before he could avoid it. The opponent slammed into the floor, his leg freakishly deformed. "Aaaaaaa!" The man grabbed his shattered knee as he desperately screamed. "Die!" The remaining 3 screamed at the top of their lungs and thrust their swords from behind Mu-Gun. In response, Mu-Gun raised the chair in his hand and blocked their attack. When their weapons burrowed into the gaps in the chair's backrest, he grabbed the chair and twisted it to the side. Unable to overcome the sudden burst of power, his opponents lost their grip on their swords. Mu-Gun thrust both his palms toward the 3 flustered and disarmed men. The palm force struck 2 of them on their chest, blasting them up into the air and causing them to fall on top of a table. Unable to withstand the impact of their weight, the table split in half and let them crash into the floor. They clutched their chest in pain and groaned, seemingly incapable of getting up for a while. Only one opponent remained. The man clenched his teeth and ran at Mu-Gun while swinging his sword. Mu-Gun easily evaded his attack, wrapped his hands around the man's right arm, and snapped it. A gruesome sound resonated. "Kwak-ke?" Mu-Gun tossed the man screaming in pain aside, pulled a chair, and sat down. "Did the Myth Vault send you?" Mu-Gun asked his opponents, all of whom were now on the ground writhing in agony. However, no one answered him. "If you don't answer, I'll kill you one by one." Along with his warning, Mu-Gun gathered chi at his fingertips. Soon after, one of the men collapsed. His forehead had been pierced by the chi blast from Mu-Gun's fingers. "I'll ask you again. Did the Myth Vault send you?" Yes. No. The men gave 2 different answers. One of them answered no, while 3 of them said yes. Mu-Gun stared at the man who gave a different answer. If it's not the Myth Vault, then who sent you? It's the Baek Sword Manor, the man immediately answered after glancing at his colleagues. I can roughly guess what's going on in the Myth Vault and the Baek Sword Manor's heads, then. Mu-Gun guessed that the Myth Vault incited the Baek Sword Manor. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The reason why the Myth Vault, to be exact, the Hangzhou Merchant Company invested a huge sum of money in the Baek Sword Manor was so they could use the forces of the Baek Sword Manor for their own benefit. The 3 of you should go back. Mu-Gun sent everyone back except for the man who revealed the Baek Sword Manor's name. The 3 men took turns looking at Mu-Gun and their colleague, then quickly left the inn. What do you plan to do with me? The man asked with a nervous look. Let me make you an offer. If you testify later that the Myth Vault tried to kill me using the Baek Sword Manor, I'll pay you 10,000 silver niang. 10,000 silver niang? With that amount, the rest of your life will be lived in prosperity. If I testify publicly, the Myth Vault and Baek Sword Manor will hunt me down. But if you refuse to testify, then I'd have no reason to keep you alive either. Fine. I'll do as you say. Left with no other choice, he was forced to accept Mu-Gun's offer. If he refused to testify, he would die helplessly at Mu-Gun's hands. There was a possibility for him to survive if he testified, albeit the chances were sparse. Head also earned 10,000 silver niang. Mu-Gun pressed the man's Mahayol acupuncture point to numb him and locked him inside the guest room to prevent him from running away. He then thought about what he should do with the Baek Sword Manor and Myth Vault. First of all, he had to procure evidence that the Myth Vault had commissioned the Baek Sword Manor to kill him. Although Mu-Gun had captured and locked a witness up in the guest room, it would be more advantageous for him to secure additional testimony by catching a more influential person. Next, he would use the witnesses to threaten the Myth Vault and receive additional compensation. The Myth Vault would not want its dark secrets to leak out to the public. If they did not comply with Mu-Gun's demands, he would destroy the Myth Vault by force. For the Myth Vault to survive, they would have no choice but to comply with his demands even if it meant suffering a loss. They had brought this all upon themselves, so they could not complain about unfairness. Mu-Gun's current priority was to secure an influential witness, but to do so, he had no choice but to clash with the Baek Sword Manor. Although having to fight them bothered him, since they were a member of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance as well, the Baek Sword Manor had brought this upon themselves. Furthermore, if Mu-Gun took this opportunity to reduce their strength, the Backsword sect would benefit from it as well, as it would make them more likely to become the alliance leader. Mu-Gun didn't really have to go out of his way and head to the Baek Sword Manor. Once those he had let go had returned to their sect and informed them of the situation, the Baek Sword Manor would send warriors again. Since they had been beaten once, their next assault would be more prepared. That meant important figures would most likely participate too. If Mu-Gun could capture them, he would be able to confirm that the Myth Vault had commissioned the Baek Sword Manor to kill him. As he waited in his room for the Baek Sword Manor to send more warriors, his prediction soon proved true. Late in the evening, a group of Baek Sword Manor martial artists led by Baek Xiaowun, a member of the 10 Azure Sword Masters, approached the West Lake Inn. His group consisted of 50 people superior in martial arts to the first 5 who came to the inn. Using the testimonies of the 3 men that Mu-Gun had sent back, the Baek Sword Manor estimated the level of strength Mu-Gun possessed. They thought that he would be a peak realm master at best considering his age. To that extent, the Baek Sword Manor deployed Xiaowun and 50 elite swordsmen. There was an internal argument that sending that many elite swordsmen and a peak realm master was overkill, but Xiaowun decided to deploy them all anyway, just in case anything unexpected happened. Perhaps that was why Xiaowun took it easy. He was confident that he could kill their opponent, no matter who he was. Meanwhile, having noticed them approaching without difficulty, Mu-Gun made the first move. Staying inside the inn could accidentally cause those who were not involved to suffer damage as well. After all, Baek Xiaowun became slightly nervous when he discovered that Baek Mu-Gun stormed out of the inn and charged toward them using a step technique. Considering Mu-Gun noticed their approach despite their considerable distance from the inn, and the refined step technique he displayed, Xiaowun realized he was no ordinary martial artist. However, he was still confident he would overpower Mu-Gun. Knowing we're coming, you came out of your own accord instead of fleeing. How courageous of you, Xiaowun remarked when Mu-Gun was about 50 feet away from them. I doubt I require courage to deal with the likes of you, Mu-Gun said, finding Xiaowun's claim ridiculous. Now that I've taken a closer look, you exude arrogance, not courage. You're free to think however you want, but I find that quite funny. Talking about courage and arrogance is quite ridiculous for someone commissioned by the Myth Vault to kill someone who has done nothing wrong. Considering you're still a righteous sect at the end of the day, aren't you ashamed to do something like this? Xiaowun's face turned red. He knew full well that this incident strayed from the righteous path. However, he still came to the inn under the justification that this was for the sake of the Baek Sword Manor. He couldn't help but feel ashamed when Mu-Gun hit the bullseye, but he couldn't step down now that he had come this far. I don't know what you're talking about. You killed and wounded our clan's warriors, and we're just holding you accountable for those crimes. This has nothing to do with the Myth Vault. Your conscience would know the truth, but the things you're doing now make me wonder if you actually have one. Xiaowun clenched his teeth. There was no use talking to Mu-Gun any further. It was better to finish this swiftly. That bastard killed a member of the Baek Sword Manor. From this moment forth, well, make him pay for his sins. Attack! On Cheol-Woon's order, the elite swordsmen of Baek Sword Manor quickly surrounded Mu-Gun. However, instead of waiting for them to surround him, Mu-Gun moved to the left and swung his sword. Rather than executing a technique, he simply swung his sword to the side. It was a very obvious attack, but the results stated otherwise. The sword chi that formed along his sword extended and encroached on the targeted space. Flustered by the golden sword chi that was pouring in like waves, the Baek Sword Manor's swordsmen, who were trying to surround Mu-Gun from the left, hurriedly thrust their swords. Unable to stop it with their skills, the golden sword chi easily tore through over 20 swordsmen's defenses and severed their waists. The remaining opponents froze in the face of the overwhelming sight, Cheol-Woon included. He immediately realized upon witnessing just one attack from Mu-Gun that their foe's skills were far above the peak realm. He was dangerous. Cheol-Woon had just learned that he had messed with someone he shouldn't have. They had to surrender if they wanted to survive. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to escape from total annihilation. His pride made him hesitate to make a decision, however. In that brief moment of wavering, Mu-Gun unleashed another wave of golden sword chi from his sword, this time to his right. It devoured all the Baek Sword Manor swordsmen in its path. The result was no different from a while ago. 20 swordsmen fell down to the ground with their waists severed, leaving only Cheol-Woon and 10 swordsmen remaining. Cheol-Woon no longer hesitated this time. Stop. We surrender unconditionally. So, please sheath your sword. You have no say in whether I sheath my sword or not. What do I have to do for you to stop swinging your sword? Cheol-Woon asked while clenching his teeth. If you reveal the truth as it is to the world, I will spare the rest of you. That's. You better answer carefully. If you refuse, I will take the Baek Sword Manor's patriarch as a witness. Mu-Gun's words caused Cheol-Woon to stiffen. Using Baek Cheol-Gun, the Baek Sword Manor's patriarch, as a witness was tantamount to saying that he would attack the Baek Sword Manor itself because Cheol-Gun refused to volunteer to become a witness. If Mu-Gun made up his mind and attacked, the Baek Sword Manor wouldn't be able to deal with him. To save the Baek Sword Manor, he had to do as Mu-Gun said. All right, I'll do as you wish. Great thinking. You will stay behind. The rest of you can leave after cleaning up this place. Mu-Gun subdued Cheol-Woon and went back into the inn. The swordsmen cleaned up the area as per Mu-Gun's order. They then returned to the Baek Sword Manor and gave a full detail report on the incident that happened in the inn. The survivors' reports made Cheol-Gun realize that Mu-Gun was a master they couldn't go up against. They still couldn't be certain they could deal with him even with all of the Baek Sword Manor's combat forces. They would sustain devastating damages, which wasn't ideal for the Baek Sword Manor, even if they did manage to kill him. Having to avoid losing any more of their forces, Cheol-Gun immediately headed to the Hangzhou Merchant Company to meet Zhang Hyunchul. Considering you're visiting this late, something has gone wrong, hasn't it? Hyunchul immediately guessed. That's right. The target you gave us is a powerful master we can't afford to go up against. To be honest, I can't guarantee victory even if we mobilize the Baek Sword Manor combat forces. He's that strong? He killed 40 of our elite swordsmen with only 2 attacks. Is that even possible? He's at the upper peak realm, at the very least. He could probably even be an absolute realm master. If we cross the line any further, the Baek Sword Manor could be annihilated. Does that man know that our company was involved in this matter? I'm not sure about the Hangzhou Merchant Company, but he probably knows that the Myth Vault is a part of this. Our biggest problem right now is that he has captured a witness to testify to it. A witness? He's holding one of the 10 Azure Sword Masters captive. Sai, how could you handle things so poorly? You're putting the blame on us? This honestly wouldn't have happened if you weren't greedy. No, things wouldn't have gone this far if you had proper information about that man. Cheol-Gun frowned upon Hyunchul's audacity to blame them. Phew, I'm not trying to blame you. That was a mere slip of the tongue out of frustration at the fact that things didn't go as planned. Please overlook this and understand where I'm coming from. Hyunchul apologized after flinching at Cheol-Gun's aggression. Fine. How do you plan to settle this incident? Now that it's come to this, I'll have to go meet that man and negotiate with him. And how do you plan to do that? I'll have to give him what he wants on the condition that he remains silent about this incident. Is that possible? There's nothing in the world that money can't do, Hyunchul confidently said. That had always been the case all his life. Early morning the next day, Zhang Hyunsung, the Myth Vault owner, visited the inn where Mu-Gun was staying. He then asked the inn staff to pass on a message to Mu-Gun so they could meet. Mu-Gun, who was in the guest room, headed down to the ground floor after hearing from the staff that he had a visitor. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. It's that person. The staff pointed at Hyunsung, who was drinking tea. Mu-Gun nodded and approached Hyunsung. I heard you were looking for me? I'm Zhang Hyunsung, the Myth Vault owner. Why would the Myth Vault owner personally come to see me? Mu-Gun asked, pretending not to know. I sincerely apologize for the disgraceful matter that happened last night. You aimed for my life. Do you think this will all be over if you simply apologize? Of course not. We will compensate you accordingly. In return, take what happened last night to your grave and tell no one. I'll decide after hearing how much you think my life is worth. Tell me how much you desire. If I want it, will you give me everything? That's naturally impossible. However, we will try to match your demands to the best of our abilities. Fine. If you pay me 200,000 silver niang as compensation for yesterday's matter, I'll keep this a secret until I die. Mu-Gun originally thought of asking for 100,000 niang, but he doubled the amount. Hyun Sung's expression slightly stiffened at Mu-Gun's demand. I'm sorry, but we can't give you that much due to the financial circumstances of the Myth Vault. I heard the Myth Vault has great financial power. That doesn't seem to be the case, though, considering you're reluctant to pay a meager amount of 200,000 niang. Hyun Sung's jaw trembled at Mu-Gun's words, which trampled on the Myth Vault. His pride was hurt, but he couldn't risk screwing things up by doing as he pleased here. Truthfully speaking, it is very demanding for us to immediately pay 300,000 niang in interest on the principal amount of 200,000 niang. If we have to pay an additional 200,000 niang on top of that, the Myth Vault's finances could falter greatly. Would it be possible for you to make a little bit of concession? Hyun Sung swallowed his pride and pleaded. Since you can't meet my demands anyway, tell me the maximum amount that the Myth Vault can compensate me. I'll make my decision after hearing that. Hyun Sung couldn't readily answer Mu-Gun. The maximum amount he was thinking of was around 100,000 silver niang. However, Mu-Gun demanded 200,000 niang just a while ago. Even if they couldn't match that, they had to offer an amount close enough to it. It would be difficult to appease Mu-Gun with 100,000 niang, which was only half of what he demanded. That didn't remove the fact that it would be financially burdensome to offer any higher than that. But if he couldn't satisfy Mu-Gun's demands, what the Myth Vault did would be known to the world, and their credibility would hit rock bottom. The people who deposited their money in the Myth Vault would swarm in to withdraw their funds. If that happened, not only the Myth Vault, but even the Hangzhou Merchant Company would fall to ruin. Saving a couple of thousand niang right now wasn't important. We will pay you 150,000 niang in compensation. Fine. I'll be satisfied with that amount, considering the sincerity that the Myth Vault is showing. Prepare a total of 650,000 silver niang by noon. Ready an appropriate cart to move that amount as well. Understood. Mu-Gun settled with receiving 150,000 niang as compensation, which was 50,000 niang more than he originally wanted. He then sent Hyun Sung back and had breakfast. After waiting until noon, the Baek Sword Corps warriors staying in an inn close to Hangzhou port disguised themselves as porters and went to the Myth Vault. As promised, the Myth Vault had prepared 650,000 silver niang and a cart. The Baek Sword Corps warriors transported the cart containing the silver niang to the port. The Ian Merchant Group's ship, carrying chests holding a total of 650,000 silver niang, soon departed from the Hangzhou port and headed for Wenzhou. Mu-Gun arrived in Wenzhou several days after departure. He waited until nighttime, then secretly moved the chests to the Baek Sword sect. Afterward, he reported to Baek Shinsang. Did everything go according to plan? Shinsang asked. There was a little conflict. A little conflict? Mu-Gun explained what happened in Hangzhou. The Myth Vault aside, I didn't expect the Baeok Sword Manor to do something so wicked, Shinsang commented afterward. Many sects and families in the world advocate themselves as a righteous clan, but only a few actually adhere to the path of righteousness. Many clans won't hesitate to cross the line for their own benefit. What do you think about the Baek Sword sect? We've been staying on the righteous path so far, at the very least. I hope we will continue to do so. The Baek Sword sect's growth is important, but I don't want us to do anything that will cause us to stray from the path of righteousness. You are the Baek Sword sect's patriarch. Your will basically translate to the will of the clan. If staying righteous is what you desire, the Baek Sword sect will naturally adhere to your will, father. Shinsang nodded with a satisfied expression upon hearing Mu-Gun's remarks. I'm worried that the Myth Vault and the Baeok Sword Manor will hold a grudge against us over this matter and take revenge. Don't worry. I took proper measures to keep the Ian Merchant Group and the Baek Sword sect's identities hidden, so it'll be difficult for them to find out who we are. Moreover, they know full well that it will be difficult to go up against my martial arts. They won't dare think of taking revenge. I'm glad to hear that. What do you plan to do with the additional compensation money you received this time? I was the one who obtained the compensation, so it has nothing to do with the Heavenly Secret Hall. The Baek Sword sect will take it. With 150,000 silver niang, we won't have to worry about money for a while. It's all thanks to you. I just did what I had to. You're being too modest. You're probably exhausted from traveling through the sea. Head back and rest. Understood. One last thing. We will be leaving for the Wind Saber sect in 3 days, so prepare accordingly. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance held regular meetings once a year, and all 10 clans took turns hosting the regular meetings. The Wind Saber sect would be the one holding it this time. They were based in Jinhua, which was located in the center of Zhejiang province. It took about 3 to 4 days to reach Jinhua from Wenzhou, but they weren't on a tight schedule. The regular meeting was still 10 days away, after all. Okay. After bidding farewell, Mu-Gun left Shinsang's residence and returned home to turn in for the night. Baek Mu-Gun drank tea with Baek Mu-Ok at the former's residence. How's work at the Heavenly Secret Hall? It was awkward and hectic at first, but it's much better now that I've adapted to it to some extent. It's fun in its own way. Really? Yes. It felt amazing watching the process of gathering information that didn't seem relevant and turning it into important pieces of information. I also feel a sense of accomplishment since I think I'm doing something really great. I'm glad it seems to suit your aptitude. For the Baek Sword sect to grow in the future, information is more important than anything else. That's how important your role is, so try your hardest. Understood. Is there any information that we should pay attention to among the ones that have reached the Heavenly Secret Halls network? The 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families have demanded that the Li household and the Taeyun household prove they aren't disguised forces of the Azura cult. The Li and Taeyun households accepted their demands and an investigation has been conducted. They accepted the investigation? Yes. When the great Namgang family and the great Huangfu family first demanded the investigation, they held out and insisted that they would never accept it. However, they eventually succumbed to it when the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families declared they would be considered as disguised forces of the 9 celestial demons sect and wouldn't hesitate to use force should they keep refusing. What's the outcome? The Li household and Taeyun household turned out to be unrelated to the Azura cult. They're not related? Mu-Gun asked in surprise. Yes, they thoroughly investigated the patriarch and upper brass of the Li household and Taeyun household but found no evidence pointing toward them being demonic cultivators of the Azura cult. Is that so? Mu-Gun was bewildered to hear that no evidence was found. He was certain they were disguised forces of the Azura cult due to their behavior. However, the Heavenly Secret Hall still suspects them. Why's that? We have yet to rule out the possibility that the Azura cult has brainwashed the Li household and the Taeyun household patriarchs. Mu-Gun was of the same mind. The Azura cult the 9 celestial demons sect, to be exact, used the myriad illusion body transformation art to conceal their identity. Rather than killing the subjects they stole the identities of, they locked those people up in a secret place and brainwashed them using horrendous and meticulous methods. As a result, many of the people they brainwashed ended up following the 9 celestial demons sect. That was why the 9 celestial demons sect's disguised forces were dangerous. Once they had been brainwashed, there would no longer be any evidence that they were a part of the 9 celestial demons sect. This gave them the chance to cause irreparable damage upon showing their true colors. In any case, if the Li household and the Taeyun household patriarchs had been brainwashed and returned to their original positions before their clans were investigated, it wouldn't be strange for the investigation results to show they weren't related to the Azura cult. What did the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families do? There was no evidence, so they had no choice but to step down. This incident could set back the investigation into the 9 celestial demons sect's disguised forces. That's not all. Some people in Murim are criticizing the 9 prominent sects and 7 great families. There are also doubts about whether the great Sima family was really a disguised force of the Azura cult. Now that matters had transpired this way, the 7 great families and the 9 prominent sects would have no choice but to be cautious about investigating the 9 celestial demons sect's disguised forces in the future. If they barked up the wrong tree again, the backlash could be severe. He thought he should conduct an in-depth investigation into the Li household and Taeyun household through the Heavenly Secret Hall, and he also wanted to conduct an investigation into the suspected disguised forces of the 9 celestial demons sect. While pondering over it, Mu-Gun asked Mu-Okay, is there any other information? That's all we've found that is noteworthy. What's the progress with the matter I asked of you the other day? Do you mean the investigation on the Zhejiang province's orphans? Yes. Reports have been coming in from all over Zhejiang province since a few days ago. In about 10 days, we'll have a list of information put together. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Got it. Mu-Gun planned to proceed with scouting the orphans as soon as the Heavenly Secret Hall had provided him with information about them. Of course, not all orphans would join the Baek Sword sect just because the sect wanted it. However, for orphans with nowhere to go, the Baek Sword sect's recruitment would be quite a sweet offer many of them would accept. Shortly after Mu-Okay left, Baek Yongwan visited Mu-Gun's residence. What brought you here? Mu-Gun asked in surprise. I have a request to ask of you, brother. A request? I want to receive your teachings by your side as the 6 White Wolves does. The 6 White Wolves? That's what the 6 people you teach directly, such as Baek San-kyung, are being called. Do you know why I give personal teachings to the 6 White Wolves? I heard they swore allegiance to you, brother. That's right. They decided to follow me back when I had nothing. I wasn't even the young patriarch yet then. They saw me for who I am and didn't care about anything else. That's why I go out of my way to teach them myself and why I can't treat you the same way I treat them. However, there is no need to be disappointed. As a member of the Baek bloodline, you'll get the chance to learn martial arts that are much more outstanding than the martial arts I teach them. Are you talking about the Celestial Moonlight Sword art that my father and the elders have learned? That's right. The Celestial Moonlight Sword art is the Baek Sword sect's strongest sword art, and only the direct bloodline of the Baek family is allowed to study it. Even the 6 White Wolves can't practice it. However, your case is different. Just because you're a direct relative of the Baek family doesn't mean it's certain that you will learn the Celestial Moonlight Sword art. You'll have to prove yourself worthy of it first. I wasn't aware of that. I just misunderstood that you simply favored the 6 White Wolves. I'm sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about. It honestly makes me glad that you have a strong desire for martial arts. Don't lose that desire and keep training hard. Understood. I'll be on my way, then. When Yongwan left, Mu-Gun delivered 100,000 silver niang to the Heavenly Secret Hall and the Medicine King family each through the Baek Sword Corps warriors that went with him to Hangzhou. Meanwhile, the Medicine King family began to concoct the medicinal pills in full swing after receiving 100,000 silver niang from Mu-Gun. 2 days later, 50 Baek Sword Sect elite members, including Baek Shinsang and Mu-Gun, left the Baek Sword Sect and headed to Jinhua, which was where the Wind Saber Sect was located. It took 4 days for the Baek Sword Sect's party to arrive at Jinhua. Shinsang and Mu-Gun only took 10 of the 50 warriors to accompany them to the Wind Saber Sect. There weren't enough manners in the Wind Saber Sect to accommodate all of them, so the remaining 40 members stayed at an inn located in downtown Jinhua. The Wind Saber Sect could have likely taken care of their entire party if they were the only ones coming. However, considering the other Zhejiang Martial Alliance clans were also coming, they limited the number of people each clan could bring with them. In return, the Wind Saber Sect would bear half of the board and lodging expenses for those who couldn't enter the manor and had to stay in an inn. Upon arriving at the Wind Saber Sect, the Baek Sword Sect's party, much like the other clans, was assigned to a side building. However, their lodging sizes and structures were all different. The Wind Saber Sect assigned the side buildings according to the importance of each force. They gave the Baek Sword Sect a moderate one. The clans that decided to follow the Wind Saber Sect's leadership were assigned to the best places, and the Baeok Sword Manor and those that followed them were assigned the worst ones. The Baek Sword Sect was a fish in troubled waters and hadn't sided with either the Wind Saber Sect or the Baeok Sword Manor, so they were given a moderate-sized lodging. The Baek Sword Sect's party unpacked their luggage in the building they were assigned to and confirmed if other clans had arrived. They soon learned that the Kong Household, Draconic Tiger Gang, Justice Martial Sect, and the Flying Lance Sect arrived before the Baek Sword Sect. What was interesting was that the Baeok Sword Manor and the clans following them hadn't arrived yet, almost as if they planned to go together. Upon hearing that the Justice Martial Sect and the Flying Lance Sect had arrived, Mu-Gun checked where their lodging was at. Afterward, he headed to the lodging of the Justice Martial Sect first to meet Zhang Ho-Gun, a close friend of his. When he arrived, he found Ho-Gun drinking tea in the front yard. He was with Zhou Wenyi, the young patriarch of the Flying Lance Sect, and his sister, Zhou Baiyan. They knew Mu-Gun as well. Mu-Gun smiled brightly upon seeing 2 people he hadn't seen in quite a long time. He approached them and loudly said, "Can I also have a cup of tea?" Amid their chat, the 3 people turned their heads to the sudden exclamation. Ho-Gun was unaffected since he had met Mu-Gun again not long ago, but Wenyi and Baiyan were clearly surprised to see Mu-Gun for the first time in 3 years. They were obviously welcoming toward his presence. "Baek Mu-Gun? How many years has it been? This is the first time we've seen each other since I suffered chi deviation, so it's probably been a little over 3 years. How have you been?" "I've been doing well. I couldn't believe it when I heard from Ho-Gun that you've recovered from chi deviation, but it feels real now seeing you in person. It's late, but congratulations on your recovery. I would like to extend my congratulations to you too. I was so sad to hear that you were suffering from it." Baiyan, who was next to Wenyi, also congratulated Mu-Gun. "Thank you. You've become quite the young lady in the time I haven't seen you. You've also become cooler, brother Mu-Gun," Baiyan said with a slight blush. "Wow, that's discrimination. You've never even called me cool before, yet you call him that as you see him," Ho-Gun responded, bewildered by Baiyan's remarks. "That's because you're not cool at all, brother Ho-Gun." Baiyan scoffed. "Since the olden days, a man should have a broad heart instead of a handsome face, just like me. I think brother Mu-Gun has a much broader heart, though. Alright, Mu-Gun is the best. Happy? Seriously, whenever this dude shows up, I always get ignored." Ho-Gun grumbled as he glared at Mu-Gun. Mu-Gun just shrugged and sat down since he didn't do anything wrong. "As your friend, I'm really happy to see you in such a healthy state. Welcome back." "Thank you. Why don't we have a drink instead of tea? It's been a while since we last gathered together," Ho-Gun suggested. "What do you think?" "I'd love to. Let's go, then. This big brother will treat you guys today," Ho-Gun said in high spirits. "Big brother my ass. You're the youngest one here. How about you pay for drinks since you were born earlier, then? So what if your birthday is a little later? The one who buys the drink is the elder brother." "Brother, I will be in your care today." At Ho-Gun's comment, Wenyi immediately changed his words and acted in a servile manner. "I want to go with you too." Baiyan cut in quickly. "Stop spouting nonsense. We haven't had the chance to catch up in so long, so don't be a bother and just stay here obediently." Wenyi ignored Baiyan's assertion to show there was no way he would allow her to tag along. Baiyan pouted in dissatisfaction, but she didn't insist further. "You know how to drink, right?" Wenyi asked Mu-Gun. "Hey, that man is a heavy drinker. I drank with him last time, and even after several bottles of alcohol, he didn't seem drunk at all." "That's good, then let's go." "Where to? Do you know a place? I looked into it in advance. Just follow me." The trio left the Wind Saber Sect and went to downtown Jinhua. They then headed to the brothel that Wenyi searched for in advance and spent some time catching up for the first time in a while. The drinking party continued until late in the morning, at which point Mu-Gun had to go through a lot of trouble to carry back the other 2, who were drunk and had completely passed out. The day after the Baek Sword Sect's members arrived at the Wind Saber Sect, the Baeok Sword Manor, the Clear Sun Sect, the Iron Palm Sect, and the Mei Household arrived at the Wind Saber Sect one after another respectively. Now that all 10 clans of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance had gathered, the Windsaber sect held a banquet to welcome the 9 clans who visited them. The banquet was divided into 2 sessions, one for the 10 great sects patriarchs, and the other for the future talents of the 10 great sects. The banquet for the future talents was held at the Wind Banquet Hall. Mu-Gun went to the Wind Banquet Hall with Ho-Gun, Wen-Yi, and Bai Yian. When they arrived, Tae Mu-Gang, the young patriarch of the Windsaber sect, greeted them at the entrance. It's been a while. I was worried when I heard that you suffered from chi deviation, so it's great to see you in such a healthy condition. Mu-Gang pretended to be glad to see Mu-Gun. It's quite unexpected that you're worried about me. Anyway, it's nice to see you again after so long. Haha, aren't we part of the same Zhejiang Martial Alliance? It's natural for me to worry, Mu-Gang said with an awkward smile. Mu-Gun could easily guess what Mu-Gang was thinking. The Windsaber sect and the Baek Sword Manor were constantly attempting to win over the Baek Sword sect, the Justice Martial sect, and the Flying Lance sect to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. In such a situation, there was nothing to gain from being on Mu-Gun's bad side. He was the successor of the Baek Sword sect, after all. Hence, Mu-Gang was being kind, which was unbecoming of him. Really? I'm grateful that you were worried about me, Mu-Gun responded soullessly and went inside. Already seated inside the Wind Banquet Hall were the Kong households Kong Yongtae and his sister Kong Yeonsu. The Draconic Tiger Gang's Yang Chusang and his sister Yang Xiala were already present as well. Baek Mu-Gun really is here. Of course he's real. Did you think he's an illusion or something? Yongtae, who was surprised to see Mu-Gun, got into a fit of rage when Zhang Ho-Gun spoke sarcastically. I just found it hard to believe that he recovered from chi deviation. It's certainly surprising. You probably encountered a miracle, considering you suffered from chi deviation for 3 years and found no way to recover, Chusang said while giving Mu-Gun a sharp gaze. I'll leave it to your imagination. Chusang's cheeks twitched at Mu-Gun's insincere response. However, he didn't pry further. On the other hand, Yeonsu and Xiala couldn't take their eyes off Mu-Gun. Even before he suffered from chi deviation, Mu-Gun was already popular among the ladies of the 10 great clans rising stars due to his outstanding martial arts and good looks. That was one of the reasons Baek Jinwoon and Tae Mu-Gang envied Mu-Gun. However, now that Mu-Gun had awakened from his previous reincarnation, he gained an outstanding aura. Moreover, he started exuding a prince-like sensation since he had reached the absolute realm. Hence, he possessed the perfect weapon to captivate the hearts of women. Yeonsu and Xialah's hearts seemed to sink with a thud at the sight of Mu-Gun, who had become more attractive. Having been interested in him since way before, they wanted to talk to Mu-Gun, but they couldn't say anything because they were so nervous. Mu-Gun smiled softly and greeted the 2 ladies who couldn't take their eyes off him. It's been a while. Have you been well? You both have gotten a lot prettier since the last time we met. Yeonsu and Xialah's faces flushed red at Mu-Gun's greeting. Are you feeling better now? I was so worried when I heard you were suffering from chi deviation, brother Mu-Gun. Me, too. I'm so happy to see you in such good health. Yeonsu and Xiala replied as if they were competing against each other. Thank you. As Mu-Gun smiled, their faces turned even redder. Zhou Baiyan, who was next to Mu-Gun, pouted in dissatisfaction upon witnessing the scene. However, it was nowhere near what Yongtae and Chusang were feeling. They looked irritated. They didn't like Mu-Gun that much, so they found it impossible to be happy about their younger sisters being head over heels for him. They glared fiercely at their sisters to stop them from staring at Mu-Gun. Feeling a prick of conscience, Yeonsu and Xiala averted their gazes away from Mu-Gun. However, they couldn't help shifting their eyes back toward him even after that. In the meantime, Shim Okwan of the Clear Sun sect, Dam Wukyung of the Iron Palm sect, and Mei Jianghyun of the Mei household entered the Wind Banquet Hall with Jinwoon of the Baek Sword Manor in the lead. Jinwoon's sister Baek So-gun, Okwan's brother Shim Cheol-wan, Wukyung's brother Dam Sa-mai-yong, and Jianghyun's sister Mei Yakran came with them. After exchanging formal greetings with Mu-Gang, the host of the banquet, and entering the Wind Banquet Hall, they were immediately amazed by the sight of Mu-Gun sitting inside. Who's this? Isn't this the young sword dragon who suddenly disappeared 3 years ago? Jinwoon made a provocative remark using the nickname that was given to Mu-Gun in the past. I tried to live a secluded life as much as I could, but someone who doesn't know their place kept acting wildly while I was away, so I came out of curiosity. Jinwoon frowned. He knew Mu-Gun was talking about him. You're still as arrogant as ever. I wonder if your skills remain the same as well. They're good enough to teach a stinging lesson to those who don't know their place. Jinwoon's eyes grew fierce at Mu-Gun's response, but Mu-Gun didn't avoid his glare. Sparks seemed to be flying from their locked gazes. Ahem, it's been a while since we've met, so should we really start a war of nerves now? Don't ruin the atmosphere for useless reasons and just sit down. Mu-Gang, the host of the banquet, intervened. That's right, Mu-Gun came for the first time in a long time, so let's just drink in a good mood today. Cho Won-Yi stepped in between them as well. Only then did Jinwoon stop glaring. Fine. We can do this some other day. Jinwoon shrugged. When Jinwoon stopped glaring, Mu-Gun also naturally stopped making eye contact with him. Now, don't just stand around like that, everyone. Have a seat. At Mu-Gang's remarks, the people standing found their seats and sat down. As everyone sat down, Mu-Gang, sitting at the seat of honor since he was the banquet's organizer, stood up. First of all, I would like to thank you all for attending the banquet. It's been a while since we've seen each other, so let's just think about having fun today. We've prepared as much alcohol as required, so you don't have to worry about that. Do you think all alcohol is the same? It can only be called alcohol if it's at least one of the 10 finest liquors of the Central Plains, Jinwoon arrogantly said, intending to make the Baek Sword Manor stand out by showing that the Wind Saber sect was financially inferior to the Baek Sword Manor. The 10 finest liquors of the Central Plains were as expensive as their fame. It would require an exorbitant amount of money to buy enough of them. Jinwoon thought it would be impossible with the Wind Saber sect's finances. Haha, the 10 finest liquors of the Central Plains is indeed great, but wouldn't any liquor be just as fine if it's shared like-minded friends? Mu-Gang shrugged off Jinwoon's words. You're serving guests, however, so you have to show some sincerity. It can't be helped if you couldn't prepare it because your finances can't handle it, though. Jinwoon blatantly denigrated the Wind Saber sect. Well, I think it's better to be self-sufficient with one's own resources than be a clan that gained riches through the financial support of their wives' family, no longer holding back, Mu-Gang rebutted. Ha, calling yourselves self-sufficient sounds grand, but in truth, you just don't have any in-laws with that sort of financial capabilities, do you? It's also a part of one's capabilities to have such great in-laws, Jinwoon sneered. I wonder if that's the case. Mu-Gun, who was listening quietly to their conversation, intervened. What? Since the early times, there has been no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Getting financial support from the Hangzhou Merchant Company at no cost means they could easily sway the Baek Sword Manor. After all, Hangzhou Merchant Company cutting off their financial support would threaten the Baek Sword Manor's finances. To prevent that, the latter would have no choice but to comply with the former's requests. Perhaps that sort of incident has already even happened. Jinwoon's expression hardened, unable to stop himself from feeling bitter. It hadn't been that long since Baek Sword Manor was left with no other choice but to accept a request from the Hangzhou Merchant Company. They tried to harm someone who came to the Myth Vault to withdraw money and, as a result, suffered considerable damage. However, Jinwoon pretended not to be affected by it at all. N/O/vel/b//jn.c//om. Do you think we haven't thought that far? We won't be swayed by the financial power of the Hangzhou Merchant Company. Keep your needless worrying to yourself. I'm glad to hear that, then. Anyway, let's stop talking about the same thing over and over again and just drink merrily. As Tae Mu-Gang said, what matters is who you share a drink with. No matter how great the liquor is, it wouldn't taste good if drank with a snobbish guy, would it? On the contrary, even cheap bamboo leaf wine would taste amazing if it's drunk with a good group of friends. What are we waiting for? Bring in the drinks. Alright. At Mu-Gun's urging, Mu-Gang nodded and instructed the servants to bring in the prepared alcohol. Since you're the host of the banquet, why don't you start by pouring everyone a drink? Should I? Mu-Gang moved without a single complaint at Mu-Gun's lead. The Alliance's rising stars looked at Mu-Gun in awe as he easily overpowered Jinwoon with words and led the banquet naturally, while the women thought Mu-Gun appeared even cooler than he already was. Their gazes on him were full of envy. On the other hand, Jinwoon gritted his teeth. He wanted to get even with Mu-Gun as he humiliated him. He doubted Mu-Gun had recovered all his martial arts even if he recovered from chi deviation. Moreover, he had made steady progress with his martial arts over the past 3 years, so he was confident that he could defeat Mu-Gun now if they competed in martial arts. It was impossible for him to openly challenge Mu-Gun to a martial arts bout, however. Hence, he had to show everyone that Mu-Gun was inferior to him in a different way. Jinwoon agonized over what he could do but soon came up with a good method as he watched Mu-Gang pouring alcohol for everyone. Using his internal energy, he would prevent Mu-Gun from receiving the alcohol and humiliate him in the process. Have a drink. Mu-Gang poured alcohol for Jinwoon last. For now, Jinwoon pretended everything was alright and accepted the alcohol that Mu-Gang had poured him. Mu-Gang had finally poured alcohol on all the attendees. However, his own glass was still empty. I'll pour you a glass, Tae Mu-Gang. Mu-Gun volunteered to pour alcohol into Mu-Gang's glass and said, you should make a toast as the host of the banquet. Mu-Gang got up from his seat to make a toast as Mu-Gun told him to. Let's drink to the Zhejiang Martial Alliance making a new leap forward. For the future of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Cheers! At Mu-Gang's lead, the other attendees repeated after him and raised their glasses. After Mu-Gang emptied his glass, the others chugged their glass as if they were waiting for this moment. That marked the beginning of the banquet. However, there weren't any specially prepared events. It was just drinking, talking, and having a great time with like-minded people. Mu-Gun actively mingled with the rising stars who attended the banquet. It was a sight that had never been seen before. Before his current reincarnation awakened, Mu-Gun didn't interact deeply with other descendants except for Ho-Gun and Won-Yi. From their perspectives, Mu-Gun relied on his martial arts and ignored them, so they didn't have a good impression of him. However, it was different now. Mu-Gun got along with them in a friendly manner. The 10 clans of Zhejiang's unity was required in reorganizing the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to revolve around the alliance leader. Forming a rapport through interactions with these rising stars was integral to that unity. Although initially unfriendly toward each other, they gradually opened their hearts and began to mingle around when Mu-Gun actively interacted with them. However, the rising stars of the Clear Sun sect, the Iron Palm sect, and the Mei household, all of which had decided to follow the Baek Sword Manor's leadership, refused to do the same since they were wary of Jinwoon. Mu-Gun led the atmosphere of the banquet until Jinwoon couldn't stand it anymore. It's been a while since I've seen you, so let me pour you a glass, Jinwoon told Mu-Gun with a bottle of alcohol in hand. I see no reason to refuse. Mu-Gun gladly raised his glass. Jinwoon smiled with satisfaction and poured alcohol into it. While doing so, he played a prank using his internal energy. He imbued his internal energy into the alcohol being poured into Mu-Gun's glass so that he would drop it. I knew this would happen. Mu-Gun shook his head as internal energy pressed down on the glass. He then exuded his own internal energy in retaliation. Mu-Gun's internal energy, which flowed backward along the stream of alcohol, began to heat up the liquor bottle held by Jinwoon with the Samadhi True Fire technique. Ack! Hot! Jinwoon lost his grip, the hot energy he felt from the bottle taking him by surprise. As the bottle broke, the alcohol in it spilled and splashed onto Mu-Gun. Even if you don't like me, isn't it a little overboard to put me in this mess? Mu-Gun asked in shock as he patted down his alcohol-soaked clothes. It's not like that. If it isn't, then do you mean to say that the bottle, which had no issues, suddenly became hot? Mu-Gun cut off Jinwoon as he was trying to explain himself. Flustered by the sudden turn of events and other descendants' eyes, Jinwoon became lost for words. He didn't know how he did it, but based on the circumstances, Mu-Gun clearly used his internal energy to heat up the bottle. However, he couldn't just say that outright. Considering he himself found it ridiculous even though he was the one who fell for it, would anyone believe him if he told them? It would only make him look weird. For now, no matter how humiliating it was, he had to apologize and step down. I apologize. I suddenly lost strength in my hands. I swear I didn't do it on purpose, so I hope you don't misunderstand, Jinwoon reluctantly apologized. Well, if you say so, then that's probably the case. I'll think of this as a mistake, so don't worry about it and just drink up. Rather than provoking Jinwoon further, Mu-Gun took a bottle next to him and extended it to Jinwoon. Everyone could feel Mu-Gun's kindness and understanding as he casually overlooked Jinwoon's behavior, which was obviously intentional. Furthermore, in contrast to Mu-Gun's broad mind, Jinwoon's shamelessness was embossed even further. Even though they followed the Baek Sword Manor, the Rising Stars from the Clear Sun sect, the Iron Palm sect, and the Mei household frowned at Jinwoon's behavior, which said a lot about what they thought of his actions. Jinwoon's actions to put Mu-Gun in trouble instead led to Mu-Gun garnering more attention and allowing him to set the mood of the banquet. Meanwhile, the Windsaber sect's Tae Mu-Gang, the banquet organizer, smiled triumphantly at Jinwoon's actions against Mu-Gun. Mu-Gang thought that the more enmity Mu-Gun had against Jinwoon, the higher the possibility of the Baek Sword sect siding with the Windsaber sect. In actual fact, Mu-Gang, just like Jinwoon, also didn't like Mu-Gun that much. He hated that Mu-Gun was getting more attention than him even though he was the host of the banquet. Furthermore, he felt annoyed that Mu-Gun alone grabbed the attention of the women in attendance. However, he couldn't ruin such an important occasion because of his personal feelings. Mu-Gang was willing to bury his own feelings whenever necessary if that was what it took for the Windsaber sect to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. In that respect, it was apparent that Mu-Gang was much more mature and calculative than Jinwoon. Throughout the duration of the banquet, Mu-Gang put in the effort to win Mu-Gun's favor. Mu-Gun, too, was favorable toward Mu-Gang unlike Jinwoon, who openly confronted him. Mu-Gun's reason was the same as Mu-Gang's. To unify the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, it was necessary for him to get the Baek Sword Manor and Windsaber sect's acknowledgement more than anyone else. Of course, they could just bring the Baek Sword Manor and Windsaber sect to their knees by force, but doing that would make it difficult to create the Zhejiang Martial Alliance that Mu-Gun dreamed of. Ultimately, Mu-Gun wanted to form a coalition in which the Baek Sword sect was the main clan and others served as vassal clans that supported the Baek Sword sect. For that to come to fruition, he had to achieve unity with the other clans. The Rising Stars attending the banquet would become the backbone leading the 10 great clans in the future, so winning over their hearts would be of great help in achieving the Zhejiang Martial Alliance that he had envisioned. The banquet lasted until late at night. The descendants had a good time playing various drinking games popular in Murim and chugging drinks due to the game's penalties. As they laughed and chattered with each other while playing drinking games, the friendship between the descendants deepened. However, even in the midst of all that, there was still animosity between Mu-Gun and Jinwoon. Even the descendants of the three clans supporting the Baek Sword Manor mingled more with Mu-Gun than with Jinwoon. Feeling a sense of superiority toward the three clans' descendants, Jinwoon had a strong desire to trample on them. They stood on his side according to their family's decision, but there was no way they would feel good after receiving such treatment. Unlike Jinwoon, Mu-Gun treated them in a friendly manner and indiscriminately, making it only natural for them to like Mu-Gun more. Hence, Jinwoon inevitably felt he lost more things than others in this banquet. The day after the banquet, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance patriarchs gathered together to discuss the pending issues of Murim and the operation of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Everyone probably knows now that the Jiangsu province's Great Sima family was a disguised force of the Azura cult, which is one of the factions of the Nine Celestial Demons sect. Now that they have revealed themselves, the other factions have also likely begun to move. If the Nine Celestial Demons sect's full-scale rampage is already underway, then our Zhejiang Martial Alliance will soon be put in an extremely precarious position. We should prepare countermeasures for that threat now. Baek Mu-Gun, the patriarch of the Baek Sword Manor, was the first to speak. How do you think we should prepare? Tae Gongpyo, the Wind Saber Sex Patriarch, asked. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance is currently only an alliance in name, but we do not actually have any system as an alliance. To efficiently respond to the 9 celestial demons' sex threat, we should first establish a solid system. What do you mean? First and foremost, we should elect a Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. The leader will be given strong authority, allowing us to respond in time during emergencies. In other words, you want the other clans to follow the orders of the clan elected as the alliance leader, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Individually, we, the 10 clans of Zhejiang, are just trifle organizations. However, if we join forces and share the same mind and goal, we'll become a huge force that even the 7 great families cannot easily mess with. Don't think of it as merely following the orders of the elected alliance leader. Rather, I hope you see it as developing the Zhejiang Martial Alliance together with the elected clan as the leader. That clan should be qualified enough to make the others follow them. How will we determine that qualification? Why don't we elect an alliance leader through fair voting by the various patriarchs? I don't think that's a good method, Baek Shinsang voiced out in opposition. How so? Cheol-gun asked with a frown, perhaps due to the fact that he didn't like Shinsang, who disagreed with him. If the alliance leader is elected by vote, factions will inevitably be formed within the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. It will only become a hindrance to our unity. Patriarch Baek has a point. Zhang Wenho, the Justice Martial Sex Patriarch, supported Shinsang. Cheol-gun frowned. How do you think we should elect the alliance leader, then? Aren't martial arts the most important criterion in Murim? You want to elect the alliance leader through a martial arts competition? Cheol-gun replied with a satisfied smile. Cheol-gun recently reached the upper peak realm by consuming a medicinal pill he procured through the Hangzhou Merchant Company. Hence, he was confident in his own martial arts and had no reason to refuse. It is an undeniable truth that martial arts are the priority in Murim. However, it will be difficult to lead the Zhejiang Martial Alliance with strong martial arts alone. Martial arts are certainly important, but the majority of the 10 clans of Zhejiang should acknowledge the leader as well. That would immediately establish their authority. Kong Wenhe, the Kong household's patriarch, raised a disagreement. Why don't we decide on the candidate for alliance leader by competing through martial arts, then vote on whether to acknowledge the candidate as the alliance leader? Gongpyo, the Wind Saber Sex Patriarch, suggested. What if the candidate is voted out? Dam Hwasong, the Iron Palm Sex Patriarch, asked. Why don't we take the first runner-up in the martial arts competition as the new candidate and vote again? In short, you want to appoint the candidates through a martial arts competition, then verify whether they're qualified through voting. That's right. That would certainly eliminate any backbiting about the alliance leader election. It would ultimately establish the leader's authority as well. Cheol-gun agreed with Gongpyo's opinion. If Cheol-gun showed overwhelming martial arts in the martial arts competition with 3 clans already on his side, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get majority support. Wind Saber Sex Tae Gongpyo was also confident that he could become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. He believed that although he had fewer clans on his side compared to the Baek Sword Manor, he would be able to win over the support of the 3 clans that kept a neutral political stance if he showed superiority through his martial arts. Meanwhile, Shinsang was at a loss now that the candidate had to gain majority support. He was confident in the martial arts competition. The problem was that he had to win over the majority of the 10 clans of Zhejiang. Would the clans on the Baek Sword Manor and Wind Saber Sect's side support the Baek Sword Sect? The Baek Sword Sect had a decent reputation, but it wasn't outstanding enough to change the minds of the clans that followed the Baek Sword Manor and Wind Saber Sect. At the very least, he could rely on his Absolute Realm martial arts. The Absolute Realm was a domain that garnered awe and respect. Showcasing it in the martial arts competition could move the hearts of the other clans. Now that they had reached an agreement on the basic method of electing the alliance leader, a detailed discussion on the agenda ensued. Electing an alliance leader isn't the only issue. The alliance leader's authority has to be clearly defined and thoroughly conformed to. Shinsang voiced his opinion, taking the initiative. I agree. There is no reason to pick an alliance leader if it's nothing more than a title. We have to give the alliance leader strong authority. Cheol-gun agreed with Shinsang, surprised by his unexpectedly active participation in the discussion. Since it was highly likely that Cheol-gun would become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, obtaining strong authority over the alliance would be advantageous for him. What do you mean exactly by strong authority? Gongpyo asked, suspecting that the Baek Sword Sect was on the Baek Sword Manor's side because of the perfect chemistry between Shinsang and Cheol-gun. We should give the alliance leader authority to arbitrarily move the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's forces. To that end, we should establish a united core within the Zhejiang Martial Alliance composed of our own people. Shinsang told them what he had discussed with Mu-Gun earlier. If the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's leader uses the united core for personal purposes, it will lead to a serious situation. We will have to prepare countermeasures for that, Mei Yoonghak of the Mei household said, expressing his concern. That could be avoided by giving the 10 clans of Zhejiang the right of veto. Shinsang calmly and immediately came up with a countermeasure. How do we use that right? Each clan has to be notified in advance before the Zhejiang Martial Alliance can mobilize the forces. If the majority of the 10 clans use the right of veto, the leader's right to mobilize the forces will be restricted. Wouldn't that interfere with quick decision-making? During emergencies, we won't have time to give advance notices and decide whether to proceed or not. Kang Won-hee, the Kang household's patriarch, raised a question. Giving the alliance leader the full authority to respond quickly in urgent situations will likely make up for that. Of course, the 10 clans of Zhejiang's consent should be required when granting full authority. Setting up a Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps and dispatching our own forces will be quite expensive. How are we going to cover that cost? Hwasong, the Iron Palm Sect's patriarch, added. How about the clan elected as the alliance leader pay 30% of the funds required, and the remaining 9 clans share the burden of the other 70%? This time again, Chinseng expressed his opinion without hesitation. Isn't it too unfair for the alliance leader to pay 30% of the cost? Gongpyo raised his disagreement with a dissatisfied look. The Windsaber sect, which wasn't financially well-funded, couldn't help but find it burdensome to pay 30% of the funds. Of course, they'd only have to pay it if they actually became the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Isn't it only right to take responsibility for that, considering the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader will possess authority on various matters? If you are not willing to take on that much responsibility, you shouldn't desire the position in the first place. What Patriarch Baek said is reasonable. As the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, you should set an example to lead the other clans. Cheol-gun supported Chinseng. Cheol-gun was exhilarated. Chinseng continued to offer opinions that were advantageous to him. In his mind, he thought that the Windsaber sect would be the greatest hindrance to him becoming the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's leader, but its weakness was its financial situation. Unlike the Baeok Sword Manor, which had the Hangzhou Merchant Company's financial power on its back, the Windsaber sect had to procure funds on its own. It wouldn't be easy for them to pay 30% of the funds for establishing the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps. Depending on the circumstances, the Windsaber sect could even step down from the competition for the alliance leader position. If they did, the Baeok Sword Manor would no longer have anything to worry about. As far as he knew, no clan was ahead of the Windsaber sect in terms of combat or financial power. The other patriarchs of the 10 clans of Zhejiang didn't raise any disagreement, which indicated that they agreed with Chinseng. Except for the Baeok Sword Manor and the Windsaber sect, there was virtually a very low possibility for the other clans to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Having the elected alliance leader fund a huge amount to establish a united corps wasn't a bad condition. After all, it would reduce the amount the others would have to pay. Since no one raised any disagreement, the Windsaber sect's patriarch, Gongpyo, found it hard to object. If he opposed it, the other patriarchs would only antagonize him. Hence, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and accept Chinseng's opinion. With a basic direction now in place, further discussion on the details continued. The meeting between the 10 clans of Zhejiang's patriarchs lasted for 3 days, and the reorganization plan for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance was finalized based on the election of the alliance leader and the establishment of the United Corps as a foundation. The decisions made through the patriarchs' meeting were as follows. First, the sparring competition for the alliance leader election would be held in Hangzhou in 2 months. Second, to ensure the sparring competition would be held fairly, the Shaolin Temple and the Puchuo Sword Sect would be requested to attend as observers. Third, the use of force is allowed against clans that refuse to acknowledge the result of the sparring competition. Fourth, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps will be established in Shaoxing, and the clan elected as alliance leader will bear 30% of the cost necessary for its establishment and maintenance. The other 9 clans will share the remaining 70% of the cost. Fifth, each clan in the Zhejiang Martial Alliance will dispatch an entire martial squad, numbering 100 warriors, to the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps. Sixth, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader will have a 3-year term, and the patriarchs of the 9 clans, except for the patriarch of the clan elected as the alliance leader, can veto the alliance leader's use of the combat force. However, in the case of an emergency, a quorum could delegate full authority to the leader, eliminating the need to recognize the right of veto. Seventh, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader has to prioritize the interest of the entire 10 clans of Zhejiang, which is a part of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. If the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader arbitrarily uses the power of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance for the benefit of their own clan, the patriarchs of the other 9 clans can unanimously impeach the alliance leader of their position. The detailed agenda decided through the patriarchs' meeting satisfied Mu-Gun. It was pretty similar to what he and Chinseng envisioned. The key was whether the other clans would vote in favor of Chinseng becoming the alliance leader. It would be too complacent of them to simply believe in their martial arts capabilities and hope that the other clans would vote for them. They had to come up with a clear plan to ensure the other clans would vote in favor of the Baek Sword sect. A surefire way would be to bring them over to their side through marriage. However, Mu-Gun had no intention of going through a marriage of convenience. The story would change if both parties liked each other, but none of the rising stars of the 10 clans of Zhejiang attracted Mu-Gun's heart. Ruling out the marriage of convenience, the best method was to show what sort of benefits they would gain if the Baek Sword sect became the alliance leader. If the Zhejiang Martial Alliance became stronger, the clans belonging to it would also be able to gain more benefits. Even just absorbing the territories occupied by the notorious sects in Zhejiang could give them tremendous benefits. The Baek Sword sect had to confidently show they were capable of expanding the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's power. In addition, the Baek Sword sect could gain more votes if they could help the other clans' martial arts grow. Hence, Mu-Gun intended to actively help the clans belonging to the Zhejiang Martial Alliance develop their martial strength. He ultimately planned to make the Zhejiang Martial Alliance a single united force centered on the Baek Sword sect, so it would be problematic if only the Baek Sword sect grew stronger. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance as a whole should improve. Mu-Gun was considering two ways to increase the martial strength of the other clans. The first was to improve their martial arts and lead them to achieve a higher martial arts level. The second was to provide them with the Medicine King family's medicinal pills to enhance their martial arts. Paying attention to the other clans when the Baek Sword sect's growth required immediate attention could be foolish. However, as Mu-Gun previously mentioned, he wanted to turn the others into the Baek Sword sect's vassal clans. If they became stronger, the Baek Sword sect's power would as well. Helping them grow would eventually lead to the Baek Sword sect's growth. Of course, everything Mu-Gun had done would go to waste if the other clans didn't want to be regarded as vassal clans, but he believed they would eventually end up following the Baek Sword sect. No, he would make sure they would. Mu-Gun had already expressed his thoughts to Qinsang, and Qinsang accepted them after much consideration. If he helped the other clans and excluded the Baek Sword sect, Qinsang would have never agreed to it. However, Mu-Gun's idea was to basically focus on the Baek Sword sect's growth while helping the other clans grow as well. Mu-Gun decided to prioritize developing the Justice Martial sect and the Flying Lance sect since they had an amicable relationship with the Baek Sword sect. Nevertheless, even if Mu-Gun offered to help grow their martial strength, all this would only be possible if the other party accepted his help. From the other clan's perspective, his offer would likely sound absurd. What could Mu-Gun even do to help them improve? They would feel offended as well and could even think that he was looking down on them. He had to approach the clans that wouldn't misunderstand his true intention first, which was why he chose the Justice Martial sect and the Flying Lance sect. They were both relatively friendly with the Baek Sword sect. The Justice Martial sect and the Flying Lance sect could naturally still find it absurd and offensive, but there was more room for communication with them compared to the other clans. As long as Mu-Gun do a great job in persuading them, they would likely understand. Mu-Gun had such overwhelming martial arts anyway that they would have no choice but to understand. If he displayed overwhelming martial arts before explaining and convincing the Zhejiang Martial Alliance about the way forward, they would likely trust Mu-Gun and the Baek Sword sect. As a result, they would be willing to leave the task of improving their martial arts to Mu-Gun. In addition, it would also be easier to persuade the other clans if the Justice Martial sect and the Flying Lance sect's skills stood out in the sparring competition after being enhanced through an improved martial art and the Medicine King family's medicinal pills. After the discussion on the election of the alliance leader, the 10 clans of Zhejiang were given some time to develop friendships with each other for 7 days. During that time, the 10 clans of Zhejiang interacted with the other families and sects as they desired. The Baek Sword Manor and the Wind Saber sect supervised the clans already on their side while making an effort to recruit the 3 clans that remained neutral. In the midst of all that, Mu-Gun visited the side building where the Justice Martial sect was staying. "You're here?" Zhang Ho-Gun welcomed Baek Mu-Gun. During the 3-day-long meeting of the 10 clans of Zhejiang's patriarchs, Mu-Gun spent time with Ho-Gun and Zhou Wenyi. "Yes. Is Uncle Zhang inside?" "He is." "Why are you looking for my father?" "I have something to tell him." "Something to tell my father?" "Yes, so please tell him I wish to have an audience with him." "What is it about?" "You kids don't have to know. Do you want to die? You can hear it directly from Uncle Zhang later, so hurry up and inform him of my arrival." "Fine. Wait here." Ho-Gun immediately went to his father and delivered Mu-Gun's words. Zhang Wenho, Ho-Gun's father, was surprised but decided to meet Mu-Gun anyway. Ho-Gun guided Mu-Gun into Wenho's room. "Thank you for accepting my sudden request." "It's fine. Why did you ask to see me?" "I have a proposal for you, Uncle Zhang." "A proposal? What is it?" "I hope that the Justice Martial sect will support the Baek Sword sect as the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. It would be understandable if this was coming from elder brother Qinsang, but it's honestly unpleasant to hear that from you. I'm sorry if I offended you. However, I'm here in my father's stead because there are a lot of prying eyes, so please overlook this and understand." Wenho nodded at Mu-Gun's reply. The Baek Sword Manor and the Wind Saber sect were paying keen attention to whether the other clans would aim for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader position. From where Baek Qinsang stood, he had to pay attention not to let the others find out that he desired it. Hence, Wenho could understand that Qinsang sent Mu-Gun instead of visiting himself. "I was surprised to see elder brother Qinsang actively expressing his opinion at the patriarchs meeting, but I didn't expect he had this in mind. Still, even if the Justice Martial sect wants to support the Baek Sword sect, wouldn't it be of no use if elder brother Qinsang doesn't win in the sparring competition? You don't have to worry about that. Father will undoubtedly win the sparring competition. Once he does, all you have to do is agree to my father becoming the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Moreover, we would be even more grateful if you could help persuade the other sect's patriarchs to support my father. You seem to have something to believe in, seeing how confident you are. Personally, I hope elder brother Qinsang can become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader instead of the others. However, as the Justice Martial sect's patriarch, I have to prioritize the Justice Martial sect. It'll be upfront. What can the Justice Martial sect gain from supporting the Baek Sword sect? It'll help the Justice Martial sect grow stronger. How would you do that? First, it'll improve the Justice Martial sect's martial arts. You're going to improve the martial arts of our sect? That's right. With all due respect, the Justice Martial sect's current martial arts can only go as high as the upper peak realm. To make matters worse, it's only possible to reach that level with enough talent and effort. Uncle, if you allow me, I will turn the Justice Martial Sex martial arts into an upper ascension realm martial art. Ha ha ha, do you have any idea how absurd you sound right now? You're going to make the martial arts of our sect reach the upper ascension realm? That makes me curious about how great the Baek sword sex martial art is now. If you can enhance our sex martial arts into the upper ascension realm, then you likely would have improved the Baek sword sex martial arts to the upper ascension realm long ago. You're right, Uncle Zhang. Our sex martial arts have already reached that realm. Can you prove it now? I am the proof. What? Baffled, Wonho looked at Mu-Gun. Mu-Gun smiled, then released and filled the entire room with the powerful aura that he had been hiding. Wonho's expression became tinged with astonishment as he watched Mu-Gun. He could instinctively feel from Mu-Gun's aura that he was at least in the upper peak realm. This doesn't make sense, Wonho muttered in disbelief at Mu-Gun's strength. Mu-Gun stopped exuding his aura, then told the still surprised Wonho, if you want, I can show you the Baek sword sex sword techniques as well. I can definitely see that your level is high, but that does not prove that the Baek sword sex martial arts have been enhanced to the upper ascension realm. I want to witness it with my own eyes. Let's go to the training hall, then. Mu-Gun rose from his seat and moved to the training hall inside the side building with Wonho. Mu-Gun stood in the center of it and used his aura to confirm that there was no energy source nearby. Afterward, he began to demonstrate the Celestial Moonlight Sword. The sword chi the Celestial Moonlight Sword manifested was truly amazing. Every time Mu-Gun moved his sword, the training hall was enveloped with moonlight. Before the moonlight's vestige disappeared, another filled the training hall. The scene made Wonho feel suffocated and as if he would never be able to escape if he was inside that moonlight. The sword technique Mu-Gun currently performed was on a whole different level from the Baek sword sex sword technique he knew of, yet still contained the Baek sword sex swordsmanship he was familiar with. It was clear that their current martial arts had been improved to the upper ascension realm. This made a question naturally come to his mind. Who enhanced their martial arts? Was it Baek Shinseng? Or Baek Mu-Gun? No matter how much he thought about it, there was no way only two people could do it together. To enhance an existing martial art, a great level of enlightenment was required. It would be pushing it too far to say that Shinseng and Mu-Gun improved the martial arts together. If they had the capabilities to do so in the first place, the Baek sword sect wouldn't have fallen behind the Byeok sword manor or the Wind Saber sect. If so, then it wasn't an existing member of the Baek sword sect. He was sure that an unidentified third party had intervened. Don't tell me, is the Nine Celestial Demons sect involved? Wonho suspected that one of the Nine Celestial Demons sect's faction was raising the Baek sword sect as a disguised force. What if they supported the Baek sword sect to take control of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance and use them to dominate Murim? It was terrible just imagining it. It was also very suspicious that Mu-Gun, who was a cripple until recently, suddenly recovered from chi deviation and reached a level higher than the upper ascension realm in such a short time. Wonho looked closely at Mu-Gun in doubt. He couldn't feel any signs of demonic energy coming from Mu-Gun. Mu-Gun wasn't wearing a demon seal ring, which was capable of concealing demonic energy, either. However, that alone wasn't enough to conclude that Mu-Gun and the Baek sword sect weren't related to the Nine Celestial Demons sect. If not Mu-Gun, Shinseng could be the one connected to the Nine Celestial Demons sect. Mu-Gun saw the doubt in the eyes of Wonho, who was looking at him. It seems that you are suspicious of me, Uncle Zhang. Mu-Gun's words made Wonho ponder how he should respond. If he expressed doubt now, it could give him away and alert the enemy. Considering you couldn't answer immediately, it really seems like you are. To be honest, it certainly could be suspicious from your perspective. Our sect, which was nothing special up until now, suddenly enhanced our martial arts. Moreover, I, who has been turned into a cripple by chi deviation, suddenly recovered and reached such a high level. I understand that this would not make sense. Moreover, given the current circumstances, you likely even wonder if the forces of the Nine Celestial Demons sect have infiltrated the Baek sword sect. Mu-Gun's words seemed to have completely interpreted his inner feelings, so Wonho confessed. It's just as you said. Can you prove that the Baek sword sect has nothing to do with the Nine Celestial Demons sect? Do you know the Heavenly Sea God sect? The sect of the Heavenly Seafarer, who was highly renowned in the past. That's right. You're likely well aware that our sect attacked the base of the Sea Dragon Gang and eradicated them not long ago. Yes. I found the inheritance left behind by the Heavenly Seafarer at the Sea Dragon Gang's base. My father and I were able to gain enlightenment through his legacy, and, through that enlightenment, we improved our sex martial arts. Is that true? You will believe me once you look at this. Mu-Gun took out a letter left behind by the Heavenly Seafarer and showed it to Wonho. Predicting that this sort of situation would arise, Mu-Gun had forged a letter from the Heavenly Seafarer in advance so that it could be used as evidence to back up his words. As expected, Wonho couldn't help but believe him when he saw the letter the Heavenly Seafarer left behind. It seems I was suspicious for no reason. I'm sorry. It's fine. I would have had the same suspicions. Thank you for your understanding. To sum it all up, if our sect supports the Baek sword sect for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader position, you will enhance the martial arts of our sect to the upper ascension realm? That's right. We are doing this not just to win over the Justice Martial sect's support. My father wishes for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to be a central force of Murim that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 7 great families. That will be difficult to achieve if only our sect becomes strong. All the clans in the Zhejiang Martial Alliance have to grow stronger, and improving the Justice Martial Sex martial arts is a step toward that. Elder brother Chinseng's ambition is gigantic. It worries me that he could be dreaming too big. Since the early times, too much ambition has always led to ruination. I know very well what you're worried about, Uncle Zhang. However, if we don't challenge ourselves, we won't be able to achieve anything. The current Zhejiang Martial Alliance's power is insignificant compared to the 7 great families, but the 7 great families didn't start as strong and powerful as they are now. Hence, there is definitely a possibility for us to reach their level. You've got a point. However, the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families wouldn't want anyone to challenge their authority. They have no regard for the method and ways they'd use to prevent the other forces from growing and protecting their vested powers. If the power of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance grows and threatens their status, they will not leave the Zhejiang Martial Alliance alone no matter what. That could have been the case if the 9 Celestial Demons sect didn't resurface. Now that traces of that demonic sect has appeared, the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families won't be able to mess with the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. For the sake of fighting the 9 Celestial Demons sect, they have to value Murim's strength, even if just by a little bit. You're right. I didn't think that far ahead. Wonho immediately acknowledged Mu-Gun's opinion. Will you stand on the Baek Sword sect's side, Uncle Zhang? Do I have to make a decision right now? No, but if you think about the enhancement of your sex martial arts, the sooner you decide, the better. There's certainly no need to waste time for no reason. As of today, the Justice Martial sect will support the Baek Sword sect for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader position, and we promise to make every effort to make that happen. You will not regret your decision. To improve the Justice Martial sect's martial arts as promised, I first have to understand the Justice Martial sect's martial arts. Will that be fine with you? Wonho momentarily hesitated to answer Mu-Gun's question. The Baek Sword sect's martial arts were at a much higher level than the Justice Martial sect's, so they wouldn't covet the Justice Martial sect's martial arts. However, martial art superiority aside, showing every single aspect of their sex martial art to Mu-Gun would be akin to showing their hand to their opponents in a game of poker.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. If the Baek Sword sect had ill intentions, they could formulate a method to render the Justice Martial sect's martial arts useless. It would basically mean that the Baek Sword sect would be holding on to the Justice Martial sect's fatal weakness. If that happened, the Justice Martial sect would be forced to be absolutely inferior to the Baek Sword sect in terms of martial arts. On the other hand, could the Justice Martial sect stand on an equal footing with the Baek Sword sect if they didn't expose their martial arts and refused the Baek Sword sect's offer to enhance it? Having seen the Celestial Moonlight Sword Mu-Gun demonstrated a while ago, Wonho knew that it was highly unlikely. The Justice Martial sect was no match for the Baek Sword sect. If the results were the same anyway, it would be much better to accept the Baek Sword sect's help and enhance their martial arts. Then, at the very least, the Justice Martial sect would be able to secure the upper hand in terms of martial arts against the other clans. I have decided to entrust the Justice Martial sect's fate to the Baek Sword sect, so what's there to not be fine with? Do you want me to show it to you now? Wonho asked, having made up his mind. Yes, I'd very much appreciate it. First of all, I will explain to you our internal energy cultivation method. Wonho began to explain the scriptures and application method of the Sunlight Origin Cultivation Method's Justice Martial sect's internal energy cultivation method. One explanation was enough for Mu-Gun to memorize all of its scriptures and application methods. Amazed by Mu-Gun's comprehension ability, Wonho continued explaining the steps and the internal energy application method of the 12 Pure Sun Blades, which was a sword art that complemented the Sunlight Origin cultivation method. This time too, Mu-Gun memorized its steps and the internal energy application method in just one explanation. How long will it take to enhance our martial arts? I'll be able to finish improving it in 3 days at the earliest. After listening to Wonho's explanation of the internal energy scriptures and the steps of the Sunlight Origin cultivation method and the 12 Pure Sun Blades respectively, Mu-Gun decided on the direction he wanted to take in enhancing the Justice Martial sect's martial arts. The Sunlight Origin cultivation method and the 12 Pure Sun Blades focused on the characteristic of the sun. Hence, incorporating the fire element into it would allow it to grow exceptionally stronger. Adding special attributes to an ordinary martial art was not as easy as it sounded. However, Mu-Gun, who had learned from watching various martial arts through his multiple past lives, could accomplish such a feat. Mu-Gun decided to add the essence and principle of the 9 revolving fire art and the 9 sky-shaking fire blades, which he had learned in his previous life, to the Sunlight Origin cultivation method and the 12 Pure Sun Blades, which would serve as foundations. The 9 revolving fire art and the 9 sky-shaking fire blades were the ultimate arts of the Vermilion Fire sect, which the Hellblood Demon sect had wiped out. The Vermilion Fire sect's patriarch handed down the Vermilion Fire sect's martial arts to Mu-Gun just before his death and requested him to continue their sect's legacy. However, betrayed by the 7 saints in his past life, Mu-Gun failed to fulfill the request of the Vermilion Fire sect's patriarch. Therefore, Mu-Gun intended to pass down their martial arts and continue their legacy in this reincarnation instead if a suitable person appeared. Although it bothered him a little to use the essence and principle of the Vermilion Fire sect's martial arts without permission for the sake of enhancing the Justice Martial sect's martial art, he decided to think of it as a price to pay for continuing the Vermilion Fire sect's legacy. In any case, He thought he could quickly complete the revamped martial arts of the Justice martial sect once he had incorporated the essence and principle of the Vermilion Fire sect's martial art into them. On the other hand, Wonho, who was unaware of the process and details, was astonished to find out that the enhancement could be completed so fast. In 3 days? Just because I only require a short amount of time doesn't mean I will haphazardly alter the Justice martial sect's martial arts. You don't have to worry. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm just surprised that our sect's martial arts can be refined so quickly. That's because I already have a basic idea of how to improve the Justice martial sect's martial arts. Now, then, I'll be on my way. I'll visit as soon as I'm done with the enhancement. Alright. I'll be looking forward to it. Mu-Gun finished his discussion with Wonho and returned to the side building where the Baek sword sect was assigned. 3 days later, Baek Mu-Gun visited the side building where the Justice martial sect was staying and met Zhang Wonho. Come in. Wonho welcomed Mu-Gun. How is the enhancement of our sect's martial arts? I have completed it. Would you like to see it for yourself? That would be great. Wonho and Mu-Gun immediately headed to the training hall. Let me demonstrate the martial arts before I explain it to you. Mu-Gun unsheathed his sword and stood in the middle of the training hall. He then began to display the 12 heavenly flame blades, which were based on the Justice martial sect's martial arts and the essence of the Vermilion Fire sect's martial arts. The 12 heavenly flame blades could only be used at its peak by using it alongside the heavenly flame origin cultivation method, which was an enhanced cultivation method based on the sunlight origin cultivation method. Mu-Gun couldn't learn the heavenly flame origin cultivation method. Hence, he instead used the Heavenly Thunder Constellation Divine Art and tried to match the Heavenly Flame Origin Cultivation method's characteristics as much as he could before performing the 12 Heavenly Flame Blades. The techniques of the 12 Heavenly Flame Blades Mu-Gun demonstrated didn't differ that much from the 12 Pure Sun Blades. However, the power and energy they contained were in an entirely different league. Wonho's eyes widened when he saw the sword technique, which boasted a completely different level of power despite being a similar technique to the original. It wasn't just Mu-Gun's strength that caused the difference in power. Although the techniques of the sword art were nearly the same, they contained an extremely high level of internal energy application that changed their power. The Baek family's ability to transform the 12 pure sun blades into a sword art of a completely different level in just 3 days astonished Wonho beyond belief. He couldn't help but look forward to how much progress he would make if he mastered the revamped 12 pure sun blades. Mu-Gun gained Wonho's admiration. He stopped swinging his sword after displaying the 12th and final technique. What do you think? It's so amazing that I'm at a loss for words. There's more to it than what I just showed you. If you master the Heavenly Flame Origin Cultivation Method and the 12 Heavenly Flame Blades to the 5-star realm, you'll be able to imbue the Hellfire aura in your sword. As you may have already guessed, the Heavenly Flame Origin Cultivation Method and the 12 Heavenly Flame Blades are the names of the revamped Sunlight Origin Cultivation Method and the 12 Pure Sun Blades. Shocked about what he had heard, Wonho clarified, "Did you just say that I will be able to exude Hellfire aura?" "That's right. I focused on the fact that the Sunlight Origin Cultivation Method and the 12 Pure Sun Blades were techniques based on the characteristics of the sun, so I incorporated the fire element into it in order to maximize the martial arts power. Empowering martial arts with a specific attribute is difficult even for absolute realm masters. Your ability to incorporate the fire element into our sect's martial sects shows that the Baek sword sect's martial prowess is at an astonishing level. I managed to get my hands on a martial art containing the fire attribute in the Heavenly Sea God sect's secret cave. All I did was use that as a reference." Mu-Gun convinced Wonho with a plausible lie just in case it raised suspicion. Even so, it's still amazing. Even if you refer to a martial art containing the fire attribute, it's not as easy as it sounds to imbue the fire attribute to a completely different martial art. Are you the one who developed all the improvements to our sect's martial arts? Yes. Wow, I'm envious of you. I'd love nothing more than for Ho-Gun to be at least half as good as you. Don't say that. Ho-Gun's talent is already plenty amazing. If you give him proper guidance from the side, he will become a martial artist capable of making a name for himself in Murim in the future. While we're on the topic, what do you think about guiding Ho-Gun from the side? Do you really want me to? I'm ashamed to say this, but I think you'll be more helpful to Ho-Gun than I can be. Receiving your help would also stimulate him a lot since you're his friend. Won't he put in more effort as a result? I'm fine with it, but I don't know how Ho-Gun will feel about it. I'll explain it to Ho-Gun myself, so you don't have to worry about that. Okay. As long as Ho-Gun is fine with it, I will oversee him from the side as much as I can. Alright. Thank you. Well then, allow me to start teaching you the revamped martial arts. I'll be in your care. It took Mu-Gun 2 days to teach and pass down the Heavenly Flame Origin Cultivation Method and the 12 Heavenly Flame Blades to Wonho. While teaching Wonho the Heavenly Flame Origin Cultivation Method and the 12 Heavenly Flame Blades, Mu-Gun also gave Jin Maiyang, the Flying Lance Sect's patriarch, the same offer he made to Wonho. The only difference from before was that Wonho, the Justice Martial Sect's patriarch, stepped up to convince Jin Maiyang as well. In response to Mu-Gun and Wonho's persuasion, Jin Maiyang promised to support the Baek sword sect as the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Mu-Gun promised to enhance the Flying Lance sect's martial arts in return, so he asked for Jin Maiyang to show him their current martial arts. Jin Maiyang hesitated to tell Mu-Gun about the Flying Lance sect's martial arts at first. However, he changed his mind and began to explain it to Mu-Gun after hearing about the overwhelming power of the Justice martial sect's improved martial arts from Wonho. As could be inferred from their sect's name, their martial arts revolved around spearmanship. It had to have been questionable whether Mu-Gun, whose main weapon was a sword, was capable of enhancing spear techniques. However, that was nothing but needless worry. Mu-Gun handled various weapons throughout his various reincarnations. He had experience with not only swords and sabers but spears and bows too. Of course, just because he had used spears as a weapon before did not mean he could enhance all types of spear techniques. Performing such a feat required enlightenment on spearmanship at the very least. Fortunately, Mu-Gun's enlightenment in spearmanship was as high as his enlightenment in swordsmanship. In his 5th reincarnation, Mu-Gun lived as the leader of the Northern Gale Brigade, which conquered the immigrants in the north. The Northern Swiftwind Spear Art, which the members of the Northern Gale Brigade had mastered, was known as the greatest spear art of Murim. It was strong enough to terrorize the immigrants. Moreover, at the time, Mu-Gun's Northern Swiftwind Spear Art was at such a high level that no one could best him. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Mu-Gun's enlightenment back then still lingered in his mind. Having decided to incorporate the essence and principle of the Northern Swiftwind Spear Art into the Flying Lance sect's spear art, he began to revamp their martial arts. It took him 3 days to complete it, which was the same duration it took for him to improve the Justice martial sect's martial arts. However, even though he had completed the enhancement, it lacked an ultimate trump card like the 12 Heavenly Flame Blades, which could call forth a Hellfire aura. After much thought, Mu-Gun came up with a good idea. To be in line with the Flying Lance sect's name, Mu-Gun decided to add the element of the Flying Lance, which was a technique that threw a spear at the opponent. To create it, Mu-Gun reformed the Flying Golden Shield scripture and held a spear to test it. He invoked the Flying Divine Coil scripture, which was the revamped Flying Golden Shield scripture, and tossed the spear forward. Thrown into midair, it coiled at high speed, causing a sharp ear-splitting sound. The spear ripped through the air and accurately hit the wooden doll erected 100 feet away, causing a deafening blast. When the spear struck its chest, the wooden doll shattered to pieces beyond recognition. Even then, the spear's insane level of power didn't decrease. It continued flying for quite some time before falling to the floor. Despite being the technique's creator, Mu-Gun gasped at its power. It was a technique so powerful he wondered if he should actually pass it down to the Flying Lance sect. However, he soon stopped worrying about it. The Flying Lance thrust, which used the Divine Flying Coil scripture, was extremely profound and difficult to learn. The only reason it exerted so much power was that Mu-Gun was the one who executed it. Without talent and effort, it would be difficult to properly master the Flying Lance thrust. Even if the practitioner did have both, those were just the bare qualifications to learn it. Above all, the Flying Lance sect promised to support the Baek Sword sect as the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. He agreed to improve their martial art in exchange, so it was only fair to pass down the Flying Lance thrust to them. Mu-Gun met up with Jin Maiyang, the Flying Lance sect's patriarch, and personally showed him the improved martial arts. Jin Maiyang couldn't help but admire Mu-Gun's spear techniques. He was also very satisfied with the martial arts that Mu-Gun had revamped. He was shocked beyond belief, in particular when he witnessed the last technique, the Flying Lance thrust. Mu-Gun then passed down the Divine Wind Spirit cultivation method and the Divine Swift Wind Spear art, the revamped martial art of the Flying Lance sect. In the midst of all that, the final day of the regular meeting came. The next day, the 10 clans of Zhejiang would leave the Windsaber sect and return to their respective home. The Windsaber sect held a banquet that evening to wrap up the event. Unlike the banquet on the first day, the banquet held on the last day was attended by all the patriarchs and the rising stars of the 10 clans of Zhejiang. It was tradition to spice up the party by having a sparring session among the rising stars on the last day's banquet. The 10 clans of Zhejiang considered it a very important event since their position was indirectly evaluated according to its results. In short, the spar between the descendants was a showdown with the 10 clans of Zhejiang's pride on the line. Mu-Gun used to receive the most attention. However, during the 3 years that Mu-Gun was inflicted with Qi Deviation, Baeok Jinwoon and Tae Mu-Gang boasted the greatest skills. Last year, the Baeok Sword Manners Baeok Jinwoon defeated Tae Mu-Gang by a narrow margin. Except for Wonho and Jin Maiyang, who had already confirmed Mu-Gun's skills, the other patriarchs of the 10 clans of Zhejiang were curious about his ability since he made a comeback after recovering from Qi Deviation. Baeok Sword Manor Patriarch, Baeok Cheol-gun, in particular, hoped that Jinwoon would defeat Mu-Gun at this banquet and prove that their clan's martial arts were the best among them. Cheol-gun wasn't aware that Mu-Gun had bested Jinwoon at the banquet held on the first day of the regular meeting. Jinwoon purposely kept quiet about it for fear of being reprimanded. Jinwoon was concerned about Mu-Gun's skills since the latter could heat the alcohol bottle, but he tried to rationalize it as some kind of trick and not martial arts. Hence, he believed he would naturally win against Mu-Gun in a martial arts match. Jinwoon was determined to show everyone that he was superior to Mu-Gun through this sparring session. Still, just in case, he was more focused on martial arts training than ever during the last 7 days. One could wonder what would change from focusing on martial arts training for only 7 days, but Jinwoon managed to break down the bottleneck wall that prevented him from progressing further and gained a bit of enlightenment. As a result, he managed to advance beyond the first-rate realm and into the upper first-rate realm. Jinwoon's confidence rose enough to be convinced that he could defeat Mu-Gun. As he looked forward to his sparring session with Mu-Gun, the banquet continued. The Wind Saber sect prepared various performances for the banquet, so there was no shortage of events that spiced it up. The 10 clans of Zhejiang's patriarchs and descendants joyfully enjoyed them. However, if there was a beginning, there was bound to be an end. When all of the Wind Saber sect's prepared entertainment was over, Wind Saber sect's patriarch, Tae Gongpyo, stood up from the table of honor. He then asked the other patriarchs, "How was it? Did you like the performances? It's better than what I expected. I can see how much effort the Wind Saber sect has put into this banquet." Kong Household's patriarch, Kong Won, he complimented. "I'm glad to hear that. Now, why don't we take a look at the skills of the rising stars who will one day lead the Zhejiang Martial Alliance? I've actually been waiting for this. I'm looking forward to who will entertain us this time around," Mei Household's patriarch, Mei Yoonghak said, his expression filled with anticipation. What would be the winner's prize? It is a competition in essence, after all, so shouldn't there be one? Cheol-gun asked Gongpyo. Gongpyo frowned. Up until now, there had never been an instance where a prize was up for grabs in the sparring session between the descendants. Cheol-gun was aware of it, but the reason he mentioned a prize was that he wanted to embarrass the Wind Saber sect. If the Wind Saber sect failed to present a prize here, they would lose face. However, it was impossible to swiftly prepare an unplanned prize. In that situation, all Gongpyo could offer was money, but how much? For the sake of the Wind Saber sect's honor, they couldn't afford to pay too little. After much consideration, Gongpyo came to a decision. Of course, if I could, I would have loved to give a spiritual pill as the prize, but it's not easy to procure one, as I'm sure you're well aware. Instead, I will give 10,000 silver niang to the winner of the sparring session. All descendants, heed my words. The Wind Saber sect's patriarch has decided to award 10,000 silver niang to the winner of the sparring competition. Make sure you perform your best at this sparring session. When Cheol-gun spoke to the descendants, they all cheered. Gongpyo was furious that he ended up spending 10,000 silver niang, which was unplanned. Despite so, Cheol-gun kept showing off in front of the descendants as if he was the one who prepared it. The sight irritated Gongpyo. He hoped for Mu-Gang to somehow defeat Jinwoon so he could trample on Cheol-gun's pride. The sparring competition between the descendants would proceed in a last-person-standing manner. Last year's winner would be the first to participate. The descendants could challenge him, and if the challenger emerged victorious, he would in turn face the other challengers in the place of last year's winner. The last person standing would become the sparring competition's winner. However, not all the descendants participated in it since the rising stars who didn't want to join had the option not to. Normally, only 3 or 4 descendants participated. Those who weren't confident of beating their opponents didn't have to force themselves to join. According to the format of the sparring competition, Jinwoon would become the first participant since he remained until the very end of the previous sparring competition. Any descendants confident in beating him could come forth and challenge. Jinwoon did not glance at the other descendants. Instead, he was fixated on Mu-Gun. If you're confident, step forth. His gaze seemed to be challenging Mu-Gun. The attention of the people attending the banquet was focused on the two. Even the most tactless person could see that Jinwoon had called out Mu-Gun as his opponent, and if Mu-Gun didn't challenge Jinwoon here, it would be no different from admitting defeat. Mu-Gun chuckled at Jinwoon's provocation and stood up. Whoa! The rising stars expressed expectations for the showdown between Baek Mu-Gun and Baek Jinwoon, which was happening for the first time in 3 years. The 10 clans of Zhejiang's patriarchs were also very much interested in their battle. Would Mu-Gun be able to display his martial prowess from the past? Would he be able to beat Jinwoon, whose skills had improved in the past 3 years? Whilst in the middle of everyone's attention, Mu-Gun went up to the central stage, which was prepared for the sparring competition. Mu-Gun and Jinwoon stood opposite each other with 30 feet of distance between them. I thought you would run with your tail between your legs, so this is surprising, Jinwoon provoked Mu-Gun. Surprising? I have no reason to avoid you. Well, see how long you can keep that arrogant act up. Mu-Gun shrugged at Jinwoon's reply. His relaxed demeanor made Jinwoon grit his teeth. In the midst of all that, Tae Gongpyo, the organizer of the banquet, gave the two of them precautions and announced the beginning of the match. The sparring match this time is for the purpose of competing in martial arts, so sneaky methods like hidden weapons are prohibited. Hurting your opponent with attacks beyond a certain limit is also prohibited. Violate these rules, and you will be disqualified regardless of the reason. Now then, you may begin. As if he had been waiting for the signal, Jinwoon dashed forward and swung his sword at Mu-Gun's shoulder. In response, the latter stepped back gently and easily avoided his attack. However, he did not stop attacking Mu-Gun. Mu-Gun kept avoiding Jinwoon's offensive with slight movements, his sword still sheathed. Frowning at the sight, Jinwoon unleashed even more of his internal energy. In doing so, his attacks became faster and fiercer. In response, Mu-Gun also made bigger evasive movements. Mu-Gun kept narrowly evading Jinwoon's sword. Mu-Gun seemed to be in a dire situation at first glance, but his relaxed expression showed that wasn't the case. His demeanor and insistence to keep his sword sheathed and just avoid the incoming attacks annoyed Jinwoon. Let's see how long you can keep avoiding my attacks. Seemingly overcome with anger, Jinwoon began to attack Mu-Gun with all his might. He even used an ultimate technique, which he should have refrained from using in a sparring match. As a result, Mu-Gun finally drew his sword. He could have continued evading Jinwoon's attack if he wanted to, but he had to unsheath his sword in order to win. Moreover, there was no need to provoke the Baek sword manner anymore. Mu-Gun, who had only dodged the attacks so far, went on the offensive as soon as he pulled out his sword. Rather than backing down, Jinwoon instead launched an attack of his own. It initially appeared to be a close match, but Jinwoon eventually began to be pushed back. He only lasted this long because Mu-Gun controlled his strength to conceal his skills. If he put his mind to it, he could have defeated Jinwoon in a second. Oblivious to that fact, Jinwoon clenched his teeth and put all his strength into somehow changing the tide of the battle. However, his efforts were far from enough. Let alone counterattacking, it was difficult for Jinwoon to even block Mu-Gun's offense. In truth, the outcome of the battle between them was basically set in stone. Mu-Gun could have knocked Jinwoon down, but he waited for the latter to admit defeat on his own accord. Jinwoon felt that his defeat was imminent, but he refused to admit it out of pride. Meanwhile, the 10 patriarchs present couldn't help but stare at Mu-Gun in awe as he overpowered Jinwoon. The strength Mu-Gun displayed made them wonder if chi deviation had really crippled him until recently. Ho ho, it's already amazing that he recovered from chi deviation. I can't believe he even made progress. The Justice Martial Sex Patriarch Zhang Wonho pretended to know nothing and just admired Mu-Gun's skills. I know, right? What on earth happened to him? Did he perhaps encounter a miracle? Zhou Jinmaiyang, the Flying Lance Sex Patriarch, asked, acting oblivious as well. I don't know the details, but it seems like a nameless stranger graced him, Baek Shinsang replied, acting like he was unsure either. It was a countermeasure done in advance to block out specific questions about the miracle Mu-Gun encountered. Recovering from chi deviation and even advancing his martial arts skills is a blessing in disguise. It seems like the heavens care a lot about the Baek Sword sect. I don't know about that. Considering the difficult times we've been through for the past 3 years, I don't know if the heavens really care about our sect. Isn't it fine as long as the outcome is good? Anyway, I'm envious. I wish my kid is half as good as him, Shim Sok-gun of the Clear Sun sect said with envy. They are all kids with a bright future. There's no guarantee that their growth will be stagnant until the end. We will only know what the future holds when the time comes. I'm saying this because I don't think it will be much different from now. Shouldn't they stop the fight now, though? The outcome of the battle has basically already been decided. Gongpyo's words made the other patriarchs turn to Baek Mu-Gun, who looked completely dismayed. Rather than just a simple defeat, he was being made a fool. This matter really hurt Mu-Gun's pride, considering he was aiming for the position of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Naturally, his anger was directed at the Baek Sword sect. He vowed to never forgive the Baek Sword sect for humiliating him like this. However, now wasn't the right time for this. That brat refuses to give up since he's usually burning with fighting spirit, so I ask for your understanding. As Patriarch Tae said, it's better to end their fight now, Mu-Gun said, forcibly managing his own emotions. Upon hearing his answer, Gongpyo shouted at the two people engaged in a spar. Enough! Stop the fight and step down, both of you. At Gongpyo's yell, Mu-Gun and Jinwoon stopped their attacks and stepped back. At the Patriarch's discretion, we have decided that Baek Mu-Gun is the victor of this bout. Baek Jinwoon, admit your defeat and step down from the stage. Jinwoon tried to protest, but Mu-Gun restrained him with a single gaze. Jinwoon glared at Mu-Gun once before going down the central stage. If anyone wants to challenge our victor, Baek Mu-Gun, step up on the stage, Gongpyo said while looking at the descendants gathered outside the stage. The rising stars couldn't readily step up to the plate. Rather, they were wary of each other. Even if they wanted to challenge him, they could only do so if there were a chance of winning. Jinwoon was already a difficult opponent to win against. Hence, there was very little chance of them winning against Mu-Gun, who overwhelmingly defeated Jinwoon. None of the descendants wanted to fight a battle that they were obviously going to lose. However, regardless of victory or defeat, there was a descendant who wanted to challenge Mu-Gun, a strong opponent. It was Dam Wookyung of the Iron Palm sect. Wookyung rose from his seat and went up to the central stage. As expected of you, Baek Mu-Gun. I might be inferior compared to you, but I will give it my all. Wookyung cupped his fist at Mu-Gun. I should be the one saying that. I look forward to this fight. Mu-Gun also cupped his fist in response. Let the fight begin. At Gongpyo's announcement, the spar between Mu-Gun and Wookyung began. Wookyung made the first move. He knew that Mu-Gun was far superior to him, having witnessed the battle between him and Jinwoon a moment ago. Once he allowed Mu-Gun to attack, he would no longer have any chance to counter. Hence, his best choice was to go on the offensive first. Wookyung gave it his all from the very beginning. Wookyung's right palm struck toward Mu-Gun's chest, unleashing the Iron Palm sect's famed ultimate skill, the Iron King Herculean Palm. As its name suggested, the Iron King Herculean Palm was a palm technique that focused on great power. Instead of defeating the opponent through elegant sophistry, the Iron King Herculean Palm simply overpowered the opponent through simple power. Physical strength was as important as internal energy when it came to using that technique. Those with a larger physique and muscle strength would be able to draw out more power from it. In this regard, Wookyung's physical conditions were the perfect match for the Iron King Herculean Palm technique. He was 1 head taller and almost twice as bulky as Mu-Gun. The great strength surging in his massive body further enhanced its power. N/O/vel/b/n.c/om. As Wookyung tried to strike Mu-Gun's chest, His palm force unleashed quite a domineering palm force. Mu-Gun swung his sword toward it, releasing a sword shadow that enveloped Wu-Kyung's right palm. If Wu-Kyung continued forcing his palm force, his right arm would be torn to shreds by the sword shadow Mu-Gun had unleashed. Wu-Kyung hurriedly stopped his attack and moved to the side. After escaping from Mu-Gun's sword energy, Wu-Kyung charged toward Mu-Gun again and extended his left palm. In response, Mu-Gun quickly turned around and swung his sword. He hit Wu-Kyung's left arm with the flat side of the sword to avoid injuring the latter. With his left arm pushed back by Mu-Gun's sword strike, the direction of Wu-Kyung's palm force was greatly redirected to the side. If Mu-Gun had struck Wu-Kyung with the sword's blade, his left arm would have been severed. That one move basically ended the match. Wu-Kyung was also well aware of that. However, he didn't want to stop here. It wasn't that he wanted to defeat Mu-Gun. He simply didn't want to miss the opportunity to fight someone with all his might. Can we spar a little more? If you wish. Mu-Gun gladly accepted. Wu-Kyung bowed with gratitude and stormed at Mu-Gun once again. Instead of launching an attack of his own, Mu-Gun focused on receiving and parrying Wu-Kyung's offense. Wu-Kyung could see that Mu-Gun was deliberately giving him a chance to attack as much as he wanted. A spar of this level wouldn't help him at all, so he had no reason to accept Wu-Kyung's request. However, he didn't accept to spar in exchange for a reward in the first place. He was continuing with it purely for Wu-Kyung's sake. Well aware of this, Wu-Kyung was grateful for Mu-Gun's consideration. Meanwhile, the 10 patriarchs, who watched the showdown between Mu-Gun and Wu-Kyung, were deeply impressed by Mu-Gun for knowing how to lower his skills to match his opponent. Martial artists at his age were usually busy showing off. They didn't mind trampling on their opponents if it was for the purpose of standing out. It was rare for there to be a martial artist like Mu-Gun, who was considerate of his opponent and spared no efforts to help his opponent grow. The patriarchs were envious of Mu-Gun for possessing a personality that was uncommon in people his age despite his great abilities. Of course, not everyone felt the same. Cheo-gun could not stand the fact that Mu-Gun stood out since Jin-Woon could be viewed as inferior to Mu-Gun. The sparring match between Mu-Gun and Wu-Kyung soon came to an end. Wu-Kyung admitted defeat after he ran out of strength and could no longer attack. Afterward, he thanked Mu-Gun. "Thank you. Thanks to you, I was able to unleash my martial arts as much as I wanted. It was really of great help. If you ever want to spar again, come find me at the Baek Sword Sect. I will always welcome you. You definitely said you'd welcome me. You can't go back on your words later, okay? That won't happen, so feel free to come whenever." At Mu-Gun's remarks, Wu-Kyung smiled widely and went down the central stage. Meanwhile, the descendants watching the bout between the two heated up in embarrassment. They refused to participate out of fear of losing in front of so many people. However, they didn't find Wu-Kyung's defeat humiliating or embarrassing at all. On the contrary, it was cool to see Wu-Kyung fight with all his might. As a result, they all began to harbor a desire to fight to their heart's content, regardless of victory or defeat. "If you want to challenge Baek Mu-Gun, the winner, go up the stage," Tae Gongpyo told the rising stars as Dam Wu-Kyung came down the stage. Unlike a while ago when everyone was wary of each other, 6 people, namely the Wind Saber Sect's Tae Mu-Gang, the Clear Sun Sect's Shim Ok-Wan, the Mei Household's Mei Jang Hyun, the Draconic Tiger Gang's Yong Chu-Sang, the Kong Household's Kong Yong-Tae, and the Flying Lance Sect's Jo Won-Yi, all stood up at the same time. Except for Byeok Jin-Woon and Dam Wu-Kyung, who had both already participated in the sparring, and Zhang Ho-Gun of the Justice Martial Sect, everyone hoped to spar with Mu-Gun. Ho-Gun would have many opportunities to spar with Mu-Gun in the future anyway, so there was no reason for him to step up. Gongpyo looked perplexed at the unexpected development. When the 6 of them stepped up at the same time, it was difficult for him to choose whom to go first. "How about the eldest goes first?" the Kong household's patriarch suggested. "That's a great method. Let's give priority to the older ones since there's an overlap of challengers wanting to spar. The oldest among the challengers, go up the stage." As instructed, the Mei household's Jang Hyun went up to the central stage and politely cupped his fist at Mu-Gun. They then began sparring. This time again, Mu-Gun dragged the sparring match to allow Jang Hyun to display the best of his abilities. Jang Hyun gave it his all from the very beginning and faced off against Mu-Gun. However, he couldn't even touch a single strand of Mu-Gun's hair. After giving it his all, Jang Hyun swiftly admitted defeat and stepped down. The sparring session continued after that. The Clear Sun Sect's Ok-Wan and the Kong household's Yong-Tae challenged Mu-Gun in succession after Jang Hyun. They, too, did their best, but they fell short of Mu-Gun's skills. Despite participating in multiple sparring matches, Mu-Gun didn't show any signs of exhaustion. It seemed as if he wouldn't have any issues even if he were to spar with every single one of the rising stars attending the banquet. However, due to time constraints, Mu-Gun couldn't spar with all of them. The winner of the match had already been decided anyway. It was interesting to witness Mu-Gun's martial arts, but the more the spar continued, the less they were inspired by it. In the end, Gongpyo put an end to the sparring competition with Yong-Tae as the final challenger after the other patriarchs agreed to it. The descendants, who had yet to spar with Mu-Gun, expressed frustration, but they had no choice. Fortunately, Mu-Gun promised the rising stars who expressed regret over not being able to spar with him that he would spar with them whenever they wanted as long as they went to look for him at the Baek Sword Sect. Since he didn't reject their request to spar, the rising stars had a favorable impression of Mu-Gun. Among them, some were so captivated by his overwhelming martial arts that they even thought of him as an idol. However, some were also jealous and envious of Mu-Gun, like Jinwoon. In any case, Mu-Gun won most of the descendants' hearts through this sparring competition. Meanwhile, seeing Mu-Gun's martial prowess began to make the Baek sword manners Cheol-gun and the wind saber sect's Gongpyo wary of the Baek sword sect. After all, they were aiming to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. They hadn't been paying any attention to Baek Shinseng's martial arts until they saw the sparring competition, which made them change their minds. The martial arts that Mu-Gun displayed were at least in the peak realm. In less than half a year since Mu-Gun recovered, Baek Shinseng was able to help Mu-Gun recover from chi deviation and made him a peak realm master. Taking that into consideration, Shinseng's martial arts could possibly be at a high level. It was also worrisome that the Baek sword sect still assumed a neutral position. Hence, they couldn't rule out the possibility that the Baek sword sect was aiming for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader position. Considering the Justice Martial sect and Flying Lance sect, which had close relationships with the Baek sword sect, were also upholding neutral grounds, they could have reached some kind of agreement among themselves. If the Baek sword sect gained their support, they would inevitably become a strong contender in the competition for the leader position. Of course, the Baek sword sect still had to obtain the vote of 3 more clans aside from those 2 to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Since the other clans supported the Baek sword manor and the wind saber sect, it would be difficult for the Baek sword sect to get the votes they needed, but that didn't mean it was impossible. Depending on the outcome of the martial arts competition, the other clans could change their mind whenever they wanted. That was what made the martial arts competition very important. They had to emerge victorious at the martial arts competition at all costs. Hence, Cheol-gun and Gongpyo vowed to devote themselves to martial arts training for the remaining month before the martial arts competition. After the regular meeting, the 10 clans of Zhejiang headed back to their respective homes. The same applied to the Baek sword sect, which was accompanied by the Flying Lance sect on the way back. The Flying Lance sect was based in Lishui, which was located between Jinhua and Wenzhou. On their way to Lishui, Mu-Gun passed on the Divine Wind Spirit Cultivation Method and the Divine Swift Wind Spear Art to Zhou Jinmaiyang since he hadn't taught those to them yet. Meanwhile, Ho-Gun moved separately from the Justice Martial sect and followed Mu-Gun. After hearing all the details from Zhang Wenho, Ho-Gun decided to follow Mu-Gun without complaint. Mu-Gun also examined Ho-Gun's martial arts, just as Wenho had requested. Mu-Gun passed down the Heavenly Flame Origin Cultivation Method and the 12 Heavenly Flame Blades to Ho-Gun first. Ho-Gun could not help but be surprised upon receiving the Heavenly Flame Origin Cultivation Method and the 12 Heavenly Flame Blades from Mu-Gun. It was a different level of martial arts from the Justice Martial sect's martial arts that he knew of. Are you really the one that enhanced it? If not, how would I be able to teach you? Are you really Baek Mu-Gun? What if I'm not? I knew you were talented, but being able to enhance a martial art technique is on a completely different scale. Even the high and mighty 7 great families' patriarchs won't be able to do this. I guess I'm much more impressive than those high and mighty 7 great families' patriarchs. This is crazy. Ho-Gun felt that it didn't make sense that Mu-Gun could revamp his sect's martial arts. Why are you getting hung up over it? Just accept it. If you assume that I am an extraordinary genius that comes once in 1,000 years, no, once in 10,000 years, then it's perfectly understandable. Fine, what a great man you are. Just as you said, what's the point of getting hung up over it? I don't know how you created such martial arts, but learning more outstanding martial arts is good for me. You're really Baek Mu-Gun, though, right? If you don't believe that I am, we can stop right now if you want. I have nothing to lose anyway. No, what do you mean I don't believe it? I believe you. I totally do, so just continue. When Mu-Gun reacted aggressively, Ho-Gun immediately turned submissive. Mu-Gun smirked and continued passing on the martial arts. As they left the Wind Saber sect and headed toward the Flying Lance sect headquarters, Mu-Gun finished teaching the Divine Wind Spirit Cultivation Method and the Divine Swift Wind Spear Art to Jin Maiyang. Having learned all the martial arts and discovering that Ho-Gun learned martial arts from Mu-Gun, Jin Maiyang asked Mu-Gun a favor. Like Ho-Gun, he wanted Wenyi to tag along with Mu-Gun and let him observe his martial arts. Mu-Gun gladly accepted his request. The Baek sword sect had friendly relations with the Justice Martial sect and the Flying Lance sect. If Mu-Gun developed their successors' skills by keeping them next to him, they would be grateful to the Baek sword sect, which in turn would strengthen their relationship. Above all, it would be difficult to strengthen the Zhejiang Martial Alliance by developing the Baek sword sect's power alone. The other 10 clans of Zhejiang also had to become powerful. If Ho-Gun and Wenyi, the successors of the Justice Martial sect and the Flying Lance sect respectively, could strengthen their martial arts through Mu-Gun's teachings, it would ultimately benefit the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Mu-Gun also personally found it great that he could help his friends. Ho-Gun and Wenyi headed to the Baek sword sect with Mu-Gun. Just like the case with Ho-Gun, Mu-Gun taught Wenyi the Divine Wind Spirit Cultivation Method and the Divine Swift Wind Spear Art, which was an improved version of the Flying Lance sect's martial arts. The Baek sword sect's group arrived in Wenzhou 7 days after leaving Jinhua. Upon their arrival, Mu-Gun guided Ho-Gun and Wenyi to the side building where they would be staying and visited the Medicine King family. Welcome, Sun Wupio welcomed Mu-Gun. How have you been? Besides not being able to sleep well because I have been concocting the spiritual pills you asked for, everything is fine. Haha, I'm sorry that you're suffering because of me. I'm joking. I take it you came today to check how many spiritual pills were made? Yes. How many have you produced? We've made 30 herb pills, which gives the user 10 years worth of internal energy, and 5 heavenly medicine pills, which gives the user 30 years worth of internal energy. Are there any spiritual pills that are more effective than the heavenly medicine pill? There is a divine medicine king pill, which gives the user 60 years worth of internal energy. However, the beast core of a divine beast or spiritual plant is required to concoct it. We could probably make one if we can get our hands on them. Otherwise, it will be difficult due to our current situation. I see. Can you produce the 100 herb pills and the heavenly medicine pills continuously? Yes, but it's not easy to collect the ingredients required for the 100 herb pills and the heavenly medicine pills. The maximum that can be produced in a month with the current manpower is 200 herb pills and 3 heavenly medicine pills. In a single year, that would be a total of 240 herb pills and 36 heavenly medicine pills. That was enough for the Baek Sword sect, but nowhere near enough if the other clans of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance were put into consideration. Can we not increase the quantity produced? With the Medicine King family's manpower, what I mentioned earlier is the limit. However, if we can transport the necessary materials for their production by air separately, we'll be able to slightly increase production. Could you tell me the ingredients required for making the spiritual pills? I'll make a list and give it to you. Thank you. How much do you plan to ask for the spiritual pills? Are you going to pay me the amount I decide? Yes. You won't curse me out later because it's too expensive, will you? How could I think of such a thing? I am already very grateful to be able to receive the Medicine King family's spiritual pills, so don't worry and just name your price. 1,000 niang each for the 100 herb pill, and 3,000 niang each for the heavenly medicine pill, Sun Wupiao suggested. Some would think that that was too expensive, but Mu-Gun thought otherwise. The suggested price was equivalent to a meager 100 silver niang for a year's worth of internal energy. On the contrary, it was actually a bargain. If the 100 herb pill and the heavenly medicine pill were released to the market, all the martial artists would probably rush over to buy them. Mu-Gun could see that Sun Wupiao set the price with him in consideration. Thank you for your consideration, patriarchs and wo.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. What consideration? I'm just asking for the price that I think is right. I would like to take the available spiritual pills with me. Would that be fine? I will send you the payment for the purchase of the spiritual pills as soon as tomorrow morning comes. I don't mind. I'll prepare for that right away. Thank you. Are you planning on leaving immediately? I'm thinking of having a cup of tea with elder brother Kong first. Okay, you do that. I will send the spiritual pills to Kong's room as soon as they're ready. Thank you. I'll see you next time. Okay. Mu-Gun left Sun Wupiao's residence and visited Sun Wukong's. Shang Guanbaihe was also there. They had recently officially gotten married. Mu-Gun drank tea and chatted with the Sun Wu couple. Afterward, he descended Mount Yandang with the spiritual pills that were prepared. Upon returning to the Baek Sword sect, Mu-Gun immediately visited Shinsang. Where did you go? You left as soon as we got back. I visited the Medicine King family. Are the spiritual pills ready already? Yes. I brought back 30 herb pills, which gives the user 10 years worth of internal energy, and 5 heavenly medicine pills, which gives the user 30 years worth of internal energy. We have 5 spiritual pills that can give the user 30 years worth of internal energy? Shinsang was startled. A spiritual pill capable of providing 30 years worth of internal energy was uncommon in Murim. The Shaolin Temple's small Taoism pill or the Wudang sect's clear effervescence pill had the same effect, but they couldn't produce more than 20 of those annually. Hence, it was astonishing that the Medicine King family could concoct 5 heavenly medicine pills in a little over a month. That's not all. We'll also be able to obtain 3 or more heavenly medicine pills monthly in the future. The Medicine King family's capabilities are truly great. How do you plan to use the spiritual pills, though? It would likely be better to give the 5 heavenly medicine pills we obtained this time to the 5 squad leaders of the Baek Sword Corps. Moreover, it would be great if we could provide 22 out of the 30 herb pills to the 22 members with high martial arts ranking in the Corps. That would leave us with 800 herb pill. Do you have other plans for those pills? With all due respect, I would like to give those to the people I'm training personally. I would also like to give one each to the Justice Martial sect and the Flying Lance sect's young patriarchs. Putting aside the people under your wing, is there a need to provide these pills to the Justice Martial sect and the Flying Lance sect's young patriarchs? If we generously provide them with 100 herb pill, they will realize our sincerity and be even more willing to follow our lead. We'll also benefit from the Justice Martial sect and the Flying Lance sect becoming stronger since we have a friendly relationship with them. Alright, I got it. It's not like 200 herb pills will significantly increase the power of our forces anyway. Thank you for your understanding. After completing his report, Mu-Gun returned to his own residence. Upon returning to his residence, Baek Mu-Gun found Baek Mu-Ok waiting for him. Elder brother, have you been waiting long? Not at all. Anyway, congratulations on becoming the winner of the banquet sparring competition. Thank you, but it's not that big of a deal. How have you been? I've been fine. Nothing noteworthy happened. How's the situation in Jiangsu province? As the great Namgyang family and Hebei Peng family occupied the great Sima family's territory, the Taiyun household and the Li household formed a coalition and are currently fighting a war of nerves with the two esteemed families. They took control of the Great Sima family's territory in the end, When the Great Sima family was revealed to be a disguised force of the 9 celestial demons sect, those two families gained a clear justification, so no one could stop them from taking over the Great Sima family's territory. Since the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families had united to fight the 9 celestial demons sect, the 9 prominent sects seemed to be keeping quiet about it. Are there any other clans that are suspected of being the 9 celestial demons sect's disguised force? None so far. However, we have begun a full-fledged investigation into the forces the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families find suspicious, so we'll likely get a lead soon. Well, there is a chance we won't find anything, just like in the case of the Taeyun household and Lee household. Wouldn't that be a big problem? That's why we have to find some sort of trace on them somehow. Are you planning on making a move yourself, elder brother? If I have to, I will. Anyway, let's think about that later. How's the recruitment going? We have checked the list of orphans given by the Heavenly Secret Hall and filtered out 150 people who meet the requirements. We're currently working on recruiting them. What about the recruitment's success rate? We should be able to recruit the number of people we want since about 70 to 80% of the orphans want to become martial artists of our sect. I see. When do you think it'll be completed? We will be able to bring them all to Wenzhou in 10 days. Got it. Don't be complacent and pay more attention to it until it's done. Understood. By the way, apart from recruiting and raising orphans, shouldn't we recruit warriors who can become an immediate addition to the Baek Sword Sect's combat forces as well? Even if we become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, we won't be able to properly assume authority with the Baek Sword Corps current members alone. You're not wrong, but that isn't as easy as it sounds. The only thing we can do to achieve that is to hire vagabonds. They're driven by money, however, so we can't expect them to swear loyalty to the Baek Sword Sect. It would be better to use that funds to nurture martial artists of our own than recruit those people. Mu-Gun had already thought about recruiting martial artists who could immediately contribute to their combat force, but he couldn't find any suitable methods. I'll try to see if I can come up with a way. That's up to you. It would be great if Mu-Ok could do that. Even if he couldn't, they wouldn't have anything to lose anyway. Also, when Mu-Ok hesitated, Mu-Gun looked at him with a puzzled expression. If you have something to say, just say it. You're frustrating me. Out with it. Mu-Ok shut his eyes tightly and asked, do you perhaps have feelings for Lady Dan? Mu-Gun realized from Mu-Ok's reaction that he had feelings for Dan Seoyoung. Do you have feelings for her? Yes. However, I am being careful about it because I feel like Lady Dan has feelings for you, elder brother. If by any chance, you feel the same way and are interested in Lady Dan, I will quickly give up all feelings for her. To be honest, it's true that I'm attracted to Lady Dan. However, there's no need for you to give up because of me. Just do as your heart tells you to do. Instead, no matter who Lady Dan chooses, we have to respect her decision. Even so, how could I compete with you for a woman, elder brother? If you really like Lady Dan, don't think about conceding for my sake. That would be rude to both Lady Dan and me. Will you still give up after all that? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I want, but don't resent me later on. I should be the one telling you that. Don't come crying to me later. That will never happen, Mu-Ok said, seemingly confident in making Lady Dan his woman. Mu-Gun could feel how much Mu-Ok liked Seoyoung, but he didn't have any intention to give up Seoyoung to Mu-Ok. He wanted the best to win her heart over. The next day, Baek Shinsang summoned the 5 squad leaders, including Baek Shinji, to give them the heavenly medicine pills. May I ask what this is? Shinji asked. It's a spiritual pill called the heavenly medicine pill. If you consume it, you'll gain 30 years worth of internal energy. Did you just say 30 years? Shinsang's words surprised Baek Shinyoung and the other squad leaders, which was only natural. Spiritual pills capable of granting 30 years worth of internal energy were rare and hard to obtain, yet Shinsang just said that he obtained 5 of those rare pills. Yes, you squad leaders play a big role in the Baek Sword Sect's development. Hence, I have decided to give these spiritual pills to you all. Consume them and work even harder in your martial arts training. Where did you get this spiritual pill? Shinji expressed his doubt. I can't tell you that yet. However, I promise that the source of these spiritual pills is by no means illegal. If you have any doubts about the origins of these spiritual pills, it's fine even if you don't consume it. I believe in you, patriarch. The same goes for me. None of the squad leaders, not even Shinji, had any intention of giving up on the spiritual pill. He was curious how Shinsang obtained such a precious spiritual pill, but he didn't intend to give up 30 years worth of internal energy just to satiate that curiosity. I know I don't have to tell you, but you shouldn't reveal the existence of this spiritual pill to anyone. Understood. Shinsang cautioned the squad leaders and sent them on their way. Afterward, he summoned the 22 highest-ranking members of the Baek Sword Corps and gave them 100 herb pill each. The act made the high-ranking members impressed by Shinsang's grace, causing their loyalty toward Shinsang and the Baek Sword Sect to increase. Mu-Gun also summoned his 6 followers and gave them 100 herb pill each. These 100 herb pills are only given to the highest-ranking members of the Baek Sword Corps. By right, you couldn't have gotten one. In short, you guys are getting preferential treatment and will have to train harder than the rest. Thank you. As you said, we will train harder than anyone else. The 6 felt a heavy responsibility for the preferential treatment they had received. Mu-Gun had given them a lot of things aside from the 100-herb pill. They had to show enough progress to satisfy him in return for what he had done for them. Being lazy and failing to meet his expectations would make Mu-Gun disappointed and forsake them. Not wanting that to happen, they could only do one thing to prevent it: train with all their might. They went back after solidifying their resolve. After his 6 subordinates left, Mu-Gun immediately called for Zhang Hogun and Zhou Wenyi but didn't give them a 100-herb pill right away. Hogun and Wenyi were still learning the internal energy cultivation methods he had recently enhanced from their sex martial arts and had to refrain from consuming any spiritual pills until they were familiar with them. Hence, Mu-Gun put off giving them the 100-herb pill and focused on guiding their martial arts for now. Besides sleeping and eating, Mu-Gun spent most of his time instructing the two on their martial arts. Under Mu-Gun's supervision, they were put through extremely intense training that worked them to the bones. They tried to appeal to Mu-Gun, complaining that it was so strenuous they were about to die, but he didn't even budge an inch. Mu-Gun lashed out at them saying that they should go back to their respective sects if they couldn't follow his training. However, he also enticed them by mentioning that there would be a reward if they could properly follow it. Mu-Gun's carrot-and-stick approach and encouragement left them with no other choice but to devote themselves to training. They initially kept complaining that they were having a hard time, but as time passed, they began to feel their skills improving. From then on, they started to train without a single complaint. Even though they didn't say anything, they were very grateful to Mu-Gun, who spent most of his days for their sake. He didn't even have time to train himself because he was busy guiding them. No one would go out of their way to guide others on martial arts so enthusiastically, even if they were the best of friends. Perhaps because they were grateful, they no longer complained and just silently followed Mu-Gun's training. 10 days quickly passed by just like that. In that short time span, Hogun and Wenyi's martial arts had changed beyond recognition. In addition to being able to comfortably use the newly learned Heavenly Flame Origin Cultivation Method and the Divine Wind Spirit Cultivation Method, they were able to execute the 12 Heavenly Flame Blades and the Divine Swift Wind Spear art without any issues. That alone raised their martial arts skills by a notch, which was proof that the martial arts Mu-Gun had enhanced were excellent. Mu-Gun was satisfied with the results. They endured difficulties as they followed his training. No matter how great he was at instructing them, it would have been useless if the students did not put in any effort. In that respect, Hogun and Wenyi were excellent disciples. Mu-Gun decided to give them the 100-herb pills he had been holding on to. After all, they had now mastered the internal energy cultivation method to a considerably familiar extent. As I had promised last time, I'm going to reward you two today for properly following the difficult training. What? Are you really going to give us a reward? I thought you were just saying that to intimidate us, Hogun said with a surprised expression. I'm not the type to make such threats. What's the reward, then? A spiritual pill. A spiritual pill? Like the ones that can enhance the user's internal energy? Are there any other spiritual pills besides that? You're really going to give us one? That's what I just said. You're dead if you're joking. Hogun found it hard to believe, and Mu-Gun shook his head at that sight. He took out the 100-herb pills he had kept in his pockets and handed one each to Hogun and Wenyi. Here you go. Is this really a spiritual pill? If you don't believe me, I'll take it back. That's not what we mean. Hogun and Wenyi quickly snatched the 100-herb pills from Mu-Gun's hand. What's this spiritual pill called? The 100-herb pill. Does that mean it's made of 100 types of spiritual herbs? Something like that. What does it do? Each pill will give the user 10 years worth of internal energy. 10 years? Are you sure you want to give us something so precious? Wenyi asked, surprised by the 100-herb pill's effect. It was burdensome to just accept it. I'm giving it to you precisely because you're you. Wow, Mu-Gun. Hogun and Wenyi stared at Mu-Gun as if moved by his words. Are you thankful? Of course we are. Train diligently and become stronger, then. That's what I want most from you. Why? You want to make us strong and make us do your bidding? How did you know? There will be a lot of work to be done in the future. Speaking of which, tell us what you're up to. Becoming the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader is just the beginning, right? You're drawing a bigger picture, aren't you? My wish is to make the Zhejiang Martial Alliance the strongest combat force in Murim. The strongest combat force in Murim? Do you really think that's possible, considering the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families are standing ground in that same world? It naturally won't be easy, but I don't think it's impossible. Whoa, you really seem serious. Shouldn't I have that much ambition since I was born a man? I want to make that dream come true with you guys. To be honest, I don't know about you, but do you really think we can accomplish that with our abilities? We'd already be thankful if we could avoid getting in your way, Wenyi spoke while mocking himself. He didn't believe in his own talent. In my opinion, the two of you are talented enough. Depending on your efforts, you can reach a high realm as long as you try. Just trust me and follow my lead. I will turn you both into masters no matter what. His words weren't empty. Their talents weren't extremely outstanding, but they were above average. If they worked hard with Mu-Gun guiding them properly from the side, their talent would be enough for them to become outstanding masters. You're not sweet-talking us just because we're friends, are you? Not at all. I don't know about anything else, but I have no mercy when it comes to martial arts. No matter how close we are, if you lacked talent, I wouldn't have given you a 100-herb pill or checked your martial arts. I see. We just have to trust you and follow you, right? In exchange, you have to do what I tell you to do. If you give up halfway through because it's hard or if you're just going to put subpar efforts into it, it's better for all of us for you two to just give up right now. I don't want to waste my time either. How hellish do you plan to work us for you to say such determined words? As much as I care about you two? What a wicked guy. If you say it like that, I can't help but want to do it. Just do it, then. Fine, I'll spare no effort in doing whatever you tell me to do, Won Yi said with a determined expression. I don't have any choice but to do it, then. However, you must never give up on us, Mu-Gun. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you don't give up, I won't until the very end either. Mu-Gun gave them a wide smile. Ho-Gun and Won Yi suddenly got goosebumps. For some reason, they felt like they were walking down a difficult path on their own accord. Upon receiving a 100-herb pill from Baek Mu-Gun, Zhang Ho-Gun, and Zhou Won Yi immediately consumed it. They fully absorbed the internal energy it contained through an entire day of circulating their qi. If they had used their previous internal energy cultivation method, they would have only been able to get up to 60 or 70% of its internal energy. However, they managed to absorb most of it thanks to Mu-Gun, who enhanced and increased the efficiency of their internal energy cultivation methods. Even though they only gained 10 years' worth of internal energy, the two felt a significant change in their martial arts. In fact, the increase in their internal energy allowed them to advance to the upper intermediate first-rate realm. Mu-Gun revamping their sex martial arts was also what ultimately allowed them to elevate their martial arts to another level. If they continued to devote themselves to training, they would be able to reach the peak realm a league beyond the first-rate realm. Ho-Gun and Won Yi became confident that they could really become masters, just as Mu-Gun had told them. That sliver of hope naturally led them to develop a desire for martial arts training. However, personal training alone would only slow down their martial arts growth. On the other hand, sparring regularly with martial artists of a similar level while also devoting themselves to personal training would allow them to accelerate it. N/O/vel/B/C/n.C//OM. Mu-Gun could act as their sparring partner, but he couldn't always be around them. They required an opponent with whom they could spar at any time even in his absence. Fortunately, they had a suitable sparring partner, Mu-Gun's 6 followers. Having advanced into the first-rate realm after consuming the 100-herb pill, they had become good enough to be Ho-Gun and Won Yi's sparring partners. The 6 would also benefit from this since the sparring's effectiveness could be maximized, considering they had never faced off against Ho-Gun and Won Yi's martial arts. Mu-Gun introduced his 6 subordinates to Ho-Gun and Won Yi. The two trained with the 6 white wolves and frequently duked it out with each other. As the young patriarchs of their families, Ho-Gun and Won Yi could have been displeased that they had to train with the 6 white wolves, who were only members of the Baek Sword Corps, but they didn't have such thoughts at all. Although the fact that Mu-Gun treasured them very much played a role, the 6 white wolves' skills were by no means inferior to theirs. Since ancient times, the qualification of a warrior did not lie in his status but in his martial arts. They thought the 6 white wolves were fully qualified to train with them. Ho-Gun and Won Yi did their best in their martial arts training. Considering they were training with the 6 white wolves, Mu-Gun no longer had to intensively guide the two. All he had to do now was check the results of their training once every few days and correct any steps they did wrong. They had to make their own efforts from now on, but Mu-Gun believed they would work hard on their own accord even if he didn't supervise them. He believed in their determination, and having the 6 white wolves around them served as a great stimulus to them. The 6 white wolves worked harder than anyone else on their martial arts training. If Ho-Gun and Won Yi watched them training from the side, they wouldn't be able to bring themselves to rest and would inevitably train alongside them. Mu-Gun hoped they would be rivals and compete in good faith with the 6, thus helping each other grow in the process. While Ho-Gun and Won Yi were training with the 6 white wolves, Mu-Gun visited the Ian merchant group. Mu-Gun had sent a visiting request a few days ago and scheduled it in advance, so he met Ian Yesang, the Ian merchant group's young mistress, without having to wait too long since his arrival. Unlike the male attire she wore before, Yesang appeared wearing an extravagant outfit. She even had makeup on. She was extremely beautiful, proving she deserved the title of Wen's House Greatest Beauty. Ordinary men would have shown signs of astonishment, but Mu-Gun wasn't impressed by her beauty at all. To Mu-Gun, she was just the young mistress of the Ian merchant group. She wasn't even a woman in his eyes. Hence, her beauty couldn't catch his attention at all. Long time no see. How have you been? Mu-Gun casually greeted her. Yesang frowned when Mu-Gun seemed to be completely unaffected despite seeing her dolled-up appearance. She dressed up today to waver Mu-Gun's heart with her beauty, only to have her pride hurt by Mu-Gun's gaze, which didn't seem to change in any way between when she dressed up as a man and when she dolled up. She couldn't reveal her true feelings, however, so she forced herself to smile and greeted him back. It's been a while. Thanks to the Baek Sword sect escorting our mercantile journey, we're doing well and haven't had any troubles. How have you been, young patriarch Baek? I've been doing well, too, Mu-Gun answered briefly. Why did you want to see me today? I came to commission the Ian merchant group for a job. Commission us? I want to buy medicinal herbs through the Ian merchant group. You want to buy medicinal herbs? Is it possible? Our merchant group does not deal with medicinal herbs, but we can purchase them through another merchant group that specializes in that trade. What kind of medicinal herbs are you hoping to obtain? There are quite a few that I'd like to buy. The larger the quantity, the better. How many kinds are we talking about here? It will be easier if you refer to this list. Mu-Gun showed Yesang a list of medicinal herbs that made her look puzzled. It had more than 100 kinds of medicinal herbs. Moreover, most of them weren't commonly available to purchase. Where on earth do you plan to use all these medicinal herbs for? The Baek Sword sect isn't trying to set up a pharmacy, is it? Do I have to reveal where I plan to use it? No, I'm just asking out of curiosity. If it's hard to answer, you don't have to tell me. Can you purchase the medicinal herbs listed? It won't be easy, but it's possible. What matters is what our merchant group will get by mediating the purchase of these medicinal herbs. We're merchants. Even if it's a favor for the Baek Sword sect, we won't move if there's nothing to gain. Of course, we'll pay the brokerage fee. If the Ian merchant group takes charge of buying these medicinal herbs, we will pay you 10% of the total purchase price as a brokerage fee. However, if you purchase at a price that is much higher than the market price, the fee will be reduced by half. Mu-Gun put out conditions in case the Ian merchant group tried to intentionally raise the purchase price to receive more from brokerage fees. Shouldn't you increase it if we buy at a lower price than the market price, then? Alright. If you do, I will double the brokerage fee. Great. We accept your purchase commission. However, it may take some time. Understood, but it will be troubling if it takes too long. We will try to be as quick as possible. We plan to continue purchasing these medicinal herbs for the foreseeable future, so please keep that in mind. Understood. Thank you for accepting our request. I'll be on my way now. Are you leaving already? Is there anything else you want to discuss? No. However, you're still a customer, so it bothers me to send you away like this. I appreciate the sentiment, but it's fine. Alright. Be safe. Mu-Gun immediately got up and left the Ian merchant group without showing any interest in Yesang, which hurt her pride greatly. If she could, she wanted to ignore him in the same way, but it didn't go as well as she wanted it to. Mu-Gun occupied her mind without her realizing it. She even wanted to look good in front of him. In fact, the reason she decided to take on the medicinal herbs commission was that she wanted to look good to Mu-Gun. Although she was also angry with him for not showing interest in her, she was even more furious at herself for caring about Mu-Gun and trying to look good in front of him. Let's not think about it. Let's ignore it. Yesang tried to divert her train of thought, but the more she did, the more Mu-Gun appeared in her mind. The next day after returning from the Ian merchant group, Mu-Gun headed to the Baek Sword sect's Grand Training Hall, where 123 orphans were brought over from all parts of the Zhejiang province 2 days ago. However, there were only 108 orphans now. The Baek Sword sect made sure to inform them that they would enter the Sea Dragon Archipelago and receive martial arts training for a period of 3 to 5 years, and they also mentioned that they wouldn't be able to leave the Sea Dragon Archipelago until they had achieved the desired level that the Baek Sword sect had in mind. They were then given a day to make a final decision. Those who were confident about being confined in the Sea Dragon Archipelago and undergoing severe martial arts training could remain at the Baek Sword sect, whereas those who weren't were asked to leave. As a result, 15 out of the 123 orphans gave up and went back to where they came from. There were 2 reasons why the others decided to remain at the Baek Sword sect. The first was that they admired martial artists, and the second reason was that not only would they not starve during training, but they could also receive monthly wages. All men wanted to become martial arts masters. It was no different for the orphans. For the general public, martial arts masters were objects of admiration. If they could become a martial arts master, they would be able to obtain wealth, honor, and women as beautiful as flowers. However, becoming a martial artist was by no means an easy task. There were few clans willing to take in orphans as disciples and pass on martial arts to them. The Baek Sword sect was a well-known clan within the Zhejiang province at the end of the day, so being able to become a part of it was a sweet offer for the orphans who admired Murim. The Baek Sword sect also promised to provide the orphans with meals and lodging if they were to become its disciples. Furthermore, even if it did not amount to how much official members earned, the Baek Sword sect would also pay them a fixed monthly wage. For these orphans, who had no place to call home and suffered to live day by day, those alone were enough reasons for them to remain. Mu-Gun entered the Grand Training Hall, where all 108 orphans gathered. This man is the Baek Sword sect's young patriarch. Everyone, greet him politely. Baek Jin-won, the White Bear Squad leader and the head instructor in charge of training the orphans in the Sea Dragon Archipelago, shouted at the orphans. 10 other instructors were selected to assist in training the orphans in martial arts along with Jin-won. We greet the young patriarch. The orphans bowed at Mu-Gun in their own disciplined way. It seemed like Jin-won had quickly educated them before Mu-Gun came. Raise your heads. The orphans did as Mu-Gun instructed. Mu-Gun took a look at the orphans staring at him in one fell swoop and continued. Nice to meet you all. I am Baek Mu-Gun, the Baek Sword sect's young patriarch. I understand you have all lived all your life alone in this world. However, from this moment forward, you are no longer alone. The Baek Sword sect will be your home, and the sect's disciples will be your brothers. Keep one thing in mind, the Baek Sword sect does not retain those who do not work hard. If you want to call the Baek Sword sect your home and family, you will have to work hard to prove that you are qualified. However, once you do, the Baek Sword sect will care for you and look after you more than anyone else. Can you all do that? Yes? Good. I will put my trust in you. We will leave for the Sea Dragon Archipelago immediately. Make the necessary preparations now. Instructors, lead the members you are in charge of to Wenzhou Port. Jin-won ordered the instructors as soon as Mu-Gun finished speaking. The instructors led their members to Wenzhou Port. Mu-Gun came with them since his eyes were required to pass through the Sea Dragon Archipelago's fantasy fog array. 2 ships had been prepared at the Wenzhou port. The instructors divided the orphans accordingly, having been informed beforehand. Mu-Gun boarded the one that would be at the forefront. Once everyone had boarded and a head count had been done, the ships immediately departed from Wenzhou port. They safely passed through the fantasy fog array and arrived at the Sea Dragon Archipelago a day later, and the orphans couldn't help but be amazed by the place's splendor. The instructors assigned them to lodgings that were converted from the buildings previously used by the Sea Dragon gang's pirates. 3 people were assigned to each room to allow the orphans to share their joys and sorrows and develop chemistry from the very beginning. This prepared them for the 3 absolute soul-crushing formation, a joint attack formation they would come to learn in the future. Each room was more than comfortable and large enough for 3 people to stay in. The orphans' new environment made them feel how much the Baek Sword sect was trying to take care of them. In fact, while they were on their way to the Sea Dragon Archipelago, some orphans suspected that the Baek Sword sect simply coaxed them and was taking them to a strange place. However, the Sea Dragon Archipelago and their new accommodations cleared away all their doubts. After being assigned to their rooms, the orphans rested comfortably for the rest of the day. The training began in earnest from the next morning onward. They underwent various exercises that were meant to improve their strength, agility, and endurance, ultimately building their physical foundations. The orphans struggled with the unfamiliar exercises, but they trained with all their might as per ordered by the instructors. Mu-Gun appeared to be satisfied upon witnessing the orphans training hard even though they hadn't gotten the hang of it yet. The Baek Sword sect's martial artist fostering project had begun. Baek Mu-Gun returned back to the Baek Sword sect after spending a night at the Sea Dragon Archipelago. He then called the other 4 squad leaders, including Baek Shinji, to the training hall to check their skills. Starting with Shinji, Mu-Gun sparred with the squad leaders one after another. Taking the heavenly medicine pill had a clear effect. They had improved significantly. Baek Shinji, Baek Shinho, and Baek Shinong were now on the verge of advancing into the upper peak realm. And despite being inferior to them, Baek Su-Kwang, the White Leopard squad leader, demonstrated superior capabilities around the peak realm. Baek Jin-won, who was dispatched to the Sea Dragon Archipelago as the head instructor, would be on par with Su-Kwang. Mu-Gun was satisfied with the squad leader's skills. His 3 uncles would likely reach the upper peak realm by polishing their swordsmanship and consuming the spiritual pill one more time. If they were lucky, they could even go beyond the upper peak realm and reach the absolute realm. To do so, they would require a high level of martial arts enlightenment. Hence, Mu-Gun decided to convey his deep understanding of martial arts to the 4 squad leaders as soon as time permitted. After inspecting the squad leaders' skills, Mu-Gun objectively evaluated the Baek Sword sect's combat forces. The Baek Sword Corps currently had just over 200 members. Among them, less than 20 were in the first-rate realm. The 7 great families aside, their forces were terrible compared to even mid-sized clans. In retrospect, the Baek Sword sect had a decent number of high-ranking masters. Within their rank were 2 absolute realm masters, Baek Shinsang and Baek Mu-Gun, and 3 peak realm masters on the verge of advancing into the upper peak realm. They might not be on par with the 7 great families, but their forces weren't far behind other mid-sized clans. Mu-Gun's existence, in particular, played a big role. His strength was similar to the combined strength of 2 or 3 absolute realm masters. Putting that into consideration, the Baek Sword sect's combat power was actually quite strong. Nevertheless, they wouldn't be able to become a powerful clan with only a few people. That was why the Baek Sword sect was trying to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. However, Mu-Gun had to find a way to increase the Baek Sword sect's power itself as well. Having been thinking about how to do that for quite some time now, he finally found a recruiting masters whom he had a connection with in his previous lives to the Baek Sword sect. In his previous reincarnation just before this, Mu-Gun met many martial artists and built friendships with them while fighting with the Hellblood Demon sect. He was eventually betrayed by the 7 saints, former patriarchs of the 7 great families, but unlike them, many warriors were loyal to their friendship. Among them were masters who moved independently instead of being a part of a specific force. The Sunset Sword, Jin Yusung. The Tempest Saber, Yang Xiaogan. The 9 Dragons Fist, Wang Rei. The Thunderous Wind Palm, Han Bak. Those masters were revered as the 4 peerless wanderers back then. Mu-Gun used to scour the battlefield and fight the Hellblood Demon sect's demonic cultivators with them. As they went through life and death together, Mu-Gun and the 4 peerless wanderers built a friendship deep enough to entrust their lives to each other. Unlike Mu-Gun, who lost his life when the 7 saints betrayed him after the final battle, the 4 peerless wanderers survived until the very end and were still renowned for their martial arts until the present day. If the Baek Sword sect could recruit them, the Baek Sword sect would possess the same power as the 7 saints in terms of masters. The question was whether Mu-Gun could recruit them, who were unrivaled even though they weren't affiliated with any factions. Mu-Gun was prepared to reveal the secrets of his previous life if it meant being able to recruit them. He believed that if they found out that he was the Heavenly Thunder God's swordsman in his previous life, the 4 peerless wanderers would be willing to lend their strength for the sake of the Baek Sword sect. That was how deep the loyalty between Mu-Gun and the 4 peerless wanderers was in his previous life. The problem was that he didn't know where they were located right now. After the fight against the Hellblood Demon sect had ended, they appeared in Murim every now and then. However, they had rarely been seen in the past decade. Some said that the 4 peerless wanderers were already dead, but Mu-Gun was convinced that they were still alive and were hiding somewhere, choosing to not appear in Murim. In his previous life, they were all in their early and mid-30s, so they should just be a little over 60 years old right now. Their status would have been uncertain if they were ordinary people, but they were masters with a high level of martial arts, so they should still be at their peak. Considering they had upper peak realm martial arts, it was unlikely for them to have become sick or died to another martial artist. In other words, it wasn't entirely groundless to believe that the 4 peerless wanderers were still alive. Mu-Gun decided to get the Heavenly Secret Hall's help in finding the 4 peerless wanderers, so he immediately headed to the Flower Honor Manor. He could have made a request through Baek Mu-Gun, but he chose to go personally this time because it was a personal request. He also wanted to see Dan Seil-Young again after so long. As soon as Mu-Gun arrived at the Flower Honor Manor, Seil-Young came to greet him just like before. Welcome. Seil-Young, who kindly greeted Mu-Gun, was still as beautiful as ever. How have you been? I've been doing fine. Please come inside. You're not even going to ask how I'm doing? Mu-Gun asked, sounding disappointed. I heard from the second young master that young Master Baek has been doing well. At least you still seem to be curious about me, considering you heard updates about me through Mu-Gun. Don't get me wrong. I did not ask. The second young master told me about you of his own volition. Does that mean Lady Dan isn't curious about news regarding me? What answer do you want to hear? Since you asked, I would prefer if you said you were curious. I don't think that's something a person who already has a woman should say. What should I do if Lady Dan is also in my heart? You're too greedy. But I am serious about liking both you and that woman, Lady Dan. Just because you are serious doesn't mean it's acceptable. I know that very well. I don't intend to force my true feelings on you. Rather, I just hope to convey them. I understand your true feelings very well, young Master Baek, so let's stop here and go inside. Mu-Gun went inside without saying anything more when Seil-Young drew a clear line. Seil-Young guided Mu-Gun into Chen Yuhua's room. Welcome. Have you been well? Yes, I have. Considering you came in person, you likely have something important to say. N/O/vel/b//jn.c//om. Haha. Hearing that makes me feel like I only come whenever I need your help. I apologize. Don't be. I know very well that young Master Baek is busy, so you don't have to worry about that sort of thing. Anyway, what brings you here today? I have a piece of information I would like to request the Heavenly Secret Hall to look into. What is it? Do you know the 4 peerless wanderers? We, the Heavenly Secret Hall, handle information regarding Murim, so how could we not know them? Do you want to know information about them? I want to know their current whereabouts. The 4 peerless wanderers have not shown themselves in Murim for the past decade. Even the Heavenly Secret Hall will find it hard to find them. I know. However, I came here anyway because the Heavenly Secret Hall is the only one I can ask about this. Why are you looking for them anyway? I will tell you the reason when you find them. So we have to succeed in this task first before you tell us why you're looking for them. Will you do it? It will take a lot of manpower and effort to find the 4 peerless wanderers. I will pay you accordingly for the trouble you'll have to go through. The Backsword Sect paid the Heavenly Secret Hall 100,000 silver niang annually in exchange for information. However, finding the 4 peerless wanderers was not part of that deal since this had no relation to the Backsword Sect. This was a personal request from Mu-Gun. Furthermore, as Yuhua said, it would require a lot of manpower and effort to find the 4 peerless wanderers. Hence, it was only natural to pay an information fee. Yuhua pondered for a while, then quoted a request fee. If you pay 2,000 silver niang as a deposit, and another 2,000 niang for each of the 4 peerless wanderers we find as a completion fee, we will accept young Master Baek's request. The deposit had to be paid even if they couldn't find the 4 peerless wanderers. For a deposit, 2,000 silver niang was quite expensive, and combining that with the completion fees made an exorbitant total price. That was how difficult Mu-Gun's request was. However, if the Backsword Sect could find and recruit the 4 peerless wanderers, 10,000 silver niang would be a bargain. To obtain such masters, Mu-Gun was willing to invest even 100,000 silver niang. Moreover, it just so happened that he had 10,000 silver niang to spare, which he had won as the sparring competition prize at the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's regular meeting. Mu-Gun decided to use that money to find the 4 peerless wanderers. Okay, I will pay 2,000 silver niang as a deposit. Mu-Gun immediately took out 2 pieces of the credit notes he received at the Wind Saber Sect and gave them to the Heavenly Secret Hall as a deposit. Each credit note was worth 1,000 silver niang. If I knew you would gladly pay this amount, I would have charged a higher fee. Haha, would you like to increase the price now, then? I can't do that. I'll simply charge higher next time. I should be more prudent with my next request, then. Ho ho, this isn't even a big deal, but I don't know why I enjoy talking to young Master Baek so much. Am I making a fool of myself? No, I also enjoy talking to you, Hall Leader Chen. Even if it's lip service, thank you. I mean it. They're not empty words. Can you visit me occasionally and keep me company in the future, then? I would be happy to. Thank you. On another note, I have an urgent favor to ask of you too, young Master Baek. Can you do it for me? What is it? As the Thunder God's successor, you likely know the origin of the Heavenly Secret Hall very well, don't you? That's right. As far as I know, the previous Thunder God's successor, the Undernsect's supreme monarch, realized the limitations of the Undernsect's information power and created an intelligence syndicate that specialized in dealing with information regarding Murim. That syndicate became the Heavenly Secret Hall. You're right. Do you also know about the Heavenly Martial Hall, which was created alongside the Heavenly Secret Hall? Of course I do. Wasn't it a combat organization created to protect the Undernsect from the other forces of Murim? That's correct. However, after the Undern Supreme Monarch passed away, the Heavenly Martial Hall lost its power and no traces could be found of them anymore today. I hope that young Master Baek can revive the Heavenly Martial Hall. You want me to bring back the Heavenly Martial Hall? I'm asking you this favor because I believe it's entirely possible if it's you, the descendant of the Undern Supreme Monarch and the Thunder God's successor. May I ask why you want to revive the Heavenly Martial Hall? It's for the sake of protecting the Heavenly Secret Hall. As you know, the Heavenly Secret Hall was helpless when we faced off against the great Sima family's martial prowess since we don't have the power to protect ourselves. If it wasn't for young Master Baek, the Heavenly Secret Hall's organization would have fallen to their hands. No, we would have fallen to the 9 Celestial Demons sect. To prevent such an incident from happening again, the Heavenly Secret Hall has to possess the power to protect itself. The Baek Sword sect has already promised that we would protect the Heavenly Secret Hall. For now, at the very least. However, nothing lasts forever in this world. How long will the Baek Sword sect protect us? Moreover, with all due respect, the one I believe in is young Master Baek, the Thunder God's successor, not the Baek Sword sect. It is uncertain whether the Baek Sword sect will continue to respect and protect the Heavenly Secret Hall as they are doing right now even after our relationship with young Master Baek ends. Of course, regardless of the Heavenly Martial Hall's existence, the Heavenly Secret Hall will stand on young Master Baek's side until the end. Mu-Gun nodded, fully convinced upon hearing Yuwa's response. There was no eternal camaraderie in Murim. Therefore, the way to survive in Murim was to have the power to protect yourself. To revive the Heavenly Martial Hall, martial artists are needed first and foremost. Do you have any martial artists prepared? There are some martial artists who have been trained as Heavenly Secret Guardians. Will it be fine if we start with them? How many members do you have? A little over 100 people. With that many people, we can lay the foundation. Will you help rebuild the Heavenly Martial Hall? Then, I will, but I have a condition. Tell me. Please allow the Baek Sword sect to use the Heavenly Martial Hall's combat forces as a mercenary force. Of course, we're willing to pay for their services. Mu-Gun's ulterior motive was to supplement the Baek Sword sect's martial prowess, which was lacking in numbers, through the Heavenly Martial Hall. Is that your only condition? Yes. Understood. However, as the Heavenly Martial Hall has to put the safety of the Heavenly Secret Hall first, please promise that the Baek Sword sect won't use the Heavenly Martial Hall's forces if the Heavenly Secret Hall's safety is threatened. I promise. If needed, I will write you a memorandum. Speaking of which, let's write an agreement on the matters regarding the Heavenly Martial Hall. Let's do that. Mu-Gun and Yuwa drew up an agreement on the revival of the Heavenly Martial Hall and the mobilization of their combat forces. Afterward, Mu-Gun returned to the Baek Sword sect. The Baeok Sword Manor's patriarch, Baeok Cheol-gun couldn't get rid of his anxiety after the regular meeting. Their current competitor, the Wind Saber sect, didn't bother him too much. The problem was the Baek Sword sect. He was worried about the martial arts their young patriarch, Baek Mu-Gun, demonstrated. Something seemed different with Baek Shinseng as well, which concerned Cheol-gun. Even though he didn't think it was possible, he was worried about the possibility of Shinseng's martial arts level being higher than his own. If things went south and he lost to Shinseng in the martial arts competition, he could lose over the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader position. In that situation, the Hangzhou Merchant Company could cut off their support. The Hangzhou Merchant Company spared no effort in investing in the Baeok Sword Manor as they believed that they would become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Their ulterior motive was to expand their business and earn more profits under the Baeok Sword Manor's protection once they had become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Hence, to avoid losing their financial support, Cheol-gun had to somehow become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. I'll have to go meet my in-laws. Cheol-gun immediately made an appointment to meet Zhang Hyun-chul from the Hangzhou Merchant Company. Considering you asked to meet me so urgently, you likely have something important to tell me. I have a favor to ask of you. A favor? Do you think you can procure another spiritual pill that you got me last time? Do you know how hard it is to source a spiritual pill? I know very well. However, I need it to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that it's difficult to do so with your current skills? To be honest, there's this individual on my mind. I can probably win against him, but there's this uncomfortable feeling bothering me. If, by any chance, I lose in the martial arts competition and do not become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, wouldn't you be in huge trouble as well? Are you threatening me? Hyun-chul asked unpleasantly. I'm just saying that we should make sure we get things done properly, Cheol-gun said with a shameless expression. Hyun-chul barely managed to hold himself back from cursing at Cheol-gun's shameless demeanor. For now, as Cheol-gun said, they had to ensure he became the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Phew, I understand. I'll do my best. However, it's difficult for me to guarantee I'll be able to get it. As I mentioned just now, procuring spiritual pills is no easy task. I have my faith in you. Cheol-gun asked for a favor, which was basically an order, and headed back. For someone who can't get anything right, all he has is endless greed. Hyun-chul cursed Cheol-gun out when he was left alone. Hyun-chul didn't see any courtesy toward him from Cheol-gun's demeanor despite being in-laws. Hyun-chul became in-laws with Cheol-gun solely for the benefit of the Hangzhou Merchant Company. However, neither Cheol-gun nor the Baeok Sword Manor could do anything properly, not even during the Myth Vault incident last time. Cheol-gun could not even guarantee that he could become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Hyun-chul became worried that he would end up gaining nothing in return for investing in the Baeok Sword Manor. Be that as it may, it was currently impossible to take it all back. Whether he liked it or not, he had to make sure that Cheol-gun could become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Hence, he had to procure the spiritual pill that Cheol-gun demanded. Fortunately, Hyun-chul had a reserve spiritual pill, which he bought just in case. He didn't tell Cheol-gun about it to make it seem as if the Hangzhou Merchant Company had to go through all forms of difficulties to procure the spiritual pill and ultimately make the latter as indebted to them as possible. Considering Cheol-gun's attitude, however, he likely wouldn't be grateful for the Hangzhou Merchant Company's efforts. He would just think it was only natural for them to give it to him. That attitude made Hyun-chul not want to give Cheol-gun the spiritual pill. Be that as it may, for the benefit of the Hangzhou Merchant Company, Cheol-gun had to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Hence, Hyun-chul decided to give the spiritual pill to Cheol-gun in due course. In preparation for the martial arts tournament, Baek Shinsang entrusted Baek Mu-Gun and Baek Shinji with matters pertaining to the Baek Sword sect, then focused on his martial arts training. Shinsang was in the absolute realm. According to the last regular meeting, Baeok Cheol-gun and Tae Gongpyo were in the upper peak realm and had the highest level of martial arts. Shinsang was likely to win the martial arts competition if it were based on martial arts alone. However, he couldn't rest easily. Nobody could predict what would happen during the time before the tournament. Cheol-gun or Gongpyo could even receive a miracle and reach the absolute realm. It was certainly unlikely to happen, but he couldn't afford to let his guard down. After all, it was still possible. Shinsang put off the training on the Heavenly Sea Wave Saber art for now and focused on training in the Celestial Moonlight Sword art. As the Baek Sword sect's patriarch, he wanted to win the martial arts tournament with his sect's martial arts. To be honest, the chemistry between the Heavenly Sea Waves Saber art, a technique based on destructive power, and the Celestial Moonlight Sword art, a sword art based on variation and change, wasn't great. It was difficult to perfectly manifest the Celestial Moonlight Sword art's changes and variations using the Heavenly Sea Goliath cultivation. However, in return, it could increase the Celestial Moonlight Sword's otherwise lacking destructive power. Hence, although its advantages were reduced, its disadvantages were remedied. It could become an ambiguous technique without any special characteristics if done incorrectly, but it was better to have increased destructive power in exchange for a reduced variation in technique. After all, that gave a more powerful aspect to the sword art. Immediately after returning from the regular meeting, Shinsang focused on his personal training for a month in an attempt to harmonize the Heavenly Sea Goliath cultivation and the Celestial Moonlight Sword art. With only a month left until the martial arts tournament, Shinsang concentrated on accumulating actual combat experience by sparring with none other than Mu-Gun. Mu-Gun was the only person in the Baek Sword sect who could spar with Shinsang, who was an absolute realm master. Today, too, Mu-Gun headed to the training hall to spar with Shinsang. Come on in. Shall we start? Let's go. Instead of idle talk, Mu-Gun and Shinsang immediately equipped themselves with swords and faced each other. Will you use a different sword art today too? Shinsang asked. Yes. I'll try to imitate the Baeok Sword Manor's martial arts. My god, your ability to create a new sword art by applying the principles of a martial art you've seen once always amazes me. Mu-Gun used various martial arts that were similar to those of the 10 clans of Zhejiang as he sparred with Shinsang. To avoid making Shinsang suspicious, Mu-Gun didn't just say that he could remember any martial arts he saw once but also that he could mimic and create a new one based on them. He didn't really have that sort of ability, however. He just used martial arts he learned in his previous life and were similar to those of the 10 clans of Zhejiang. Without any way of knowing that, Shinsang couldn't help but believe Mu-Gun upon witnessing the latter demonstrate a new martial art one after another, almost as if he was a bottomless treasure chest. As a result, Shinsang gained experience combating various martial arts thanks to Mu-Gun. From there, he realized how to react and which martial techniques to use according to the nature of the different martial arts he faced off against. Since ancient times, the more martial arts a martial artist fought against, the better they would become. In that respect, Mu-Gun was basically the best training partner for Shinsang. Mu-Gun raised his sword. The Baeok Sword Manor's swordsmanship relied on broadswords since it focused on breaking through their opponent's defenses by maximizing its destructive power with a relatively heavy sword and physical strength. One of Murim's renowned broadsword-based sword arts was the great Namgang family's invincible Emperor sword art. The sword that fit most with the Heavenly Thunder constellation divine art, Mu-Gun's internal energy cultivation method, was also the broadsword. Mu-Gun chose the 10,000 sky-shattering pressure sword art, a broadsword-based sword art, for this sparring session. The 10,000 sky-shattering pressure sword art was the famed ultimate martial art of the sky-shattering sword demon, Hyo-wook, who was a notorious figure in Murim hundreds of years ago. Believing in his own power, he performed wicked acts all over the world. Mu-Gun obtained Hyo-wook's martial arts as spoils of war after defeating him. Unlike Hyo-wook, a person walking the demonic sex ways, as could be seen from his title, the Sky-Shattering Demon Sword, the 10,000 Sky-Shattering Pressure Sword art was not a demonic martial art. It was the ultimate sword art of the Sky-Shattering Sword sect. Hyo-wook simply happened to learn it by accident and named it his famed ultimate skill. The Sky-Shattering Sword sect was a righteous sect that respected martial arts. Hence, their martial art was naturally far from being a demonic martial art. The Baek Sword Manners martial art had a fairly similar form to it. However, the latter's level far exceeded the Baek Sword Manners martial arts. The ultimate version of the Baek Sword Manners martial arts was basically the 10,000 Sky-Shattering Pressure Sword art. Mu-Gun unleashed the 10,000 Sky-Shattering Pressure Sword art using the Heavenly Thunder Constellation Divine art as the foundation. As if it wasn't his first time using it, Mu-Gun skillfully displayed its techniques as he attacked Chinsang. Mu-Gun swung his sword vertically, sending huge pressure toward Chinsang's head. The 10,000 Sky-Shattering Pressure Sword art's fearsome aspect was its enormous pressure known as the Sky-Shattering Destructive Chi. Those crushed under it found it difficult to even execute their movements, not to mention their techniques. Of course, that naturally didn't apply to everyone. There were many cases where an opponent had overcome the pressure it unleashed. Chinsang was one such case. He easily overcame the Sky-Shattering Destructive Chi, then swung his sword in retaliation. The Moonlight Sword Chi pouring out from his sword aimed for Mu-Gun. In response, Mu-Gun swept past the space in front of him by twisting the trajectory of his sword. The Sky-Shattering Destructive Chi that emerged from his sword destroyed the Moonlight Sword Chi in one strike. A violent explosion then resonated. After eliminating the Moonlight Sword Chi, Mu-Gun extended his sword again. The Sky-Shattering Destructive Chi that soared from the ground flushed toward Chinsang, seemingly trying to split him in half. Chinsang stepped back and swung his sword without a break. The Moonlight Sword Chi he unleashed from his sword piled up on top of each other, blocking the Sky-Shattering Destructive Chi's advances. Chinsang was pushed back as another loud sonic boom resonated, unable to overcome the fierce pressure of the Sky-Shattering Destructive Chi. Chinsang realized that it would be difficult to overpower the 10,000 Sky-Shattering Pressure Sword art due to the Celestial Moonlight Sword art's nature. If so, then he had to exploit the variations existing within it. Nevertheless, as previously mentioned, it was difficult to manifest those due to the nature of the Heavenly Sea Goliath cultivation. I'll make up for it with my movement art? Chinsang decided to make up for the lack of change caused by his internal energy cultivation method by including the variability of the Heavenly Sea Convection Step, the secret movement art of the Heavenly Sea God sect, to the Celestial Moonlight Sword art's variability. The Heavenly Sea Convection Step was a movement art modeled after the circular movement of the ocean current. It was created to compensate for the Heavenly Sea Wave's Saber art's characteristics, which lacked the element of surprise. When the variability of the Celestial Moonlight Sword art and the Heavenly Sea Convection Step were combined, another irregular change could be commanded from the former's inherent variability. Sure enough, the combined Celestial Moonlight Sword art and the Heavenly Sea Convection Step resulted in unpredictable variables. Facing such techniques would have been difficult for someone with no knowledge about the Celestial Moonlight Sword art and the Heavenly Sea Convection Step. However, Mu-Gun knew both. Hence, Mu-Gun perfectly coped with the new irregularity. He predicted Chinsang's movement in advance, then blocked his attack and pushed him back with the Sky-Shattering Destructive Chi. Mu-Gun had no intention to lose on purpose just because Chinsang was his father, and Chinsang didn't wish for Mu-Gun to lose on purpose either. There was nothing to be ashamed of about being defeated. All Chinsang had to do was figure out where he was lacking from that loss and try harder the next time. On the other hand, if Mu-Gun lost on purpose, Chinsang would not be able to properly determine his shortcomings and wouldn't be able to make improvements. It was much better to compete without making any kind of concession for the sake of his growth. As such, Mu-Gun continued to drive him to a corner. Mu-Gun was becoming more and more powerful with the martial arts he was using as well. Even though he had learned the Heavenly Sea Convection Step, this was the first time he had personally executed it. Unfamiliar with it, the first time he executed its steps resulted in unnatural movements. However, as the battle progressed, he began to adapt to it. Not long after, he was naturally unleashing its techniques. As such, the power resulting from the technique became increasingly stronger. Chinsang was forced to go on the defensive due to Mu-Gun's increasingly powerful attacks. In the end, he admitted defeat before even 100 seconds had passed. Stop, I lost. When Chinsang admitted defeat and stepped down, Mu-Gun immediately lowered his sword.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Well done. What do you mean well done? This is an experience that money can't buy. By the way, the sword art you showed me today was terrifying. Did you really create that by observing the Baek Sword Manners martial arts? Chinsang questioned the power of the 10,000 Sky-Shattering Pressure Sword art, which was very much different from the Baek Sword Manners martial arts. I incorporated the martial arts principle of the Heavenly Sea Wave's Saber art with the Baek Sword Manners sword art as the base. I think it produced great results. You incorporated the martial arts principle of the Heavenly Sea Wave's Saber art? I applied the Heavenly Sea Wave's Saber art's 1000 waves chi to the technique. Upon mastering the Heavenly Sea Wave's Saber art to a certain level, the practitioner would be able to emit the 1000 waves chi, which was the aura of a huge wave. Perhaps because both the Heavenly Sea Wave's Saber art and the 10,000 Sky-Shattering Pressure Sword art were based on the martial principle of the broadsword, the 1000 waves chi and the Sky-Shattering Destructive chi had pretty similar traits and power. Hence, Chinsang was easily convinced. It sounds similar to the Thousand Waves Chi. Not putting the martial arts you created based on the 10 clans of Zhejiang's martial arts to good use would be a waste. You don't have to worry about that. If father becomes the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader and commands the 10 clans of Zhejiang, I will pass down those martial arts to them just as I did with the Justice Martial Sect and the Flying Lance Sect. I understand doing that for the Justice Martial Sect and the Flying Lance Sect since they're our friends, but I'm not sure if it would be wise to pass down those martial arts to the other clans. You don't have to worry about the 10 clans of Zhejiang threatening the Baek Sword Sect's authority just because they become stronger. It will be no issue if the Baek Sword Sect becomes much stronger than them. Rather, increasing the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's strength as much as possible would benefit the Baek Sword Sect. Alright, I understand. These are martial arts that you have created anyway, so it is up to you to decide how to use them. Thank you for understanding. You don't have to thank me. Let's call it a day. You did a great job today too. No, spending time with you like this is a pleasure, father. You're getting better at flattering. I'm not flattering you. I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. Okay, I get it already, so go and rest up. I'll be leaving now, then. Mu-Gun smiled at the sight of Chinsang speaking shyly. He then left the training hall. A few days later, Baek Mu-Gun visited the Medicine King family at Mount Yandang and received 3 heavenly medicine pills and 20 herb pills, which they had made in the span of a month. The 20 herb pills were given to the Baek Sword Corps highest-ranking martial artists, excluding those who received the 100 herb pills last month. On the other hand, the heavenly medicine pills were not given to anyone. Where they would be used had already been set in stone. During a discussion with Baek Chinsang, Mu-Gun decided to give 2 of the 3 heavenly medicine pills to the patriarchs of Justice Martial Sect and the Flying Lance Sect. Since that decision was already final anyway, they thought it was better to give the pills to the patriarchs before the tournament for the alliance leader position. It would be much easier to persuade the other clans if they showed an unexpectedly good performance in the tournament. For that purpose, Mu-Gun planned to stop by both sects before going to Hangzhou. Mu-Gun headed to the Justice Martial Sect with Zhang Hogun, Zhou Wenyi, and the 6 White Wolves. Their journey progressed extremely fast due to their small numbers and since they traveled on horseback. They arrived at the Justice Martial Sect just 3 days after they left. Notified in advance, the Justice Martial Sect welcomed their party with great hospitality. After enjoying the dinner party, Mu-Gun met with Zhang Wenho and gave him a heavenly medicine pill, the effects of which surprised the latter. HOH, I haven't even been able to repay your grace for revamping our martial arts yet, but you're already giving me such a precious spiritual pill. I really have to carry this favor to my grave. It's fine. Consume this heavenly medicine pill and properly demonstrate your skills in the upcoming martial arts tournament. That would be enough for me. You want me to participate in the martial arts tournament? If you put up an unexpectedly good fight in it, the other clans will surely wonder why your martial arts have suddenly shown such improvement. Should I let them know that I received help from the Baek Sword Sect at that time, then? That would be much appreciated. Once they have learned of the truth, the other clans will begin to hope that our sect will help them just as how we helped you and the Flying Lance Sect. That would be enough reason for them to support our sect into becoming the alliance leader. To be honest, considering the Baeok Sword Manor and the Wind Saber sect want to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader without giving anything in return, it is 100 times better to choose the Baek Sword sect, which strives to achieve growth together with the 10 clans of Zhejiang. If the other clans learn the Baek Sword sect's real intention, they will certainly support the Baek Sword sect. You should also help us a lot from the side, Uncle Zhang. That's a given. I don't want the Baeok Sword Manor or the Wind Saber sect to become the alliance leader either. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Are you properly familiarizing yourself with the Heavenly Flame Origin cultivation method and the 12 Heavenly Flame Blades? The more I become proficient at them, the more I realize how amazing they are. It's just a pity that I don't have enough talent to keep up with their excellence. If you increase your internal energy by consuming the Heavenly Medicine Pill, it will be much easier for you to execute the 12 Heavenly Flame Blades. If you don't mind, I would also like to check your martial arts through a spar, Uncle Zhang. I'd appreciate that if you're truly willing. You should absorb the Heavenly Medicine Pill first. Let's spar after that. Alright. Again, thank you. No, I'm glad I could be of help to you, Uncle Zhang. Ho ho, you speak such flattering words. You must be tired, so go and rest up for now. Okay, please have a good rest as well, Uncle Zhang. Mu-Gun bid farewell and left Wenho's room. He then returned to the side building where he was staying and went to sleep. Immediately after Mu-Gun went back, Wenho consumed the heavenly medicine pill and circulated his chi. The energy it contained was enormous. It would have been difficult to effectively handle it with their original cultivation method. Fortunately, the improved Heavenly Flame Origin cultivation method's efficacy was outstanding. The Heavenly Medicine Pill's energy conformed to its energy and moved as Wenho wanted. He skillfully circulated his chi and absorbed the Heavenly Medicine Pill's energy with his new cultivation method. The Heavenly Flame Origin cultivation method was based on the energy of fire. The Heavenly Medicine Pill, which contained yang energy, had similar properties to the Heavenly Flame Origin cultivation method's internal energy. In other words, the Heavenly Flame Origin cultivation method could absorb the Heavenly Medicine Pill's energy as its own without a single waste. Wenho continued to circulate his chi until dawn the next morning. After absorbing all of it, Wenho finally opened his eyes. He stayed up all night, but he did not look tired at all. Rather, he was overflowing with vigor, having turned the pill's energy into his internal energy. This spiritual pill is really good. Wonho admired its effect. It was not just the amount of his internal energy that increased. By absorbing the heavenly medicine pill, he had finally managed to cross over the wall of the upper peak realm, which he had been unable to do until now. Wonho felt elated, but consuming a spiritual pill to solve a problem that he couldn't fix despite trying so hard made him feel a little dejected at the same time. It was as if all his efforts so far had just been a waste of time since he reached the upper peak realm so easily. He soon shook his head, however. If he had not put in the effort, he couldn't have reached the upper peak realm even after consuming the heavenly medicine pill. The heavenly medicine pill was not almighty. It was simply a kind of catalyst that ensured the efforts he had put in so far would bear fruit. That being said, he also knew he shouldn't be satisfied with just the upper peak realm and shouldn't be negligent in his efforts. He knew full well why Mu-Gun gave him the heavenly medicine pill. Mu-Gun said that he would make the Zhejiang martial alliance a force comparable to the 7 great families. For that purpose, the entirety of the 10 clans of Zhejiang had to grow together. Mu-Gun did not give him the heavenly medicine pill just so he could be satisfied with the upper peak realm. The upper peak realm was nothing more than just the beginning. Rather than stopping here, he should devote his all toward reaching a higher realm. Having reached the upper peak realm with the heavenly medicine pill's help, Wonho felt the need to check his skills immediately. If possible, he wanted to spar with Mu-Gun right away. However, he required time to control his power, which had gone through a sudden growth. Wonho stayed in the training hall for an entire day, concentrating on martial arts training. As a result, he had become accustomed to the upper peak realm to a certain extent. Wonho immediately requested a spar with Mu-Gun now that he was familiar enough with the upper peak realm for it, and Mu-Gun gladly accepted. The two sparred in the training hall. Mu-Gun adjusted his skills so that Wonho could unleash his martial arts as much as he wanted at first. After observing all of Wonho's martial arts, he went on the offensive and pushed Wonho back helplessly with overwhelming martial prowess. The latter soon admitted defeat. Phew, I thought I would be able to stand against you to some extent now that I've advanced into the upper peak realm, but it seems like I still have a long way to go, Wonho lamented. With all due respect, your internal energy has reached the upper peak realm in terms of quantity, but you are still lacking when it comes to handling it. Your swordsmanship is in the same state. Handling my internal energy? What do you mean by that? The flow of your internal energy isn't smooth enough when connecting each technique, and if you take a closer look, you're not using your internal energy efficiently when executing your techniques. The key point to the 12 heavenly flame blades is to properly distribute your speed and power. Depending on the technique used, you should freely adjust those two factors according to the situation. To do so, you have to handle your internal energy in a much more detailed and diverse manner. Using the techniques Wonho displayed in their spar as an example, Mu-Gun spoke about the key points and told him about specific methods of handling his internal energy. As Wonho listened, he realized that he had literally only scratched the surface of the 12 heavenly flame blades this whole time while practicing the technique. Hence, he believed he could advance to a higher level than the upper peak realm if he could operate his internal energy in a more detailed and diverse manner, just as Mu-Gun said. On the other hand, he was astonished beyond belief by Mu-Gun's insight, which pinpointed parts that he could not think of. Wonho already knew that Mu-Gun was a genius in an entirely different league since he reached the absolute realm and created the 12 heavenly flame blades and heavenly flame origin cultivation method in his early 20s, but Mu-Gun's talent still surprised him every time he saw him. He was truly one of the best of all time. Mu-Gun's talent made it seem possible for the Baek Sword sect and the Zhejiang martial alliance to reach the highest position in Murim. Wonho was convinced that walking alongside Mu-Gun was the best for the Justice martial sect's future. Hence, he decided to stand with the Baek Sword sect no matter what happened in the future. The day after giving the heavenly medicine pill to Patriarch Zhang and checking his martial arts, Mu-Gun left the Justice martial sect and headed to the Flying Lance sect. The Patriarch had to go to Hangzhou for the martial arts tournament anyway, so he could have gone with Mu-Gun's party, but he decided to choose a different path. He planned to pass through Kuzhu, the Draconic Tiger Gang's territory, to reach Hangzhou. Patriarch Zhang wanted to stop by the Draconic Tiger Gang before going to Hangzhou so he could persuade them to support Baek Sword sect's Baek Shinseng as the Zhejiang martial alliance leader. Mu-Gun didn't request him to do that. Rather, he chose to do it himself. Determined to side with the Baek Sword sect, he thought about how he could help Shinseng become the Zhejiang martial alliance leader. That led him to his current decision. Mu-Gun was satisfied to see Patriarch Zhang being proactive. It was solid proof that he would truly follow the Baek Sword sect and would not betray the Baek Sword sect in the future. Mu-Gun's party arrived at the Flying Lance sect 3 days after they left the Justice martial sect. Like how it went with Zhang Wonho, Mu-Gun gave the heavenly medicine pill to Zhou Jinmaiyang, the Flying Lance sect patriarch, and examined his martial arts. Likewise, Jinmaiyang also received Mu-Gun's advice and gained a great level of enlightenment. He was also convinced that following the Baek Sword sect was the best option for the Flying Lance sect. Just like that, Mu-Gun brought the Justice martial sect and the Flying Lance sect to their side. After finishing everything he wanted to do at the Flying Lance sect, Mu-Gun and company immediately left for Wenzhou instead of Hangzhou since it was much faster to go to Wenzhou and travel by sea than by land. Jin Maiyang and the other martial artists of the Flying Lance sect traveled to Wenzhou with Mu-Gun's group since they had to go to Hangzhou anyway. During their journey to Wenzhou, Mu-Gun sparred with Ho-Gun, Wan Yi, and the 6 White Wolves individually whenever he had time. He used those opportunities to check their martial arts as well. Under Mu-Gun's intensive guidance, their skills grew rapidly. Wan Yi's abilities surprised Flying Lance sect's patriarch Jin Maiyang. He had improved beyond recognition. The latter was very grateful to Mu-Gun. He heard from Wan Yi that Mu-Gun gave him a 100-herb pill. Though it paled in comparison to the heavenly medicine pill, the 100-herb pill was already extremely rare. The fact that Mu-Gun gave the heavenly medicine pill and the 100-herb pill to Jin Maiyang and Wan Yi respectively showed how important Mu-Gun and the Baek Sword sect regarded the Flying Lance sect. Jin Maiyang thought he made the right choice supporting the Baek Sword sect and entrusting Wan Yi to Mu-Gun. He was so excited to see what would become of the Flying Lance sect, which would grow with the Baek Sword sect. Mu-Gun and the Flying Lance sect party arrived in Wenzhou 3 days after leaving the Flying Lance sect. They stayed at the Baek Sword sect for a night, then headed to Hangzhou by boat the very next day. There were 2 ships bound for Hangzhou. One carried the Baek Sword sect and Flying Lance sect's warriors, while the other was the Ian Merchant Group's ship. By chance, the Ian Merchant Group also had to go on a mercantile journey to Hangzhou. As they traveled with the ship that carried the Baek Sword sect and Flying Lance sect's martial artists, the 2 sects naturally escorted them. Ian Yesang was part of the Ian Merchant Group's party heading to Hangzhou. Before arriving in Hangzhou, Yesang tried to attract Mu-Gun's attention by creating an opportunity to bump into him whenever there was a chance. Despite her efforts, Mu-Gun showed no interest in her. Although Yesang's pride was hurt, she refused to yield. If there was something she wanted, she had to get it no matter what. Hence, she was determined to make Mu-Gun hers. However, considering Mu-Gun's attitude toward her, it seemed unlikely. Just in case of a pirate ambush, the Baek Sword sect and the Flying Lance sect were on high alert on their way to Hangzhou. The Four Seas Gang had recently expanded their region of activities to the Sea Dragon Gang's territory. As a result, they regularly appeared in the sea near Zhejiang province. They didn't show up, however, fortunately allowing the Baek Sword sect and the Flying Lance sect to arrive in Hangzhou safely. Nov.L.B/JNN. The martial arts tournament for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader was just 3 days away. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, the 10 clans of Zhejiang arranged their own accommodations and prepared for the martial arts tournament. Since participation wasn't mandatory, they first had to submit an application to participate in it. Otherwise, they could choose to drop out. After tabulating the application submissions, the Clear Sun sect and the Kong household had been confirmed to have dropped out of the competition. The others chose to join. The 8 patriarchs drew lots to determine the tournament brackets. The tournament brackets were as followed. The first match was between the Baek Sword sect's Baek Shinsang and the Draconic Tiger Gang's Yonggun Song, followed by the Baeok Sword Manor's Baeok Xiolgun and Flying Lance sect's Zhoujin Maiyang. The third match was between the Wind Saber sect's Taemu Gang and the Iron Palm sect's Dam Wasong, and the fourth was between the Justice Martial sect's Zhang Wenho and the Mei household's Mei Yunghak. In the midst of that, a magnificent arena was set up in the middle of downtown Hangzhou. A high platform was placed to the left of it, and hundreds of seats were prepared on the remaining 3 sides. It had been prepared free of charge by the Hangzhou Merchant Company in exchange for taking all the profits from the ticket sales for the tournament. The promotions for the martial arts tournament started a month ago, so the public had considerable interest in it. That led to a surge in ticket prices. If the tickets were sold out, it would be more than enough to offset the cost of installing the arena. The Hangzhou Merchant Company's anticipation was right on the mark. Despite the expensive price, the tickets were sold out in less than an hour since they began selling them. It was solid proof of how high the interest in the martial arts tournament was. The Hangzhou Merchant Company earned 1,000 silver niang in ticket sales after deducting the costs of the arena's installation. It was an insignificant amount compared to the profits they usually earned, but it was better than making losses. They also sought profits in other ways to profit anyway. They started a gambling event to bet on the martial arts tournament's champion. In reaction to that, many people placed bets. An overwhelming amount of money was placed on the Baeok Sword Manor's Baeok Xiolgun, which served as proof of how high his chances of winning were. The second and third places with the highest bets were the Wind Saber sect's Taemu Gang and the Iron Palm sect's Dam Wasong. Very few people bet on Baek Shinsang. When Baek Mu-Gun heard that a gambling event was being held to guess the final winner of the martial arts tournament, he immediately went and placed his bets, as he thought that it was basically a jackpot up for grabs. Mu-Gun bet 10,000 silver niang, the maximum amount he could bet, all on Shinsang. If Shinsang won, Mu-Gun would earn 100,000 silver niang, which was tenfold his bet. Mu-Gun was confident that the Baek Sword sect patriarch would win the tournament. With the tournament bracket of the martial arts tournament finalized, Mu-Gun began to work behind the scenes to win over the support of the other clans. Wenho and Jin Maiyang also actively engaged in persuading the other clans. Wenho went to persuade Yonggun Song, the Draconic Tiger sect's patriarch, and Jin Maiyang went to persuade Kong Wenhe, the Kong household's patriarch. Both the Draconic Tiger Gang and the Kong household supported the Wind Saber sect, but objectively speaking, it was highly unlikely for the Wind Saber sect to beat the Baeok Sword Manor and become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's leader. Even if Mu-Gang defeated Cheol-gun and emerged victorious in the martial arts tournament, it would be difficult to win over the majority support of the 10 clans of Zhejiang. Wonho and Jinmai suggested that they support the Baek Sword sect since the Wind Saber sect was unlikely to become the Zhejiang martial alliance leader anyway, which was an absurd proposal in Gunsong and Wonhee's perspective. In their opinion, the Baek Sword sect had even lower chances of becoming the Zhejiang martial alliance leader compared to the Wind Saber sect. Wonho and Jinmai emphasized that the Baek Sword sect should become the alliance leader for the Zhejiang martial alliance's development, explaining that the Baek Sword sect had improved their sect's martial arts. The Baek Sword sect didn't spare any efforts in supporting the improvement of their martial arts either. Gunsong and Wonhee couldn't easily bring themselves to believe what the two said. The Baek Sword sect they knew of was not capable of doing that. Wonho and Jinmai stressed that Gunsong and Wonhee would realize that they were not lying once they had seen the outcome of the martial arts tournament. As such, Wonho and Jinmai asked them to support the Baek Sword sect if their words proved true. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. After much consideration, Gunsong and Wonhee added their own conditions. If the Wind Saber sect's Mu-Gang emerged as the victor of the martial arts tournament, Wonho and Jinmai would have to support the Wind Saber sect. They tried to retain the minimum amount of loyalty to the Wind Saber sect. Wonho and Jinmai readily accepted their condition. If Qinsang lost, there was no possibility for them to become the alliance leader anyway. Moreover, they were confident that Qinsang would win, so there was no reason for them to refuse that condition. Wonho and Jinmai immediately told Mu-Gun of their meetings afterward. Although some conditions were at stake, Mu-Gun was satisfied since the Baek Sword sect would win over their support if Qinsang won the tournament. He thanked Wonho and Jinmai for successfully persuading Gunsong and Wonhee. Now that the Draconic Tiger Gang and the Kong household were on their side, they only needed one more clan's support to take hold of the majority of the votes. Now that it had come down to this, Mu-Gun wanted to obtain the support of either the Baek Sword Manor or the Wind Saber sect, the clans with the biggest forces within the 10 clans of Zhejiang. If they didn't support the Baek Sword sect, even if Qinsang became the Zhejiang martial alliance leader, they would become a major obstacle to future operations. However, if they could at least gain the support of one of them, the Baek Sword sect would increase their influence as the Zhejiang martial alliance leader. Mu-Gun thought it would be easier to persuade the Wind Saber sect, considering the Baek Sword Manor had a lot of supporters. Mu-Gun decided to secure the Wind Saber sect's support but chose to wait until the martial arts tournament ended. Persuading them would be difficult, considering they still harbored hope to become the Zhejiang martial alliance leader. Once Qinsang had emerged as the victor in the tournament, it would be easier to persuade the Wind Saber sect when the possibility of them becoming the Zhejiang martial alliance leader had disappeared. Meanwhile, a day before the martial arts tournament, the Shaolin Temple's great monk Gongsun and the Puchuo Sword sect's Zhongryo-gun, both of whom were in charge of overseeing the event, arrived in Hangzhou. The Shaolin Temple's great monk Gongsun was a venerable monk affiliated with the Palace of Eternal Life, mainly in charge of the Shaolin Temple's external affairs. His name was widely known throughout Murim. He previously represented the Shaolin Temple and met the great Namgang family and the great Huangfu family to handle the great Sima family incident. His reputation and skills were great enough to be publicly credible and were more than enough to oversee the martial arts tournament. Zhongryo-gun, who was in charge of the Puchuo Sword sect's General Affairs Hall, was the second in command of the Puchuo Sword sect. That was enough proof to see she wasn't lacking in reputation or skills either. With those two overseers ready, the day of the martial arts tournament finally arrived. The event would last for 2 days. The first day was divided into morning and afternoon sessions. The quarterfinals and semifinals would be held on the same day. The long-awaited final battle would be held on the second day. Those who purchased the tickets for the martial arts tournament came to the venue early in the morning and secured a seat while waiting in anticipation for it to begin. The first contestants, Qinsang and Gunsong, went up the stage as scheduled. They cupped their fists and greeted each other, then proceeded to wait for the match to start. The host of the martial arts tournament informed the two about the rules. The use of hidden weapons or poison that goes against the righteous path is strictly prohibited in this match and will result in immediate disqualification. The match will only end once one of you admits defeat or can no longer fight. Lastly, although winning is important, it is equally important not to hurt each other, so please refrain from any excessive use of force. Well, begin when you're both ready. After hearing the rules from the host, Qinsang and Gunsong unsheathed their sword and saber respectively and announced that they were ready. Then, let the first match of the martial arts tournament begin. Wow! Win the match, Baek Qinsang. Yang Gunsong is the best. In response to the host's announcement, the spectators cheered and shouted out the names of the contestants they were supporting. When the first match began, Gunsong took the initiative. He didn't completely believe Wonho that Qinsang would win, but he thought that Wonho wouldn't have made that claim for no reason. Gunsong had no idea how strong Qinsang had become, but if his martial arts really had become stronger, going on the offensive first was a way to increase his chances of winning. Gunsong gave it his all from the very beginning and unleashed the ultimate saber art of the Draconic Tiger Gang, the 18 Draconic Tiger Saber Art. The saber chi that manifested from his saber created a ferocious momentum and stormed at Qinsang head-on. In response, Qinsang used the Heavenly Sea Convection step to steer sideways, then retaliated with a swing of his sword. The Moonlight Sword chi that poured out from his sword indiscreetly struck Gunsong's side. Chinsang's offensive movement took Gunsong by surprise. Chinsang easily dodged his saber chi with a movement art and launched a counterattack. Gunsong swung his saber to the side, curving and twisting his saber chi's trajectory to collide with the moonlight sword chi that was charging at him. With a loud clash, Gunsong was pushed back. Chinsang chased after Gunsong and launched a barrage of moonlight sword chi again. Gunsong urgently swung his saber to block it. Ugh! The entanglement of saber chi and sword chi caused an explosion of energy, and Gunsong let out a frustrated groan. The weight behind the moonlight sword chi exceeded his expectation. It was very much different from the sword art of the Baek sword sect that he had known. The Baek sword sect's sword art focused on variability and change, so it was lacking in destructive power. However, that didn't seem to be the case now, seeing as how it contained enough power to shred his saber chi in an instant. Even then, it still retained its eye-boggling variability. It had only been 3 seconds since their battle started, but Gunsong already knew that Wonho wasn't just exaggerating when he said that Chinsang would become the martial art tournament winner. He also realized that he wouldn't win against Chinsang with his skills. Nevertheless, having already participated in the tournament, he wanted to do his best even if he would end up losing. Gunsong swung his saber with all his might to block the eye-boggling moonlight sword chi that was plowing at him, and with great difficulty, barely managed to block it. However, he couldn't overcome the power it contained. He was blasted back once again, causing him to stagger and preventing him from standing up straight. Not wanting to give Gunsong a chance to regain his footing, Chinsang charged at him head-on and unleashed moonlight sword chi again. In all honesty, the outcome of the match between the two had already been set in stone. All that was left to do was for Gunsong to admit defeat. The patriarchs who were watching their match were shocked beyond belief by Chinsang's skills. Only Wonho and Jin Maiyang remained calm since they were already aware of that. The other patriarchs expected their match to be neck and neck. However, contrary to their expectations, Chinsang overpowered his opponent. Despite being up against Gunsong, Chinsang's skills were exceptionally outstanding. He was by no means lacking in any aspect even when compared to the Baek sword manners Baek Gun or the wind saber sex Mu-Gang. As expected, my hunch was right. The Baek sword manners Gun confirmed his suspicion, which he had been bothered about, to be true. Although Chinsang's scheme of perfectly hiding his true skills all these while felt really scary, it was also suspicious that Chinsang's skills suddenly increased by a huge margin. However, that was not important right now. The more pressing issue was whether he could beat Chinsang and become the winner of the martial arts tournament. Gun was surprised by Chinsang's skills, but he still believed that he would be the champion. He finally managed to advance into the absolute realm by consuming the additional spiritual pill that the Hangzhou Merchant Company procured. Strictly speaking, he barely stepped on the doorsteps of the absolute realm, but he had faith that it would be enough to emerge victorious in the martial arts tournament. If he had known that Chinsang was an absolute realm master, he wouldn't have had such condescending thoughts. Unfortunately, it was difficult for him to gauge the exact level of Chinsang's skills with his current cultivation. The first match ended with Baek Chinsang's victory. The spectators gave Chinsang thunderous applause for the unexpected performance that he had shown. Patriarch Baek's skills are truly amazing. Yang Gunsong did not feel mortified at all even though he was defeated. Chinsang's abilities were so overwhelming that he had no choice but to admit it. Haha, I'm honored to receive such praise. You're also amazing enough, Patriarch Yang. You don't have to comfort me. That aside, if Patriarch Baek becomes the champion, I will keep my end of the promise. You won't have to worry. Thank you. The Baek sword sect will not forget your loyalty, Patriarch Yang. After a short conversation with Gunsong, Chinsang returned to the waiting area prepared for the martial arts tournament's contestants. Great work out there, Mu-Gun greeted Chinsang. That's just the beginning, so don't celebrate just yet. Anyway, how did I do? The harmony between the Heavenly Sea Goliath cultivation and the Celestial Moonlight Sword wasn't bad. That means it's still not good enough, then. Your current skills are more than enough to win the martial arts tournament. Since Heavenly Sea Wave's Saber Art can maximize the Heavenly Sea Goliath cultivation's effect, it would be best for you to focus on the Heavenly Sea Wave's Saber Art rather than the Celestial Moonlight Sword. I understand. By the way, it seems like Baek Gun's aura is out of the ordinary. What do you think? In my opinion, I think his level has definitely improved compared to the last time we saw him. However, I doubt he has become a full-fledged Absolute Realm Master yet. Unless he uses some sort of special divine art, you won't lose to him, Father. It goes without saying that you shouldn't let your guard down, though. That won't happen, so you don't have to worry. I'm just saying. It seems like the second match is starting now. Amid their conversation, the second match's contestants, Baek Gun and Zhou Jin Maiyang, went up to the arena. There's no chance that Patriarch Zhou will win, is there? Although Patriarch Zhou's skills have improved a lot, it still isn't enough to defeat Patriarch Baek. He won't go down easily, though. I hope he doesn't bring it to a tight match and end up injuring himself. Patriarch Zhou probably won't overdo it either. And Patriarch Baek's perspective won't humiliate himself by needlessly injuring his opponent since he has to win the support of the majority of the 10 clans. You've got a point. We can be at ease and watch their match, then. Yes. The match between Gun and Jin Maiyang had begun. As expected, Gun had the upper hand. However, Jin Maiyang didn't back down without a fight. He confronted Gun with his newly acquired martial arts. Despite having the upper hand, Jin Maiyong's counterattacks that used the divine swift wind spear art, which had a fierce whirlwind-like penetrative force, made Cheol-gun falter every now and then. Rather than stemming from Jin Maiyong's skills, it was more accurate to say that it was the result of the divine swift wind spear art's power itself, which exuded a unique aura called the swift wind helix chi. The swift wind helix chi possessed a powerful crushing force that pushed back Cheol-gun, who couldn't properly respond to this power he had no information about. The other patriarchs were surprised to see Jin Maiyong putting up a good fight but also doubted the sudden improvement of his skills. However, it was different for Yang Gunsong and Kong Won-hee, both of whom already knew the reason behind it. When they saw Jin Maiyong displaying a completely different martial art, they realized that the Baek Sword sect had really improved the Flying Lance sect's martial arts. Witnessing Jin Maiyong making rapid progress just by having their sect's martial arts revamped made the two jealous and greedy. Would they also become stronger just like him if the Baek Sword sect improved their sect's martial arts? On the other hand, their disappointment toward the Wind Saber sect deepened. The Baek Sword sect provided practical assistance to those that decided to support them, namely the Justice Martial sect and Flying Lance sect. Meanwhile, the Wind Saber sect didn't give the Draconic Tiger gang or the Kong household anything. They just promised to appoint them to important positions and help them in terms of physical and mental aspects if the Wind Saber sect became the alliance leader. In fact, even if the Wind Saber sect became the alliance leader, it was questionable whether they would really keep their end of the promise. If only they had supported the Baek Sword sect from the very beginning, they could have at least increased their abilities through the improvements done to their sect's martial arts. It was much more beneficial for them to support the Baek Sword sect instead of the Wind Saber sect, and it still wasn't too late to switch sides. Gunsong and Won-hee's hearts gradually shifted toward the Baek Sword sect. As Mu-Gun had expected, Jin Maiyong put up a good fight against Cheol-gun, but as Cheol-gun directed all his efforts into the match, the tide slowly began to turn. Their battle lasted more than 50 seconds before Jin Maiyong eventually admitted defeat. Despite emerging victorious, Cheol-gun wasn't in a good mood. He regretted being unable to overwhelm Jin Maiyong like what Chen Sang had done in the first match. Still, his belief that he would become the champion remained firm. A short break was held after the second match, then the battle between the Wind Saber sect's Tae Gongpyo and the Iron Palm sect's Dam Hwasong began. Those two were the most likely candidates to win after Cheol-gun. Although the public's expectations had changed since Chen Sang showed unexpected skills in the first match, the match between the two drew considerable attention. After all, they were the second and third most anticipated champion candidates. Furthermore, as everyone had expected, the battle between them was fierce and intense. Almost equal in terms of skills, their fight became extremely close. However, after 150 seconds, Gongpyo claimed victory. The audience responded with enthusiastic applause to the thrilling match they displayed. In the next match, contrary to expectations, the Justice Martial sect's patriarch, Zhang Wenho defeated the Mei household's Mei Yoonghak and became the last contestant to advance to the semifinals. The other patriarchs were once again surprised, this time by Wenho's skills. Now that all four semifinalists had been decided, the lots for the semifinals were drawn. The audience watched the matchup lots being drawn as they were interested as to whether Chen Sang, who stood out the most in the quarterfinals, would face off against Cheol-gun in the semifinals. The Shaolin Temple's great monk Gongsun and the Puchuo Sword sect's Zhang Ryo-gun did the lots by drawing from a tinted box with the names of all four contestants marked on a ball. Great monk Gongsun was the first to draw a ball, finding the name written on it to be Tae Gongpyo. Ryo-gun then drew as well to decide who would become Gongpyo's opponent. With everyone paying attention, the name on the second ball was revealed. It was Baek Chen Sang. The first match of the semifinals was between Chen Sang and Gongpyo, making the second match naturally between those who weren't drawn. It didn't really matter to Chen Sang who his opponent would be. His aim was to become the champion. Hence, regardless of whom he would be up against, all that mattered was that he won. The morning session's schedule ended with that. The tournament was scheduled to continue after lunch. Chen Sang had lunch with Wenho and Jin Maiyong at a restaurant in downtown Hangzhou. Mu-Gun ate with them. Come to think of it, I was the only one who was eliminated. Jin Maiyong smiled bitterly. Wasn't your opponent a favorite to win? Although you lost, everyone saw your outstanding skills, Patriarch Zhou. Wenho consoled Jin Maiyong. Jin Maiyong smiled at Wenho to show that he was grateful, then proceeded to ask Chen Sang, by the way, it seems like Patriarch Baiok's skills are much better than expected. Can you win against him? You don't have to worry. I won't let you two down. Jin Maiyong nodded in response to Chen Sang's confidence. However, even if you win in the martial arts tournament, we still have to get the majority support of the 10 clans. Only 5 clans support the Baek Sword sect so far, including ours. We need at least one more to support us. What do you plan to do about that? Wenho asked. I'll handle that. Mu-Gun interrupted after listening from the side. Do you have a clan in mind? I'm thinking of winning over the Wind Saber sect to our side. The Wind Saber sect? I wonder if they'll support the Baek Sword sect. It's safe to say that if the Wind Saber sect's patriarch gets eliminated in the semifinals, there will be close to no possibility of the Wind Saber sect becoming the alliance leader anyway. In the end, they would have to choose to either support the Baek Sword sect or the Baiok Sword Manor. From their point of view, it would be better to support us than the alternative. It would certainly be better to persuade the Wind Saber sect once they can no longer become the alliance's leader than to coax the clans that have already decided to support the Baek Sword Manor. Jin Maiyang agreed with Mu-Gun's opinion. I'm concerned about elder brother Chinsang being the opponent of the Wind Saber sect's patriarch in the semifinals, though. If he loses to elder brother Chinsang, wouldn't the Wind Saber sect resent elder brother Chinsang and refuse to support the Baek Sword sect? Won-ho voiced a different view on the matter. The Wind Saber sect's patriarch isn't such a shallow person. If we offer to improve their martial arts and even give them spiritual pills in the future in return for supporting the Baek Sword sect, they will eventually have no choice but to choose the Baek Sword sect. That will definitely make them more likely to choose the Baek Sword sect. Won-ho finally agreed. The Wind Saber sect's patriarch wasn't foolish enough to give up on the opportunity to become stronger just because he got eliminated by Chinsang. Great. I also think it would be better to win over their support. Will you meet the Wind Saber sect's patriarch in person? Yes. Let me go with you. I would sound more trustworthy than you when it comes to discussions about improving their martial arts as well as talks regarding the spiritual pills. Jin Maiyang offered. I'll go with you too, then. Upon listening to what Jin Maiyang said, Won-ho also volunteered to come along. You likely won't have to. Why not? Since he has already seen your martial arts for himself this morning, he will believe me even if the two of you don't come with me. That's certainly true. Jin Maiyang and Won-ho nodded, convinced. Then let's leave meeting the Wind Saber sect's patriarch to Mu-Gun. When do you plan to meet him? This evening, most likely. I see. All right then. I'll leave it up to you, Chinsang said, showing his faith in Mu-Gun. It was a matter of course. This was all possible because of Mu-Gun. Having decided to persuade the Wind Saber sect's patriarch Tae Gongpyo, the four returned to the arena after a light lunch. Chinsang and Won-ho, who advanced to the semifinals, rested in the waiting area and waited for the afternoon session to begin. As the schedule of the afternoon session approached, the spectators who left for lunch returned and filled the seats one after another. Great Monk Gongsun and Ryo-gun, who were in charge of overseeing the tournament, also returned to the podium after having lunch and resting. The afternoon session's schedule began soon after. The first contenders, Chinsang and Gongpyo, went up to the arena when the host called them. As soon as they did, the audience applauded and cheered enthusiastically. Chinsang and Gongpyo cupped their fists at each other and assumed a combat stance. The host once again reminded them of the rules, then proceeded with the match. Having confirmed Chinsang's amazing skills in the quarterfinals, Gongpyo quickly went on the offensive as soon as the match began. He unleashed the ultimate saber art of the Wind Saber sect, the 18 Wind Blade saber art, and a thin saber chi was launched from his saber. The multiple layers of thin saber chi fluttered like the wind as they flew toward Chinsang. The 18 Wind Blade saber art was a very unique saber art that manifested layers of thin saber chi referred to as wind blades. The wind blades moved wildly like petals flying in the wind and enveloped the opponent. However, the real threat of the wind blades was that they responded to the energy contained in the opponent's attacks, avoided them, then dug into the gaps. It could make one think of it as an unbeatable martial art. That wasn't the case, however. Its most crucial flaw was that the wind blades' movements were too dull and far from enough in numbers to be an invincible martial art. Therefore, they often failed to respond to high-speed attacks and were often countered. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The Celestial Moonlight Sword art was a martial art based on the variability of the sword, but it was also based on speed. Hence, Gongpyo's wind blades couldn't overcome the Celestial Moonlight Sword art's speed. Moreover, the wind blades weren't that strong either. Hence, the 18 Wind Blades saber art failed to break through the Celestial Moonlight Sword art's sword chi. As he repelled the wind blades, Chinsang gradually suppressed Gongpyo. Baek Mu-Gun watched the battle between Baek Chinsang and Tae Gongpyo in the waiting room. Chinsang suppressed Gongpyo's initial attacks and secured the upper hand with a counterattack. At this rate, it seemed like Chinsang would get an easy victory. There was no longer any need to worry about the outcome of the match. Instead, Mu-Gun paid attention to the wind blades that Gongpyo unleashed. He saw an endless amount of possibilities in that martial art. Gongpyo's current wind blades was still incomplete. For it to become a perfect skill, it had to be separated into a much thinner layer of chi than it was now. If it could be broken down until it was as thin as a sheet of paper, the amount of wind blades could be amplified. Furthermore, the thinner they were, the faster and more irregular their movements would be. It would also increase the responsiveness to the opponent's energy. Wind blade scales sounds nice. Mu-Gun decided on the name of the wind blade's offensive chi even before he had improved the 18 wind blade saber art. If he informed Gongpyo about the wind blade scales, a skill that further improved the wind blades, he would support the Baek Sword sect for the sake of obtaining the wind blade scales. The problem was whether the wind blade scales could be perfected. However, Mu-Gun was confident he could revamp it as long as he knew the principle behind the wind blades. While Mu-Gun was thinking about the wind blades, the match between Chinsang and Gongpyo ended. As expected, Chinsang emerged victorious. Gongpyo admitted his defeat with a dejected look over Chinsang's skills, which were overwhelmingly different from his. Chinsang returned to the waiting room after addressing Gongpyo with good manners until the very end. The second match of the semifinals took place right after, and it ended with Baek Mu-Gun's victory, as many people had expected. Although he lost, Zhang Wenho, like Zhou Jinmaiyang, displayed a good fight until the end of the match and left a deep impression on the other patriarchs as well as the audience. Just like that, the semifinals ended and the final match was confirmed to be between Qinsang and Gun. The people had a heated debate over who would emerge victorious. Many believed that Gun, the current favorite, would win, but many others also believed that Qinsang, who appeared as a new powerhouse, would end up winning. Amid the growing interest in the final match's winner, Mu-Gun visited the accommodation where the Wind Saber sect was staying. What are you doing here? Tae Mu-Gang asked Mu-Gun with an unhappy expression. I would like to meet the Wind Saber sect's patriarch. He isn't someone whom you can meet just because you want to. Stop playing around and leave while I'm being nice. It's an important matter that will determine the future of the Wind Saber sect. And what exactly is that? I would like to tell the Wind Saber sect's patriarch about it in person. If what you just said is a lie, I will make you regret it. You're welcome to do so. Follow me. Mu-Gang led Mu-Gun into the accommodation. He made Mu-Gun wait for a moment as he looked for Tae Gongpyo and announced Mu-Gun's visit. Gongpyo wondered about Mu-Gun's visit, but he decided to meet Mu-Gun when he heard that it was a matter that would determine the future of the Wind Saber sect. Mu-Gang guided Mu-Gun into Gongpyo's room. Thank you for meeting me even though I came without notice. Enough with the pretense. What is it that you want to say that's related to the Wind Saber sect's future? It's about whom you support as the alliance leader. So, in short, you came to visit me to ask me to support the Baek Sword sect. However, what does that have to do with the future of our sect? What you will obtain in return will depend on who you support. I assure you that it would be a better decision for the Wind Saber sect to support the Baek Sword sect. Is that so? Seeing how confident you are makes me think you will be giving us something amazing. I will give you a martial art that will make the Wind Saber sect stronger. A martial art? To be exact, I will improve the martial arts of the Wind Saber sect and make it reach the upper ascension realm. Are you making fun of me? Gongpyo said in a displeased tone due to Mu-Gun's absurd remarks. What did you think about the martial arts of the Justice Martial Sect's Patriarch and the Flying Lands Sect's Patriarch in the martial arts tournament today? Mu-Gun asked without losing his nerve at all. It was so amazing that it made me doubt whether they were the Justice Martial Sect and the Flying Lands Sect that I knew of. Don't tell me, are there improvements due to the Baek Sword sect? Gongpyo asked with a surprised look, suddenly coming to a realization as he answered n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. That's correct. Just simply improving the martial arts won't result in their skills improving to that extent. We also provided the two patriarchs a spiritual pill to increase their internal energy. Did you just say that you offered them spiritual pills? Our sect aims to make the Zhejiang Martial Alliance the strongest combat force in Murim. For that purpose, not only our sect but all 10 clans of Zhejiang has to become stronger. That's why our sect is willing to help improve the martial arts of other clans and provide them with medicinal spells. However, if the Baek Sword Manor becomes the alliance leader, they will only be busy pursuing their own interests instead of thinking about the entire Zhejiang Martial Alliance as a whole. In other words, if our sect supports the Baek Sword sect as the alliance leader, you will improve our sect's martial arts and even give us spiritual pills? That's right. This is something that the Baek Sword Manor can never do. Be that as it may, it is questionable whether the Baek Sword sect has the resources to improve the martial arts of other clans and provide them with spiritual pills. You will probably find out soon anyway, but our sect was able to discover the secret cave of the Heavenly Sea God sect by chance. My father reached the Absolute Realm through the Enlightenment scriptures and the spiritual pills left behind by the Heavenly Seafarer. I also advanced into the Absolute Realm when I chanced upon miraculous enlightenment. As a result, we can now improve the martial arts of other clans. The spiritual pills were left behind by the Heavenly Sea God sect to prepare for any threats from the 3 greatest demonic sects, including the 9 celestial demons sect. Mu-Gun came up with a believable explanation. Did you just say that not just Patriarch Baek, but you have advanced into the Absolute Realm as well? Yes. Becoming an Absolute Realm Master at your tender age was something even the Shaolin Temple's Divine Monk Dharma and the Wudang sect's Supreme Elder Sanfin couldn't achieve. Gongpyo couldn't easily bring himself to believe that Mu-Gun was in the Absolute Realm. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it. Mu-Gun raised his hand and manifested golden Vajrachi above it. Gongpyo was baffled at the sight of Mu-Gun easily manifesting the Star Aura hand. Wow, it's hard to believe it even though it's right in front of me. To be an Absolute Realm at such a young age. I was lucky. You can reach the Absolute Realm as well for as long as you desire it, Patriarch Tae. You mean if I support and follow the leadership of the Baek Sword sect? There is nothing to be ashamed of acknowledging and following the strong in Murim. In my opinion, I dare say that our sect is more than qualified enough to be the alliance leader. You said that you would upgrade our sect's martial arts if we support the Baek Sword sect, but how exactly do you plan to do that? The core of the 18 Wind Blade saber art is the Wind Blades. The concept of the Wind Blade itself is excellent. However, your martial arts aren't properly utilizing their essence. If Patriarch Tae is willing to leave it to me, I will maximize their power. How can I believe you? If the Baek Sword sect fails to upgrade our martial arts, we would only end up showing you our martial arts without anything in return. With all due respect, the Wind Saber sect's current martial arts are not a threat to the Baek Sword sect, whether we know about it or not. As such, even if our sect fails to upgrade it, there will be no actual damage to the Wind Saber sect. That's a harsh remark, but it's hard to deny it. Gongpyo smiled bitterly. I'd like to say this again, the Baek Sword sect wishes for all the 10 clans of Zhejiang to grow. Do you promise to give us spiritual pills? Of course. However, we will only provide spiritual pills once we've been voted as the alliance leader. Alright. I promise to support the Baek Sword sect as the alliance leader. You've made the right decision. What about your sect's martial arts, though? For us to upgrade it, you should first show me the Wind Saber sect's martial arts. I will show you since it won't be a threat to the Baek Sword sect anyway. However, even if our sect supports the Baek Sword sect, it will probably not be enough to obtain more than half of the votes. Are there any other clans that promised to support you? Since the Wind Saber sect decided to support our sect, won't the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang support the Baek Sword sect? Mu-Gun did not reveal that they had already decided to support the Baek Sword sect out of consideration of the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang. I can certainly help you persuade them. I'll try to convince them myself first. If it doesn't work out, I will request your help. Up to you. When should I show you our sect's martial arts? You can discuss it with me right now. Will there be enough time? I have a good memory. It won't take that long. Mu-Gun smiled and said. Gongpyo knew of Mu-Gun's talent very well, so he showed him the Wind Saber sect's martial arts without any complaints. After listening to Gongpyo's explanation of the Wind Saber sect's martial arts twice, he had practically remembered them all. Then, after bidding farewell to Gongpyo, he left the Wind Saber sect's accommodation. Mu-Gun wasn't the only one who moved to win over the support of the other 10 clans of Zhejiang. The Baek Sword Manor also required votes from 2 other clans to obtain more than half of the votes. The Baek Sword Manor completely gave up on persuading the Baek Sword sect, as they were certain that the Baek Sword sect was aiming for the position of the alliance leader. They had also given up on convincing the Justice Martial sect and the Flying Lance sect, both of which were likely to support the Baek Sword sect. Instead, given the fact that the Wind Saber sect was eliminated from the martial arts tournament, they judged that there would be room for persuasion for the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang. While Mu-Gun met up with Gongpyo, the Baek Sword Manor sent men to both the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang. Baek Gun, the Baek Sword Manor's patriarch, couldn't do it himself since he had to prepare for the final match of the martial arts tournament tomorrow. Instead, he sent his 2 younger brothers, Baek Song and Baek Ryong. Gun expected Song and Ryong to return with positive responses since he promised to give 100,000 silver niang to the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang if they supported the Baek Sword Manor as the alliance leader. He believed that amount was enough to move those clans' hearts. However, when Song and Ryong returned from their respective meetings, they both looked grim. Did it not go well? Gun asked. They said that they would think about it if we gave them a 100,000 silver niang first and that they would only support the Baek Sword Manor if you win the final match. Elder brother, Song said awkwardly after returning from his meeting with the Kong household's patriarch, Kong Won-hee. The Draconic Tiger gang's patriarch also made the same demands. It seems like they had this planned out, Ryong said with conviction. Considering that they demanded elder brother wins in the martial arts tournament first, it is highly likely that they also made some sort of deal with the Baek Sword sect. Gun frowned due to what he had learned. Though it was just an assumption, the Baek Sword sect had to have presumably offered something equivalent to 100,000 silver niang to the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang. The Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang planned to gain benefits from both the Baek Sword Manor and the Baek Sword sect, and they would only support one side winning clan in return. In actual fact, it didn't matter even if the money was given in advance as long as they supported the Baek Sword Manor as the alliance leader. However, if, on the off chance that Gun lost in the final match, he would lose the alliance leader position as well as 200,000 silver niang. Gun was confident of winning the finals match, but for the Baek Sword Manor to become the alliance leader, they required the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang's support. Although they made lowly demands, he had no choice but to comply since they held the upper hand. The problem was how he was supposed to procure 200,000 silver niang, which was to be paid to the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang. Fortunately, Gun had a clan he could rely on, the Hangzhou Merchant Company. Gun was well aware that the Hangzhou Merchant Company aimed to make the Baek Sword Manor the alliance leader. Hence, they would naturally be willing to pay the 200,000 silver niang. The Hangzhou Merchant Company did give 200,000 silver niang to the Baek Sword Manor. However, they added a condition that if Gun failed to become the alliance leader, they would immediately collect the 200,000 silver niang. Confident had become the alliance leader, Gun willingly accepted the Hangzhou Merchant Company's terms. Afterward, he paid the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang 100,000 silver niang each. However, Gun did not realize that everything was beyond his wildest dreams. It was Mu-Gun's idea for the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang to request the Baek Sword Manor to pay 100,000 silver niang in advance. Mu-Gun knew for sure that the Baek Sword Manor would make contact with the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang to coax them. In the process, he expected that the Baek Sword Manor would tempt the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang with money since they had the financial support of the Hangzhou Merchant Company. Hence, he told the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang of this in advance and made sure that they demanded such conditions from the Baek Sword Manor. If Cheol-gun became the winner, the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang would have no choice but to support the Baek Sword Manor as the alliance leader since they received the 100,000 silver niang. Nevertheless, they still put such conditions on the line because they were confident that Chinseng would defeat Cheol-gun and become the martial arts tournament champion. The Kong household and the Draconic Tiger gang would earn 100,000 silver niang regardless of the outcome. What was interesting was that they were grateful to the Baek Sword sect instead of the Baek Sword Manor, who gave them 100,000 silver niang each. The Baek Sword Manor ended up doing the hard work that would benefit others and not themselves. The day of the final match dawned. The finalists Baek Chinseng and Baek Cheol-gun headed to the arena early to prepare for their match. Despite being much more expensive than the quarterfinals and semifinals, the tickets had been sold out. While the place was filled with people looking forward to the finals, the overseers, Great Monk Gongsun and Zhang Ryo-gun, were seated next to the podium. Who do you think will be the victor? Ryo-gun asked Great Monk Gongsun, who was sitting next to her. I'm not sure. I find that difficult to determine since both finalists have yet to give it their all. What do you think, Patriarch Zhang? The same goes for me, considering they're both clearly outstanding. It wouldn't be strange for either of them to win. Their skills have certainly exceeded my expectations. Not just them, either. The excellent skills of the other patriarchs who participated in this tournament surprised me as well. I agree. Through this event, I discovered that Murim had underestimated the power of the 10 clans of Zhejiang. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance could even have a significant influence over Murim's domain in the future. Considering a faction of the 9 Celestial Demons sect has resurfaced, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's power will be a great help to Murim. On that note, have there been any new revelations about the 9 Celestial Demons sect's location? The 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families have formed a joint investigation team to investigate this but are yet to find any clear evidence. Want the 9 Celestial Demons sect become more secretive because of the Great Sima family incident? Most likely, but all evil deeds will eventually be discovered and their tales bound to be revealed if it becomes too long, don't you think so? They can't hide their true colors forever. If you ever need help from our sect, please don't hesitate to let me know. I will be more than happy to lend a hand. Alright. While the 2 overseers were talking, the host came up to the arena and heightened the mood of the final match with his eloquent words. As per scheduled, he then called Chinseng and Cheol-gun up on stage. The 2 headed up amid the audience's cheers and applause. Chinseng and Cheol-gun sparked a war of nerves to keep each other in check and from getting a head start. The host ensured they were fully aware of the match's rules. Afterward, he rang the gong, signaling the official beginning of the final match. Chinseng and Cheol-gun charged at each other as if they had planned to do so from the start. As soon as their swords clashed, a strong shockwave formed along with an ear-splitting boom. Both combatants were pushed back, but they simultaneously charged at each other again. With another clash of their swords, they unleashed a sonic blast. The 2 fighting each other with pure strength riled up the audience and caused them to passionately cheer for the intense sword exchanges. Cheol-gun frowned at Chinseng's swordsmanship, which he couldn't push back using his own swordsmanship at all. The destructive power of the Baek Sword Manor's swordsmanship, the air-splitting sword art, was recognized by others. The Baek Sword sect's swordsmanship, which was based on the sword's variability, could never have blocked it. However, even after several clashes, Chinseng didn't lose ground at all. Cheol-gun knew beforehand that Chinseng's swordsmanship was different from the one he was familiar with, but he didn't expect that it would be able to exert enough power to stand against the air-splitting sword art's power. The problem was that Chinseng's swordsmanship was based on variability, not destructive power. If the aspect of variability was added to Chinseng's swordsmanship, which he couldn't overpower, Cheol-gun would be at a disadvantage. He had to end the match before Chinseng could begin to seriously incorporate the aspect of variability into his swordsmanship. Cheol-gun mustered his internal energy with all his strength. Along with a heavy sword shadow, a blue sword-shaped aura soared from his weapon Vajrachi. It served as proof that he had reached the absolute realm. However, the aura's form wasn't clear since Cheol-gun had yet to completely enter it. Nevertheless, despite its imperfect state, it was still Vajrachi. Cheol-gun swung his sword, believing that even Chinseng would be helpless before his Vajrachi. His sword dropped through the space and violently struck Chinseng. Chinseng immediately activated the Heavenly Sea Convection step in response and escaped from it. Cheol-gun chased after Chinseng, launching another attack as the latter retreated from a distance. Cheol-gun thought Chinseng would use his movement art to evade this time, too. However, his expectations were off the mark. Rather than evading, Chinseng thrust his sword, which had a stronger and clearer form of Vajrachi than that of Cheol-gun's. Its size and shape proved that Chinseng had completely advanced into the absolute realm. Cheol-gun felt shocked and in disbelief despite witnessing the sight himself. Chinseng was a full-fledged absolute realm master unlike him, who was barely in the absolute realm. A question flashed in Cheol-gun's mind. How could a nobody like Chinseng advance to the absolute realm? That certainly seemed impossible unless someone had helped him. Of course, it was possible that he obtained miraculous enlightenment, but only those born with great luck could have such an encounter. Cheol-gun doubted Chinseng had such great luck. Something else was definitely in the works. He had no time to think, however. A stronger and more outstanding Vajrachi than he was capable of was heading toward him. There was no room for him to escape, and even if there were, it would be too late now. Cheol-gun clenched his teeth and blocked Chinsang's sword. Along with a thunderous sound, an incomparably tremendous shock wave violently hit Cheol-gun. Chinsang's Vajrachi smashed and scattered his. Ugh! Cheol-gun quickly stepped back, swallowing a groan under the pressure and pain that enveloped him. Not wasting his momentum, Chinsang dashed toward Cheol-gun and released a few rays of moonlight sword chi at him. If this was a life-and-death battle, Chinsang would have ended it by using Vajrachi again, but it was just a spar. Cheol-gun urgently swung his sword at the incoming fan-shaped moonlight sword chi. Cheol-gun's Vajrachi shattered the moonlight sword chi before it could land. However, Chinsang's offense did not end there. He positioned himself behind Cheol-gun using the Heavenly Sea Convection step, then released his moonlight sword chi again. Without so much as a moment to catch his breath, Cheol-gun blocked the moonlight sword chi with his sword. However, Chinsang was just starting. He activated the Heavenly Sea Convection step to maneuver around Cheol-gun while constantly unleashing a chaotic barrage of moonlight sword chi. Cheol-gun continuously used Vajrachi to defend. If he didn't block the space itself by spreading his Vajrachi, it would have been difficult for him to defend against the recklessly approaching moonlight sword chi. He did his best to find a chance to counterattack, but he couldn't even dream of it due to Chinsang's relentless assault. To make matters worse, his internal energy began to hit rock bottom due to his constant use of Vajrachi. Cheol-gun knew that the match was basically over. In truth, if Chinsang had attacked with Vajrachi, Cheol-gun would have had no way to block it. Under the current circumstances, it was better to admit defeat. If he dragged on the match at this point, he knew he would only look more pathetic. Nevertheless, Cheol-gun could not easily admit defeat. He felt too mortified to give up the position of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. However, he had no other choice. If he kept going and Chinsang made up his mind to launch a big attack, he could be seriously injured for no reason. Stop, I lost. Cheol-gun stepped back and admitted his defeat. At his declaration, Chinsang stopped swinging his sword and looked at the host. Do you admit defeat, Baek Sword Manners Patriarch? The host asked for clarification. I do. Cheol-gun nodded. The Baek Sword Manners Patriarch has admitted defeat. Patriarch Baek Chinsang of the Baek Sword Sect is the winner of the martial arts tournament? Congratulations! At the host's declaration, the audience congratulated Chinsang with enthusiastic applause. Meanwhile, Cheol-gun, who admitted defeat, could not get rid of his suspicions about the process of how Chinsang became an absolute realm master. Eventually, an assumption crossed his mind. Was Baek Chinsang perhaps related to the Nine Celestial Demons sect? It was just a vague doubt with no evidence to back his claim. However, Cheol-gun did not want to lose the alliance leader position to Chinsang just like this, so he could not let his assumption go to waste, no matter how vague. Wait a moment, I have something to say, Cheol-gun shouted. The host calmed the audience down and looked at Cheol-gun in response. What is it? First and foremost, congratulations on your victory, Patriarch Baek. However, to be honest, I have doubts about the process you had to go through for you to reach your current realm. With all due respect, may I ask for an explanation? It's hard for me to understand what you just said, Patriarch Baek. What do you doubt about my level of cultivation? Everyone must be aware that the Great Sima family, based in Yangzhou, Jiangsu province, was discovered to be a disguised force of the Nine Celestial Demons sect. I've also heard that the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families are investigating the sects that have shown rapid growth recently to root out the 9 Celestial Demons sect. For those reasons, I think Patriarch Baek should be investigated as well. I am by no means trying to frame you, Patriarch Baek. However, as the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, I would like for you to prove the legitimacy of the alliance by showing that you are truly and perfectly qualified for it. The audience began to make a commotion upon hearing Cheol-gun's words. The overseers at the seats of honor on the podium and the other patriarchs' expressions became serious. As Patriarch Baek said, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader is a position that should not have a speck of suspicion. As such, I am willing to be investigated. Chinsang hated that Cheol-gun associated him with the 9 Celestial Demons sect despite the lack of evidence. However, as Cheol-gun said, there had to be people who had doubts about his cultivation level. Hence, he took this as an opportunity to get rid of all suspicions. He had no qualms about being investigated because he had nothing to do with the 9 Celestial Demons sect anyway. I can handle this investigation. Is that all right? No one would doubt the investigation's results of the Shaolin Temple's Great Monk Gongsun. I'll leave it to you, then. When Cheol-gun and Chinsang agreed to let Great Monk Gongsun helm the investigation, Gongsun immediately headed up to the arena to examine Chinsang's energy and confirm whether he was wearing a demon seal ring. As he did, Gongsun was amazed by Chinsang's confident and vigorous aura. Considering the energy Chinsang contained, he was likely unrelated to the 9 Celestial Demons sect. Nevertheless, his internal energy could not be obtained from the Baek Sword sect. To clear all suspicions raised by Cheol-gun, had have to reveal its origin. Patriarch Baek's internal energy is clearly not related in any way to the internal energy of demonic sects such as the 9 Celestial Demon sect. However, it is also true that getting internal energy of your level with the Baek Sword sect's ability, which is widely known in Murim, is difficult. Although this is something that no one can force, if you would like to completely prove your innocence, it would be better to reveal the origin of your internal energy. Patriarch Baek.nov, L.B //JNN. By right, that information is difficult to disclose to the public. However, I will do so anyway since no one should doubt the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader's credibility. As Great Monk Gongsun had determined, my internal energy does not originate from the Baek Sword sect. That does not mean that it is part of the demonic sect. The internal energy that I amassed and cultivated is the Heavenly Sea God sect's internal energy cultivation method, Heavenly Sea Goliath cultivation. Do you mean the sect founded by the Heavenly Seafarer, a martial artist who made a name for himself in Murim over 100 years ago? Great Monk Gongsun asked, surprised. That's right. The Heavenly Seafarer made a secret cave to protect Murim from the 9 celestial demons sect and the other 3 greatest demonic sects. There, he left everything he had come to possess throughout his entire life. Our sect happened to discover the secret cave left behind by the Heavenly Seafarer and obtained the Heavenly Seafarer's martial arts. Ho ho, it is fortunate that the martial legacy of the Heavenly Seafarer, who had achieved many accomplishments as one of Murim's 10 wonders, lives on. Considering you have inherited his legacy, the Baek Sword sect's role will be very important in the future. I pray that your sect will be of great help to Murim. I will do my best to protect Murim. That's why I plan to begin with fending off the 9 celestial demons sect, as willed by the Heavenly Seafarer's legacy. As everyone heard, the Baek Sword sect has nothing to do with the 9 celestial demons sect. They reached their current status by inheriting the martial legacy of the Heavenly Seafarer, a previous member of the 10 Wonders. I declare the Baek Sword sect's martial arts trustworthy. The audience applauded and cheered at Great Monk Gongsun's declaration. With the suspicions of the patriarchs about Chinsang's cultivation having been resolved as well, they acknowledged him. However, Gun remained suspicious. You merely claim that you inherited the martial legacy of the Heavenly Seafarer, Patriarch Baek. You will have to prove that you're not lying. The expressions of the other leaders turned sour when Gun kept persisting. From their perspective, Gun was being unreasonable because the alliance leader position was snatched. I'm not sure about that. I don't know if anyone will recognize it even if I demonstrate the martial arts of the Heavenly Sea God sect here. Hence, Patriarch Baek won't believe that it is the Heavenly Sea God sect's martial arts, and you will once again ask me to prove myself. With all due respect, you just don't want to acknowledge me as the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, do you? Chinsang retorted, no longer able to hold himself back against Gun's remarks that repeatedly questioned him. If you lost fair and square, then accept it. Stop being petty. After Chinsang responded, shouts of criticism toward Gun were heard from all over the audience seats. Gun's face turned purple at the crowd's criticisms. No one here would listen to him anymore. The moment Great Monk Gongsun revealed that Chinsang's martial arts were not related to the 9 celestial demons sect and Chinsang revealed that he inherited the Heavenly Sea God sect's martial arts, most of the people's doubts disappeared. At the very least, not a single person believed that Chinsang was related to the 9 celestial demons sect. In this situation, there was nothing more that Gun could do. Ahem, I went overboard. I am only acting like this because I care about the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. I ask for your understanding, Patriarch Baek. I understand very well that you care about the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, Patriarch Baek. However, as comrades and members of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, you will need to have faith rather than doubt. I will keep your advice in mind, Patriarch Baek. At Chinsang's advice filled with hidden meaning, Gun forced an answer and left the stage. After declaring Baek Chinsang as the martial arts tournament's winner, the patriarchs proceeded to vote that evening with the 2 overseers attending. The voting was done by show of hands, so they could immediately determine who was in favor and who was against the candidate. Great Monk Gongsun, the overseer in charge of the votes, spoke to the leaders of the 10 clans. We will now proceed with the voting to elect an alliance leader. As overseers, I and the Puchuo Sword sect's matriarch will confirm and attest to the outcome of this election. Now then, if you are in favor of electing Patriarch Baek Chinsang, the martial art tournament winner, as the leader of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, please raise your hand. At Great Monk Gongsun's instructions, several patriarchs immediately raised their hands, starting with Chinsang and followed by Zhang Wenho, Zhou Jinmaiyang, Tae Gongpyo, Kong Wenhe, and Yang Gunsong. Excluding the Baek Sword Manor's patriarch, the other clan leaders became wary of the situation and quickly showed their hands when the votes exceeded the majority. As a result, Chinsang was successfully elected as the alliance leader. With Chinsang now confirmed to be the alliance leader, the center of power would shift toward the Baek Sword sect. There was no need to vote against him, which could lead to them falling out of his favor, just to maintain loyalty to the Baek Sword Manor. Their votes would not have affected the result of Chinsang's election anyway, so it could still be seen as a show of loyalty to Baek Gun. Only Gun, the Baek Sword Manor's patriarch, did not raise his hand. He knew it would not matter whether he did or not, but he refused to acknowledge Chinsang as the alliance leader. 9 clan leaders have voted to elect Patriarch Baek Chinsang as the alliance leader. In accordance with the voting methods rule, I hereby announce Baek Chinsang as the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Congratulations on becoming the alliance leader. Congratulations. Great Monk Gongsun made an official announcement and congratulated him. Zhang Gun and the other patriarchs congratulated him as well. Thank you, everyone. Chinsang stood up and bowed to the other clan leaders. Don't you have some sort of speech as the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader? Wenho asked. The other party leaders nodded in agreement and stared at Chinsang. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you for supporting my goal to become the alliance leader despite my shortcomings. As its leader, I aim to work for the entire Zhejiang Martial Alliance, not for the Baek Sword sect alone. For our organization to grow, however, we have to unite. Hence, I hope all the esteemed clan leaders do their part in unifying the Zhejiang Martial Alliance and turning it into a group that helps one another with faith rather than doubt. We will trust each other and follow your leadership, Alliance Leader. I trust that you will lead us well, Alliance Leader. When Qinseng finished his speech, the various patriarchs gave words of support and encouragement. In this situation where everyone was uniting, only Gun did not mingle with them. Rather, he simply sat in silence. His behavior bothered Qinseng. He was still human, and Gun, who tried to associate him with the 9 celestial demons sect, offended him. However, if he turned a blind eye to Gun for personal reasons, he wouldn't be qualified to lead the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. A leader should always be capable of embracing even those opposing them. Above all, for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to truly become strong, all the 10 clans had to work side by side. Patriarch Baek, you likely think I am not good enough to be the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Hence, I won't ask you to support me now. In return, instead of unconditionally opposing my leadership, please objectively watch over me. If you still think I'm inadequate for the position afterward, please feel free to give your blunt opinion on it. For our alliance's sake, I'd be more than willing to listen to you, Patriarch Baek. Moreover, we desperately require the Baek Sword Manor's power for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to reach greater heights. Even if you do not like me, I hope you will join hands with me for the alliance's sake. Qinseng placed himself in a lower position and reached out to Gun. When Qinseng broad-mindedly reached out, Gun could no longer hold his ground. Unless he planned to leave the Zhejiang Martial Alliance altogether, he had no choice but to join hands with Qinseng. I understand what you mean. As you've said, Alliance Leader, I will prioritize the Zhejiang Martial Alliance over my own personal feelings. Thank you for understanding. Seeing Qinseng trying to embrace Gun instead of rejecting him made the other patriarchs realize Qinseng was qualified to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader not only in terms of martial prowess but also in character. We've just elected the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, making this day historical. We can't just let this chance pass by, can we? The Iron Palm Sect's Dam Hwasong said. Well said. Don't you think we should drink until we drop tonight? Mei Zhonghak rejoiced. You're only saying that because you want to drink, don't you? Yang Gunsong of the Draconic Tiger Gang joked and teased Zhonghak, who loved drinking. Haha, that's partly the reason. Who will be paying for the alcohol today, though? Shouldn't the newly elected alliance leader naturally pay for the drinks? Haha, alright. I will pay for the drinks today, so enjoy the night to your heart's content, everyone. Can we go to the most expensive brothel in Hangzhou, then? Of course. Let's go, Qinseng replied. You can't go back on your words later, okay? Don't worry. I will pay for it even if I have to borrow money. Now, let's go before the alliance leader changes his mind. Hwasong urged the other patriarchs. Aren't we just doing whatever strikes our mood, though? It will be difficult for Great Monk Gongsun and Lady Zhang to join us, one Ho said while looking in the direction of the 2 overseers. Ho, don't worry about us and just go. Yes, today's event is for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, so don't pay us any heed. Great Monk Gongsun and Gun responded, hoping that the others would not feel pressure to include them. I apologize, but please excuse us today. I will be sure to treat you on a separate occasion, Qinseng said with an apologetic look. Ho, it's really fine. Go ahead and have fun. With a benevolent expression, Great Monk Gongsun waved his hand, gesturing for them to go quickly. The patriarchs went outside, leaving the overseers behind. They headed to the West Lake House, the best brothel in Hangzhou. Gun went together with them to the West Lake House, but unlike the other patriarchs, he could not enjoy his time there in comfort. After all, he knew the Hangzhou Merchant Company would not stay still now that the Baek Sword Manor failed to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. As expected, when he returned to the Baek Sword Manor after drinking until late at night, the Hangzhou Merchant Company's Zhang Hyunshul was already waiting for him with a cold expression. You seem to be living the life, Patriarch Baek. Seeing you like this could make one think that you have become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, Hyunshul sarcastically remarked as soon as he saw Gun. I know very well how you feel, but please give it a rest. Do you think I wanted this to happen? Gun did not like Hyunshul's attitude toward him, but he was at fault too. Hence, he suppressed his anger and spoke nicely. So, considering our current situation, do you expect me to just stay still and accept it because it can't be helped? What I mean to say is that nothing good will come from dealing with this emotionally. Let's have a rational conversation, then. Do you know how much the Hangzhou Merchant Company has invested in the Baek Sword Manor so far? Over 600,000 silver niang, if I remember correctly. It was only 400,000 niang until the Baek Sword Manor borrowed an additional 200,000 niang to win over the Kong household and the Draconic Tiger Gang for the alliance leader election. As a result, the amount the Baek Sword Manor had to pay back reached a total of 600,000 niang. We, the Hangzhou Merchant Company, provided you with 600,000 silver niang because we believed that the Baek Sword Manor would become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. However, you failed to meet our expectations. That leaves us no choice but to take our money back. What do you mean by that? You want to take back your money? It is just as I said. I will give you 2 months. I'm considering your circumstances and giving you this much time because we are in law. Return 600,000 silver niang to us in 2 months. No, wait. How do you expect me to repay all that money in 2 months? That's for you to figure out. If you fail to return our 600,000 silver niang in 2 months, you will have to forfeit the land and buildings the Baek Sword Manor possesses. What kind of nonsense is that? Let's try to find another way instead of doing this, Cheol-gun pleaded. There is no other way. Your only other option is to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. An alliance leader has already been elected. How do you expect me to get that position? If an accident happens to the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, won't you have another chance? There was no way Chen would suddenly be met with an accident. Rather, Hyunchul was implying Chen should be gotten rid of through a staged accident. You want me to? Cheol-gun couldn't bring himself to finish his sentence, having fully understood what Hyunchul meant. Instead, he just stared at Hyunchul. I don't intend to force you if you don't want to. If you don't want to do it, then just return 600,000 silver niang to us within 2 months, Hyunchul said, indicating that he had nothing to lose. Ahem, Cheol-gun gulped. In one corner of his heart, he honestly desired to fake an accident and get rid of Chen just as Hyunchul suggested so he could become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. However, if things were to go wrong and he failed, he could lose everything he had achieved so far. Even if he succeeded, it would be hard to avoid the doubt of others. The problem was that it was almost impossible to get 600,000 silver niang within 2 months. If he could not get rid of Chen and failed to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, the Hangzhou Merchant Company could take away all of the assets that the Baek Sword Manor had amassed so far. That would ultimately ruin the Baek Sword Manor's finances, leaving them with insufficient money to maintain their combat forces. In a nutshell, that would mean the end of the Baek Sword Manor. If so, then he was left with a single option, somehow get rid of Chen and become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. However, eliminating Chen wasn't easy either. Even if he could mobilize all of the Baek Sword Manor's martial artists, it didn't mean he could order them to do anything. He could only mobilize the members who would do anything for the sake of the Baek Sword Manor to accomplish a task as wicked as getting rid of Chen. At most, less than 100 would be willing to carry out such a mission. There wouldn't be enough of them to kill Chen, an absolute realm master. Honestly, I want to do as you say. However, killing Baek Chen, an absolute realm master, with our clan's combat power would be difficult. If you're determined to do it, I can provide help.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Help? There are unaffiliated martial arts masters who are connected to the Hangzhou Merchant Company. They will do anything for money. If you intend to go through with this, I can connect you with them. Do you want me to borrow money from the Hangzhou Merchant Company again? Does it still matter whether it's 600,000 niang or 700,000 niang, considering you won't be able to pay it back anyway? Hyunchul's words made Cheol-gun smile bitterly. He was certainly right. Cheol-gun had no other option. All he could do was borrow money from the Hangzhou Merchant Company and hire the masters to get rid of Chen. Are their skills reliable? Trust me. Hyunchul was confident. Cheol-gun was bothered by his strangely twisted lips, but there was no use crying over spilled milk. Then, I will leave it in your care. When do you plan to proceed with this important task? The masters you speak of should come over first, shouldn't they? You don't have to worry about that. I can arrange that immediately. Did you perhaps anticipate the current situation and prepare in advance? That's not the case. I also believed that you would emerge victorious in the martial arts tournament. However, in the off chance that you could not, I had this plan prepared in advance. Better safe than sorry, huh? That's right. Cheol-gun knew that he had fallen into Hyunchul's trap, but there was no going back under the current circumstances. He had no choice but to succeed no matter what. The key was when to attack Chen. Chen and the other patriarchs planned to stay at the Baek Sword Manor for the next 3 days to discuss matters related to the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's operations, which included the establishment of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps. It was practically impossible to cause an accident in Hangzhou since they were all staying in the Baek Sword Manor, leaving him no choice but to proceed with his plans once the Baek Sword Sect group had left Hangzhou instead. However, the Baek Sword Sect would most likely return to Wenzhou by sea. The Baek Sword Sect had a lot of experience in naval warfare, while the Baek Sword Manor had close to no experience in it. Fighting on the sea would put the Baek Sword Manor at a complete disadvantage. However, traveling by sea meant they would inevitably anchor in a port city and stay the night. Taking that into consideration, he could simply go to where the Baek Sword Sect's ship would dock ahead of them, wait for them there, and launch a surprise attack. Well, set the plan in motion once the Baek Sword Sect's group leaves Hangzhou. Don't tell me you intend to challenge them in naval warfare? No. Well, wait and attack the Baek Sword Sect's group where they'll stop in the middle of their voyage. We will have to find out where they'll be staying, then. The Baek Sword Sect uses the Ian Merchant Group's ship. As you likely already know, merchant groups usually decide where they'd be stopping in the middle of their voyages before they actually set sail. The Ian Merchant Group travels from Hangzhou to Wenzhou, so there are 2 places where they will stop by and stay the night. Xiangshan and Taizhu. We should send some people to Xiangshan in advance, then. It won't be easy to follow the Baek Sword Sect's group once they leave, and that also poses the risk of getting caught. I won't be able to personally go if we do that. Just send some people. I'm certain the masters I've prepared will take care of it. You do know that Baek Shinsang is an absolute realm master, don't you? Don't worry. He still won't be able to do anything against them. The names of such an incredible group of masters would surely be known throughout Murim. Can you tell me who they are? I don't know either. All I know is that they will move for money. They didn't reveal their identity, but their skills are guaranteed, so don't worry. Gun felt uncomfortable about this, but it was already impossible for him to stop halfway. He could only pray that they would get rid of Shinsang smoothly. Baek Shinsang and the other patriarchs discussed matters related to the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's operations, including the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Core establishment. At the same time, Baek Mu-Gun collected his winnings of 100,000 niang from the gambling event in which he bet on who the martial arts tournament winner would be. The Hangzhou Merchant Company, which organized the gambling event, paid 100,000 silver niang without making a fuss. Although they lost 100,000 silver niang to Mu-Gun, so many people bet on Baek Mu-Gun and Tae Gongpyo that they still earned more than 200,000 niang in profits after paying Mu-Gun. Mu-Gun deposited the 100,000 silver niang to the myth vault, receiving a credit note in return. He planned to use his earnings to establish the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Core. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Core establishment was expected to cost a few million niang. However, that total amount already accounted for a few years. It would only cost 500,000 niang to a maximum of 1 million niang per year. As the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's leader, the Baek Sword Sect had to cover 30% of it, which meant they had to pay 150,000 to 300,000 niang a year. The 100,000 niang he earned from the gambling event was not enough, but it would still be of great help. After depositing his winnings, Mu-Gun focused on improving the martial arts of the 3 clans, including the Wind Saber sect, while the 10 clans of Zhejiang leaders were in a meeting. Among them, the one he invested the most effort into was the Wind Saber sect's martial arts. Mu-Gun tried to find a way to evolve the 18 Wind Blade Saber Arts Wind Blade into the Wind Blade scales. After several trials and errors, he finally achieved satisfactory results. If the existing Wind Blade could split a certain amount of Saber Chi into 10 thin blades, the Wind Blade scales that Mu-Gun revamped could split the Saber Chi up to 100 blades. Dividing Saber Chi into 10 times the number of thin blades inevitably made the Wind Blades thinner. The new Wind Blades, which were now much thinner than before, could react more sensitively to the opponent's aura. Its improved application of internal energy significantly enhanced its speed and power. If Gongpyo could use the Wind Blade scales, which Mu-Gun had revamped, in the martial arts tournament, Shinsang would have had trouble blocking them. Nevertheless, if Gongpyo were to advance to the absolute realm, few people would be able to block his Wind Blade scales. However, it was not omnipotent. Attacks that exceeded its speed or devastated the space itself could neutralize it. Even so, there was a good chance that the Wind Blade scales could become the greatest martial arts, although it would still be useless despite its excellence if its practitioner failed to use it to its fullest potential. Mu-Gun had increased the power of the Wind Blade scales as much as he could. It was now up to Tae Gongpyo and Tae Mu-Gang to display its full power. The Wind Blade scales was the last martial art Mu-Gun worked on. Having successfully fixed all 3 sects' martial arts, Mu-Gun met up with Draconic Tiger Gang's Patriarch Yonggun Song, Kong Household's Patriarch Kong Won-hee, and Wind Saber Sect's Patriarch Tae Gongpyo in order and taught them their respective revamped martial art. The 3 patriarchs could not help but be amazed by the improved martial arts. Gongpyo, in particular, was so shocked upon seeing the Wind Blade scales, which Mu-Gun personally demonstrated, that he was rendered speechless. The improved martial arts, which had become much stronger in his hands, made the 3 patriarchs aware of Mu-Gun's ability. The fact that he could improve their sect's martial arts to this extent meant his martial prowess was very high. It also showed the Baek Sword sect's truly amazing generosity. Although a part of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, they were different clans in the end. Hence, it was definitely not easy to willingly improve the others' martial arts. To put it bluntly, the improved martial arts would make the other clans stronger, perhaps even strong enough to pressure the Baek Sword sect, yet they still willingly did so under the logic that the 10 clans of Zhejiang had to become more powerful to strengthen the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. However, they could never have done something like that if they weren't confident they wouldn't get overpowered by other clans no matter how strong they became. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. What was important was that their confidence was not a show of bravado. Having properly grasped Shinsang and Mu-Gun's abilities, the 3 patriarchs believed that the Baek Sword sect would likely dominate the Zhejiang Martial Alliance in the future. Hence they thought it would be best for them to trust and follow the Baek Sword sect than go against them. As a result, instead of forcing the other clans into submission with their martial prowess, the Baek Sword sect showed undeniable strength, causing the clans to follow the Baek Sword sect on their own accord. However, not all the 10 clans of Zhejiang were like that. The Baek Sword sect still had an unfriendly relationship with the Baek Sword Manor, the Clear Sun sect, the Iron Palm sect, and the Mei household. There was nothing to worry about, though. The Baek Sword Manor would likely say otherwise, but the Baek Sword sect could easily move the hearts of 3 of those clans if the Baek Sword sect did what they did for the other clans. ****. In the inner sanctum of the Hangzhou Merchant Company, Hangzhou Merchant Company's owner Zhang Hyunchul and a man in his mid to late 50s exuding an extraordinary aura were having a discussion. Interestingly enough, the middle-aged man was the one sitting at the head table instead of Hyunchul, and Hyunchul was showing the middle-aged man the utmost courtesy. It could be surmised from such behavior that the middle-aged man had a higher status than Hyunchul. It's disappointing that I have to step forward because you can't even handle something like this properly. I'm sorry. I did not expect the Baek Sword Sex Patriarch to reach the absolute realm in such a short period. As the middle-aged man reprimanded him, Hyunchul bowed his head. You said that he inherited the Heavenly Sea God Sect's martial legacy, right? That's right. The Heavenly Sea God Sect isn't something we can simply look down on. No matter how great the Heavenly Sea God Sect is, they would not dare compare themselves to the demonic monarchs, Hyunchul flattered. Only those from demonic sects could earn the title demonic monarch. That's a given. However, it would still be better to be safe. What do you plan to do? I'll take the poison monarch with me. If you two demonic monarchs move together, dealing with someone like Baek Shinsang would be a piece of cake. The middle-aged man frowned. The poison monarch and I shouldn't even have to handle this ourselves. I'm sorry. One mistake is enough. If you disappoint me again, your head will roll. I will make sure not to make any more mistakes. Make sure that we properly control the Baek Sword Manor's patriarch. It would be meaningless for him to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader if he does not follow our orders. You don't have to worry about that. The moment they decided to participate in getting rid of Baek Shinsang, this matter became the Baek Sword Manor's decisive weakness. They will have no choice but to follow our cause out of fear of their weakness being revealed to the world. You were also that confident about the Baek Sword Manor's patriarch becoming the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, weren't you? I will make sure of it this time. You should. Otherwise, you will lose your head, the middle-aged man warned Hyunchul once again and got up. Are you leaving? Why? Do you have anything else to say? No, it's just that I prepared alcohol and women for you, esteemed demonic monarch. Why don't you stay back and enjoy it for a while before leaving? It's fine. I'll enjoy it after I get back. Understood. I will prepare thoroughly and make sure you enjoy it when you are back. I look forward to it. The middle-aged man left the Hangzhou Merchant Company. After seeing him off, Hyunchul headed back inside and immediately sent someone to the Baek Sword Manor to inform them to prepare the personnel that would be sent to Xiangshan. After 3 days of discussion, the 10 patriarchs finally decided how to form the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps and its organizational system. To start, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps would be established in Shaoxing as planned, but instead of constructing a new manor, they decided to purchase an existing manor and expand it. To that end, they deployed an investigation team to look for manors that would serve as the Uniter Corps headquarters. Furthermore, the basic framework of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's organizational system had also been created. The alliance leader naturally stood at the top of the alliance, while the 9 other clan leaders were elected as elders. They would decide on all alliance-related matters, be they important or trivial, with the alliance leader. The smaller clans all over the Zhejiang province would also be integrated into the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, forming an external division. To that end, the 10 clans decided to actively encourage the smaller clans in their respective territories to enter the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Of course, they didn't plan to force them to join, so only those willing would be recruited. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance's martial forces would mainly be divided into internal and external divisions. The 10 clans' martial artists would lead the internal division, and the dispatched members of the Zhejiang province's smaller clans would take charge of the external division. On top of that, it was agreed that martial artists would be fostered and trained to form a martial squad that would be under the direct control of the alliance leader. However, reaching an agreement did not mean they could immediately accomplish all their goals. It would take at least a year for their plans to have a substantial impact. After the meeting between the patriarchs, the Baek Sword Sex group prepared to return to Wenzhou. The Justice Martial Sect and the Flying Lance Sect decided to travel with the Baek Sword Sect since it was much more comfortable to travel to Wenzhou by sea, then return to their respective homes from there. Just like when they came to Hangzhou, the Baek Sword Sex group used the Ian Merchant Group's ship on their return home. During that time, the Ian Merchant Group's Ian Yesang approached Mu-Gun more assertively. Mu-Gun knew quite well she did so to secure benefits for the Ian Merchant Group through the Baek Sword Sect. Once the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps had been established, various rights and privileges would also come into effect. The total number of personnel that would be dispatched to the United Corps headquarters by the 10 clans of Zhejiang and the Zhejiang province's smaller clans was estimated to be at least 2,000. Just being able to provide the food and daily necessities for so many people would bring the Ian Merchant Group a lot of profit. Many merchant associations, including the Ian Merchant Group, would want to get the privileges and supply rights related to the establishment of the United Corps. Shinsang, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, could exert considerable influence in determining would get trading privileges and supply rights. Yesang approached Mu-Gun more assertively with that in mind. If the Ian Merchant Group and the Baek Sword Sect were to be connected by marriage, she thought Shinsang would give the Ian Merchant Group trading privileges and supply rights for the United Corps. That was also one of the reasons why the Hangzhou Merchant Company tried to make the Baek Sword Manor the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's leader. As expected, Mu-Gun ignored Yesang, whom he was not interested in complete disgust when she approached him from a political standpoint. Anger could devour her if he kept ignoring her, ultimately making her put a stop to the procurement of the herbs necessary for the Medicine King family to concoct the spiritual pills. However, the same applied to the Ian Merchant Group. The Baek Sword sect could also decide to no longer escort the Ian Merchant Group's mercantile journey. The ship carrying the Baek Sword sect's group arrived in Xiangshan 3 days after leaving Hangzhou. They decided to stay the night in Xiangshan and depart again the next day. In an inn on the outskirts of Xiangshan, the middle-aged man whom Hyunchul had met the other day as well as another middle-aged man received a report from someone who appeared to be their subordinate. The Baek Sword sect's party arrived at Xiangshan port a while ago. How many are there? There are 90 people in total, with 30 people each from the Baek Sword sect, the Justice Marshal sect, and the Flying Lance sect. There aren't that many of them. As planned, we'll launch an attack tonight, so prepare thoroughly and make sure not to make any mistakes. Inform the Baeok Sword Manor of this as well. Understood, their subordinate answered, then immediately left. I doubt I'm even needed here, considering there are only 90 of them, the second middle-aged man, who had been listening in silence, said with an indifferent expression. You don't even have anything to do anyway, so stop complaining. What do you mean I have nothing to do? Do you know how busy I am? You are well aware that the patriarch is in a bad mood because of the Great Sima family incident, are you not? If we make another mistake, we would be severely reprimanded. As you said, this is something that I can handle on my own, but since we're doing it, wouldn't it be better to make sure we deal with it properly? The first middle-aged man brought up the Great Sima family to persuade the second middle-aged man. They both sounded like they were related to the Azura cult of the 9 Celestial Demons sect. You've got a point. Stop complaining and cooperate, then. In return, I will let you have a taste of a bunch of energetic girls when we're done. Ho ho, I can't wait. The second middle-aged man smacked his lips, looking all excited. We still have a lot of time, so why don't we play a game of Go? Why, though? It's so boring. What's that? Are you afraid you'll lose to me? Lose? Who? Me? If you're so confident, then let's play. Do you think I will fall for such a shallow provocation? Stop playing hard to get. We've got nothing to do anyway, right? You really like doing troublesome things. The second middle-aged man reluctantly accepted, and the two began to play a game of Go. After a while, night fell. While they were waiting idly, their subordinate who gave a report earlier returned and informed them that they had completed all the necessary preparations. Well then, let's go. The two middle-aged men, who were itching to go, quickly got up and headed outside. Upon exiting the building, they found the 50 men the first middle-aged man had brought and 100 Baeok Sword Manor warriors. They were standing by with black masks and clothes on. Are you all ready? The first middle-aged man asked them. We are. Keep this in mind, everyone. No one should know what is about to happen tonight. For that purpose, we have to kill every single one of them, leaving no man alive. Do you understand? Yes. Good. Move out. At the first middle-aged man's order, the 150 black-masked men headed toward the inn where the Baek Sword sect's group was staying. Baeok Xiao Ryong, who led the Baeok Sword Manor warriors, could not get rid of his doubts. The people the Hangzhou Merchant Company had brought were all giving off a gust of dark energy. It was as if he was looking at demonic sect members. In particular, the two middle-aged men leading them gave off terrifying energy that went beyond what could be called dark. It felt similar to the commonly known demonic chi of demonic practitioners. Xiao Ryong was very suspicious of their identity since he didn't know anything about them. He only knew that they were mercenaries hired by the Hangzhou Merchant Company. If they were indeed demonic sect members, the Baeok Sword Manor could fall into a perilous situation. However, he could not dispute that now that they had come this far, regardless of whether they were the demonic sect figures or not getting rid of the Baek Sword sect's group would threaten the Baeok Sword Manor's existence. Xiao Ryong tried to turn a blind eye to his suspicions. After an hour, they arrived at the city street 300 feet away from the inn where the Baek Sword sect's group was staying. Everyone, begin the hunt, the first middle-aged man ordered. As soon as he did, the 150 black-masked men quietly approached the inn. The two middle-aged men followed behind them. Upon entering the establishment, the black-masked men killed everyone inside at random, intending to keep nobody in the inn alive. Having set up a night watch in case of any unforeseen situation, the Baek Sword sect's martial artist standing watch hurriedly blew the whistle upon discovering the black-masked men. Enemy incoming? Ambush? The whistle and screams of the night watch made the Baek Sword sect's group wake up, hurriedly pick up their weapons, and fight the unidentified enemy. Baek Mu-Gun was among them. As soon as Mu-Gun heard the screams, he quickly picked up his sword and left his room, finding black-masked men running wild in the inn. Mu-Gun immediately charged at them. It did not matter who they were. He had no intention of forgiving anyone who dared attack the Baek Sword sect. Through his sword, Mu-Gun unleashed various rays of moonlight sword chi in all directions, severing the throats and piercing the hearts of the black-masked men in droves. Mu-Gun didn't stop. With a single leap, he easily landed before the black-masked men and cut them down without hesitation. Baek Shinsang, who had come out before the enemy realized, mercilessly slaughtered the black-masked men as well. With the two of them actively participating in the battle, their enemies' advances were stunted. It didn't last long, however. Two pairs of black-masked men with extraordinary auras blocked Shinsang and Mu-Gun. Mu-Gun looked at the two men who stood in his way, both of which were masters in the upper peak realm. They were not ordinary martial arts experts, either, since he could sense demonic chi leaking out from them. Considering the density of their demonic chi, they weren't just normal demonic practitioners. They had to be related to the three greatest demonic sects. You bastards are from the 9 celestial demons sect, huh? You must be trying to hasten your death. The two black-masked men pincered Mu-Gun. In response, Mu-Gun quickly used the celestial moonlight sword art to block their attacks, pushing them back with a thunderous blast. He then immediately chased after his opponents and executed the Supreme Moonlight, the celestial moonlight sword art's strongest attack, to bring a swift end to their battle. Vajrachi in the form of moonlight quickly devoured the space and poured out toward the two masked men. His opponent's eyes wavered. They would have trouble stopping his attack with their current strength. However, at that moment, a silhouette jumped in front of them. With a single sword swing, he released blood-curdling Vajrachi and enveloped the moonlight Vajrachi, which was suffocating the two masked men. As the two Vajrachi entangled with each other, a tremendous roar reverberated. The blast was so loud that the fight happening inside the inn stopped for a moment. Mu-Gun stepped back to avoid the shockwave and glanced at the man who intervened and blocked his attack. He was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary aura. He had to be in the absolute realm at the very least. Furthermore, just like the duo Mu-Gun was fighting just now, a genuine demonic chi was leaking from him. The middle-aged man was likely a demonic practitioner of the 9 celestial demons sect. Wow, despite witnessing it in person, I still can't believe you're already in the absolute realm at that age. The middle-aged man who blocked the Supreme Moonlight expressed his surprise. Instead of answering, Mu-Gun observed the situation in the inn. He was currently up against two masked men in the upper peak realm and a middle-aged man in the absolute realm. Chinseng was also up against two black masked men in the upper peak realm. On top of that, there was another middle-aged man standing by the entrance of the inn. He, too, was also an absolute realm master, but he was yet to make a move. In short, they had to deal with 2 absolute realm masters and 4 upper peak realm masters at the same time. Even if he and Chinseng dealt with them together, they would both have to fight an absolute realm master and 2 upper peak realm masters each. Mu-Gun could pull off such a feat, but it was too much for Chinseng. Before Chinseng was defeated, he had to end his fight quickly. I guess I don't have a choice. O God of Thunder shining brightly in gold. Adhering to the ancient covenant, I long for your power. Manifest your existence and show your domineering power to these foolish ingrates. Mu-Gun spoke in the language of the gods to manifest the Thunder God, a supreme heavenly realm being. As soon as Mu-Gun finished reciting the incantation, the air around him began to shake violently. The middle-aged man initially looked at Mu-Gun as if the latter wasn't making any sense since he was spouting incomprehensible words, but he soon realized that something was wrong when tremendous energy fluctuated around Mu-Gun. He hurriedly attacked Mu-Gun. The middle-aged man unleashed blood-curdling Vajrachi from his sword and made it burrow toward Mu-Gun. It was not just him. The other middle-aged man, who was just observing from the inn's entrance, also immediately realized the seriousness of the situation and rushed toward Mu-Gun while exuding a green ray of Vajrachi. The Vajrachi the 2 middle-aged men emitted seemed as if they were going to devour Mu-Gun at any moment. At that moment, Mu-Gun's eyes were dyed in gold, and golden lightning enveloped him like a storm. The golden lightning engulfed the Vajrachi of the 2 middle-aged men pressuring Mu-Gun. With a thunderous blast, the 2 middle-aged men's Vajrachi were quickly extinguished and disappeared without a trace. They looked bewildered, but not just simply because of the golden lightning's power. It was because the 9 celestial demons sect's old enemy came to mind when they saw Mu-Gun releasing golden lightning from all over his body. The Heavenly Descent Thunder God sect. Those men, who had repeatedly trampled on the grand plan of the 9 celestial demons sect, could allegedly cover themselves with golden lightning and create a sword out of it at will. The description matched Mu-Gun's current appearance. You fucker? You're the Heavenly Descent Thunder God sect's successor, aren't you? The first middle-aged man's voice trembled. The Heavenly Descent Thunder God sect's successor was a powerful being that not even the 9 demon kings of the 9 celestial demons sect could do anything to. He was an existence they could never handle with their own strength. As if to bear witness to that, just facing Mu-Gun's aura alone made them feel numb all over and caused their legs to shake. As the Heavenly Descent Thunder God sect's successor, I will eradicate the demonic practitioners of the 9 celestial demons sect from this moment onward. Mu-Gun did not purposely try to hide the fact that he was the Heavenly Descent Thunder God sect's successor. He unleashed the Thunder God's descent, already prepared to reveal his identity, but only to those currently present. Mu-Gun decided to take down every demonic practitioner who raided the inn so that no one could reveal his identity to the Celestial 9 Demons sect. Targeting the 2 Absolute Realm Masters first, Mu-Gun raised both his hands toward them and executed the 10 Thunderous Tornado Strike, the 3rd technique of the Heavenly Descent Thunder God Sword Art. In doing so, he unleashed 10 crescent-shaped thunderbolt swords from his hands. The swords surrounded the middle-aged men and quickly rotated around the 2, forming a thunderstorm. The 10 Thunderous Tornado Strike was an offensive chi that created and surrounded the opponent with 10 crescent-shaped thunderbolt swords before unleashing a thunderstorm. Countless thunder strikes would bombard those trapped inside it, rendering their protective Vajrachi useless no matter how powerful it was. The only way to block the 10 Thunderous Tornado Strike was to break it with a stronger attack. Nov. L. B //JNN. Unleashed while Mu-Gun was in the Thunder God's Descent state, the 10 thunderous tornado strike was difficult to block even for a Supreme Realm Master. Hence, it was close to impossible for the 2 Absolute Realm Masters to withstand it. The 2 middle-aged men still tried to block the 10 thunderous tornado strikes barrage of thunder strikes with all their might, but it was simply beyond their capabilities. Unable to defend against the constant bombardment of thunder strikes coming from all sides, they were eventually riddled with wounds. If this situation persisted, they would be torn into pieces. Fortunately, the 2 were not the only ones in the inn. Noticing the 2 middle-aged men in danger, the 4 Upper Peak Realm Masters immediately charged toward Mu-Gun. They also knew about the Heavenly Descent Thunder God Sect's successor, and they understood that they could not defeat him on their own. Nevertheless, they were willing to do anything to save the masters they served. Their attacks, which came from all sides, forced Mu-Gun to stop the 10 thunderous tornado strike. However, he unleashed a wave of golden lightning in all directions in response. The wave of golden lightning surrounded Mu-Gun and acted as a protective layer. It then rapidly expanded and engulfed the 4 masked men's attacks. The fierce chi that they exerted with all their might disappeared without a trace as soon as it clashed with Mu-Gun's technique. After extinguishing their attacks, the golden lightning continued storming forth until it hit them directly. The strong impact blasted them back and stunned them. "Deal with them, please," Mu-Gun shouted in the direction where Chinsang was. The 4 masked men had been slammed into the floor of the inn and were now paralyzed, making it a piece of cake to eliminate them. Baek Chinsang, Zhang Wenho, and Zhou Jinmaiyang quickly charged at them and stabbed them. While Chinsang and the others dealt with the 4 Upper Peak Realm Masters, Mu-Gun put an end to his fight with the 2 middle-aged men, who had escaped from the 10 thunderous tornado strikes barrage. Mu-Gun fired 2 thunderbolt swords from his hands, piercing the middle-aged men's hearts. After being severely wounded within the confines of the 10 thunderous tornado strike, the 2 finally collapsed with a hole in their chest. They couldn't even try to avoid it anymore. After confirming his opponent's deaths, Mu-Gun immediately deactivated the Thunder God's Descent. The golden ray of thunder surrounding him squirmed around and disappeared into thin air. Mu-Gun staggered for a moment as a lethargic sensation flooded into him. Chinsang quickly approached and supported Mu-Gun. "Are you okay?" "Yes, I just lost my strength for a moment. Anyway, we cannot let any of the masked men in this inn escape. They are all demonic practitioners of the 9 Celestial Demons sect. Show no mercy." Mu-Gun revealed the identity of the masked men so that Chinsang and the others would not show weakness. It's just as Mu-Gun said. The 9 Celestial Demons sect's demonic practitioners deserve to die. "Kill them all," Chinsang ordered. The remaining black masked men in the inn still greatly outnumbered the Baek Sword sect's group. However, with the masters who led the masked men now dead, their numbers no longer meant much. Meanwhile, Baek Sword Manor's Baek Xiaoryang was greatly embarrassed to learn that the people they were working with were demonic practitioners of the 9 Celestial Demons sect. He couldn't believe the Hangzhou Merchant Company would hire such people. Nevertheless, judging from the situation that just transpired, that was clearly the case. If matters continued to progress at this rate, they would also be accused of being demonic practitioners and be sentenced to death. He would have to reveal his identity to prevent that from happening, but doing so still wouldn't put an end to this matter. Rather, that would only reveal that the Baek Sword Manor conspired with the 9 Celestial Demons sect's demonic practitioners to kill Baek Shinsang. The Baek Sword Manor would incur the wrath of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance as a result of that, ultimately ruining their clan. For the sake of the Baek Sword Manor, Xiaoryang decided not to reveal his identity and instead sacrificed himself. Those who came with him did the same. However, there was something they could not hide even if they tried to hide their identity, their energy. Mu-Gun had detected that the masked men emitted 2 different energies. One was the energy of the 9 Celestial Demons sect's demonic practitioners, and the other was energy that had no relation to demonic sects. Carefully inspecting the masked men who did not exude any demonic chi, Mu-Gun soon discovered that one of them had a similar aura to Baek Xiaogun of the Baek Sword Manor. Baek Mu-Gun immediately approached him. The lethargic sensation that flooded into him after manifesting the Thunder God's Descent had already disappeared, so he no longer had trouble moving. Although the Thunder God's Descent had exhausted most of his internal energy, he still had more than enough to overpower Baek Xiaoryang. Mu-Gun quickly moved behind the black masked Xiaoryang and struck him on the shoulder with the Heavenly Descent Thunder Strike. Xiaoryang swiftly tried to evade upon feeling Mu-Gun's energy, but the latter's attack was too fast. The Heavenly Descent Thunder Strike shattered Xiaoryang's shoulders as a golden ray of lightning flickered past. "Arg!" With a golden thunderbolt enveloping his shoulder, Xiaoryang screamed as he fell to the floor. Although his shattered shoulder brought him extreme pain, the golden thunderbolt digging through his insides caused far more unimaginable pain. Mu-Gun grabbed the fallen Xiaoryang's head and took off his mask, revealing his face. He was one of the key figures of the Baek Sword Manor, so Mu-Gun naturally recognized him. "I did not expect the Baek Sword Manor to be one of the 9 Celestial Demons sect's subordinates." "That's not it. We were not aware they're demonic practitioners of the 9 Celestial Demons sect either," Xiaoryang hastily exclaimed. "Why did you all target us, then?" The Hangzhou Merchant Company demanded it. Doing whatever it took to save the Baek Sword Manor, Xiaoryang put the Hangzhou Merchant Company up on a stake. The Hangzhou Merchant Company? Since the Baek Sword Manor failed to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, they demanded we return the money we had borrowed from them so far. We do not have the financial resources to pay them immediately, so the Hangzhou Merchant Company offered us a proposition. Was it to kill my father, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, and take his position? That's right. Of course, we refused. We lacked the ability to do that as well. However, the Hangzhou Merchant Company forced us to take action, stating that they hired masters from a third party. Even if the Hangzhou Merchant Company forced you to do it, the Baeok Sword Manor could have still refused. We did not have a choice either. Even if so, there are things that can but should not be done. What the Baeok Sword Manor did this time has not only betrayed the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's faith. This wicked and atrocious act also deviates from the humane and righteous path. The Baeok Sword Manor will have to pay the price for that. What do you plan to do with the Baeok Sword Manor? An eye for an eye. That's the principle of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. The Baeok Sword Manor tried to kill the Baek Sword Sect's patriarch, so the Baek Sword Sect would kill the Baeok Sword Manor's patriarch in return. The patriarch was against it until the very end. All of this was something I decided on arbitrarily, Chiol Ryong said, wanting to take on all the blame. However, Mu-Gun was not naive enough to trust his word. Do you expect me to believe that? It's true. All the fault lies with me, so let this end with my death. Chiol Ryong tried his best to save the Baeok Sword Manor. Others would praise his loyalty, but Mu-Gun held a different opinion. If Chiol Ryong truly was loyal to and cared for the Baeok Sword Manor, he should have objected to this until the very end. He was now trying to take all the blame after the plan to cause an incident took a wrong turn, which did not impress Mu-Gun in the least. No longer finding any worth in answering him, Mu-Gun suppressed Chiol Ryong's Ahayol and Mahayol acupuncture points. If it was entirely up to him, he would have already killed Chiol Ryong, but he needed him alive to prove the Baeok Sword Manor and the Hangzhou Merchant Company's evil deeds. As Mu-Gun overpowered Chiol Ryong, the Baek Sword Sect's group defeated all the remaining Black Masked men. Although Baek Shinseng's performance was undoubtedly outstanding, Zhang Wenho and Zhou Jinmaiyang, whose martial prowess level had advanced to greater heights since Mu-Gun had improved their martial arts and given them a heavenly medicine pill, also played an active role. Leaving it up to the Baek Sword Sect's martial artists to clean up this mess, Shinseng headed to his room with Mu-Gun, Wenho, and Jinmaiyang to discuss the countermeasures to this incident. What was that martial art you used against the 9 Celestial Demon Sect's demonic practitioners just now? Shinseng asked Mu-Gun. Wenho and Jinmaiyang were also curious. It's the martial arts of the Heavenly Descent Thunder God Sect, Mu-Gun confessed. There was no hesitation in his answer since he had already decided to reveal the truth when he decided to manifest the Thunder God's descent. The Heavenly Descent Thunder God Sect? It is more commonly known as the Thunder God's successor in Murim. You're the Thunder God's successor? I'm sorry I could not tell you in advance. If this information were to spread across Murim, I could become the target of the 3 greatest demonic sects. Hence, I had no choice but to keep silent about it. We have to hide the fact that you are the Thunder God's successor in the future too, then. That's right. On that note, I would like you both to keep this matter a secret as well, Justice Martial Sect Patriarch and Flying Land Sect Patriarch. Please supervise the members of your clan from disclosing it to anyone. That's a given. We will do just that. Don't worry. I will make sure my clan members are tight-lipped about it. Jinmaiyang and Wenho promised to keep Mu-Gun's secret without a hint of hesitation. Thank you. How did you become the Thunder God's successor? Shinseng asked. The stranger who treated my chi deviation was from the Heavenly Descent Thunder God Sect. Did you refer to him as a stranger because you could not reveal the Heavenly Descent Thunder God Sect's existence? That's right. I'm sorry I could not tell you earlier. It's fine. My doubts have finally been cleared up. To be honest, I often wondered if you were my son while looking at the advancements and martial arts you have shown me. Everything makes sense now that you've revealed you're the Thunder God's successor. I take it you want to increase the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's power to fulfill your duties as the Thunder God's successor, then? Wenho asked. That's right. I'm still in disbelief, Jinmaiyang said, unable to believe that Mu-Gun was the Thunder God's successor, who was known as a legend in Murim. I'm looking forward to how much the Zhejiang Martial Alliance will grow now that the Thunder God's successor is with us. With Mu-Gun's strength as the Thunder God's successor, wouldn't it be possible for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to become a force comparable to the 9 prominent sects or the 7 great families? Jinmaiyang responded in agreement to Wenho's remarks. For the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to become as great a force as the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families, the patriarchs of the 10 clans of Zhejiang have to become stronger first and foremost. Since the olden days, a martial force relying on the strength of a single person had never been able to last long. For the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to truly become a long-lasting prestigious alliance like the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families, the patriarch's role will prove more important than anything else. In short, we should work harder. That's right. If the patriarchs can go beyond the upper peak realm and become absolute realm masters, no one will be able to recklessly look down on the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Can we really advance into the absolute realm, though? It won't be easy, but it's not impossible. I will do my best to help the clan leaders reach the absolute realm. Put your faith in me and give it your utmost efforts. All right. Well, trust you and do our best. Wenho and Jinmaiyang began to have hope that they could become absolute realm masters. Mu-Gun was the Thunder God's successor. With his help, becoming an absolute realm master was no longer a pipe dream. On the other hand, Qinsang smiled bitterly at his son, who had far exceeded him. Of course, he was naturally happy and proud that his son was doing great. However, as a father, he couldn't stop his pride from being hurt for being weaker than his son. It would be troubling if he began to envy Mu-Gun due to his mindset. Fortunately, he did not stoop that low. Rather than being envious of Mu-Gun, Qinsang gained a burning resolve to put in more effort than before so he could become a parent that his son would not be ashamed of. Qinsang's personal feelings aside, Mu-Gun's existence as the Thunder God's successor was currently exerting a positive influence on everyone. I think it's time we discuss how we should handle this incident. What is there to discuss? Wonho was furious. The Baeok Sword Manor tried to kill Patriarch Baek, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. That alone is enough for the Baeok Sword Manor to be sentenced to death, yet they even stooped low enough to collude with the 9 Celestial Demons sect. There is no point talking about this any further. We have to go back right now and punish them for their sins. I agree with you. The Baeok Sword Manor has made such a big mistake that even if we exterminate their entire clan, they would have nothing to say to defend themselves. They will have to pay for their sins. Jin Maiyang also took a firm stance. I also think that their upper brass should be punished with death, their patriarch included. However, punishing the entire Baeok Sword Manor for this matter would be crossing the line. More importantly, the Baeok Sword Manor is the biggest force in the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Eradicating them would also weaken the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Even so, we cannot overlook the crime that they committed. To uphold the Zhejiang Martial Alliance and the alliance leader's dignity, we have to take stern measures against the perpetrators of this incident. Patriarch Zhou is right. I, too, want to take stern measures against the perpetrators involved in this incident. However, we cannot punish the Baeok Sword Manor martial artists who were oblivious to this incident. If we punish the Baeok Sword Manor's upper brass for their sins, will their members just stay still? As long as we are certain of the crime the Baeok Sword Manor's upper brass has committed, they will not dare oppose us. If they learned that the Baeok Sword Manor's upper brass colluded with the 9 Celestial Demons sect, their warriors would certainly turn their backs on them. Wonho agreed with Qinsang's remarks. If we eliminate their upper brass, we will need a new leader to lead them. What should we do about that? That is entirely up to the Baeok Sword Manor to deal with. We will get rid of the main culprit of this incident, then give their clan the time and opportunity to reorganize themselves. Wouldn't it be better to appoint a person that you can control as their new patriarch? That would put the Baeok Sword Manor under your authority. That's preposterous. I have no intention of controlling the Zhejiang Martial Alliance in that manner. I will pretend I didn't hear what you just said, Patriarch Zhou. It was a slip of the tongue. Please forgive me. It's fine. I know you did not say that with ill intentions. The Baeok Sword Manor aside, we have to discuss what to do with the Hangzhou Merchant Company. If what Baeok Xiao Ryong said is true, the Hangzhou Merchant Company is likely conspiring with the 9 Celestial Demons sect, Mu-Gun said. However, we cannot just trust Baeok Xiao Ryong and accuse the Hangzhou Merchant Company. To bring the Hangzhou Merchant Company to justice, we have to find solid evidence that they joined hands with the 9 Celestial Demons sect. N/O/vel/B/n.C//OM. If they are really working with the 9 Celestial Demons sect, they would definitely have paid the 9 Celestial Demons sect quite a hefty amount of money. Considering the habits of merchant associations, the Hangzhou Merchant Company likely created a secret ledger that recorded the amount of money they offered to the 9 Celestial Demons sect. Getting our hands on that will confirm if those two factions have truly partnered up. We should find that secret ledger first, then. We can also use the Baeok Sword Manor's patriarch to get a confession from the Hangzhou Merchant Company. What do you mean? We just have to make the Baeok Sword Manor patriarch visit and question the Hangzhou Merchant Company about whether they mobilized the demonic practitioners of the 9 Celestial Demons sect. And you want to use that to make the Hangzhou Merchant Company's owner himself confess? That's right. However, this plan comes with two conditions. The first condition is to make the Baeok Sword Manor patriarch move according to our intentions, and the other is to ensure that there is a reputable person of Murim that can bear witness to the moment when the Hangzhou Merchant Company's owner confesses. If you want someone to bear witness, I think you can request the Puchuo Sword sect for help. They were one of the overseers in the martial arts tournament held recently, and they're quite close as well. Mu-Gun nodded to Wonho's comment. I share the same opinion. Let's ask the Puchuo Sword sect to bear witness, then. The problem now is getting the Baeok Sword Manor patriarch to move according to our will. Though it may be surprising, that's something that can easily be solved. How so? The Baeok Sword Manor patriarch would not want the Baeok Sword Manor, which has been passed down through generations, to be disgraced with the stigma of colluding with the 9 Celestial Demons sect. To prevent that from happening, he will try to reveal the Hangzhou Merchant Company being in league with the 9 Celestial Demons sect. That may be the case, but we're talking about the Baeok Sword Manor patriarch here. He will definitely ask us to overlook the crimes he has committed under the pretext of making the Hangzhou Merchant Company's owner confess, Jin Maiyang voiced out. From his perspective, Baeok Xiao-Gun was that type of person. If the Baeok Sword Manor patriarch decides to act that way, we will declare that we will not show any mercy to the Baeok Sword Manor. That would eventually defeat his stubbornness. Of course, that's assuming he does not sacrifice the Baeok Sword Manor just to save himself. We should request the Puchuo Sword sect for help and go back to Hangzhou for now, then. I think it would be better if one of you two is put in charge of requesting the Putuo Sword Sect to bear witness. The other will immediately head to Hangzhou with us. I'll go to the Putuo Sword Sect. Jin Maiyang volunteered. Take the corpse of one of the 9 celestial demon sect's masters with you. It should prove helpful. The aura that a martial artist possessed did not disappear immediately after death. Rather, it remained intact for 3 days at the minimum and 10 days at most. Hence, it would still be possible to confirm the presence of demonic chi in the body of a demonic practitioner they had just fought. I'll do that. After their meeting, the 4 left the guest room again and explained the gist of the situation to the surviving martial artists. They then made sure that everyone present would be tight-lipped about Mu-Gun's martial art. On the ship headed back to Hangzhou, Baek Mu-Gun and Baek Mu-Gun sat across from each other. Mu-Gun's hands and legs were tied up. I would like to make an offer to you. What is it? I hope you can help me persuade the Baek Sword Manor patriarch.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Persuade him? I need his help in revealing that the Hangzhou Merchant Company colluded with the 9 Celestial Demons sect. What will I gain from convincing our patriarch to reveal that the Hangzhou Merchant Company is in league with the 9 Celestial Demons sect? We will guarantee the Baek Sword Manor's survival. However, the upper brass related to this case will have to pay for their sins accordingly. I should just pay for the sins by myself, then. You're still saying that, huh? Because that's the truth. You mean to say you decided to kill the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader without the Baek Sword Manor Patriarch's permission? Even a 3-year-old kid would not believe that. Mu-Gun's words put Mu-Gun at a loss for words. To tell you the truth, I actually don't need to go through this in such a cumbersome and inconvenient way. I can just destroy the Baek Sword Manor and Hangzhou Merchant Company by myself. As you have already seen, that is definitely possible with the martial prowess I possess. And since this is a matter related to the 9 Celestial Demons sect, I am more than willing to do that. So think about this carefully, for this is the last chance I am giving to the Baek Sword Manor. Mu-Gun could not ignore Mu-Gun's warning. Having witnessed Mu-Gun's martial arts and his decisiveness to kill the demonic practitioners back at the inn, Mu-Gun could not turn a deaf ear to his words. From Mu-Gun's point of view, the best choice he currently had was to cooperate with Mu-Gun's demand and minimize the sacrifice to the Baek Sword Manor's upper echelons. I have to end this with just my and elder brother's death. He hoped to put an end to this incident by sacrificing himself alone, but that was impossible. At the very least, Baek Mu-Gun also had to be held responsible. Instead, no matter the cost, he wanted to protect Baek Mu-Gun, the Baek Sword Manor's second-in-command. Fine. I will do as you say, but let this end with just the Patriarch and I taking full responsibility. We were the ones who orchestrated this incident. No one else is even aware of this. The core of the Baek Sword Manor's leadership was the 3 brothers Baek Mu-Gun, Baek Mu-Sung, and Baek Mu-Ryong. There were also the 5 Baek Sword Squad's leaders, but they were likely unaware of this incident. Even if they were core members of the clan, the Baek brothers probably didn't reveal the plan to assassinate Baek Shinsang, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, to them. However, Mu-Sung was highly likely kept in the loop about the assassination plans. If that was proven to be the case, Mu-Sung should also be held responsible for this incident. The Baek Sword Manor's second-in-command had to have been aware of this. You're right. However, he never agreed to it. The Patriarch and I disregarded his objection and pushed ahead with the plan. Second brother is not guilty. Mu-Ryong said in desperation, hoping to at least save Mu-Sung. Mu-Gun contemplated it. It was not a wise option to leave any room for future troubles, but if pressed too hard, even a cornered rat would bite a cat. Unless he was determined to annihilate the Baek Sword Manor, he had to give them some leeway. If the Baek Sword Manor actively cooperates, I will do as you wish. Thank you. Well then, rest up. Mu-Gun left Mu-Ryong alone in the cabin and informed Baek Shinsang and Zhang Wenho of the outcome of their conversation. Shinsang and Wenho were worried that there would be future troubles if Mu-Sung was left alive. However, Mu-Gun reassured them that Mu-Sung would not stir trouble rashly since he would have realized the Baek Sword Sect's power through this incident. Even if so, Mu-Gun did not intend to let his guard down. Mu-Gun planned to thoroughly monitor the Baek Sword Manor's movement through the Heavenly Secret Hall. Moreover, if discovered that the Baek Sword Manor was up to no good, he would punish them immediately. As the Baek Sword Sect's group headed back to Hangzhou, the Baek Sword Manor's Mu-Gun got the carrier pigeon that Mu-Ryong had sent. The message it brought stated that the insurgency at Xiangshan was successful. Mu-Gun, who had been anxiously on the edge of his seat due to this, finally got peace of mind. Mu-Ryong, whom the Baek Sword Sect held captive, sent out a carrier pigeon carrying false information under Mu-Gun's orders to ease Mu-Gun's mind. As a result, Mu-Gun now waited for Mu-Ryong's return with an eased mind. His dream of becoming the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader had been rekindled. *****. 2 days later, the Baek Sword Sect's group arrived at Hangzhou port. Mu-Gun took Mu-Ryong with him and immediately headed to the Baek Sword Manor with Shinsang and Wenho. The martial artists from the 3 clans, including the Baek Sword Sect, were instructed to stay at a lodging within the port's vicinity. As they approached the Baek Sword Manor, Mu-Gun untied the shackles on Mu-Ryong's hands and said, "If you don't want the Baek Sword Manor to be completely wiped from existence, it would be in your best interest not to do anything foolish. Don't worry. Taking the lead, Cheol Ryong entered the Baeok Sword Manor with the Baeok Sword Manor's martial artists opening the door for him upon confirming his identity. Cheol Ryong went in as if nothing had happened. The others, including Mu-Gun, followed him inside. Cheol Ryong then led them to Cheol Gun's office. They occasionally encountered Baeok Sword Manor martial artists on the way there, but they didn't suspect anything since Cheol Ryong was with them. Upon finally arriving at Cheol Gun's office, Cheol Ryong informed the guardians standing guard in front of the office of his visit. Patriarch, the great commander has requested an audience. Let him in. The guardians opened the door to the office with Cheol Gun's permission. Cheol Ryong entered the office first, followed by Mu-Gun and the others. Welcome. Cheol Gun, who was pleased to see Cheol Ryong as he entered the office, looked stunned upon seeing Mu-Gun and the others following after him. The moment he saw people who were supposed to have been killed in Xiangshan, Cheol Gun realized something had gone wrong. Cheol Gun racked his brain thinking about what to do in this situation. Consider yourself warned that it's best not to try anything foolish, Shinseng told Cheol Gun. Elder brother, doing as the alliance leader said would be for the best. Cheol Ryong also warned Cheol Gun just in case he planned to do something reckless. Cheol Gun's expression turned more dreadful. What happened? Cheol Gun asked Cheol Ryong. As you can see, the Baeok Sword Manor's plan to assassinate the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader has failed. I know you coveted the position, but how could you do something this wicked? You even involved the demonic practitioners of the 9 Celestial Demons sect. Even if we wipe the Baeok Sword Manor from existence now, nobody will find it wrong of us. What? When did we involve the 9 Celestial Demons sect's demonic practitioners? The people the Hangzhou Merchant Company hired were demonic practitioners of the 9 Celestial Demons sect, Cheol Ryong explained. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? It seems the Hangzhou Merchant Company is working with them. What do you mean by? As a member of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, attempting to assassinate the alliance leader was a grave offense. Even so, they could still preserve the Baeok Sword Manor's existence. However, colluding with the 9 Celestial Demons sect was a crime so severe that it would not just threaten the Baeok Sword Manor's existence but also invalidate the history created and left behind by their predecessors. The current situation perplexed Cheol Gun so much that he was at a loss on how to deal with this problem. If this fact spreads across Murim, the Baeok Sword Manor would be branded as a collaborator of the 9 Celestial Demons sect. The Baeok Sword Manor would be annihilated, and you all will never be able to step foot in Murim ever again. Let me be clear. The Baeok Sword Manor has nothing to do with the 9 Celestial Demons sect. All we did was work together with the martial artists that the Hangzhou Merchant Company hired. I admit that I wanted to harm you, Patriarch Baek, but I really did not know the Hangzhou Merchant Company was working with the 9 Celestial Demons sect. That's just your one-sided claim, Patriarch Baeok. If you cannot present evidence that the Baeok Sword Manor has no relation to the 9 Celestial Demons sect, the entire Murim will suspect your clan to be in league with them. No matter what you say in your defense, it is an undeniable truth that the Baeok Sword Manor worked with their demonic practitioners. You can just interrogate the Hangzhou Merchant Company's owner to confirm it. We cannot interrogate the Hangzhou Merchant Company's owner simply because of suspicion alone. It's not simply suspicion. It's something I personally witnessed and heard. You are the main perpetrator of this incident, Patriarch Baeok. It is unreasonable to interrogate the Hangzhou Merchant Company's owner because of your testimony. What do you plan to do, then? You have to induce the Hangzhou Merchant Company's owner to confess. What do I gain from doing that? You'll clear the suspicion that the Baeok Sword Manor is in league with the 9 Celestial Demons sect. That basically means I still have to take responsibility for what happened to Patriarch Baek. However, in that situation, I will only hold the two of you accountable. That's the most we can yield. How exactly do you plan to hold us accountable? You aimed for my life. You are to pay for your crime with your life in return. Shinseng's remarks made Cheol Gun's face stiff. Elder brother, this is the only way we can save the Baeok Sword Manor. Cheol Ryong pleaded to Cheol Gun. Cheol Gun closed his eyes in resignation as he saw the desperation in Cheol Ryong's gaze. Fine. I will do as you please. However, please exclude my brother from the punishment. He was only following my orders. I bear all the responsibility, so let this end with my death alone. We are already making a lot of concessions by holding just the two of you responsible. Don't expect more. I know this is shameless of me, but please show a little more mercy. Please don't do that. I cannot escape the responsibility for this incident either. It is only right that I am held responsible for this matter with you, elder brother. Don't be foolish. You only did what I ordered you to. This is completely my fault, so I should be the only one taking responsibility. I beg of you please let this incident end with my death alone, Cheol Gun pleaded to Shinseng. Shinseng looked troubled. It was difficult for him to pretend not to understand Cheol Gun's desperate desire to save his younger brother. Let's go with that, Mu-Gun told Shinseng, who could not make a decision easily. Killing Cheol Ryong would not have made much difference anyway, and Cheol Ryong witnessed the Baek Sword sect's power with his own eyes. As long as he was around, the Baeok Sword Manor would never plot against the Baek Sword sect since he knew better than anyone that doing so would wipe the Baeok Sword Manor from the face of the world. All right. In consideration of your feelings for your younger brother, I will show mercy, Patriarch Baeok. Thank you. Moreover, I know this is an unforgivable crime, but I would like to sincerely apologize to you, Patriarch Baek. Please understand that I cannot overlook your crimes, Patriarch Baek. I am grateful enough to you for letting my younger brother live. Please tell me what I have to do. At Cheol-gun's words, Chinsang sent a look to Mu-Gun, gesturing to him to say it himself. Call the Hangzhou Merchant Company's owner to the Baek Sword Manor tomorrow and question him about the people mobilized for this assassination plan. All you have to do is get him to reveal their identity and affiliation. Understood. Is there anyone that can bear witness to his confession? The Puchuo Sword Sect will stand witness. All right. Also, with all due respect, you two should stay with us until you meet the Hangzhou Merchant Company's owner tomorrow. Okay. Having already let everything go, Cheol-gun obediently followed Mu-Gun's demands. Mu-Gun and the others stayed the night at the Baek Sword Manor along with two of the Baek brothers. The next day, the Puchuo Sword Sect's Zhang Ryo-gun secretly arrived at the Baek Sword Manor. As soon as Ryo-gun, who was supposed to bear witness to the confession, arrived, Cheol-gun sent a messenger to Zhang Hyunshul, the Hangzhou Merchant Company's owner. He requested him to come to the Baek Sword Manor under the pretext that he had something to discuss regarding the incident that happened in Xiangshan. Hyunshul, who was frustrated about not getting any news from Xiangshan, immediately rushed to the Baek Sword Manor. As soon as Zhang Hyunshul arrived, Baek Cheol-gun guided him to the living room. In the next room, Mu-Gun's group and Zhang Ryo-gun of the Puchuo Sword Sect were listening to the conversation in the living room. Did you receive any news from Xiangshan? As soon as Hyunshul entered the living room, he asked Cheol-gun. Have you not heard anything yet? Yes. I was actually about to contact you because I was so curious. The matter has been properly resolved. Are you speaking the truth? Yes. However, I have something I would like to confirm with you. What is it? It's about the identity of the people you hired. Why do you ask? According to what my younger brother said, he could feel demonic chi leaking from all of them. Don't you have something to tell me? When Cheol-gun asked, Hyunshul thought it would be best that he found out. After all, he intended to tie down the Baek Sword Manor by revealing that they had been working with the Nine Celestial Demons sect and using it as their weakness. As you have likely already guessed, they are demonic practitioners, but not just any demonic. They came from the Nine Celestial Demons sect. Did you just say the Nine Celestial Demons sect? Cheol-gun asked, pretending to be surprised. That's right. They are the demonic practitioners of the Azura cult, one of the 9 factions of the Nine Celestial Demons sect. Considering you're aware of their identity, then that means the Hangzhou Merchant Company is in league with the Nine Celestial Demons sect. That's right. When Hyunshul admitted to it without hesitation, Cheol-gun stared at him bewilderedly. Why are you answering it so proudly? Are you not aware that the Nine Celestial Demons sect is the public enemy of Murim and that any forces that collude with them will not be able to avoid being annihilated? Are you going to destroy our merchant company? Although our clan is not prestigious, we are still a righteous sect in name. Even if we are in-laws, I cannot overlook you being in league with them. I don't think you're in a position to say that after coveting the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader position so much that you'd assassinate Baek Shinsang. The Nine Celestial Demons sect was involved in Baek Shinsang's assassination, which basically proves that your sect is working with them. You can say that you were not aware of this incident, but I wonder who would believe you? Whether you like it or not, you are in the same boat as us. Now that I think about it, your ulterior motive has always been to use that as a pretext to control our sect from behind the scenes. The reason you wanted to make our sect the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader was to exploit the alliance's power through our sect. It's disappointing that you think of me that way. All that matters is that you have finally gotten the position that you desire so much, and that we can also get what we want through you. Isn't this a mutually dependent relationship? Hyunshul replied shamelessly. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Cheol-gun was eager to hit Hyunshul's face for making a fool out of him, but he tried his best to calm down. He couldn't resent Hyunshul for this. After all, being so blinded by his desire to become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader that he got caught in Hyunshul's scheme was his own fault. Fortunately, there was still a chance to right his wrongs. That makes me wonder about what to do. After all, I doubt what you want will happen. What do you mean by that? Do you want me to reveal everything to the world? If I do that, the Baek Sword Manor would not come out unscathed. If you did something wrong, you should rightfully be punished. There's also something you aren't aware of. And what would that be? Hyunshul asked, sensing something ominous. In truth, the plan in Xiangshan failed. All of the 9 Celestial Demons sect demonic practitioners that you sent were wiped out. That's ridiculous. 2 demonic monarchs went to Xiangshan, so their failure is impossible, Hyunshul said, looking flustered. Despite so, that's the truth, Cheol-gun replied. Hyunshul suddenly wondered why Cheol-gun was so nonchalant. The plan at Xiangshan failing would be bad news for Cheol-gun too. Something was up. At that moment, a thought flashed past Hyunshul's mind. Did the Baek Sword Manor discover the 9 Celestial Demons sect's identity before their insurgency and changed their mind? If so, perhaps they informed the Baek Sword sect of this fact and annihilated the 2 demonic monarchs and the subordinates under their command as well. Was he trying to wipe out the Hangzhou Merchant Company by revealing the collusion between them and the 9 Celestial Demons sect? If so, then the Baek Sword Manor would no longer have to return the money they borrowed from the Hangzhou Merchant Company even if they couldn't become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. That had to be the case. There was no way to explain the current situation. Convinced of the assumption that crossed his mind, Hyunchul became infuriated at Cheol-gun. You bastard! How dare you betray me? Do you know how much the Hangzhou Merchant Company has done for the Baeok Sword Manor? And yet you repay our kindness by treating us like your enemy? You ungrateful bastard! I can't believe your audacity. You're the one who tried to use the Baeok Sword Manor to your advantage, you bastard. Shut up. You've just made the huge mistake of making an enemy out of the 9 Celestial Demons sect. The Baeok Sword Manor will soon disappear without a trace. I think you should worry about yourself first. Why? Are you going to kill me with your worthless martial arts? I'd love to if I could, but there are people who want you alive. I think we've heard everything we needed to hear, so why don't you all come out? Cheol-gun said in the direction of the room where Mu-Gun and the others were hiding. What are you doing? Hyunchul shouted with a flustered expression. At that moment, Mu-Gun and the others entered the living room. We heard everything as clear as day. Thanks to you, we have confirmed that the Hangzhou Merchant Company is working with the 9 Celestial Demons sect, Shinseng told Hyunchul. As soon as he heard Shinseng's remarks, Hyunchul realized that he had completely fallen into their trap. He underestimated Cheol-gun and trusted the 2 demonic monarchs too much. He should have had his suspicions when he received no news, but he became too complacent. His failure to handle this matter more rationally and thoroughly resulted in the worst outcome. However, it was too late for regrets. Caught in an inescapable trap, Hyunchul's face was colored in despair. Upon confirming that the Hangzhou Merchant Company was working with the 9 Celestial Demons sect through the confession of the Hangzhou Merchant Company's owner, Mu-Gun interrogated Hyunchul about the 9 Celestial Demons sect's whereabouts. He also confiscated all the assets and authority held by the Hangzhou Merchant Company. If the Baek Sword sect used their martial forces to seize the Hangzhou Merchant Company's assets despite not being guilty of any crime, Murim would have criticized them. However, the Hangzhou Merchant Company colluded with the 9 Celestial Demons sect to attack the Baek Sword sect, so they didn't have any qualms with it. From that moment onward, the Baek Sword sect held the Hangzhou Merchant Company's life. That was the principle of Murim. That was also why the Baek Sword sect could take away all their assets. Jang Hyunchul's entire family was expelled from the Hangzhou Merchant Company, and Sang Baek-guan, a highly trusted business leader within the company, was appointed as its new owner. Hyunchul was also driven out of the Myth Vault, which the Hangzhou Merchant Company owned, and a new owner was appointed. The Hangzhou Merchant Company and the Myth Vault's people could have harbored hostility toward the Baek Sword sect, which drove out the upper echelons of their organization. However, when they heard that Hyunchul and the other executives tried to assassinate the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader by joining hands with the 9 Celestial Demons sect, they decided to follow the Baek Sword sect without any complaints. They did not believe the Baek Sword sect's claims at first, but as Mu-Gun expected, Hyunchul had a secret ledger that he used to record the payments he had made to the 9 Celestial Demons sect. The Baek Sword sect found the secret ledger and presented it as evidence to the people of the Hangzhou Merchant Company and the Myth Vault. After confirming its contents, they finally believed the Baek Sword sect's claims and decided to follow them. After taking all of the Hangzhou Merchant Company and the Myth Vault's authority, the Baek Sword sect gave full management responsibility to the 2 companies' newly appointed leaders and executives. They were experts when it came to the management of a merchant association, so it was best to leave it up to them. Meanwhile, Mu-Gun interrogated Hyunchul and tried to find the location and traces of the 9 Celestial Demons sect. However, Hyunchul did not know anything about its whereabouts. The only person in the 9 Celestial Demons sect he had contact with was the Azura Ghost Monarch, one of the 5 monarchs from the Azura cult. The middle-aged man that Hyunchul had met the other day was the Azura Ghost Monarch. He had no idea where the Azura cult's headquarters was or what they were scheming. He just received orders from the Azura Ghost Monarch to make sure the Baeok Sword Manor would become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, and to manipulate the Zhejiang Martial Alliance through the Baeok Sword Manor. Mu-Gun gave up getting information about the 9 Celestial Demons sect's location from Hyunchul since Hyunchul had been consistent with his claims and Mu-Gun knew he was not lying. The 9 Celestial Demons sect was only trying to exploit Hyunchul, who was nothing more than a lizard's tail that could be cut off at any time to them. Hence, Hyunchul couldn't provide him with important information such as the 9 Celestial Demons sect's location. The 2 middle-aged men he killed in Xiangshan would have had such information, but even if they were alive, they would definitely never voluntarily disclose it. Anyway, Mu-Gun had failed to find the 9 Celestial Demons sect's whereabouts. All that remained now was how to deal with Hyunchul's family, who colluded with the 9 Celestial Demons sect. Mu-Gun concluded that Jang Hyunchul and Jang Hyunsong, who were the key figures in their company's cooperation with the 9 Celestial Demons sect, would be punished by death, while the other members would be banished from the Zhejiang province. The surviving members holding a grudge against the Baek Sword sect would become a hindrance in the future, but they had nothing to do with the 9 Celestial Demons sect. He couldn't execute them just because they were a part of Hyunchul's family. After dealing with the Hangzhou Merchant Company, all he had to do now was hold the Baeok Sword Manor accountable. As Cheol-gun had already decided to take full responsibility and pay for his crimes with his life, it was just a matter of putting it into action. However, Matriarch Zhang of the Putuo Sword sect, who was merciful by nature, carefully expressed her opinion. Although Cheol-gun was guilty of a great crime, he did not have any direct relationship with the Nine Celestial Demons sect, and he also contributed to revealing the collusion between the Hangzhou Merchant Company and the Nine Celestial Demons sect. As such, she suggested considering these extenuating circumstances in the judgment of his crimes. Qinsang slightly wavered upon hearing her opinion. Although it was disgraceful of Cheol-gun to try to kill Qinsang, it would benefit the Zhejiang Martial Alliance if Cheol-gun had a change of mind due to this incident and swore his allegiance to them. However, Mu-Gun's opinion differed. The Baek Sword Manor's martial artists killed or gravely injured more than 40 people from not only the Baek Sword sect but the Justice Martial sect and the Flying Lance sect as well. Turning a blind eye to their sacrifice would be impossible, considering they put their life on the line out of sheer loyalty. If this incident was overlooked, the Baek Sword sect's martial artists would feel as if Baek Sword sect couldn't care less if they were killed. Above all, the Baek Sword Manor tried to assassinate the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. To preserve the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's dignity, Cheol-gun had to be punished. He would serve as a warning to others. At Mu-Gun's strong assertion, Qinsang also admitted that he thought of this matter too complacently. Finding Mu-Gun's assertion reasonable, the Putuo Sword sect's matriarch no longer insisted on her opinion. The Baek Sword sect demanded that Cheol-gun confess his sins to the Baek Sword Manor's martial artists and take responsibility for this incident by committing suicide. They thought this was the best way to minimize the Baek Sword Manor's resistance. Cheol-gun obediently accepted the Baek Sword sect's demands. It was definitely not an easy task to confess his sins to his subordinates, who trusted and followed him. However, Cheol-gun had already put everything down and decided to think only of the Baek Sword Manor. With his confession and death, he could avoid any hostility between the Baek Sword sect and Baek Sword Manor. Cheol-gun gathered all the Baek Sword Manor martial artists and confessed that he tried to assassinate Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader Qinsang due to his greed for the position. His confession deeply shocked the warriors of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Some of them felt disappointed when they found out that Cheol-gun, whom they trusted and followed, was blinded by greed. After confessing his sin before the Baek Sword Manor's martial artists, Cheol-gun stated that he was no longer qualified to be their sect's patriarch for bringing disgrace upon the clan's honor. With that in mind, he revealed that he wanted to pay for his sins to the Baek Sword sect and Baek Sword Manor with his death. Last but not least, he said that he hoped his death would not create hostility between the Baek Sword Manor and Baek Sword sect. After requesting that the Baek Sword Manor fulfill their responsibilities as a member of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, he struck the crown of his head. Cheol-gun committed suicide without giving anyone time to stop him, leaving the Baek Sword Manor's martial artists shocked. In this horrifying situation, they were at a loss for what to do. The upper echelons of the Baek Sword Manor, who were made aware of this in advance, suppressed their sorrows and quickly dealt with the situation. After calming down the Baek Sword Manor's martial artists, they retrieved Cheol-gun's body. The funeral process for Cheol-gun began soon after. Cheol-gun's sudden death would certainly bring disorder to the Baek Sword Manor's warriors for the time being. However, it shouldn't last long after the new patriarch had settled into his position and pulled them together. They would be reinstated as a member of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance from that point on. The incident between the Hangzhou Merchant Company and the Baek Sword Manor had come to an end. The Baek Sword sect's group left Hangzhou after Cheol-gun's funeral. 7 days and nights later, the Baek Sword sect's group safely arrived in Wenzhou. News about Baek Qinsang of the Baek Sword sect becoming the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's leader quickly spread throughout Murim. It eventually reached the Great Namgang family and the Great Huangfu family as well, both of which paid special attention to Qinsang being the successor of the Heavenly Sea God sect's martial art legacy because it reminded them of Gu Jiansang, the young man who fought with them during the Great Sima family incident. He definitely mentioned that he chanced upon a miraculous encounter with the Heavenly Sea God sect. It was impossible for both Qinsang and Jiansang to gain miraculous enlightenment from the Heavenly Sea God sect at the same time. Considering their age, it was also unlikely that Qinsang was Jiansang. However, it would make sense for Jiansang to be Qinsang's son. Coincidentally, Baek Qinsang's son, Baek Mu-Gun, apparently recovered and regained his martial arts after suffering from qi deviation for 3 years. The Great Namgang family and the Great Huangfu family were convinced that Jiansang was Mu-Gun. If proven true, then that would mean Mu-Gun had hidden his identity and deceived the two great clans. They did not feel particularly offended about it, though. It was common for someone to hide their identity under a pseudonym in Murim. It would be a different story if he committed a crime while in disguise. However, Mu-Gun neither did anything of the sort nor caused any particular harm to the two great clans either, so they couldn't find fault in Mu-Gun's actions. What they should be focusing on was the fact that the Baek Sword sect had 2 absolute realm masters. They still were not a match for the 7 great families, but their combat power certainly should not be ignored. To top it all off, the Baek Sword sect had become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. If the Zhejiang Martial Alliance came together and strengthened its power around the Baek Sword sect, it could pose a threat to the 7 great families in the future. The 2 great clans judged they should start paying attention to the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. That being said, they decided to build a friendly relationship with the Baek Sword sect. Making an ally out of the Baek Sword sect could have a great effect on their battle strength. Marriage was the best way to create a friendly relationship with the Baek Sword sect. Almost as if they promised to do so, the 2 great clans sent a marriage proposal to the Baek Sword sect. However, they weren't the only ones to come up with that idea. When the Baek Sword sect became the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, various clans and sects also rushed to send marriage proposals to them. The Ian merchant group, who had broken the engagement between them in the past, sent one as well. That was how much the Baek Sword sect's presence had grown. Smiling bitterly at the simultaneous talks of marriage, which came in droves, Chinseng called for Mu-Gun. Did you call for me? Look at this. Chinseng handed over several sealed envelopes. What are all these? Marriage proposals that came for you. Marriage proposals? Since we've become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, various clans now want to tie the knot with us to create a connection. Surprisingly, the Great Namgang family and the Great Huangfu family also sent marriage proposals. The Great Namgang family and the Great Huangfu family as well? Do you have the faintest idea of what they're up to? At that moment, Mu-Gun realized that those two great clans had unearthed his true identity. With their ability, it wouldn't have been difficult to determine he was actually Jianseng. They're probably trying to secure control over Zhejiang province by turning us into a friendly force. Is that all there is to it? When they attacked the Great Sima family, I also took action. I used an alias back then, but it seems they've figured out my identity. They likely already know you're also in the Absolute Realm, then. That's right. If so, then it all makes sense now. This is an opportunity for them to get an Absolute Realm master as a son-in-law and create a friendly relationship with the Baek Sword sect, making it worthy for them to bring up talks of marriage first even if it meant bending their pride. It seems even the Ian merchant group has sent a marriage proposal, Mu-Gun said, noticing their name among the sealed envelopes he was looking through. Those people are really thick-skinned, aren't they? It hasn't even been that long since they broke off the engagement, yet they've already sent us another marriage proposal. Chinseng sounded disgusted. Merchants have always been shameless when it comes to making a profit. Anyway, what do you want me to do with those marriage proposals? Please reject all of them. All of them? Do you perhaps have a clan that you like? That's not it. The marriage proposals from the Great Namgang family and the Great Huangfu family just bother me a little. Don't worry. No matter how powerful the Great Namgang family and the Great Huangfu family are, they won't harass us just because we refused their marriage proposal. Alright. You may leave now. Since I'm here, there's something I would like to tell you. What is it? I received a request from the Heavenly Secret Hall to foster some martial artists. If possible, I hope to train them in our sect. Why's that? In exchange for training their warriors, the Baek Sword sect can mobilize them whenever necessary. Think of them as some sort of mercenary. That would temporarily solve our urgent need for more Baek Sword Corps members. That's right. Moreover, it would be strategically beneficial for us to train the Heavenly Secret Hall's warriors since that would make any external forces think of them as the Baek Sword sect's martial artists. I understand where you're coming from. Do as you please. N/O/vel/B//JN.C//OM. Thank you. Upon getting Chinseng's permission, Mu-Gun immediately notified the Heavenly Secret Hall. A few days later, 120 warriors, whom the Heavenly Secret Hall was training to become Heavenly Secret Guardians, arrived at the Baek Sword sect. The sect could accommodate 500 people from the 5 squads under normal circumstances, so there were no issues with the Heavenly Secret Hall's members staying at the Baek Sword sect. Mu-Gun was planning to teach them martial arts that were originally meant for the Heavenly Martial Hall's warriors. Mu-Gun made the Heavenly Martial Hall's martial arts, which were called the Heavenly Martial Heart Protection and the 13 Heavenly Martial Sword Art, by combining various martial arts during his time as the Undurn Supreme Monarch. Not only were they Ascension Realm martial arts, but their peak could be easily reached as well for as long as the practitioner had talent and put in the effort. The greatest features of the Heavenly Martial Heart Protection Art and the 13 Heavenly Martial Sword Art were how easy they were to learn and how fast they were to master, but one shouldn't expect to get past the upper peak realm using them, considering they had clear limitations as well. These martial arts characteristics were quite similar to demonic arts since Mu-Gun used demonic arts as a reference when creating them. However, they didn't put their practitioner at risk of falling into deprivation. After all, he had removed the demonic arts' unique demonic chi by incorporating righteous sex martial arts. Mu-Gun spent several days passing on the Heavenly Martial Hall's martial arts to the Heavenly Secret Hall warriors. Most of them were similar in age to Mu-Gun, so they could have doubted his ability or gotten their pride hurt from learning from Mu-Gun, who was their peer. However, none of those happened. Rather, they treated him respectfully and obeyed him as if he was their superior because of the Heavenly Secret Hall leader's strict order to treat Mu-Gun like how they treated her. Moreover, having learned about Mu-Gun's abilities, they didn't dare defy him. It took half a month to completely teach them everything, but he no longer had to pay them as much attention from there. Checking the results of their training once in a while and guiding them on what to improve was more than enough. After passing on the Heavenly Martial Hall's martial arts to the Heavenly Secret Hall warriors, Mu-Gun focused on his personal training. He also checked the martial arts of his 2 friends, Zhang Ho-Gun and Zhou Wenyi, and his 6 followers whenever he had time. With Mu-Gun's guidance, Ho-Gun, Wenyi, and the 6 wolves' skills quickly developed. The Heavenly Secret Hall contacted him in the midst of all that, stating that they had located the 4 peerless wanderers. As soon as Mu-Gun received their message, he immediately rushed to the Flower Honor Manor and met up with Chen Yuhua, the Heavenly Secret Hall leader. Welcome. I heard you found the 4 peerless wanderers? It's quite sad that you're jumping straight to business instead of saying hello first. Haha, it seems I was in too much of a hurry. Have you been well? Things have been the same as always for me. However, although it's late, congratulations on your father becoming the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Thank you. I would like to tell you about this over a cup of tea, but seeing your expression makes me feel that I should do it now. I couldn't find all 4 of the heavenly extreme adventurers, but I managed to locate the thunderous wind palm, Han Baek, at the very least. Where is he right now? He's living in seclusion in Duchang, Jiangxi province. Duchang? Mu-Gun tilted his head. It was his first time hearing of that place. It's a small city located north of Poyang Lake. He spends his free time fishing there. Got it. How long will it take to find the other 3? I'm not sure. I doubt I can even guarantee that I can find them. To be honest, we were just lucky to find Han back. However, won't we get more information about the others if we meet with him? As far as I know, the 4 peerless wanderers are quite close to each other, so won't there be some sort of communication between them? I hope that's the case. Regardless, we'll spare no effort in locating the other 3. I'll leave it to you. By the way, how is the Heavenly Secret Guardians training going? I've already taught them all the Heavenly Martial Hall's martial arts. The Heavenly Martial Hall's martial arts? That's right. I taught them the Heavenly Martial Heart Protection Art and the 13 Heavenly Martial Sword Art, the original practitioners of which being the Heavenly Martial Hall martial artists. How do you know the Heavenly Martial Hall's martial arts so well that you can teach others about them? As the Thunder God's successor, I inherited all the martial arts of my predecessors. I see. Since we're planning to rebuild the Heavenly Martial Hall anyway, I thought you would want to rebuild it to perfection. Hence, I taught them the Heavenly Martial Hall's martial arts. However, I'm not sure if you're happy about it. I like it. I truly desire to rebuild the Heavenly Martial Hall, not just its name alone. I'm glad that young Master Baek was willing to teach them its martial arts. I'm glad to hear that. I'll be giving you full authority for the revival of the Heavenly Martial Hall in the future, young Master Baek, so please train them as you see fit. Understood. Although he had finished his business, Mu-Gun did not get up immediately. Rather, he chatted with her first before leaving the Flower Honor Manor. Immediately after returning to the Baek Sword Sect, he met with Chinsang and requested to travel outside. You want to go on a journey? Where do you plan to go? Chinsang curiously asked. I plan to visit Poyang Lake in Jiangxi province. Why do you suddenly want to go there? Have you heard of the 4 peerless wanderers? The masters who played an active role in the battle against the Hellblood Demon sect 30 years ago? Yes. One of them, the thunderous wind palm, Han Baek, has been living in seclusion near Poyang Lake. What does that have to do with your visit? I'm thinking of recruiting him to the Baek Sword sect. You think that's possible? While the chances of it happening could be low, successfully recruiting him would greatly increase the power of the Baek Sword sect and the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. We've got nothing to lose anyway, so why shouldn't we give it a shot? You seem to have already made up your mind. It's impossible to go against your stubbornness, so do as you please. Thank you. When do you plan to depart? I plan to leave tomorrow. All right. With Chinsang's permission, Mu-Gun prepared to leave for Poyang Lake. The following day, he departed early in the morning. When Mu-Gun revealed he was going on a trip to Poyang Lake, Ho-Gun and Wan Yi insisted on going with him. The 6 wolves, who were next to them, followed suit and requested to go with him as well. Mu-Gun only managed to dissuade them by saying that he was going there for an important matter, not for travel purposes. In a mansion in Suzhou, Jiangsu province, 2 of the Azura's 5 monarchs were sitting across from each other. Azura Sword Monarch Wig Wook sat on the left side, while Azura Saber Monarch Eon Jia Guang sat on the right. The 2 middle-aged men looked quite serious, having heard that the Azura Ghost Monarch and the Azura Poison Monarch had been killed during a mission in Zhejiang province. This is a big problem. Putting aside the fact that they failed to execute their scheme, the Ghost Monarch and the Poison Monarch's deaths are a huge loss, the Azura Saber Monarch said with a grave expression. Honestly, I'm still in disbelief. The Poison Monarch, the Ghost Monarch, and the Ghost Monarch's demonic generals were all working together, so how is it possible that they got wiped out? The Azura Sword Monarch asked, unable to comprehend it. I feel the same way. Although the Baek Sword Sect's patriarch has inherited the Heavenly Sea God Sect's martial legacy and reached the Absolute Realm, he still couldn't have been a match against the Ghost Monarch or the Poison Monarch. The only way it would make sense is if someone aside from the 3 clans' martial artists had been there. Who do you think that would be? I don't know, but they're clearly a master. Even the Ghost Monarch and the Poison Monarch were no match against. If so, shouldn't we find out who that martial arts master is? It's terrifying to have a knife in the dark. Identifying that master would allow us to prepare against them in the future. I have actually instructed our people to investigate this incident in detail. This situation is so frustrating. Not only have our plans in Jiangsu province stopped progressing properly, but even the matters in Zhejiang province have gone south. To top it all off, we also lost the Ghost Monarch and the Poison Monarch. I'm starting to get worried about how angry the patriarch will be when he finds out about this. Losing the Ghost Monarch, the Poison Monarch, and even a couple of demonic generals is certainly a pity, but if the patriarch, who has been in closed-door cultivation, reaches the Supreme Realm, we will be able to turn everything that has happened so far to our favor. I truly hope the patriarch advances into the Supreme Realm. I wonder if we should just be sitting around and watching things unfold right now, though. I know you're frustrated, but we have to be cautious. It would be better to conserve the Taeyun household and the Lee household's combat forces for now until the patriarch completes his closed-door training. The 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families were blazing with fury and chasing the traces of the Azura cult. Making a hasty move under the current circumstances would be a bad move. For now, they had to hide and wait for the right opportunity to make a move. If you say so, then so be it. The Azura Saber Monarch obediently listened to the Azura Sword Monarch. Thus, the 2 demonic monarchs patiently waited at a manor in Suzhou for the right time to strike. Baek Mu-Gun left Wenzhou, passed Songyang, and reached Mount Zhulong in 5 days. Crossing Mount Zhulong, which was located southwest of Zhejiang Province, was necessary to reach Jiangxi Province. Hence, after spending a night at a guest house near Mount Zhulong, he climbed it early the next morning. He could have crossed it in less than half a day if he used his step technique, but he didn't bother rushing. Strolling, Mu-Gun enjoyed the beautiful scenery of Mount Zhulong as if he was on a sightseeing trip. The weather and scenery were so great he couldn't help but hum to himself. After quite a bit of hiking, he heard a woman's scream from not far away. Without any hesitation, Mu-Gun rushed toward its source and witnessed an unforgivable atrocity not long after. A few men, who appeared to be mountain bandits, were trying to rape a woman. On the ground next to them were a few bleeding men, most likely the woman's companions. A glance was enough for Mu-Gun to get the gist of the situation. The mountain bandits' lecherous hearts got the best of them when they saw the woman, so they tried to rape her. The few men accompanying her tried to stop them but were mercilessly cut down. Stop! Without wasting any more time, Mu-Gun approached the bandits, who had just stripped the woman bare of her clothes. When they saw Mu-Gun, they snorted. "Young brat, we are just trying to have fun for the first time in so long, so just go your way instead of interrupting us. If you interrupt us one more time, you will end up just like those bastards lying on the ground over there. Consider yourself warned," one of the bandits said as if he was being extremely merciful. "You bastards truly deserve to die." Upon confirming his suspicion to be right on the mark, Mu-Gun decided to kill all the bandits. Men like them did not deserve to live. "What did he just say?" one of the bandits asked, looking dumbfounded. Little did he know that those words would be his last. Mu-Gun unleashed the Vajra exorcism finger and penetrated one of the bandits' foreheads. When he collapsed on the ground with a finger-sized hole in his forehead, the other bandits' expression stiffened. At that moment, they realized that Mu-Gun was by no means an ordinary person. They quickly equipped their weapons and tried to attack Mu-Gun, but Mu-Gun gave them no chance to retaliate. He gathered chi at his fingertips and executed the Vajra exorcism finger over and over again. With their foreheads pierced, the bandits dropped dead before they could even resist. Wait a minute, we are the 9 Dragon Strongholds bandits? The last bandit standing hurriedly shouted. So what? N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. Messing with the 9 Dragons Stronghold will put you in great danger. If you let me live, I'll make sure nothing happens to you. The last remaining bandit borrowed the 9 Dragons Stronghold's power to threaten Mu-Gun. His threat wasn't baseless. The 9 Dragons Stronghold was a member of the 72 Strongholds of Lulin, the most powerful bandit group in the Central Plains. They were strong enough to defeat most small and medium-sized martial arts clans. In particular, the 9 Dragons Stronghold's chief, Meng Hyuk-san, who was renowned as the Great Dragon Saber, possessed incredible martial arts. He was also rumored to be an upper peak realm master, so no one could easily mess with the 9 Dragons Stronghold. However, that did not apply to Mu-Gun. I have no need for that. I'll just obliterate the 9 Dragons Stronghold. Now, die. Mu-Gun gathered chi at his fingertips and released another Vajra exorcism finger toward the last remaining bandit, sending him to the ground with his forehead pierced. After killing his opponents, Mu-Gun looked at the woman whom the bandits almost raped. She hurriedly covered herself with her torn clothes and rushed to the men who had fallen victim to the bandits. "Uncles? Uncles? Open your eyes, please. You can't die like this." The woman shook the men as she shouted, but none of them answered. They had already stopped breathing. Mu-Gun approached the woman. "I'm afraid they have already stopped breathing. Sniff, this is all because of me. These uncles died trying to save me. What do I do?" Sniff. The woman wailed and blamed herself in front of the deceased. "It's not your fault, so don't blame yourself. Those bastards over there are to blame. They're worse than beasts." The woman tried to wipe away her tears and calmed down in response. Afterward, she bowed to Mu-Gun. "Seems my gratitude is overdue. Thank you for saving me. It's a shame that I came late. I could have saved those two as well. This is all because of those bandits. I don't know why the Murim clans of Zhejiang province are leaving the 9 Dragons stronghold alone. If they had gotten rid of them, these uncles would not have had to suffer untimely deaths." The woman expressed her resentment not only toward the bandits but also toward the Murim clans of Zhejiang province for leaving them alone instead of getting rid of them. Mu-Gun looked bitter upon hearing her words. The 9 Dragons stronghold charged an exorbitant amount of toll from many merchant associations going to and from the Jiangxi province and the Zhejiang province. They didn't hesitate to murder and rob people, either. Although the Zhejiang Martial Alliance was well aware of the 9 Dragons stronghold's monstrosity, they did not take any action. While that was due to the strong power of the 9 Dragons stronghold, it was also because they were afraid that the 72 strongholds of Lulin would retaliate. The 72 strongholds of Lulin had a strong sense of camaraderie. If one of their members were harmed, the others would unite and take revenge. As a result, it became impossible for anyone to mess with the 72 strongholds of Lulin. With its current power, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance wouldn't have trouble getting rid of the 9 Dragons stronghold. However, the moment they messed with them, the alliance would be subjected to the retaliation of the entire 72 strongholds of Lulin. Afraid of that happening, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance couldn't touch the 9 Dragons stronghold. Despite being fully aware of that, the woman's words seemed to stab into Mu-Gun's conscience like a dagger. For the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to establish itself as a prestigious alliance, they should fight against injustice no matter the danger instead of just ignoring it. Unfortunately, they are currently failing to do that. That had to change. Mu-Gun decided not to ignore the 9 Dragons stronghold's tyranny anymore. He currently possessed power great enough to no longer be afraid even if the entire 72 strongholds of Lulin came together anyway. Hence, there was no more reason to hesitate. You're right. Zhejiang Province's Murim sects have been very cowardly all this while. However, that won't be the case anymore. Although I do not represent the Murim sects of Zhejiang Province, I promise you that the 9 Dragons stronghold will be rendered incapable of tyranny again. Are you speaking the truth? Yes. I, Baek Mu-Gun of the Baek Sword sect, swear to you that I'll accomplish that in our sect's name. Ah, so you're young Master Baek? Come to think of it, I haven't introduced myself yet either. I'm Ha Dan Young. I grew up in a remote mountain village, so I am not affiliated with any family. Considering you're trying to cross Mount Zholong, are you on your way to Jiangxi Province? Yes. Those 2 uncles were very close to my late father and worked for the Poyang Merchant Association in Jiangxi Province. They both felt sorry for me since I have been living a hard life, so they prepared a job for me at their workplace. We were on our way there when this happened. I see. What are you going to do now? Honestly, I'm not sure. Now that my 2 uncles have been met with an untimely death, I don't know if there will be a place for me in the Poyang Merchant Association even if I go there. It will likely be difficult for me to reach that place alone, too, so it'll probably be better for me to just return to my hometown. Where are you from? I'm from Anhui. I can help you, then. I'll write you a letter of introduction to the Justice Martial sect, so please go to them. They will give you an appropriate position to work at. Thank you so much. I'm already very grateful to you for saving me from the bandits, yet you're even providing me with a good workplace. How can I ever repay your generosity? Dan Young asked, feeling deeply emotional. There's an old saying that states even brushing past a person is one's karma. Think of it as a special connection between us, Lady Ha. For now, let's retrieve their bodies and descend the mountain. Mu-Gun retrieved the bodies of the 2 middle-aged men who traveled with Dan Young. Together, they then went to Songyang, which was where he stayed a night before climbing Mount Zholong. Although he was trying to go to Jiangxi Province, he refused to let Dan Young go alone even if it meant delaying his trip. After leading Dan Young to Songyang, Mu-Gun gave her a letter of introduction and some money to use for travel expenses. He then headed toward Mount Zholong again. Mu-Gun planned to dispose of the 9 Dragons strongholds bandits before crossing over to Jiangxi Province. ******. Meanwhile, upon discovering the corpses of the bandits Mu-Gun had killed, the 9 Dragons strongholds bandits became hellbent on finding the culprit. After some time, they finally found tracks they believed were the culprits, so they immediately followed it to Songyang. They had become so ferocious that if they went down to Songyang in this state, their tyranny would likely cause many of Songyang's residents to suffer. However, before that could happen, Mu-Gun, who was climbing up the same path they took to descend down, sensed the presence of dozens of people coming from the top. Immediately identifying the presence to be the 9 Dragons strongholds bandits, he leisurely waited for them to come down from the mountain. After a while, a little under 30 men who obviously looked like bandits finally appeared and soon came across Mu-Gun, who was leisurely standing at the foot of the mountain with a sword sheath on his waist and the flying golden shield strapped to his back. He temporarily stopped using the flying golden shield to hide his identity from the Great Namgang family and Great Huangfu family. Since those 2 great clans had already discovered his true identity, he no longer had to do that. Noticing Mu-Gun was armed with a sword and a shield, the bandits realized that he was the one who killed their colleagues. Are you the one who killed our brothers? They committed a crime deserving of death. Hence, naturally, they had to die. You fucker? Don't you know who you're messing with? I'm well aware of who you are. You're all from the 9 Dragons stronghold of the 72 strongholds of Lulin. What about it, though? At the end of the day, you lot are just mountain bandits. This young bastard is asking to be killed. What makes you think you're capable enough to kill me? What are you guys doing? Why haven't you ripped off that cheeky mouth of his yet? Shouted the bandit who was talking with Mu-Gun, unable to stand it anymore. Even if he didn't order them, Mu-Gun's comments made the other bandits so furious that they immediately equipped their weapons and charged at him. Mu-Gun slowly unsheathed his sword while looking at the bandits rushing toward him. As soon as it was out of its sheath, he unleashed countless sword shadows against the bandits at lightning speed. Witnessing the rampaging moonlight sword shadows made the bandits realize that Mu-Gun was a master they could not go up against. They hurriedly tried to defend themselves, but their attempts proved futile. The moonlight sword shadows cut across the space and mercilessly pierced through their necks and chests. Ack! The bandits fell to the ground with blood splurting from their neck and chest wounds. As a single attack took down 10 of their brothers, the remaining bandits stood rooted to the ground. Having confirmed Mu-Gun's overwhelming ability, they no longer dared attack him anymore. Why did you stop attacking me? Didn't you say you were going to rip my cheeky mouth off? Mu-Gun mocked the bandits, who were bewildered and at a loss. We made a big mistake because we failed to recognize you, Sir Master. Please forgive us just this one time. I can't do that, can I? If I wasn't this strong, would you have spared my life? At Mu-Gun's rebuttal, the bandits became speechless. Despite so, you're still asking me to spare you? I have decided to kill every single 9 Dragons Stronghold bandit today. No one will be spared. The bandits' expression stiffened at Mu-Gun's declaration. Considering they were going to be killed either way anyway, it would be better to try something before they died. Die? The bandits rushed at Mu-Gun with the determination to die. Instead of backing away, Mu-Gun approached them and retaliated. By the time he had finished attacking, all but one of the bandits had perished with a hole on their throats and chests. Mu-Gun purposely kept one alive so he'd have someone to guide him to the 9 Dragons Stronghold's base. The last remaining bandit immediately plopped to the ground. Witnessing Mu-Gun's overwhelming martial prowess had caused all of the strength in his legs to disappear. Lead me to the 9 Dragons Stronghold's base. I'll do what you want, but please spare me in exchange. The bandit begged for his life. Fine. You promised. You're not going to go back on your words later, are you? I swear to God that I won't kill you with my own hands. The bandit was suspicious of Mu-Gun's promise, but he didn't really have any other choice but do as his captor ordered and hope that he would spare him. The bandit led Mu-Gun to the 9 Dragons Stronghold's base. When they arrived, Mu-Gun analyzed the 9 Dragons Stronghold's combat forces. According to the bandit, the 9 Dragons Stronghold comprised a total of 300 people. The masters within their ranks included 9 Dragons Chief Meng Hyuk-san, also known as the Great Dragon Saber, and the 4 Tigers of Julong, who were his personal guards. The 9 Dragon Sky Ascension Squad, which the 9 Dragons Chief had personally trained, was also said to have excellent skills. According to the bandit Mu-Gun kept alive, the 9 Dragons Stronghold's combat forces were great enough to fight most small and medium-sized martial arts clans. The very thought of fighting alone against that many would normally be considered preposterous. Nevertheless, Mu-Gun walked toward the 9 Dragons Stronghold without hesitation. Inside the largest and most luxurious building of the 9 Dragons Stronghold was Meng Hyuk-san, the 9 Dragons Chief and Great Dragon Saber, leaning against a chair adorned with tiger fur while looking displeased. He gave off an intimidating aura and had a large physique, a hedgehog-like prickly beard, and tiger-like eyes. You still haven't found that demmed bastard yet? Hyuk-san asked Yum-Jang, who was standing in front of him. Yum-Jang was the 9 Dragons Stronghold's vice chief and strategist. I sincerely apologize. Our members reported that they have found his tracks, so we should get some news if we wait just a little longer. I wonder what kind of person he is. How dare he fearlessly mess with the 9 Dragons Stronghold? It bothers me a little, though. What does? I examined the cause of our brothers' deaths. It seemed as if finger chi had accurately pierced through their foreheads, so I doubt he's just an ordinary martial arts expert. Even if so, he is just one guy. Hyuk-san dismissed Yum-Jang's concerns as if there was nothing to worry about. Understood. I'll report to you as soon as we find him, Chief. Just as Yum-Jang bid his farewell and was about to leave, an ear-splitting roar resonated outside. We're under attack. We're being ambushed. The 9 Dragons Stronghold's bandits sounded panic-stricken. What's going on? I'll go take a look. No, I'll go do it myself. Hyuk-san took his treasured 9 Dragon Saber. After exiting the building, he soon saw a man slaughtering his subordinates using a golden shield, which the man threw in every direction as if it was a flying wheel. Hyuk-san knew as soon as he saw him. That bastard was the guy he was looking for. Without further delay, Hyuk-san charged at him. *****. Mu-Gun entered the 9 Dragons Stronghold's base and, like a ghost, began to slaughter all the bandits all over the place, hiding their presence while standing guard. The bandit who served as Mu-Gun's guide got goosebumps as he watched Mu-Gun locate and eliminate all the members. It was as if Mu-Gun had seen through everything. While he was leading Mu-Gun to their base, the bandit had actually scorned the reckless Mu-Gun for wanting to fight the entire 9 Dragons Stronghold alone. No matter how great Mu-Gun's martial arts were, the bandit thought it would be difficult for him to survive against their entire organization. However, he began to think Mu-Gun could actually succeed in annihilating the 9 Dragons Stronghold alone the moment he saw Mu-Gun's martial arts, which could locate the watchmen as if he was plucking hair with a pair of tweezers and kill them before they could even respond. Soon enough, the two reached a place that put the 9 Dragons Stronghold in sight. Palisades over 10 feet tall surrounded it, making it seem no different from a fortress, just as its name suggested. Behind the palisade near its entrance was a catapult. Whenever anyone approached the 9 Dragons Stronghold without permission, the catapult engineers would rain down arrows on them without hesitation. Go and draw their attention. That isn't what you promised, is it? You said you would spare me if I guided you to the 9 Dragons Stronghold. I promised not to kill you with my own 2 hands, and I never said when I'd let you go. Your mission is to draw their attention. After that, I don't really care if you run away or do whatever you want to do. The bandit sighed and walked toward the entrance of the 9 Dragons Stronghold. Upon identifying the bandit, the catapult engineers standing guard at the entrance momentarily dropped their guard. What's this? Why are you alone? What happened to those who were with you? One of the catapult engineers asked, becoming suspicious when he saw the bandit returning alone. As soon as the catapult engineers focused their attention on the bandit, Mu-Gun charged toward the Nine Dragons' stronghold's entrance and executed the Thunder God's shadow, causing him to shoot forth like a ray of light and cross 100 feet in an instant. The bandits hurriedly armed the catapult upon noticing Mu-Gun flying toward them at a frightening speed. However, before they could even aim it, Mu-Gun had tossed the flying golden shield up into the air. Golden aura enveloped the flying golden shield, which then fiercely rotated and landed on the palisade by the entrance. The deafening collision tore down the palisade along with the catapult engineers on top of it. After incapacitating the catapults by the entrance, Mu-Gun retrieved the flying golden shield. He then jumped to the sky once again, leaping over the palisade and entering the Nine Dragons' stronghold. Shocked by what he had just witnessed, the bandit who guided Mu-Gun couldn't close his mouth. Nevertheless, he turned around and ran away without delay. Meanwhile, as soon as Mu-Gun entered the Nine Dragons' stronghold, he was slightly taken aback because it was so huge that it exceeded his expectations. However, that made no difference to him. Without even a moment's delay, Mu-Gun threw the flying golden shield at the bandits who rushed outside when they heard the palisade crumbling. With a sharp ear-splitting sound, the flying golden shield flew in a wide arc and hit the bandits. With their chests broken and their hearts ruptured, the bandits fell to the ground. Mu-Gun mercilessly attacked the bandits without caring about their identities and statuses. After all, they had committed all sorts of wicked deeds. Upon witnessing the flying golden shield's power, the bandits no longer dared approach Mu-Gun and instead focused on backing away from him. However, retreating didn't mean they were safe. Mu-Gun chased them and threw the flying golden shield again. The common bandits could not stop the flying golden shield's advance at all, and while the Nine Dragons Sky Ascension Squad, the Nine Dragons Stronghold's elites, managed to defend against it, that was all they could do. They dared not even try to counterattack since they couldn't even approach Mu-Gun in the first place. In the middle of the battle, the great dragon saber Meng-Hyuk-san, a man with a large build, charged toward Mu-Gun. When the flying golden shield immediately flew toward him, he calmly swung his nine-dragon saber. The nine-dragon saber, which contained Herculean strength, clashed with the flying golden shield head-on. Hyuk-san thought the flying golden shield would be blasted away, but it wasn't even pushed back. Rather, it dug fiercely into his weapon, seemingly scraping through it. At this rate, the flying golden shield would split him in half. Hyuk-san hurriedly mustered his internal energy and put more strength into his swing. Unable to withstand his power, the flying golden shield was finally deflected to the side. Now that he had felt the power the flying golden shield contained, Hyuk-san realized that Mu-Gun was no less of a martial arts master than himself. What an outstanding young man! Mu-Gun's ability genuinely impressed Hyuk-san. How dare a bandit judge my skills? What did you just say? You shouldn't thoughtlessly babble on just because you have a mouth, young brat. Cut the chatter and come at me. I don't talk to people who are about to die soon. Fine, if you wish to die, then so be it. Hyuk-san's grip on the nine-dragon saber tightened as he planned to run straight toward Mu-Gun. You should probably check behind you first. You're still spouting nonsense. Hyuk-san was about to ignore Mu-Gun's words when he sensed sharp energy approaching him from behind. He hurriedly turned around and swung his weapon, narrowly blocking the flying golden shield, which was enveloped in a golden ray. Hyuk-san tried to deflect it away again, but the power it contained proved too strong. This crazy fucker? While Hyuk-san was flustered, Mu-Gun thrust his sword and unleashed Moonlight Sword Chi toward Hyuk-san to put him in a dilemma. If Hyuk-san blocked the attack coming from behind, it would be impossible to stop the flying golden shield from hitting him. Conversely, if he focused on blocking the flying golden shield, he wouldn't be able to defend against the incoming attack. Fortunately, Hyuk-san's personal guards, the Julong's 4 tigers, were nearby to save him. The moment Hyuk-san was in danger, the Julong's 4 tigers immediately jumped between Mu-Gun and Hyuk-san to block the incoming attack. Not only did the Julong's 4 tigers barely manage to block Mu-Gun's attack, but its strength pushed and blasted them toward Hyuk-san as well. They soon crashed into Hyuk-san, who had also just barely managed to deflect the flying golden shield. Nine Dragons Sky Ascension Squad, kill that bastard now. Hyuk-san hastily shouted as he fell to the ground with the Julong's 4 tigers. Upon receiving his order, the Nine Dragons Sky Ascension Squad charged toward Mu-Gun. Mu-Gun retrieved the flying golden shield and waited until they had gotten as close to him as possible. As soon as they were 10 feet away from him, he tossed his shield again. The flying golden shield, which was now imbued with golden lightning, began to fire golden lightning in all directions as it circled Mu-Gun. That technique did not exist within the Heavenly Sea God Sek's flying golden shield scripture. After all, it was Mu-Gun who made it by incorporating the thunder god Chi from the Heavenly Thunder Constellation divine art with the flying golden shield scripture. It was truly powerful. The golden lightning being discharged through the flying golden shield quickly enveloped the space within a 50-feet radius, electrocuting the over 50 bandits caught inside it to death. Witnessing the unbelievable scene of a single attack taking out more than half of the Nine Dragons Sky Ascension Squad made it impossible for Meng Hyuk-san and the Julong's 4 tigers to hide their flustered expressions. Considering even the Nine Dragons Stronghold's strongest reacted that way, then it was only natural for the Nine Dragons Sky Ascension Squad, who were weaker than them, to be even more affected. Having been reduced to half their original number by Mu-Gun's overwhelming martial prowess, they completely lost their will to fight. The bandits turned around and began to run away, which they thought was the only way to save themselves in the current situation. The other bandits also gave up and began to escape from the Nine Dragons stronghold. However, all of their attempts failed. As Mu-Gun had already stated, he had no intention of sparing even a single bandit. Mu-Gun flew above the fleeing bandits and blocked the Nine Dragons stronghold's entrance. Flustered and confused, the bandits frantically ran around. They could neither run away nor attack Mu-Gun. As they panicked, Mu-Gun tossed the flying golden shield in their direction. Arg! Save me! The Nine Dragons stronghold's bandits tried to run away from and evade the flying golden shield only to trip and fall over each other. At that moment, the flying golden shield once again discharged golden lightning in all directions, reducing the number of survivors to less than 50. Please spare me, I have committed a crime deserving of death. If you spare me, I will live a good life from now on. The surviving bandits prostrate themselves before Mu-Gun and begged for their lives. Get out of the way, everyone! The great dragon saber, Meng-Hyuk-san, pushed his way through the crowd and came forward. The Julong's 4 tigers followed behind him. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. You probably think you're an apostle of justice, don't you? However, you, who mercilessly kill those weaker than you, are no different from us. Perhaps you're right. Someone might even condemn me for this. But it doesn't matter. I'm just doing what I think is right, Mu-Gun unwaveringly replied. Hyuk-san tried to sway Mu-Gun's decision somehow, but he immediately gave up upon seeing the firm conviction on Mu-Gun's face. The only way to survive this situation was to defeat Mu-Gun. Listen up, all of you, that person has already decided to massacre us all. No matter how much we plead guilty and promise to turn over a new leaf, his mind will not change. If you want to live, pick up your weapons and put up a desperate last stand against that bastard. That's the only way we can survive this. Hyuk-san's words made the remaining bandits stand up and pick up their weapons with determined expressions. When Baek Mu-Gun saw the bandits taking up arms again in order to survive, he held the flying golden shield in his hands. Each of his movements made the bandits nervous. Aren't you ashamed of using your artifact's unique traits to gain an advantage over us? Meng-Hyuk-san criticized Mu-Gun when he noticed Mu-Gun was about to throw the flying golden shield again. Mu-Gun's outstanding martial arts aside, Hyuk-san thought the flying golden shield was a special artifact. Do you not find it cowardly for the entire Nine Dragon stronghold to go up against me? Joining forces against a master is definitely not considered cowardly, Hyuk-san replied proudly. So you're telling me not to use this shield? We are martial artists before we are bandits. Since you've decided to kill us, at least let us give it our all as martial artists before we die. You do know better than I do that what you just said is ridiculous, don't you? If you're truly a martial artist, shouldn't you fight fair and square with martial arts rather than using a divine artifact? Mu-Gun scoffed at Hyuk-san's unreasonable demands. That's funny. Do you think you have a chance of winning if I don't use this shield? If you're so confident, then why not throw your shield away? Well, okay then. Really? This is nothing for you to be happy about. The result won't change anyway. Mu-Gun hung the flying golden shield on his back, then equipped his sword. It could be a little troublesome, but it did not matter to him even if he could only use his sword. Although slightly childish, he wanted to show Hyuk-san the depth of his skills anyway. Hyuk-san excitedly smiled when Mu-Gun unequipped the flying golden shield. The bandits who were afraid of Mu-Gun's flying golden shield also regained their will to fight. Everyone, attack! As Hyuk-san ordered, the bandits launched a fierce attack against Mu-Gun. They rushed in and encircled him, creating quite a threatening sight. However, from Mu-Gun's point of view, they only looked like tiger moths flying into a bonfire. Mu-Gun stomped on the ground and launched himself 50 feet into the sky. He then thrust his sword toward the bandits, unleashing full moon-like energy. Countless moonlight chi waves poured toward the ground from the dazzling full moon. With Mu-Gun out of their attack's reach, the bandits could only stare at him. As they watched moonlight-shaped sword shadows filling the sky and showering down toward them, the bandits finally realized that it wasn't the flying golden shield that was frightening. It was Mu-Gun himself. The countless moonlight chi unleashed by the full moon engulfed the land and generated a deafening blast. The moonlight chi cleared up after a while, revealing Hyuk-san and the Julong's 4 tigers as the only ones left standing. To make matters worse, the Julong's 4 tigers were covered in wounds. You fucker? What the hell are you? After barely fending off the countless moonlight chi, Hyuk-san looked at Mu-Gun as if he was some sort of monster. At this point, do you really still have to know? It's time to put an end to this. Refusing to answer, Mu-Gun rushed toward Hyuk-san. Hyuk-san squeezed out all his remaining strength and launched a full-fledged attack in response. Mu-Gun easily evaded his attack using his movement art, however, and proceeded to thrust his sword into Hyuk-san's side. The Julong's 4 tigers, who were behind Hyuk-san, attacked Mu-Gun to save Hyuk-san even though they were already tattered up. Mu-Gun glided to the side one more time. After evading their attacks, he thrust his sword again, piercing the 4 tigers' chests with moonlight chi. The Julong's 4 tigers fell to the ground with blood splurting out of the hole in their chest. Ack! Enraged by his subordinates' deaths, Hyuk-san desperately charged at Mu-Gun. However, he fell forward even before he could come closer to Mu-Gun, a hole having been drilled into his forehead by Mu-Gun's Vajra exorcism finger. The 9 dragons' stronghold's end came with his death. Corpses lay all over their base, the blood they had spilled spreading a fishy, metallic smell to the area. Mu-Gun had a bitter expression as he looked at the wretched scene he had just caused. Although they deserved to die, he couldn't feel at ease after ending so many lives. He did not regret it, though. If met with the same situation, he knew he would do the same. With all the bandits wiped out, Mu-Gun explored the Nine Dragons' stronghold to check if there was anything worth salvaging. He put in extra effort searching through what appeared to be the Nine Dragons' chief's residence, finding quite a hefty amount of silver niang and jewels in a secret safe connected to the bed. Mu-Gun took them all, then set fire to the Nine Dragons' stronghold's base. Traces that would lead to him could remain if the bandits' corpses were left as they were, so he tried to eliminate his tracks by setting the whole place on fire. Of course, he made sure to tend to the trees around the Nine Dragons' stronghold so that the fire would not spread to Mount Zholong. Mu-Gun watched the base burn for a while before going on his way. After crossing Mount Zholong, Mu-Gun headed straight to Poyang Lake, where the thunderous wind palm, Han Baek, was said to be living in seclusion. He reached Poyang, which was neighboring Poyang Lake, in 5 days. Mu-Gun looked for a boat that could take him from Poyang to Duchang, having decided to pass through Poyang Lake and cross over to Duchang, where Han Baek was. He eventually discovered that there was a boat that sailed the Poyang-Duchang route every 3 days. Fortunately, he arrived at Poyang a day before its scheduled departure date. He stayed the night in Poyang and boarded the boat to Duchang the next day. As the boat sailed through Poyang Lake, Mu-Gun recalled the times he had spent with Han Baek during his past reincarnation. Mu-Gun fought many battles with Han Baek and the other 3 peerless wanderers. They developed trust and friendship with each other as they fought, eventually creating a strong enough bond to trust each other with their backs. Han Baek always said that he would introduce Mu-Gun to his sister whenever they had drinks after a battle. According to him, his younger sister was the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan, but Mu-Gun didn't believe him. Han Baek was simply far too ugly for Mu-Gun to believe that his sister was the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan. Every time Mu-Gun expressed doubt, Han Baek would guarantee his sister's beauty with his honor on the line. Mu-Gun also wondered how Han Baek, who was now in his 60s, had changed. He was still reminiscing about his past life when the boat arrived at Duchang in the afternoon. After having a late lunch at a restaurant not far away from Duchang's ferry dock, he called the waiter. "Is there anything else you need? Do you happen to know where the Yongxia Manor is?" Mu-Gun asked. The Yongxia Manor was where Han Baek was living in seclusion. "Yes, I do. If you go about 10 miles north along Poyang Lake from the ferry dock, you will find a shabby manor. That would be the Yongxia Manor. Thank you. This is for your hard work. Just for something like this?" The waiter quickly snatched the coin Mu-Gun handed over and put it in his pocket. Afterward, Mu-Gun paid for lunch and left the restaurant. He then walked north along Poyang Lake just as the waiter had guided him, unconsciously picking up the pace because he wanted to meet Han Baek as soon as possible. Soon after, he saw a shabby manor from a distance away. If what the waiter said was correct, that manor was the Yongxia Manor. Mu-Gun smiled at the thought of meeting Han Baek, but it only lasted for a moment. Mu-Gun's expression quickly stiffened when he discovered a group of people approaching the Yongxia Manor from the opposite side. From what he could sense, the people had ill intentions and did not visit the Yongxia Manor for a good reason. Hence, without further consideration, Mu-Gun rushed straight to his destination. About 50 people approached the Yongxia Manor, each of them having a sturdy build and a saber strapped to their waist. They all had the same sharp glare and prominent temples as well, which evidenced their extraordinary martial arts. After exchanging glances with each other, the group entered the Yongxia Manor and quickly headed to its main building with swift and well-coordinated movements. They then surrounded the main building to prevent the people inside from escaping and gradually narrowed their encirclement. The way they executed their plan showed that this was not their first or second time doing something like this. "Who are you bastards? How dare you trespass into my home like rats?" At that moment, a loud and clear voice echoed from the roof of the main building. The people who had trespassed into the Yongxia Manor quickly turned their heads toward its sourcey, an ugly 5-foot man in his late 40s standing on the roof. He had bulging eyes, protruding cheekbones, and a snub-like nose. It was Han Baek, the thunderous wind palm, owner of the Yongxia Manor, and one of the 4 peerless wanderers. "That's definitely Han Baek, the thunderous wind palm," one of the intruders confirmed. "I am indeed Han Baek. So, who are you fuckers? Go find out in the underworld. Carry out the mission?" the man shouted, and the intruders rushed toward Han Baek in unison. "Underworld my ass. Let's see if you can still talk like that after being beaten to a pulp," Han Baek responded in a baffled manner, then extended his hands toward the incoming intruders. The thunder chi that shot forth from both his hands spiraled out like a whirlwind and devoured his opponents, tearing 5 of them to shreds. Han Baek then unleashed another whirlwind of thunder chi toward the invaders rushing at him from the other side. However, Han Baek's expression stiffened as he flew off the roof. With the intruders coming from all sides at quite a high speed, he wouldn't be able to repel them all even if he fired a series of thunder chi whirlwinds. As soon as he got down, the intruders' fierce offensive poured in and destroyed the roof. Meanwhile, the intruders chased after Han Baek and launched another attack. Like before, Han Baek unleashed a whirlwind of thunder chi to confront them. Those struck by the thunderous wind fell to the ground as mere lumps of flesh. However, one of his opponents rushed in from behind Han Baek and launched another attack. "Damn it!" Han Baek hurriedly turned around and tried to defend himself. At that moment, a golden flash of light cut through the space and blasted the head of the intruder aiming for him. The sudden turn of events caused not only Han Baek but even the group of intruders to momentarily stop moving and focus on the golden flash's source. There, they found Mu-Gun standing with a sword at his waist and a shield hung on his back. There are too many unwelcomed guests today, Han Baek said after seeing Mu-Gun, who appeared after the group of intruders. You look uglier now that you're older. Mu-Gun chuckled upon seeing Han Baek's old face. What? What did you just say to me? Han Baek asked in bewilderment. Let's deal with these rat bastards first. Ha, young brat, have we met before? Why are you speaking informally to me? We'll talk about this later. Han Baek's words made Mu-Gun smile again before charging toward the invaders. Matching Mu-Gun's movements, Han Baek also executed the thunderous wind toward the invaders who were surprised by Mu-Gun's sudden appearance and martial arts, which could fire a flash of golden light from 50 feet away. Despite their surprise, they attacked Han Baek and Mu-Gun without panicking. However, Mu-Gun's martial arts soon proved to be much stronger than they had imagined. Since they had only prepared enough forces to fight Han Baek, dealing with Han Baek and Mu-Gun proved difficult. With their offense divided in half, Han Baek had a much easier time dealing with them. The situation worsened for the intruders the longer the battle went on. Meanwhile, Mu-Gun realized while dealing with them that they exuded the 9 celestial demons sect's demonic chi. Now that I've gotten a closer look, you bastards are from the 9 celestial demons sect, aren't you? The intruders flinched. Although they quickly fixed their expressions, their behavior couldn't get past Mu-Gun's eyes. He was convinced that they were from the 9 celestial demons sect. Soon after, he recalled that whenever the 9 celestial demons sect began reappearing in Murim, their strategy would be to find and kill Murim's hidden masters to weaken its combat forces. Among them, you're all likely from the Heavenly Killer sect. The Heavenly Killer sect was a faction that specialized in assassinations. The confidence behind his words made the intruders waver. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. It seems I'm right. I can't spare any of you, then. Mu-Gun proceeded to show them no mercy after confirming that the invaders were from the 9 celestial demons sect. With his mind made up, he massacred them. As a result, the intruders fell like autumn leaves. Han Baek, who observed Mu-Gun playing an active role in the battle against the intruders, shot forth an even fiercer thunderous wind as if not wanting to lose to him. With both of them pulling their own weight, they wiped out all the demonic practitioners who had broken into the Yungzia manor except for 2 people. Mu-Gun deliberately kept them alive since he needed captives to interrogate. Otherwise, they would have already been corpses by now, like the others. Mu-Gun suppressed their Mahayol and Ahayol acupuncture points, then searched their mouths for poison pills and removed them. The 9 celestial demons sect's demonic practitioners always had poison pills in their mouths so they could commit suicide at any given time. Once caught by the enemy, they would consume it without hesitation. Mu-Gun had experienced many such instances throughout his previous life. Hence, he now removed the poison pills first to prevent the captured demonic practitioners from taking their own lives. Han Baek, who watched Baek Mu-Gun overpower the demonic practitioners from the side, was deeply impressed by his thorough attitude, which was unbefitting of his young age. That was a separate matter altogether, however. This young man suddenly spoke to him informally and even criticized his appearance, which was unforgivable. Let's have a little chat now, shall we? Who are you? Why are you speaking informally to me as if we've met before? Han Baek went straight to the point. I'm not sure where to begin. Start from the beginning. We have plenty of time anyway. You don't know me, but I know you very well. To be exact, we went through life and death together in my past life. Past life? Why is a young man like you spouting such nonsensical crap? Do you really think I will believe that? Han Baek asked, baffled. The first time we met was during the Great War of Yueyang. Back then, I saved you from a crisis just as I did today. That's where you got the scar on your left rib, and it was also the start of our connection. From there, I traveled through battlefields and fought the Hellblood Demon sect with you and the other peerless wanderers. After every battle, we would always drink all night, during which you would always tell me that you would introduce me to your younger sister, whom you claimed was the greatest beauty in Jiangnan. If I remember what you told me correctly, your sister's name was Han Ho-kyung, right? Han Baek's eyes widened upon hearing Mu-Gun's story. What Mu-Gun just said was something that only 5 people in the world knew. Among them, only 1 person had died. Are you claiming to be Guiyang Huai in your previous life? Han Baek asked, still half in doubt. Including him, the other 3 peerless wanderers were still alive, so only one of them could have reincarnated Heavenly Thunder God Swordsman, Guiyang Huai. It seems you still haven't forgotten my name, Mu-Gun said with a smile. As soon as Han Baek saw him smile, Guiyang Hui's face seemingly overlapped for a moment with Mu-Gun's. The vibe that Mu-Gun gave off was so similar to Guiyang Huai, and now that he thought about it, the martial arts that Mu-Gun used when he saved him a while ago were similar to Guiyang Hui's. Though it sounded ridiculous, he could not help but believe Mu-Gun's claim that he was Guiyang Huai in his previous life. Is it really true that you were Guiyang Huai in your past life? No. Is reincarnation even really possible? What do you want me to do? Will you believe me if I recite the names of the women who turned you down one by one? The moment you say even just one of their names, I will kill you. Mu-Gun giggled and laughed at Han Baek's threats. Han Baek's face turned red. Your laugh when making fun of me is the same as Guiyang Hui's, that annoying bastard. Does that mean you believe me? Although it's absurd, I can't help but believe you because of all the things you know about me. Long time no see, Han Baek. It's nice to see you too. Sending you off like that gave me lots of regrets. I should have gone with you no matter how hard you tried to stop me back then. It's fine, isn't it? We've met again anyway. You're right. But what should I call you? I can't call you Guiyang Huai when you're in that body, right? Call me Baek Mu-Gun, which is my current name. That being said, it does feel weird to speak informally to you since you've become an old man. Do you think I feel great having a young man talk informally to me? Keek, if you want to, I can speak formally. It's fine. There's no point doing so after coming this far. How are the other three doing? Do you still keep in touch with each other? We've all found a place of our preference and began living in seclusion. We don't contact each other very often, but we have a meeting once a year. Where are the others living? Jin Yusung is staying in Mount Tianzi, Hunan Province, Yegchiolgan in Mount Huang, Anhui Province, and Wang Rei in Mount Wuyi, Fujian Province. All of them would be very happy to hear that you have reincarnated. Speaking of which, should I contact them and ask them to come? It's been a long time since the five of us have gathered, so we should have a hearty catch-up. We certainly should, but the Heavenly Killer sect, your assailants, would have likely sent assassins their way as well. It would probably be better for us to get in touch with them and ask them to hide instead. Assassins will be sent to them too? The Heavenly Killer sect is one of the 9 celestial demons sect's factions. Their mission is to find and assassinate the hidden masters of Murim before the 9 celestial demons sect begins their full-scale activities. The fact that the Heavenly Killer sect ambushed you means that the other peerless wanderers could also be targeted. So there's a high possibility that the 9 celestial demons sect will start making a move soon? They have already taken some actions behind the scenes. Another bloodbath will strike Murim again, huh? We have to prevent that. You're still saying that after you died fighting the Hellblood demon? It's the right thing to do as a martial artist. Also, I did not die fighting the Hellblood demon. I died because the patriarchs of the 7 great families betrayed me. What? The patriarchs of the 7 great families betrayed you? Han Baek asked in shock. After defeating the Hellblood demon, the 7 great families' patriarchs ambushed me. Why did they ambush you? They were afraid that I would become a hero of Murim and take away their authority within Murim if I lived. Those despicable bastards. After doing something like that, they cried in front of the people of Murim, pretending to grieve over your death? Why are you just leaving them alone? We should kill them now? Han Baek furiously exclaimed. I have been growing my strength all this while, so I never got the chance to do so. Moreover, our top priority right now should be to prevent the 9 celestial demons sect from running rampant. Are you worried that killing them would cause Murim to collapse? They're just a bunch of old people hiding in the back room now. I'm not so sure about that. They will probably still have it easy for the next 10 years. Moreover, if I kill them, the 7 great families will turn Murim upside down to find the culprit. That would literally be helping the 9 celestial demons sect. Mu-Gun had no intention of forgiving the 7 saints, but now that the 9 celestial demons had begun executing their schemes, stopping them took precedence over everything else. It would not be too late to deal with them after that. Even if your body has changed, you are still the same old Guiyang Huai. You think so dearly of Murim, after all. Why does it sound like you're being sarcastic? That's just because the one listening is a twisted person. That aside, you are still so annoyingly handsome even though you're in a new body, huh? The heavens are just taking good care of me. Did the heavens abandon me, then? Keek, why? Didn't you say that you would find the great art of camouflage and become a handsome man? Do you think it's that easy to find it? And what's the point of meeting a woman after becoming a handsome man? They would only like me because of the fake shell I am in, not my real appearance. Don't worry. There will surely be a woman somewhere who will like you for how you look. At this age? Please, I'm at the age where I should be watching my grandchild acting cute, so what's the point of meeting a woman now? You don't even look like a 50-year-old on the outside. Since when did age matter, anyway? The only thing that matters is if you get along well. Stop spouting nonsense and tell me about yourself. There's not much to tell. I was just reincarnated as the eldest son of a martial family in Zhejiang province, and I came to find you to grow our family's martial prowess. Which martial family? The Backsword sect. One of the 10 clans of Zhejiang? That's right. I guess you haven't heard about it yet, but we have become the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader some time ago. Is that so? I haven't been interested in the affairs of Murim since I began living in seclusion here. Why don't you stop living in seclusion and become active again? So that's why you came to find me. That's right. After confirming that the 9 celestial demons sect has reappeared, I thought of contacting and gathering the 4 peerless wanderers. Of course, I don't have any intention of forcing you all. Are you asking me to join your family? If you are fine with it, I was planning to treat you as a venerable elder of the Backsword sect. You should know that we don't like to be affiliated with anything. Then don't think of it as being affiliated with the Backsword sect but rather living in seclusion within its territory. Our sect won't be making any sort of demands from you guys anyway, so you all can just do whatever you want. What's the real reason the Backsword sect wants to recruit us? Naturally, it's to increase our power. What do you plan to do once you've accomplished that? I will turn the Backsword sect into the greatest martial family, exceeding the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families. So you want to rule over Murim? Not at all. I only want the Backsword sect to instill so much fear in the 3 greatest demonic sects that our existence would be enough to make them tremble. In doing so, they would no longer dare raise their heads. That may be what you would do, but I wonder if the Backsword sect is on the same page. If the Backsword sect possesses the power to rule over Murim, wouldn't they try to take advantage of that power to dominate Murim? That's possible. In fact, we might even rule over Murim for a while. However, if the Baek sword sect is blinded by self-interest and goes against the righteous paths of Murim, they will certainly be judged by Murim in return, just as how it had always been thus far. Anyway, if that's what you're worried about, why don't you join the Baek sword sect and create an organization that can monitor and keep them in check so they wouldn't go down the wrong path? I understand what you mean. I will decide after discussing it with the others. Okay, that aside, I think it would be best to meet the others somewhere else. This place has already been exposed, so we don't know when another surprise attack will come. Wouldn't it be better to wait here and kill the fuckers would try to ambush us? That's not a bad idea, but we have to think this through because we don't know how big the combat forces the Heavenly Killer sect will mobilize next time. After all, they've already failed once. They will probably send a bigger one. A master in the absolute demonic realm could even accompany them. They probably don't have enough combat force for us to be unable to handle it, though. Considering their combat forces should be limited, it will be difficult for them to send all their fighters here. Of course, if they fail again, the story will be different. Alright. Let's wait for them here, as you suggested. You will have to pull yourself together and buck up your rusty martial arts, though. When I saw you fighting a while ago, you seemed like you haven't done your martial arts training in so long. Ahem, who would expect something like this to happen anyway? I'll start training again as you said, so don't worry about it, Hanbek awkwardly replied. Let's stay here for a few more days, then. You should contact the others. I will interrogate the demonic practitioners we captured. Got it. Mu-Gun dragged the 2 demonic practitioners and interrogated them separately. However, he couldn't get anything out of them. Mu-Gun knew that they would not leak any information no matter what torture they had to go through. Even if they ended up dying, the 9 celestial demons sect's demonic practitioners would never spill anything. The fact that the 9 celestial demons sect had never been discovered before already showed everything there was to know about how strong-willed their demonic practitioners were. Unable to get any intel from them, Mu-Gun eventually ended the interrogation and killed the 2 of them. In a shabby Guan Yu temple, Gu Yeopeng, a man in his 50s, sat alone. The energy he exuded was extraordinary, especially his eyes, which were akin to that of a snake. His gaze was breathtakingly cold. As one of the Heavenly Killer sect's 9 Heavenly Killer monarchs, he was in charge of getting rid of Thunderous Wind Palm Hanbek, who lived in seclusion at Poyang Lake.n/o/bel/b/jn.c//om. After a while of waiting for a report from the people whom he had sent to get rid of their target, a person entered the Guan Yu temple. What happened? Yeopeng asked him. I'm sorry. We failed. What? He is an old man stuck at Poyang Lake fishing at best, yet you still failed? Yeopeng asked, bewildered. Well, an unidentified master intervened. An unidentified master? It was difficult to identify him from afar, but he is presumed to at least be in the absolute realm. Could he be one of the 4 peerless wanderers? That's unlikely. Although we saw him from a distance, he looked very different from the 4 peerless wanderers. Who the hell is he, then? Other than Hanbek, I have never heard of another absolute realm master near Poyang Lake. I'm sorry. At this point in time, we do not have any clue about that person's identity, the man replied with a perplexed expression. So, the people who went to the Yungzia Manor had been wiped out? That's right. Is that master still there? Yes. Yeopeng frowned. Killing 2 absolute realm masters was an entirely different problem from just killing 1. Although it seemed as if they could just double the combat forces they had deployed, that was not the case at all. 2 absolute realm masters working together would have a huge effect on their combat prowess. In other words, the Heavenly Killer sect would have to deploy even more combat personnel than just twice the people they sent before. Yeopeng decided to make a move himself. If he and the demonic generals, who were upper peak realm masters under his command, took care of this themselves, they could probably annihilate the 2 absolute realm masters. Get all our combat personnel ready now. What do you plan to do? I'll handle this myself. Together with the demonic generals, even 2 absolute realm masters wouldn't be a problem for us. Understood. I will make preparations right away, the man answered and left the Guan Yu temple. Within an hour, the combat forces under Heavenly Killer Saber Monarch Gu Yeopeng, which numbered 100, had gathered in front of the Guan Yu temple. Among them were the 28 Heavenly Killer demonic generals, who were upper peak realm masters. With Yeopeng in the lead, about 100 people immediately left the Guan Yu temple and headed for the Yungzia Manor. What's this? It's been a while since we last saw each other. Do you think it makes any sense for you to be drinking tea right now? Even though you've gotten older, it seems you still can't resist drinking. Endure it for now, though. We don't know when the Heavenly Killer sect will charge at us. They surely won't come right at this moment, will they? You never know. Think about it. Who would have thought that the 7 great families patriarch would kill me? Yeah, I see your point. If you think it's a shame, then just imagine this tea is alcohol while you drink it. Can you stop spouting nonsense? How can you compare this tasteless tea to alcohol? Come on, let's just have a glass. I'm serious, just 1 glass. No, once you have a glass, you will crave another. Especially someone like you who's mad for alcohol. You cold-hearted bastard. In exchange, I will buy you all the finest liquors from the Central Plains later on. Really? Do you think I'm not capable of doing that for a friend? I'll take you up on that promise. Good. Wait. While smiling and nodding at Hanbek, who seemed to be an incurable alcoholic, Mu-Gun's expression suddenly stiffened. What's the matter? It seems like the Heavenly Killer sect has come. Get ready. Mu-Gun took the sword and shield next to him. Day or night, these abominable bastards really have no care for time. Baek grumbled and wore the Thunderworm gauntlet, which was made of thread extracted from a thunderworm. Regarded as rare even among the divine silkworms, those thunderworms were silkworms that amplified thunder chi. The Thunderworm gauntlet was perfect for Baek, who used both thunder chi and wind chi simultaneously. Mu-Gun and Baek both equipped their weapons and climbed up to the roof through the window. In the midst of the darkness, black shadows could be seen coming from all directions through the streaks of moonlight. There were around 100 people. Mu-Gun paid no attention to their numbers and just focused on figuring out if any martial arts masters were among them. As a result, he soon noticed 1 Absolute Realm Master and 4 Upper Peak Realm Masters. Mu-Gun immediately informed Baek of their presence. This won't be easy. Baek looked slightly stiff. Aside from being martial arts masters, the two couldn't ignore their opponent's ability to lead over 100 people either. Are you scared? Scared? I'm the Thunderous Wind Palm, Baek. I didn't blink an eye even while surrounded by hundreds of demonic practitioners from the Hellblood Demon sect. There's nothing to worry about, then. Let's start by getting rid of some of their martial arts masters. Mu-Gun raised his sword, forming a ray of golden lightning around its tip and rapidly firing 5 thunderbolt swords beams toward the martial arts masters. Gu Yeopeng and the demonic generals hurriedly defended against the attack. Fortunately, it came from 50 feet away, so they could all safely block themselves from the bombardment. Mu-Gun wasn't done yet, however. After executing the 5 Thunder Sword battery cannon, he closed the distance between them before his opponents could even notice it, then executed the 5 Thunder Sword battery cannon again. The 5 demonic practitioners hurriedly rolled to the side using the lazy donkey roll which martial artists hated using more than death when the Thunderbolt swords flew toward them from less than a foot away. Although they had successfully evaded the Thunderbolt swords, the projectiles still pierced through the multiple demonic practitioners behind them. Meanwhile, as his 5 targets rolled on the ground, Mu-Gun immediately unleashed a ray of Moonlight Sword Chi. Heavenly Killer Saber Monarch Gu Yeopeng barely managed to get up and evade the Moonlight Sword Chi. On the other hand, the 4 demonic generals were a step too late. The attack devoured them completely. They activated their protective chi as fast as they could, but their defenses were shattered, unable to withstand the ongoing shower of Moonlight Sword Chi. Having accumulated momentum, the Moonlight Sword Chi struck the demonic generals and tore them apart like rags as they crashed to the floor. Despite being Upper Peak Realm Masters, the demonic generals were killed before they could even do anything. I'll tear you to pieces, you bastard. Having lost his demonic generals, Yeopeng lost control of his anger. He rushed toward Mu-Gun, who in turn used his step techniques and lightly stepped away. He then threw the flying golden shield hanging behind his back. Enshrouded by golden Vajrachi, the flying golden shield crashed against Yeopeng, who was chasing after Mu-Gun. He hurriedly swung his saber to block the flying golden shield, a deafening roar echoing as the saber chi arising from his weapon attempted to deflect it to the side. Yeopeng naturally thought he'd succeed, but the flying golden shield pushed his saber back and broke through toward his chest instead. This crazy shit? Yeopeng cursed in his mind as he imbued more internal energy into his saber. A crack appeared in the tightly balanced clash of energies, and the flying golden shield was finally taken off course. Yeopeng immediately tried to counterattack, but a ray of golden thunderbolt sword shot straight toward his chest before he could. As soon as Yeopeng deflected the flying golden shield, Mu-Gun executed the Thunder Sword Cannon. Already too late to block it, Yeopeng rolled onto the ground yet again. However, he didn't have enough time to do that either. The golden ray of Thunderbolt sword pierced his left shoulder, and the internal energy it contained quickly spread to his left arm. Yeopeng rolled on the floor, the indescribable pain making him scream. In the midst of it all, he recalled Mu-Gun's identity. He was the damned Thunder God's successor of the Heavenly Descent Thunder God sect. Yeopeng decided to reveal Mu-Gun's identity even if it meant his death. Everyone, retreat. At least one of us should survive and reveal this bastard's identity. Realizing what Yeopeng wanted to do, Mu-Gun immediately took action. As a result, Yeopeng, who was shouting at his subordinates, fell to the ground with a sword embedded in his heart before he could finish his sentence. Although Mu-Gun acted quickly enough to keep his identity hidden, the order to retreat was still properly delivered to the other demonic practitioners. Meanwhile, Baek fought more than 100 demonic practitioners alone while Mu-Gun killed Yeopeng and the 4 demonic generals. Unlike when he fought with his bare hands earlier, Baek showed a completely different performance after wearing the Thunderworm Gauntlet. Moving through the battlefield, he defeated more than 100 demonic practitioners without even being pushed back once. Baek's fighting style looked great on the surface, but it had a clear limitation: his internal energy. Without even considering what was to come in battle, Baek kept unleashing his palm force. His fighting style befitted his simple and hot-headed personality and was the best at taking the lead over the opponent. However, this sort of fighting style naturally consumed a huge amount of internal energy. Although he could have changed as he got older and gained experience, Baek still acted the same. His enemies were likely afraid of his momentum, but they persistently attacked him anyway, perhaps because they all had no fear of death. In all honesty, the Heavenly Killer Sect's demonic practitioners were a force to be reckoned with, not only because of their outstanding martial arts but also because of their tenacity, which allowed them to be fearless in the face of death. The Heavenly Killer Sect's demonic practitioners relentlessly attacked Han Baek even if it meant their annihilation. However, when Yeopeng issued the order to retreat before he died, they stopped their offense and began to escape from Yongzia Manor. "Don't let any of them leave in one piece," Mu-Gun shouted to Han Baek when he saw the demonic practitioners making a run for it. The martial arts that Mu-Gun used would become known if even just one person made it out alive, ultimately revealing the reappearance of the Thunder God's successor. The 9 Celestial Demons sect would naturally prioritize annihilating their archenemy, inevitably putting Mu-Gun in danger. Hearing Mu-Gun's shout, Han Baek chased after the fleeing demonic practitioners and unleashed the thunderous wind. However, the demonic practitioners scattered in all directions instead of escaping using the same path, making it hard to take them down in large numbers. After instructing Han Baek, Mu-Gun also immediately chased after the demonic practitioners and tossed the flying golden shield. It flew in a large orbit, smashing one demonic practitioner's head after another. However, it only managed to kill some of them. Mu-Gun retrieved the flying golden shield, quickly dashed in another direction, and threw it again. Using a movement art that far exceeded his opponent's speed, he quickly caught up with the demonic practitioners and knocked them all down. Han Baek also did everything he could to prevent the demonic practitioners from leaving Yongzia Manor. With Mu-Gun and Han Baek's collective effort, most of the demonic practitioners fell before they could cross Yongzia Manor's walls. More than 10 men managed to evade their attacks and flee Yongzia Manor, but they were running toward Poyang Lake. With no ship waiting for them there, it was practically a dead end. In fact, that was the only reason they managed to leave Yongzia Manor. Mu-Gun and Han Baek knew they wouldn't be able to take down all the demonic practitioners inside the Yongzia Manor in time, so they deliberately drove and chased them toward Poyang Lake. Left with no escape, the demonic practitioners were forced to stop, turn around, and prepare to fight. Mu-Gun and Han Baek immediately went on the offensive and reduced all of their opponents to cold corpses. The assassination hall led by Heavenly Killer Saber Monarch Gu Yeopeng had been unexpectedly wiped out at Yongzia Manor and Poyang Lake. Having dealt with the demonic practitioners who fled to Poyang Lake, Mu-Gun and Han Baek returned to the Yongzia Manor, which was now littered with corpses. The smell of blood permeated the cold air of the night. "Are you going to sleep here? I think we better go to an inn for today." "That would be great. There won't be any more surprise attacks today, will there? N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Probably. It's fine if we drink, then, right?" Han Baek asked with delight. Even in this situation, Han Baek still thought of drinking alcohol. Mu-Gun laughed, dumbfounded at Han Baek's train of thought. "Fine, let's drink. When will we get rid of all these?" Han Baek asked, looking annoyed by the corpses. "Why don't we just set them on fire?" "You want to set this manor on fire? It already looks shabby, so why are you so surprised? You're going to leave this place anyway. But if I sell this manor, I'll be able to get some money. How much do you expect to sell this manor for? It wouldn't be strange if it collapses now, and it will be even more troublesome to dispose of the bodies. If you really think it's such a waste, then you should clean it up by yourself. Petty bastard. Fine, I get it. Let's just set it on fire." Not wanting to dispose of the bodies alone, Han Baek decided to set the place on fire to dispose of the bodies as Mu-Gun suggested. The two gathered the corpses around the building so that they could set them on fire along with the building. That alone gave them a lot of trouble. Han Baek then packed some important things, including a few changes of clothes and some silver niangs. Afterward, Mu-Gun set the manor on fire without hesitation. Han Baek licked his lips, seemingly finding it a pity, but he did not say much. The Yongzia Manor was soon engulfed in flames, burning with it the bodies that the two gathered in one corner. Mu-Gun and Han Baek watched the blazing scene for a while before heading to Duchang. Baek Mu-Gun and Han Baek reserved a room in Duchang's only inn and drank all night there, stopping only when the inn had run out of drinks. They would have kept going otherwise. Having drunk all night, they fell asleep and woke up at noon the next day. After relieving their hangover with a hot bowl of soup, they left Duchang for the Baek Sword sect. It would take too long to wait until all 4 peerless wanderers had gathered. Han Baek wasn't affiliated with any particular group, so it didn't matter to him, but it was difficult for Mu-Gun to leave his position indefinitely. After all, he was the young patriarch of the Baek Sword sect. Hence, he decided to meet with the 4 peerless wanderers at Wenzhou instead and headed to the Baek Sword sect with Han Baek first. He had already contacted the other peerless wanderers, explaining the situation to them and asking them to meet at Wenzhou, Zhejiang province. Mu-Gun and Han Baek diligently traveled whenever the sun was up and stayed at an inn when night fell. Every time, they would drink all night, then continue their journey without an issue. Although their innate alcohol tolerance was high, their current lifestyle was only possible because they were absolute realm masters. 6 days since they departed from Duchang, they passed the border of Jiangxi province, entered Zhejiang province, crossed Mount Zholong, and stayed the night at the Justice Martial sect in Anhui. After 4 more days of traveling, they finally arrived at Wenzhou. Mu-Gun took Han Baek to Flower Honor Manor first instead of heading directly to the Baek Sword sect. Han Baek hadn't made a decision on whether he would join the Baek Sword sect yet, and letting him stay there could put him under unwanted pressure. Hence, he guided him to the Flower Honor Manor, where he could stay comfortably. Mu-Gun met up with Heavenly Secret Hall leader Chen Yuhua, introduced Han Baek to her, and asked her to let Han Baek stay at the Flower Honor Manor for the time being. Yuhua gladly accepted. Being able to stay at the Flower Honor Manor, which had a lot of Han Baek's favorite alcohol and beautiful ladies, pleased Han Baek. Mu-Gun returned to the Baek Sword sect alone and met up with Baek Shinsang as soon as he arrived. Congratulations on your safe return. Did anything happen? Well, something certainly did. Okay, what is it? First of all, I got rid of the 9 Dragons stronghold in Mount Julong. What? You wiped out the 9 Dragons stronghold? Yes. I'm sorry for moving on my own accord, but I couldn't just stand by and ignore the 9 Dragons stronghold as they ran rampant with their tyranny. Phew, getting rid of the 9 Dragons stronghold is no small matter. They're a member of the 72 strongholds of Lilin. If they find out about what you've done, they will definitely not stay still. How can we call ourselves martial artists if we overlook injustice happening right before our eyes because we fear their retaliation? Besides, the Baek Sword sect is by no means weak. If the 72 strongholds of Lilin try to retaliate, they will be the ones who will suffer, not us. I get it. There's no point in dwelling over what has already happened anyway. It's not something to fault you for in the first place. To be honest, the 9 Dragons strongholds tyranny has been a pain in the neck for quite some time already, so I feel as if a huge burden has been lifted off my shoulder now that you've gotten rid of them. However, keep in mind that you are not acting as an individual but as the Baek Sword sect's young patriarch. Your actions can have a significant impact on the safety and survival of our sect, so be careful about the ones you do take. I will keep that in mind. I would like to speak of my insights with all due respect, however. Go ahead. If we keep enduring injustice out of fear of the consequences, the Baek Sword sect can never become a prestigious clan. We cannot reach that realm with just strength alone. We have to be willing to face any danger and go through numerous struggles if it would mean upholding justice, a righteous stance, and our beliefs. Only then can we obtain the honor and status of a prestigious clan. I hope the Baek Sword sect becomes a prestigious clan in Murim, for us to become a guardian clan that protects the world and the powerless. Your words tug at my heartstrings. I did not realize at all that you had such big dreams. I am very proud of you. From now on, I will try my best to become a martial artist who draws his sword for the great cause of the world rather than his own safety. In doing so, the Baek Sword sect should be able to realize your vision, Shinsang said, seemingly enlightened. In all honesty, I'm worried that I am needlessly overstepping my boundaries. No. If there is something that I lack, do not hesitate to tell me. If you wish the best for me, that is the greatest way to show it. Mu-Gun smiled at Shinsang, who listened to his own son without letting pride get in the way. By the way, what happened to the matter you went to do? Did you find the thunderous wind palm? Yes, I did, but I got involved in another incident in the process. Another incident? I don't purposely cause them. Events just keep unfolding one after another, Mu-Gun said awkwardly. What happened? The 9 Celestial Demons sect tried to assassinate the thunderous wind palm. I arrived just in time to save him. The 9 Celestial Demons sect tried to do what? Yes. That organization often located and killed the hidden masters of Murim before making a full-scale move. Their attack on the thunderous wind palm seems to be related to that. It seems the 9 Celestial Demons sect's threat is becoming increasingly obvious. We have to build up our strength as much as possible before anything could happen. We also have to lead the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's unity. That's what we should do. What happened to the thunderous wind palm's recruitment? Did he decide to join the Baek Sword sect? He has postponed his response for now. Does that mean there is room for consideration? Yes. He said he would meet the other peerless wanderers first and talk to them before making a decision. Does that mean there is a possibility that all 4 of them will join the Baek Sword sect? Shinsang asked in surprise. It would already be great if even just thunderous wind palm Han Baek joined. If all 4 peerless wanderers did, the Baek Sword sect would become at least 4 or 5 times more powerful. There is, but they don't like to be affiliated with any groups, so don't expect too much. The higher the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Got it. I'm not sure if I can completely avoid having some expectations, though. They were talking about the 4 heavenly extremely adventurers. Even if he was told to not have expectations, he couldn't help but look forward to it. You came back alone, then? No, I came with Senior Han Baek, the thunderous wind palm. Why isn't he with you, then? Where is he? He has yet to decide if he wants to join the Baek Sword sect, so I made him stay at the Flower Honor Manor to avoid putting pressure on him. Even if so, letting him stay there is. You don't have to worry. The thunderous wind palm loves alcohol very much, so he prefers staying at the Flower Honor Manor than the Baek Sword sect. If so, then that's a relief. Even the thunderous wind palm himself said he likes the Flower Honor Manor. Alright, I got it. What do you think about him, though? From what I heard, he is very bad-tempered. Was it hard traveling with him? He likely comes across as bad-tempered on the surface, but he's actually a very kind and good person once you've gotten to know him. He treated me well on our way here. We should really never believe the rumors. However, he is very sensitive about his appearance, so you should keep that in mind when you meet the thunderous wind palm later. Okay, I'll take note of that. Are the other 3 peerless wanderers coming here too? Yes. The thunderous wind palm has already contacted them, so they should be here soon. You did a really good job. If things go well, it would be all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have even thought of recruiting those 4. You seem to have high expectations of me. It's making me feel pressured. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to put a burden on you. I understand how you feel, so don't worry about it. Good. Treat the thunderous wind palm well so he doesn't feel uncomfortable. Understood. That aside, what do you plan to do about improving the martial arts of Baek Sword Manor and the other 3 clans? If we don't help improve their martial arts, they will definitely complain in the future. I'm actually about to send a letter to the 4 clans regarding the improvement of their martial arts. That is not entirely up to us, after all. That's true. They'll find it hard to reject our offer anyway, considering they have witnessed themselves how powerful the other sects' revamped martial arts are. I think so too, but we can't be completely sure they're of the same mind. For now, I'll send a messenger pigeon and confirm their intentions. I'll then instruct the clans interested in revamping their martial arts to come to Wenzhou personally. Go ahead. I'm worried I'm putting too much burden on you, though. Don't worry. I'm doing this because I want to. On the contrary, I'm worried you'll feel hurt. Why would I feel hurt? You are the patriarch of the Baek Sword sect, father. I'm scared I'm overstepping my boundaries and being too presumptuous in doing things. Your father is neither small-minded nor snobbish. Unless you think I am, you should stop worrying about that. As your father, and as the patriarch, I am glad to see you demonstrate your capabilities. Understood. I will continue to work hard with my mind at ease, then. Please do. Mu-Gun was grateful for Qinseng's complete support. He was very glad that Qinseng was his father, and Qinseng felt the same about Mu-Gun. He could not be happier that Mu-Gun, who had such excellent capabilities, was his son. In a dignified-looking pavilion, an 8-foot man with rock-like muscles sat on the throne chair. He had the impression of a tough man, and his bald head and rough sideburns made him look even more menacing. However, what was most impressive about him was his outrageously violent aura, which gave off the sensation of seeing an enraged beast up front. It was so intense that making eye contact with him felt difficult. He was blood-crazed divine demon Hyeok Ryenpei, an absolute demonic realm master and the patriarch of the blood-crazed clanon of the 9 celestial demons sect's 9 factions. He was also one of the 9 great demon kings. A scholarly man stood opposite him. It was Ji Seokwan, the blood-crazed clan's vice-patriarch. Nov. L.B//JNN. Why did you ask to see me? The 9 Dragons stronghold has been wiped out. Really? Who did it? Ryenpei asked indifferently. We haven't confirmed it yet, but it seems to have been done by 1 or at most 2 to 3 people. Considering the 9 Dragons stronghold's strength, that person is likely an absolute realm master, at the very least. Most likely. Have you found out who they are? We are still investigating. Is there even a chance you'll identify them? We're also monitoring the movements of the absolute realm masters in Zhejiang and Jiangxi provinces while investigating Mount Zhejiang. We should be able to identify them soon enough. What do you plan to do afterward? Wouldn't it be better to make the 72 strongholds of Lulin take care of the problem? That person will be at least an absolute realm master. Do you think they can do it? They can if one of the 3 kings of Lulin takes action. King? How preposterous of those bandits. Ryenpei snorted, seemingly finding it ridiculous. However, his reaction did not mean that the 3 kings of Lulin were nothing special. The 3 kings of Lulin were all absolute realm masters, and their presence greatly boosted the 72 strongholds of Lulin's status. Some people dared not recklessly mess with the 72 strongholds of Lulin because they were afraid of those 3 individuals. Handle this matter on your own. Is there any other news? I heard the Heavenly Killer sect was hit hard in Poyang Lake, Jiangxi province. What did they do that made them suffer such great losses? According to reports, the Heavenly Killer Saber Monarch and the Assassination Hall were annihilated while trying to kill Thunderous Wind Palm Han Baek. Along with the other peerless wanderers, he played an active role in the war against the Hellblood Demon sect. Keek, the Heavenly Killer Divine Demon is likely making a fuss right about now. However, is Han Baek really that strong? I'm not sure about the details, but I think there was another master there beside him. The Azura cult, and now the Heavenly Killer sect. Everyone is in Iraq, Ryenpei said as if he was happy to hear about the other's misfortune. The 9 Celestial Demons sect was composed of 9 factions. They were all tied under one banner, but they were still competitors vying for the position of the Celestial Demon of the 9 Heavens. To get that position, they first had to prove their worth through martial prowess. They could only become the Celestial Demon of the 9 Heavens by climbing to the peak of the demonic martial arts Celestial Demon realm. However, in the entire history of the 9 Celestial Demons sect, only one person had managed to reach that realm, the founder of the 9 Celestial Demons sect. The 9 great demon kings put in a great amount of effort in reaching the Celestial Demon realm, but none of them succeeded. Hence, they all agreed to give the Celestial Demon of the 9 Heavens position to the leader of the faction that had achieved the greatest accomplishments during their mission to conquer Murim instead. As a result, the 9 factions of the 9 Celestial Demons sect tried to amass more achievements no matter the cost, even going as far as secretly interfering with the other factions to prevent them from making any significant progress. The situation persisted long enough for them to reach the point where they shunned each other. That was why blood-crazed divine demon Hyeok Ryenpei was happy to hear that the Heavenly Killer sect had failed. However, the 9 great factions didn't ignore the mutual goals of the 9 Celestial Demons sect either, so they maintained bare minimum relationships. That allowed them to avoid the worst situation of disbanding the 9 Celestial Demons sect and going their own ways. The discordance between them was a blessing for Murim. If the 9 factions of the 9 celestial demons sect joined forces and targeted Murim, it would have likely already fallen into their hands. Even the 9 factions were well aware of that. Nevertheless, the 9 great demon kings stuck to their own ways out of sheer pride. The only way for them to achieve unity was for one of them to become the celestial demon of the 9 heavens, but it was unclear whether any of them could actually do that, considering not a single person had managed to in the past 1,000 years. If we don't want to end up in the same situation, we will have to deal with this properly. Understood. Good. Now, go do what you have to do. I'll take my leave now, then. Seok-won bowed to Ryenpei and left the pavilion. Ryenpei then got up from his seat and headed for the training hall. He wanted to become the true celestial demon of the 9 heavens, not a half-baked one that only got the title by amassing merit. Hence, he had to keep training. After all, it was the only way to climb to the celestial demon realm. At the same time as Baek Mu-Gun returned to the Backsword sect, the herbs that he had requested from the Ian merchant group were successfully purchased. Mu-Gun secretly delivered the herbs to the Medicine King family, then received 1 month's worth of heavenly medicine elixirs and 100 herb elixirs from them. The heavenly medicine elixirs were set aside to be given to the patriarchs of the 10 clans of Zhejiang. Meanwhile, the 100 herb elixirs were distributed to over 70 Backsword core martial artists, causing their internal energy and martial arts to undergo significant improvements. Moreover, giving the Backsword core warriors such precious spiritual pills moved them to tears and made them devote themselves even more to their martial arts training in hopes of repaying the Backsword sect's generosity. Even the martial artists who were yet to receive a spiritual pill trained harder instead of feeling dissatisfied. The Backsword sect thoroughly provided them with the necessary resources, from martial arts to spiritual pills, to develop their skills. Hence, the fastest way they could get new martial arts and spiritual pills was to improve. Since they were guaranteed rewards based on their skills, the Backsword core warriors voluntarily engrossed themselves in training instead of anyone forcing them. Many of their martial artists in the past trained haphazardly despite already lacking in many areas since they were still paid a monthly salary. However, through skill assessments, the Backsword sect identified and kicked out martial artists who didn't meet their standards and provided definite skill-based compensation. As a result, the stance of the Backsword core martial artists also changed. This was what Mu-Gun wanted the Backsword core to become. Their skills were still far too inferior compared to the elites of the 7 great families, but if they continued putting in consistent effort, they would one day be able to stand toe-to-toe against the 7 great families' elites. Meanwhile, the Backsword sect sent a letter to Baek Sword Manor and 3 other clans about the improvement of their martial arts, and a reply arrived from them a few days later. As Mu-Gun had predicted, they had decided to entrust the improvement of their martial arts to the Backsword sect. They also sent their successors over for that purpose. In the midst of it all, they received a report from the investigation team dispatched to Shaoxing about the manor the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps would use. The manor recommended by the investigation team was located at the foot of Mount Xianglo, which was in the southeastern part of Shaoxing, and was quite large since it was a group of several manors instead of just one. The Eastern Jin dynasty's nobles built it after Namchen, so most of the manors were said to be old, empty, and well-preserved. The investigation team proposed to buy, renovate, and expand all of the manors, then establish the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps there. They predicted the project would take at least 5 years and more than 5 million silver niangs. The duration aside, 5 million silver niangs was a huge amount of money. Even though Baek Shinsang was the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, this was not something that he could arbitrarily decide on. Moreover, it was a huge project that required huge amounts of investments, so they couldn't just decide without seeing the area in person first. Shinsang decided to hold a meeting with the 10 clans of Zhejiang's patriarchs in Shaoxing and visit the location. Only then would he decide whether or not to establish the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps there. Hence, Shinsang himself traveled to Shaoxing. Baek Shinji decided to go with Shinsang this time instead of Mu-Gun, who frequently traveled outside, and 50 Backsword Corps members joined them as escorts. While Shinsang was away, Mu-Gun took charge of the Backsword sect since he was the young patriarch. Mu-Gun had already been overseeing many things on behalf of Shinsang, so standing in as the patriarch did not change his role too much. Meanwhile, the young patriarchs Mei Zhanghyun of the Mei household, Dam Wukyung of the Iron Palm sect, Baeok Jinwoon of the Baeok Sword Manor, and Shim Okwan of the Clear Sun sect arrived at the Backsword sect in order. Mu-Gun welcomed them warmly. After Shinsang was appointed as the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, the Backsword sect's status rose significantly. Perhaps because of that, the successors were very careful in their attitude toward Mu-Gun. What surprised him the most was Jinwoon's, however. Mu-Gun thought that Jinwoon would be hostile toward the Backsword sect because of Baeok Xiolgun's death. However, Jinwoon did not show any hints of it. Rather, he dropped his pride and treated Mu-Gun politely. For some reason, however, Mu-Gun felt he wasn't being sincere. To him, it looked as if Jinwoon was hiding his true feelings and was acting out a lie. Considering Jinwoon's previous actions, it was certainly a possibility. He wouldn't gain anything from showing hostility right now, so there was a chance that he chose to hide it, perhaps until he had acquired enough strength in the future to avenge Xiolgun's death. Of course, Jin-woon could have had a change of heart after some form of realization stemming from Cheol-gun's death, but Mu-Gun knew very well that people did not change so easily. It would be better not to improve their martial arts now since he had his suspicions. However, they couldn't just discriminate against the Baek sword manner and treat them differently from the other 10 clans of Zhejiang purely due to an unfavorable impression. Hence, his best option right now was to proceed with their martial arts improvements since that would at least ensure the Baek sword manner would not have other thoughts. From there, it would do good to observe their actions. Mu-Gun learned the 4 clans' martial arts from their successors, then immediately began to work on improving them. Using the knowledge he had gained about their martial arts as the foundation, he set a rough outline for their upgrade. He was incredibly fast in improving their martial arts, taking less than 3 days each, but passing them down was a completely different matter. The 4 clans' successors were talented in their own ways. However, the improved martial arts standard was higher than their level, so it would inevitably take them quite a long time to understand and learn it. Deciding not to rush it, Mu-Gun focused on properly teaching them the new martial arts even if it would take some time. In the process, the 4 successors learned the extent of Mu-Gun's outstanding martial prowess and the extensive knowledge he had of martial arts. Hence, beyond just admitting that he was distinctly different from them in terms of skill, they came to admire him. The successors of the 10 clans of Zhejiang began to willingly follow his leadership because of how generous he was to them. No matter how competent he was, if he just focused on making himself stronger and ignored everyone else, he could certainly instill fear into them, but it would be difficult to truly win over their hearts. While Mu-Gun handed down the improved martial arts, 9 Dragons Fist Wang Ro, who was living in seclusion in Mount Weihai, Fujian Province, arrived at Wenzhou. When Mu-Gun received news that Wang Ro was already at the Flower Honor Manor, he dashed over to meet with him immediately. Although he had become older, Mu-Gun smiled happily upon seeing Wang Ro, who didn't look much different since Mu-Gun's previous reincarnation. You only got older, but you're still the same as back then. Ha, having experienced this myself, this is really baffling. Are you really Guiyang Huai? I was Guiyang Huai in my previous life. I am known as Baek Mu-Gun right now. That bastard Han Baek wouldn't lie to us, but honestly, it's hard for me to believe you. Can you convince me? Should I recite the final scriptures of the Supreme 9 Dragons Fist Art? The Supreme 9 Dragons Fist Art was Wang Ro's martial arts. Mu-Gun remembered Wang Ro being blocked by a wall in his previous life, unable to break down the Supreme 9 Dragons Fist Art's final technique. At that time, it was Mu-Gun, previously known as Guiyang Huai, who resolved that. Mu-Gun, knowing the last scripture of the Supreme 9 Dragons Fist Art, served as clear evidence that he was Guiyang Huai. Try it, then, Wang Ro said, seemingly still finding it hard to believe. Mu-Gun immediately began to recite the Supreme 9 Dragons Fist Art's scriptures. Stop. Wang Ro quickly raised his hand to stop Mu-Gun when he heard him starting to recite the final scriptures as if it was his own martial arts. Do you believe me now? How can I not? Guiyang Huai was the only other person who knew this scripture aside from me. I thought things like previous life and reincarnation were all bullshit, so I didn't expect to witness it with my own eyes. Anyway, it's nice to see you again, even though you're in a different body. I had a lot of regrets after sending you off like that. Why don't you stay close to me so that you won't regret it this time? You're really going straight into recruiting me? That's how much of a coveted talent you are. Let's talk about troublesome matters later. Why not have a drink first since it's been so long since we last met each other? Han Baek shook a bottle of alcohol. Mu-Gun and Wang Ro smiled in response, took a seat, and began to catch up for the first time in a while. They naturally talked about the past so much that Wang Ro eventually no longer doubted that Mu-Gun was Guiyang Hui's reincarnation. After all, Mu-Gun thoroughly remembered events that only Guiyang Hui would know. Mu-Gun, who drank until past midnight that day, decided to spend the night at the Flower Honor Manor instead of returning to the Baek Sword sect because it was already late and he was intoxicated. Usually, customers spending the night at a brothel would be accompanied by a Gizaeng, but Mu-Gun did not ask for one. However, not long after Mu-Gun was guided to his room, a Gizaeng came into his room anyway. Much to Mu-Gun's surprise, the Gizaeng was none other than Dan Seil-young. What brings you to my room, Lady Dan? Mu-Gun asked in surprise. If you don't mind, I will serve you in bed, young Master Baek. There would be nothing better than Lady Dan taking care of me. However, are you okay with that? Do you remember when I told you that I was trying to understand my own feelings? I do. This is my answer. I have decided to be your woman no matter how many of us you already have. Even if make me your mistress, I can put up with it, young Master Baek, Seil-young said with a determined look. I refuse to make you my mistress, Lady Dan. I don't have the slightest intention of secretly meeting someone I have feelings for. If so, do you accept my feelings? The moment I first laid eyes on you, my heart was already yours, Lady Dan. Seil-young turned red at Mu-Gun's cheesy words. As the sight made Mu-Gun's heart flutter, he approached her. Unable to look directly at Mu-Gun, Seil-young lowered her head only for Mu-Gun to raise it up by the chin. She stared into his eyes as she looked up. Can I take you for myself? Mu-Gun asked, and Seil-young nodded shyly in response. Without waiting any longer, Mu-Gun wrapped his arms around Seil-young's waist and kissed her on the lips. The two exchanged light kisses at first, but their kiss soon deepened and eventually involved their tongues. Mu-Gun's skillful kisses made Seil-young moan, which he saw as a sign to take it further. He lifted her up and moved her to the bed. Mu-Gun gently undressed Seol-young, revealing her bare spotless body, which was as white as the moonlight. She had moderately busted breasts, a slender waist, a desirable hip, and slender legs. Met with her naked beauty, Mu-Gun could no longer maintain his composure. He hurriedly took off his clothes and jumped at Seol-young. That evening, they passionately made love intertwined with each other. Their heated intercourse lasted all night. The next morning, Seol-young got up earlier than Mu-Gun to prepare a cup of honey tea for him. She smiled as she did, remembering Mu-Gun making love to her. If she knew it was going to feel that great, she would have opened her heart to him way earlier. In all honesty, she was disappointed to learn that he had shared an affectionate relationship with another woman. She wanted to become Mu-Gun's one and only, not share him with someone else. She tried her best to forget about him. However, the more Seol-young tried, the more she thought about and missed Mu-Gun. At that moment, Heavenly Secret Hall leader Chen Yuhua told Seol-young about her own experience about admiring Heavenly Thunder God swordsman Guiyang Huai but missing her chance due to her pride, which prevented her from conveying her feelings to him. Chen Yuhua said that she still regretted it to this day. Seol-young changed her decision upon hearing that. So what if she had to share Mu-Gun with another woman? Wasn't it better than losing Mu-Gun forever? It did not matter how many women Mu-Gun had. For as long as he loved her, that was already good enough. At the same time, she began to feel at ease. Now that she had made love with Mu-Gun, she felt so happy it was as if the whole world was in her grasp. Whatever would happen in the future, she knew she wouldn't regret her decision. Seol-young went back to Mu-Gun's room with a cup filled with honey tea to the brim. Her presence awakened Mu-Gun. JNN. You woke up early. I wanted to prepare a cup of honey tea for you. You must be tired. You should have just slept more. I wanted to serve you, young Master Baek. Would you like to have it now? Give it to me. Mu-Gun got up from his seat, took the honey tea from Seol-young, and drank it all. Wow, this is nice and sweet. Thank you. How would you like your breakfast? I'll have breakfast with the two peerless wanderers. You should, then. I'll get going now. Lady Dan? No, Seol-young? Please stop being so polite. It makes me feel as if we're in a distant relationship. Okay. Seol-young smiled brightly and left the room. Mu-Gun also got up and prepared to have breakfast. In the middle of a sheer cliff that was hundreds of feet high stood a large artificially constructed entrance to a place with several buildings, making it seem as if a manor had been transported into it. How it was humanely possible to construct such a structure inside a cliff was a mystery. Nevertheless, and although it looked nothing like a building erected for royalty, it was none other than the Heavenly Killer Sect headquarters. Heavenly Killer Sect Patriarch Gosong, one of the 9 great demon kings, sat inside the most magnificent building in the cliff. Unlike his fierce nickname, Heavenly Killer Divine Demon, Gosong looked like an average person. No one would suspect he was the Heavenly Killer Sect's leader based on his looks alone, but the cold and eerie energy he emitted showed otherwise. Gosong received a report from his subordinate. Unfortunately, it was an upsetting one for him. So you've lost all 4 peerless wanderers? When we went to their supposed hideouts, they were already gone. It seems Thunderous Wind Palm Han Baek informed them faster than we could reach them. That's why I told you to make sure you eliminate that man. I'm sorry. No, there's no point in blaming you all for what's already happened. What we do next is more important. Have you located Han Baek and the person who helped him? We haven't determined which clan he's from yet, so we're having trouble doing so. However, though it is still uncertain, we believe that the person who wiped out the 9 dragons stronghold of the blood-crazed clan's 72 strongholds of Lulin and the person who helped Thunderous Wind Palm Han Baek are the same. Really? The blood-crazed clan has to be searching for him desperately too, then? That's right. It's for that reason that I think we don't have to go out of our way to look for him. You're saying we should wait for the blood-crazed clan to find him and get rid of him? Considering he wiped out both the Heavenly Killer Saber Monarch and the Assassination Hall, by no means should we consider him an easy opponent. It won't be difficult to kill him if we put our all into it, but if we do, we should prepare to suffer a huge loss. Hence, I think it's a good idea to let the blood-crazed clan handle him instead. If we do, won't the blood-crazed clan take away all the glory and accomplishment? At the end of the day, it's just one person. Even if we hand that man over to them, it would be much more beneficial for us to eliminate the many other hidden masters. Have you gotten more intel about the other hidden masters' locations? We have found the hideouts of the Pandemonium Sword, the 3 Supreme Heroes, the Life-Stealer Flying Saber, and the Heavenly Wind Assassin. They're hidden masters who were active in the same era as the 4 Peerless Wanderers. Good. Let's get rid of them first, but don't stop tracking the 4 Peerless Wanderers. Understood. After accepting his subordinate's suggestion, Gosong shifted the responsibility of getting rid of Baek Mu-Gun to the blood-crazed clan and focused on eliminating the other hidden masters first. In the midst of it all, the blood-crazed clan focused their intelligence team on finding Mu-Gun, who had wiped out the 9 dragons' stronghold. In terms of information power alone, the Heavenly Killer Sect was superior to the blood-crazed clan. However, the Heavenly Killer Sect's intelligence team was tasked to find the numerous hidden masters in the Central Plains, while the blood-crazed clan's intelligence team concentrated on finding the person responsible for wiping out the 9 dragons' stronghold. The difference between that was reflected in the outcome. The blood-crazed clan first identified the people who passed by Mount Jolong throughout the 9 dragons' stronghold's annihilation, then picked out those who were suspicious. Afterward, they located the known Absolute Realm Masters in Zhejiang Province and Jiangxi Province. In doing so, they confirmed that the Baek sword sect's Baek Mu-Gun visited Jiangxi Province. However, Mu-Gun's martial arts didn't fit the description of their suspect. Mu-Gun was in the Absolute Realm, but while many of the 10 clans of Zhejiang's patriarchs were aware of it, it wasn't yet known to the public. The blood-crazed clan was initially unsure if Mu-Gun was the perpetrator, but the age and appearance of the 9 Dragons Stronghold's destroyer were consistent with Mu-Gun's, especially the fact that he used a sword and a golden shield. Hence, despite being unaware of Mu-Gun's true martial arts prowess, they were convinced he was the one who wiped out the 9 Dragons Stronghold. They immediately analyzed the Baek sword sect's combat forces. First of all, their patriarch, Baek Shinsang, was already proven to be an Absolute Realm Master. Since he managed to wipe out the 9 Dragons Stronghold, Mu-Gun was also likely to be an Absolute Realm Master or close to being one. Moreover, the Baek Sword Corps 5 squad leaders were peak realm masters, but their members were only known to be as strong as those from small or medium sects. Taking that into consideration, the only ones they had to pay special attention to was Shinsang, Mu-Gun, and the 5 squad leaders. The 5 squad leaders really wouldn't pose that much of an issue, though, so their main problems were Shinsang and Mu-Gun, who were both Absolute Realm Masters. To defeat 2 Absolute Realm Masters, it would take at least 3 martial artists of the same level. That was not a definite requisite, however. 4 Upper Peak Realm Masters would usually be enough to deal with 1 Absolute Realm Master. The 72 strongholds of Lulin's 3 Kings of Lulin were Absolute Realm Masters. They also had Upper Peak Realm Masters collectively known as the 12 Commanders of Lulin. Even if the Baek Sword sect had 2 Absolute Realm Masters, it would not be difficult to overpower them if the 72 strongholds of Lulin's martial arts masters were mobilized. However, that meant a considerable number of martial arts masters would have to step up from the 72 strongholds of Lulin to attack the Baek sword sect. The 72 strongholds of Lulin was a union of 72 mountain strongholds that were scattered throughout the central plains, and the aforementioned 3 kings of Lulin and the 12 commanders of Lulin were chiefs of their own strongholds. It would take a considerable amount of time to gather them all. The 72 strongholds of Lulin would also find it hard to mobilize a majority of their strongest masters. Losing one of their upper peak realm masters would be far worse than losing hundreds of their average bandits. In short, the 72 strongholds of Lulin couldn't easily retaliate against the Baek sword sect with their entire combat forces. Pondering about it, the blood-crazed clan vice-patriarch Ji Seokwan eventually considered deploying the blood-crazed clan's combat forces. Upon receiving Seokwan's report, Hyeok Ryenpei permitted the deployment of their martial arts masters without much consideration. The Baek sword sect was the leader of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. If the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's power kept increasing, it could become a major obstacle to the 9 celestial demons' sect's conquest of Murim in the future. Hence, they had to dampen their momentum now, especially since it would also be recorded as the blood-crazed clan's achievement. After getting Ryenpei's permission, Seokwan immediately sent a messenger to the 72 strongholds of Lulin. *****Nov, L, B \JNN. At the Flower Honor Manor, Mu-Gun drank tea with Chen Yuhua and Dan Seil-Young. The two of you look sweet together. I'm envious. Yuhua smiled as she looked at Mu-Gun and Seil-Young sitting beside each other while surrounded by an affectionate atmosphere. She knew that Mu-Gun and Seil-Young had confessed their love and shared their passion for each other last night. Even if she didn't, anyone would have grown aware of their relationship by just seeing the affection the two had when looking at each other. We must have made it too obvious in front of you, Hall Leader Chen. Do you really think you can keep your love for each other a secret just because you want to hide it? With all due respect, shouldn't you find someone worthy of you, too, Hall Leader Chen? Mu-Gun asked carefully. I'm not sure. If there's another person like young Master Baek, I will think about it. Haha, that's a bad joke, Hall Leader Chen. Mu-Gun felt sorry for Yuhua. He knew that Yuhua had a burning love for him for Guanghui. Many men showed interest in her, but she rejected all of their advances because she still couldn't forget Guanghui. Fully aware of that, Mu-Gun felt as if this was all his fault. Hence, he wanted to at least help her meet a good person now. However, when Yuhua showed no interest in it, Mu-Gun did not insist further. Unfortunate as it could be, she had decided. By the way, how is the search for the hidden masters going? Mu-Gun asked. The assassination attempt on Han Baek allowed Mu-Gun to confirm that the Heavenly Killer sect had begun executing their plan. Hence, after returning to Wenzhou, he requested the Heavenly Secret Hall to find the other hidden masters instead of the 4 peerless wanderers. He knew that the Heavenly Killer sect would attempt to assassinate the other hidden masters as well, so he tried to prepare countermeasures against it. Commissioned by Mu-Gun, the Heavenly Secret Hall compiled a list of masters who played an active role during the war against the Hellblood Demon sect and began investigating the ones in the list who had been off the grid for more than a decade. We have mobilized the Undurn sect's intelligence network to support the Heavenly Secret Hall, but we're still having a hard time. However, the Undurn sect is actively cooperating, so we will see some results soon. The Heavenly Secret Hall was derived from the Undurn sect but existed separately from them. Still, since they had the same roots, the Heavenly Secret Hall and the Undurn sect formed a minimum level of connection with each other, sharing information and conducting joint operations whenever necessary. The Undurn sect might lack in-depth information on Murim forces, but they were more skilled than the Heavenly Secret Hall when it came to finding specific individuals through the information network they had spread widely throughout Murim. Knowing that the Undurn sect would be better at locating the other hidden masters, the Heavenly Secret Hall asked for their help. In response, the Undurn sect willingly cooperated with the Heavenly Secret Hall. Despite so, the Undurn sect was not omnipotent, so they required some time to produce some results. I know you're doing your best, but I would appreciate it if you can get results faster. Please take good care of this matter. Understood. I'm also keeping an eye on the 72 strongholds of Lulin's movements, but they haven't done anything noteworthy yet. Aside from finding the hidden masters, Mu-Gun also requested them to monitor the 72 strongholds of Lulin's movements. He knew that the 72 strongholds of Lulin would not overlook the total annihilation of the 9 dragons stronghold, and while it wouldn't be easy, it wasn't entirely impossible to identify and locate him. If they managed to figure out he was the one who obliterated the 9 dragons stronghold, they would definitely target the Backsword sect. In preparation for that, he kept eyes on them through the Heavenly Secret Hall. Fortunately, they hadn't done anything so far, which had to mean they were yet to realize he was the culprit. Still, it was too early to be relieved. He had to continue observing them. Please keep an eye on them. If they manage to find me, they will definitely not let it slide. Understood. I will be on my way for today, then. Be safe. Mu-Gun left Yuwa's room. Seol-young then saw him off as he left the Flower Honor Manor. A few days later, Chen-sang, who had left for Shaoxing to inspect the new manor, returned to the Backsword sect. Mu-Gun visited Chen-sang as soon as he arrived. You must be exhausted after such a long journey. Of course not. Is everything alright? Yes. One of the 4 peerless wanderers, 9 Dragons Fistwang Rei, arrived at Wenzhou a few days ago. Really? Have you met him in person? Yes. I had a drinking party with him and Elder Han Bak. He seemed like a nice and high-spirited person. You've done well. You're even doing all of the things that I should be doing. Don't say that. I can only do this because you support me from behind. Father, even if those are just empty words, thank you. They're not. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. Okay, fine. By the way, how did your trip to Shaoxing go? As the investigation team suggested, we decided to buy the manor at the foot of Mount Xiangle and establish the United Corps there. What did you think of it when you saw it in person? The land was wide enough, and the feng shui was also good, so it's a great place to establish the United Corps. The other patriarchs of the 10 clans of Zhejiang also liked it. However, I'm worried because an exorbitant amount of funds will be required to purchase the manor and establish the United Corps. I think it would be better to use the funds we obtained from the former owner of the Hangzhou Merchant Company and the Myth Vault for now. The Hangzhou Merchant Company's Jiang Haiyun Shul and the Myth Vault's Jiang Haiyun Sung amassed more than 500,000 silver niang of private wealth combined, which the Backsword sect claimed as theirs since it was their right as the victor. Mu-Gun proposed to use it as the initial funds for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps. We won't have enough money to use for the Backsword sect's growth if we use that for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps establishment, so I'm not sure if it would be wise to do that. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps will be the base of the Backsword sect in the future. If you think about it that way, then our investments in the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps are basically an investment in the Backsword sect's growth. Establishing the Zhejiang Martial Alliance around the Backsword sect would eventually turn it into the Backsword sect's base. Hence, the funds spent on its creation definitely shouldn't be considered a waste. They could just think of it as building a new base for the Backsword sect. A headquarters is certainly necessary. However, training martial artists and improving their skills are far more important. Eventually, it would take an exorbitant amount of funds to develop the Backsword Corps martial artists. I'll take care of that, so don't worry. Mu-Gun was confident. Aside from the Myth Vault, he had also deposited funds in other vaults. If he were to withdraw those, he would have enough to increase the Backsword sect's martial prowess and still have money left behind. However, Chen-sang didn't know that, so he couldn't understand where Mu-Gun's confidence was coming from. How do you plan to do that? It's hard for me to tell you the full details, but just think of it as an arrangement left behind for the Thunder God's successor. Is it fine to use that for the Backsword sect's matters? It is entirely up to the Thunder God's successor on where to spend it. No one will say anything about it no matter how I use it, so you don't have to worry. Alright, then. If you, the Thunder God's successor, say so, then so be it. I will trust you and spend as much as required for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps establishment. Thank you. Spend as much as you need. As per what Baek Mu-Gun had discussed with Baek Chen-sang, the 500,000 silver niangs they obtained from the Hangzhou Merchant Company and the Myth Vault's former owners were invested in the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps establishment. The other 10 clans of Zhejiang members invested 100,000 niangs each. According to the agreement between the 10 clans of Zhejiang's patriarchs, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader had to pay 30% of the funds necessary for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance United Corps establishment. 500,000 niangs exceeded that amount. Naturally, the Backsword sect was well aware of that. Nevertheless, as the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, the Backsword sect invested more than 30% to set an example for the other clans. They applauded the Backsword sect for going above and beyond and acknowledged them further as the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. The 10 clans of Zhejiang had also begun the full-scale recruitment of the Zhejiang province's minor martial clans, 32 of which expressed their intention to join. The alliance's power didn't dramatically increase just because they joined. However, recruiting them provided a justification for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to truly establish itself as the representative force of Zhejiang province. At the same time, the 4 clans' successors returned to their respective homes after fully learning the improved martial arts from Mu-Gun. Furthermore, the other 2 members of the 4 peerless wanderers, Sunset Sword Jin Yusung and Tempest Saber Yang finally arrived in Wenzhou. Mu-Gun immediately headed to the Flower Honor Manor to meet them. Yusung and Qiolgan couldn't believe that Mu-Gun was Guiyang Hui's reincarnation at first either. However, when Mu-Gun revealed their secrets that no one knew, they were left with no other choice but to believe him. Mu-Gun drank all night with the complete 4 peerless wanderers, and after spending some time catching up with him, they finally contemplated Mu-Gun's recruitment offer. The 4 peerless wanderers wandered freely in Murim, never having been affiliated with any faction. As such, it was definitely not an easy decision for them to be affiliated with a clan after coming so far. Even so, Mu-Gun knew Guiyang Hui's existence meant a lot to them. They bitterly regretted the fact that they could not be with Guiyang Hui, who was no different than their blood brother, in the war against the Hellblood demon sect until the very end, and they did not want to repeat that mistake again. Hence, they eventually decided to join hands with Mu-Gun, and, for his sake, joined the Backsword sect. Hearing their answer, Mu-Gun felt so exhilarated it was as if he had the whole world in his hands. Thank you, everyone. Mu-Gun sincerely thanked the 4 peerless wanderers. He knew them better than anyone else. If it weren't for him, no matter what the conditions were, they wouldn't have joined the Backsword sect. Their decision was purely for his sake, so he was even more grateful. Think of it as us paying off our debt of not staying by your side until the very end of your previous life, the Sunset Sword, Jin Yusung, said. If I become your sect's venerable elder, you better keep your promise of letting me drink all the Central Plains' finest liquor to my heart's content. What? You promised something like that to that drunkard? Why don't we get anything? The Tempest Saber, Yang Qiolgan, grunted. I will let you eat all kinds of delicacies. Will you be contented then? Mu-Gun smirked. Qiolgan was as crazy about food as Hanbek was crazy about alcohol. Fine. Qiolgan quickly calmed down. Hey, want that bankrupt the Backsword sect? You 2 ignorant bastards really only know how to stuff your mouths. Wang Rei clicked his tongue. You're calling us ignorant? That's rich coming from someone who drowns himself in women day in and day out. Wang Rei and Qiolgan began to bicker as if they would fight at any moment. How are you all still the same after growing much older? Yusung shook his head. Nov, L, B /JNN. This scene was basically no different from a daily routine for them. Mu-Gun smiled without realizing it at the sight of the 4 peerless wanderers, who were not much different from 30 years ago. They were simple, straightforward, and more reliable than anyone else. Winning over the 4 peerless wanderers was far more valuable than getting millions of niangs. Since the 4 peerless wanderers had decided to join the Backsword sect, there was no longer any reason for them to stay at the Flower Honor Manor. Mu-Gun left the Flower Honor Manor with the 4 peerless wanderers and headed to the Backsword sect. Keek, by the way, you'll have to be polite to us when we get to the Backsword sect. Will you be fine with that? Hanbek teased him. That's a piece of cake. I obtained a body far younger than any of you in exchange. This handsome face is a bonus. Ugh, you snobbish bastard. Keek, you're the one who acted up first. I must be crazy. I don't know why I decided to join hands with someone like you. Keek. Anyway, don't any of you have a disciple? At your age, shouldn't you already be raising a successor unless you want to let your martial arts go extinct? Why bother raising a disciple? If we leave our martial arts behind in the right place, someone in the future will come fated to find and learn it. It would be a pretty cool thing to do, Qiolgan indifferently replied. Oh, that's a good idea. I haven't found anyone to my liking anyway. It would be fun to leave behind all 4 of our martial arts at the same time. Aren't you curious which one will be inherited first? Men are all about the fists, Wang Rei confidently said, throwing a punch. What are you talking about? Since ancient times, men have been all about sabers. Qiolgan immediately retorted. Do you really think fists and sabers can hold their own against the king of all weapons, the sword? Even Yusung, who was the calmest among the 4 peerless wanderers, praised his own martial arts. I should hit you all with my palms to stop you from spouting nonsense. Hanbek snorted. Mu-Gun shook his head when the 4 peerless wanderers claimed that their own martial arts were the best. He did not find them pathetic or unpleasant, though. That was just how confident they were in their own martial arts, and had all the right to be proud, too. They bickered with each other all the way to the Backsword sect, stating that their martial arts were the best. The menacing atmosphere around them would make onlookers feel as if they would burst into a fight any minute. On the other hand, Mu-Gun was not worried at all. He knew them so well he knew this was just a daily routine for the 4 peerless wanderers. Rather, he was already having a bad headache thinking about how noisy the Backsword sect would be in the future because of them. Soon after, they arrived at the Backsword sect and went to meet Qinsang together. Qinsang was surprised by the 4 peerless wanderers' sudden visit. Welcome. I'm Baek Qinsang, the patriarch of the Backsword sect. It is a great honor to meet the 4 peerless wanderers, who are renowned as heroes of Murim. Calling us heroes of Murim is an overpraise. I think we should start with introductions first. Even if you have heard about us, this is the first time we're meeting in person, so you probably don't know who's who. To start with, I'm Jin Yusung. Nice to meet you. I'm Yang Cheolgan. I'm Wang Rei. I'm Han Bak. The four peerless wanderers introduced themselves one after another. I take it your visit means you have come up with an answer to our recruitment offer. Yes. We have decided to join the Baek Sword sect. Is that true? It is. We, the four peerless wanderers, have decided to become a member of the Baek Sword sect and lend our strength in the sect's endeavor to protect Murim. This is such great news. Thank you very much. To have the heroes of Murim, the four peerless wanderers, join us feels like a dream, Shinseng said, unable to believe what he had just heard. However, we hate being tied down to a faction by nature. As time passes, we may unintentionally deviate from the rules and regulations of the Baek Sword sect. During those moments, I hope you will overlook our actions and understand us, Patriarch Baek. You don't have to worry about that. You all will be given the status of the Baek Sword sect's venerable elders. Moreover, we will allow you to move entirely on your own accord and without any restraints, so please be at ease. Shinseng made it clear that he would not impose any restrictions on them. Thank you for your consideration. Now that we're affiliated with your sect, we should rightfully fulfill our responsibility and duty to it. So, just tell us whenever you need our strength. We will provide help to the best of our abilities. Haha, just hearing that makes me feel reassured. Just like that, Shinseng and the four peerless wanderers ended their first face-to-face meeting on friendly terms. Mu-Gun led the four peerless wanderers to where they would be staying, which was the most secluded area in the Baek Sword sect. This would allow the four free-spirited people to spend their time in comfort and without having to care about others. Shinseng and Mu-Gun then announced that the four peerless wanderers had joined the Baek Sword sect as venerable elders to only the Baek Sword Corps 5 squad leaders. After all, if it became known to the public that the four peerless wanderers had become the Baek Sword sect's venerable elders, it would unnecessarily cause the other sects to be wary and keep the Baek Sword sect in check. There was no need to receive animosity from other forces at such an early point in time. For now, it was best to hide this until it could no longer be kept a secret. Mu-Gun was worried about whether the four peerless wanderers could adapt well to life in the Baek Sword sect, but they did so quite well. They were now in their 60s, so their temperaments had softened to some extent. All of them being together again might have been enough for them to be satisfied. Mu-Gun's existence held the greatest impact, however. That being said, the four peerless wanderers were adapting much better than Mu-Gun had expected, much to his relief. Meanwhile, he received news from the Heavenly Secret Hall stating that the 72 strongholds of Lulin had started making a move. Mu-Gun immediately ran to the Flower Honor Manor and met Heavenly Secret Hall leader Chen Yuhua. Baek Mu-Ok and Dan Seil-Young took a seat with them. The 72 strongholds of Lulin made a move? Yes, they deployed a considerable combat force. I think the 72 strongholds of Lulin are moving with great determination. What does the scale of their force look like? For now, it's been confirmed that Lulin Battle King Li Jiayang of the 3 Kings of Lulin, and 3 of the 12 Commanders of Lulin, namely Fierce Tiger Fist Ju Quan, Flying Dragon Fighter Ho Cheol-san, and Black Bear Claw Kong Mu, have been deployed. Mobilizing one of the 3 Kings of Lulin and 3 of the 12 Commanders of Lulin shows that they plan to have an all-out war with our sect. There is also a possibility that Fury Tiger Fist Ji and Hoik from Mount Tianmu will aid them. The route they are taking leads to the Fury Tiger stronghold in Mount Tianmu. After all, they will most likely assemble their forces there as well. The 72 strongholds of Lulin seem intent on making a clear example this time. How long do you think it will take them to gather at the Fury Tiger stronghold? Most likely 10 days at the latest. We should focus on how they will move forward from there, then. You mean there's a chance that the 72 strongholds of Lulin won't attack the Baek Sword sect immediately? Seil-Young expressed her doubts. It will take at least 10 days for the enemy combat forces to reach Wenzhou. Within that time, our sect can just mobilize the other clans in the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to attack them from behind. Taking that into consideration, the 72 strongholds of Lulin may attack the other members of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance first. The Baek Sword sect is the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, so they can shift the responsibility for destroying the 9 Dragons stronghold to the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, which would give them a good enough justification. Mu-Ok explained in Mu-Gun's stead, then looked at him. It's just as Mu-Ok said. Attacking the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's other members can also cause the rest to turn their backs on the Baek Sword sect. After all, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance would suffer losses because of us, Mu-Gun added. If so, then we have to make a move before they can attack the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, Seil-Young said after nodding, fully comprehending where the Baek brothers were coming from. How about using this battle as an opportunity to unify the Zhejiang Martial Alliance? Make the Zhejiang Martial Alliance gather forces and defeat Lulins in the Fury Tiger stronghold. From there, we can also wipe out all the remaining 72 strongholds of Lulin members that are in Zhejiang province. Mu-Ok put forward his opinion. That's a pretty good idea. It's also an opportunity to show the world the great cause that the Zhejiang Martial Alliance is aiming toward. The forces gathering in the Fury Tiger stronghold are too big, though. To deal with the Lulin Battle King and the 3 commanders of Lulin, we're going to require just as many martial arts masters. However, we cannot deploy both father and elder brother at the same time. That's not a viable option. Why don't we borrow the power of the 4 peerless wanderers? If they work with us, I doubt it would be that difficult to defeat Lulin's forces. Yuhua asked. That's certainly the best way. The 4 peerless wanderers would gladly step forward. Mu-Gun felt bad for asking them for help as soon as he recruited them, but he had no choice but to borrow their power due to the current situation. The 72 strongholds of Lulin moved faster than expected, considering he wasn't even sure if the 72 strongholds of Lulin were even aware of his identity. Mu-Gun suspected that there was a mastermind controlling the 72 strongholds of Lulin. It could even be one of the 9 celestial demon sex factions. After all, their main expertise was hiding behind other forces while causing a disturbance in Murim. If they were in control of the 72 strongholds of Lulin, they would definitely not lose sight of this opportunity. Hence, Mu-Gun refused to rule out the possibility that the 9 celestial demon sex demonic practitioners would be among the 72 strongholds of Lulin's forces. Taking that into consideration, it was best to borrow the power of the 4 peerless wanderers. After visiting the Flower Honor Manor to get information about the 72 strongholds of Lulin's movements, Baek Mu-Gun returned to the Baek Sword sect with Baek Mu-Ok. They then immediately met up with Baek Shinseng and informed him that the 72 strongholds of Lulin were gathering at the Fury Tiger stronghold. Shinseng couldn't help but be surprised by the combat forces that the 72 strongholds of Lulin had mobilized. So many martial arts masters are making a move? They're probably trying to make their strength clear to everyone to make sure nobody messes with them again. Afterward, Mu-Gun explained that the 72 strongholds of Lulin could target the other members of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, then expressed that they should consider joining hands and fighting alongside the entire Zhejiang Martial Alliance. As you said, it's not a bad idea to take this opportunity to show the great cause and unity that the Zhejiang Martial Alliance is striving for. That assumes the other clans will cooperate with us, though. There's certainly a chance that they would refuse to make a move if they find out about the forces that the enemies have deployed. However, disclosing that the 4 peerless wanderers have joined us should change their mind. Shouldn't we get permission from them first? You don't have to worry about that. The 4 peerless wanderers will be the first to step up if the Baek Sword sect is under threat. Drinking all night with and befriending the venerable elders seems to have allowed you to get to know them quite well. You should spare some time to have a drink with the venerable elders too, father. I definitely should. But didn't you say we should keep the venerable elders' existence in our sect a secret for as long as possible? Mu-Ok asked. I did, but this situation doesn't leave us with much of a choice. Mu-Ok nodded in agreement. Mu-Gun was right. Fending off their enemies right now was of the utmost importance. In that case, please explain the situation to the venerable elders and request their assistance, Mu-Gun. I will inform the Zhejiang Martial Alliance about the current situation and request their help in fighting Lulin's forces. Understood. We should order the Baek Sword Corps to prepare for battle as well so they can be mobilized at a moment's notice. I already plan to summon the White Dragon Squad leader and give him my orders. Noted. I'll meet the venerable elders now, then. Okay. Mu-Gun left Shinseng's office and immediately headed to the 4 peerless wanderers' residence, finding all 4 of them engrossed in their martial arts training, which they had neglected while living in seclusion. Although that didn't mean they hadn't done any martial arts training at all since then, they weren't as enthusiastic as they used to be when they were still playing an active role in Murim. Hence, they couldn't help but lose their touch to a certain extent. In fact, Thunderous Windpalm Hanbek had already shown the effects of that. He could have easily stopped the Heavenly Killer Sect's first surprise attack. However, having lost his touch from his prime while living in seclusion, he faced a dangerous situation instead. The other 3 weren't much different. Having returned to the world of Murim as venerable elders of the Baek Sword sect, they now had to keep themselves in peak condition. To do that, the 4 peerless wanderers put passion into their martial arts training again. Mu-Gun, who was feeling pleased by their enthusiasm for training their martial arts, gathered them. Why did you make us stop training and gather us here? Did something happen? Hanbek grumbled. I apologize for doing this as soon as you joined the Baek Sword sect, but I think we need your help. What's going on? Jin Yusung asked. Mu-Gun talked about the situation with the 72 strongholds of Lulin. He also informed them that the 9 celestial demons sect could be the mastermind behind them. And here I thought it was a big problem. If that's the case, it's only natural for us to join the battle. That's the whole reason we decided to stand with you in the first place, Yang Xiaogan said, implying that Mu-Gun didn't have to feel apologetic for something like that. The other 3 also nodded, almost as if they felt the same way. I just think we're already making you do too much right after you joined us. We even said that we would treat you as venerable elders. We joined the Baek Sword sect so we can fight by your side in all of your battles. That won't ever change, so there's nothing for you to be sorry about at all, Yusung replied, sounding serious. They all felt the same way. Mu-Gun realized how much the 4 peerless wanderers thought of him. For some reason, it really touched his heart. Thank you. Stop acting like we're strangers. When are we leaving? Tomorrow at the latest. At the very least, they had to get to Hangzhou before the 72 strongholds of Lulin could gather all their mobilized forces at the Fury Tiger stronghold. They would have to depart tomorrow to make that happen. All right. We will prepare accordingly, so don't worry about us and just do what you have to do. The thought of going to Hangzhou is making my mouth water already. Xiaogan smacked his lips as he recalled Hangzhou's delicacies. Hangzhou was one of the places in the Central Plains that were famous for their delicious food. Xiaogan, a self-proclaimed gourmet, was thrilled to go to Hangzhou, which was renowned as a food heaven. If anyone could hear you, they would probably think we're going to Hangzhou to have fun, Wang Rei told him off. The likes of the 72 strongholds of Lulin aren't that big of a deal. Everything will work out just fine if we deal with them quickly, Qiugan responded as if it was a trivial matter. You have a point. I'm also really looking forward to it, to be honest. Hangzhou probably has Central Plains famous liquors all over it. Hangzhou was a city known for having the aroma of wine lingering in its air and the many fine liquors of Central Plains filling its streets. It was the best city for Hanbek, who was crazy about alcohol. Mu-Gun shook his head, unable to stop Qiugan and Hanbek from drooling about food and alcohol while paying no heed to their incoming battle against Lulin's forces. He did not worry about it too much, though. He knew very well that they would definitely work their worth even if they spoke like that. The Baek Sword sect sent a carrier pigeon to the 10 clans of Zhejiang, then selected the members who would be participating in the battle against the 72 strongholds of Lulin. 3 of the 5 great squad leaders, namely Baek Shenji, Baek Suquang, and Baek Jinwan would act as commanders. They selected 100 of the Baek Sword Corps' strongest members. The 6 men who followed Mu-Gun were not among them, however, since they were tasked to act as Mu-Gun's guards in this battle. In addition, Zhang Hogun and Zhou Wenyi, who were both staying at the Baek Sword sect, decided to move with them. The next morning, the Baek Sword sect's warriors took a ship to Hangzhou from Wenzhou harbor. At the same time, the Baek Sword sect's carrier pigeons reached the 10 clans of Zhejiang. Learning about the forces mobilized by the 72 strongholds of Lulin flustered them. What was even more surprising, however, was that the letter stated the Baek Sword sect had managed to recruit the 4 peerless wanderers into their ranks and that they would join the fight against the 72 strongholds of Lulin. The 4 peerless wanderers were a group of heroes who participated in the war against the Hellblood demon sect. Back then, they were already at the upper peak realm. Considering 30 years had passed, it was highly likely that their martial arts had reached greater heights. If they had reached the absolute realm, then it would mean that the Baek Sword sect now had 5 absolute realm masters within their ranks, including Baek Shinsang. That alone made the Baek Sword sect comparable to the 7 great families. The leaders of the 10 clans of Zhejiang could not help but admit that the Baek Sword sect had reached a different level compared to them and felt they had no choice but to recognize the Baek Sword sect as the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. For that reason, they decided to accept the Baek Sword sect's request to fight against the 72 strongholds of Lulin in the name of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Of course, they only managed to reach that decision because they were confident that they would not lose against the 72 strongholds of Lulin. After all, the 4 peerless wanderers were also participating in the battle. The rest of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's clans had also dispatched their forces to Hangzhou to support the Baek Sword sect's cause. Although they arrived at different times due to their locations, all of the 10 clans of Zhejiang's forces reached Hangzhou in no more than 10 days. The news that the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's forces had gathered in Hangzhou also reached the ears of the 72 strongholds of Lulin, which gathered in the Fury Tiger stronghold of Mount Tianmu. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance gathered their forces in Hangzhou? Li Jiayang, the Lulin Battle King, asked. That's right. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance's intelligence network is surprisingly good, considering they responded so quickly, the Fury Tiger stronghold chief, Fury Tiger Fistjian Hoek replied. If they really did have a good intelligence network, would they have even dared challenge us? They never would have even thought of retaliating against us if they had found out that 4 of us and the Battle King are joining this battle, the Black Bear Claw Kong Mu said with a snort. There are rumors stating that the Baek Sword sect patriarch and even their young patriarch are absolute realm masters. Perhaps they decided to partake in this battle because they have faith in those two, no? Flying Dragon Fighter Ho Cheol-san responded. I doubt it. Baek Sword sect's patriarch probably didn't come to Hangzhou. Hoek shook his head. Do they really not know that the Lulin Battle King is moving with us, then? Even so, I think they're confronting us too confidently. They probably have something else up their sleeves. I'm not so sure about that. I doubt the Zhejiang Martial Alliance is hiding anything like that. Kong Mu, the Black Bear Claw, belittled the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. I don't think we should make light of this matter, Ma Yongsong, the middle-aged man sitting in one corner, intervened. Although he wasn't from Lulin, the Lulin Battle King personally brought him over. After all, he was one of the 7 blood-crazed tyrants, blood-crazed clan's martial arts masters who were on the level of demonic monarchs. The 12 commanders of Lulin did not know his true identity. Do you perhaps know something we don't? Li Jiayang, the Lulin Battle King, asked. It didn't spread across Murim, but the Baek Sword sect's patriarch and his party had once been ambushed by 2 absolute realm masters and 4 upper peak realm masters ambushed amid their travels. The attackers got wiped out, which should have been impossible to do with the power of the Baek Sword sect alone. Taking that into consideration, an unidentified martial arts master likely made a move. Want that same master join them again this time? If they do, are our forces strong enough to fend them off? Jiayang expressed his concerns. Even with Yongsong and the other martial arts masters joining him, and despite having more upper peak realm masters than when the Baek Sword sect wiped them out, their forces still weren't that superior. If the martial arts master who supported the Baek Sword sect back then joined this battle, it could pose a threat to them even with their current army. It's certainly hard to feel at ease. We should prioritize getting an accurate grasp on the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's combat forces first. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance could try to attack us before we can do that. What should we do then? If we spread rumors and exaggerate the number of forces we have here, they will likely find it difficult to take the initiative. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Doing that will make them try to grasp the number of our forces too, which is what you want, right? That would give us the room to gauge them out, after all. That's correct. That's a good idea. How much should we exaggerate our forces? Saying 2 of the 3 kings of Lulin and 8 of the 12 commanders of Lulin had been mobilized should be enough. If the Zhejiang Martial Alliance makes a move even after hearing that, that would mean they definitely have a master they rely on. If that time ever comes, we have to boldly step down. Completely agreeing with Yang Song, Jiang ordered the 4 commanders of Lulin to leak information regarding Lulin's forces to the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. However, the 4 commanders of Lulin did not like the fact that Yang Song, someone whom they did not know, could decide on the matters regarding Lulin. However, the aura that Yang Song was unknowingly exuding was so strong that even Jiang, the Lulin Battle King, could not thoughtlessly deal with him. The 4 commanders of Lulin dared not reveal their inner thoughts when they noticed that. As instructed by Jiang, the 4 commanders of Lulin overstated the forces that Lulin had mobilized and leaked that information to the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. At the same time, they put all their efforts into gauging the exact power of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. The information leaked from Lulin soon reached the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's ears and was soon delivered to Mu-Gun. If not for the Heavenly Secret Hall's information, there was a chance he would have believed it. However, Mu-Gun believed in the Heavenly Secret Hall's information, so he doubted it instead. The details of the information obtained by the Zhejiang Martial Alliance were too unnatural in the first place. Mu-Gun judged that Lulin intentionally leaked the information to the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, but that begged the question of why. Did Lulin overstate their power simply in hopes that the Zhejiang Martial Alliance would be afraid of Lulin's power and step down? Lulin couldn't be so simple-minded. Mu-Gun thought that they likely lied about their strength and leaked it to sound out the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's power. The fact that the Zhejiang Martial Alliance was willing to fight an all-out war against Lulin instead of backing down probably bothered them. Hence, to gauge the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's power, they deliberately inflated the number of their forces. If the Zhejiang Martial Alliance still did not back down or instead even went on the offensive after learning about their opponents' exaggerated numbers, that would show that their mobilized forces were at least greater than that. If Mu-Gun's hypothesis proved right, there was a high possibility that Lulin would back down without a fight if the Zhejiang Martial Alliance did not retreat or instead launched an attack. He did not want that to happen. Mu-Gun intended to put a definite end to Lulin's forces that were gathered at the Fury Tiger stronghold now. To do that, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's forces had to avoid intimidating their opponents and make them retreat. Mu-Gun decided to use the information leaked by Lulin to his advantage. He planned to make it look as if the Zhejiang Martial Alliance was frightened by ordering the 10 clans of Zhejiang's forces gathered in Hangzhou to return home. Doing that would make Lulin think that the Zhejiang Martial Alliance ran away out of fear of their power. Mu-Gun called in the patriarchs of the 10 clans of Zhejiang to discuss this matter. Soon after, it was decided that all the other clans except for the Baek Sword Manor and the Clear Sun sect would return to their respective homes. Except for the patriarchs of the 10 clans of Zhejiang, nobody else knew about the 4 peerless wanderers joining the Baek Sword sect. They kept this information a secret from their allies to deceive the enemy, so not even the Baek Sword Corps knew about it. In the midst of it all, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance martial artists were greatly taken aback when they learned about the extent of Lulin's forces, thinking the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's power could never defeat their current opponents. Hence, they wanted to give up their fight against Lulin and leave Hangzhou. Perhaps because their wishes worked, the patriarchs announced that they would no longer fight Lulin and would immediately return to their respective headquarters. The Baek Sword sect, who took the lead in this fight as the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader, also decided to retreat. Only the Clear Sun sect and the Baek Sword Manor, which were geographically close to Mount Tianmu, insisted on fighting until the end. Ignoring their decision, the 8 other clans left Hangzhou with their respective combat forces. The news swiftly reached the Fury Tiger stronghold. We've received news that 8 clans from the Zhejiang Martial Alliance have left Hangzhou. Jian Hoek immediately informed Li Jiang as soon as he heard the news. 8 clans from the Zhejiang Martial Alliance have left Hangzhou? That's right. Everyone left except for the Clear Sun sect and the Baek Sword Manor, which are located close to Mount Tianmu. Even the Baek Sword sect left? That's right. That means the martial arts master we were worried about is not with them. Exactly. That's why they ran away with their tail between their legs. As I told you right from the very beginning, there's nothing to worry about, Kong Mu said with a triumphant look. It's still too early to be relieved. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance could be playing tricks to lure us in, Ho Chiol-san said, not wanting to make hasty judgments. Do you think it's right for a great warrior of Lulin to be such a worrywart? Hold your tongue. I'm not a worrywart. I'm just saying that we should be careful. We have a huge force here, and if something goes wrong with it, the entire Lulin could falter. Chiol-san responded with displeasure. Chief Ho is right. It still won't be too late to make a move after observing for another day or two, Jiang said, favoring Chiol-san's opinion. Kong Mu was discontented deep down, but he did not show it. They observed the movements of the clans that had left Hangzhou for 2 more days, prepared to make a move at any given moment. The 8 clans of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance seemed really intent on returning to their respective headquarters, considering they were already 3 days away from Hangzhou. Even if they tried to go back to Hangzhou now, Lulin's forces would get there much faster. The Baiyok Sword Manor would already be destroyed before the 8 clans could reach Hangzhou. No longer in doubt, Lulin advanced to Hangzhou with all the forces they had gathered in the Fury Tiger stronghold. Meanwhile, Mu-Gun and the 4 peerless wanderers waited for them in Hangzhou with the Baiyok Sword Manor. The Baek Sword Corps were also with them. Their plan was simple. The Baek Sword Corps warriors switched places with the Baiyok Sword Manors, disguising themselves as the other. The Baiyok Sword Manors warriors then pretended to leave Hangzhou and return to Wenzhou. The Wind Saber sect did the same with the Clear Sun sect. They played this trick to leave behind the clan that possessed the strongest combat forces within the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, namely the Baek Sword sect, Baiyok Sword Manor, and Wind Saber sect. Meanwhile, they got a report about Lulin's full force marching to Hangzhou. The martial artists of the 3 clans in the Baiyok Sword Manor trembled with fear after hearing the news. However, when they learned that the 4 peerless wanderers, who participated in the war against the Hellblood Demon sect, were with them, and that this situation was deliberately created to lure in Lulin's forces, they immediately regained their composure. Lulin's forces reached the West Lake as the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's martial artists in the Baiyok Sword Manor camped out in Mount Wu, located east of the West Lake. Lulin's forces numbered around 300, while the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's forces were around 400. In terms of numbers alone, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance was superior. However, one absolute realm master could make up for that difference. Lulin's forces, which camped west of the West Lake, were baffled when they saw the Baiyok Sword Manor and the Clear Sun sect, which camped opposite them, seemingly prepared to confront them. What on earth are they holding on to that's giving them the determination to fight us? My point exactly. I thought they would have already run away with their tails between their legs long ago. Do they perhaps think that they have a chance of winning because of their numbers? If so, then they're really foolish. Although the 4 commanders of Lulin were busy making fun of the Baiyok Sword Manor and the Clear Sun sect, Ma Yongsong did not react the same. Somehow, I find this suspicious. What do you mean? Jia Jiang asked back. Unless they're idiots, they wouldn't come at us so recklessly. We have to be missing something. I don't think that's necessarily the case. Even a rat, when cornered, will bite a cat. They probably came here thinking the situation has forced them to make their last stand, Jia Jiang counter-argued. Do you really think they're cornered? They had many chances to escape. We all know those righteous sect bastards would much rather fight to the death than lose their home. What makes you think they wouldn't act the same way? Either way, if we retreat now after coming so far, the world will mock Lulin, Jia Jiang refuted once more. I don't know what you're so worried about. The Baek Sword sect has already left. To be frank, I don't even understand why you're so nervous about this just because of a master we're not even sure exists. Even if they really had such a martial arts master with them, I doubt we'll have a problem at all. The Battle King is with us, after all, Kong Mu said. He was displeased with Yongsong, who kept trying to pour cold water on them. Yongsong patiently stared at Kong Mu. As soon as Kong Mu met his gaze, Kong Mu felt his heart suddenly stop. Calm down. As Chief Kong said, you and I are here, Master Ma, so why should we be so afraid? Jia Jiang defended Kong Mu. If the Battle King says so, I won't stop you anymore. Yongsong stopped being stubborn, deciding to respect the Lulin Battle King's decision. Thank you for your understanding. Anyway, we will attack in an hour, so get ready, Jia Jiang told the 4 commanders of Lulin. Understood. The 4 members of the 12 commanders of Lulin answered and went outside. They then ordered their subordinates to prepare for combat. Exactly 1 hour after, the 300 battle-ready martial artists of Lulin surrounded the West Lake and advanced to Mount Wu, where the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's warriors had set up camp. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance, which had been keeping watch of Lulin's movements, quickly learned that their opponents had begun their advance. Mu-Gun immediately ordered their warriors to prepare for battle, and with nervous expressions, they followed his instruction. Mu-Gun and the 4 peerless wanderers also started to prepare. What do you plan to do? Han Baek asked Mu-Gun. We will be in the vanguard, Mu-Gun responded swiftly. Even during the war against the Hellblood Demon sect, Mu-Gun and the 4 peerless wanderers always fought at the forefront. Martial arts masters normally didn't fight as the vanguard. They more commonly held the fort from behind and would only come to the front lines when the situation had turned for the worse. However, Mu-Gun and the 4 peerless wanderers were different. They always fought ahead of anyone and gave all their might from the beginning. With them at the forefront, the damage to their allies was greatly reduced. That was why many martial artists liked fighting alongside them. Mu-Gun and the 4 peerless wanderers stood at the head of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's forces and waited for Lulin's martial artists to arrive. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance's warriors felt reassured when Mu-Gun and the 4 peerless wanderers stood in front of them. It's been a while since I last fought. I'm excited, Wang Rei said, warming up his fists while watching the warriors of Lulin approach. Why don't we make a bet today too? Yang Qiugan suggested while holding his saber over his shoulder. The 4 peerless wanderers always made a bet on who would take down the most enemies every time they fought. Let's leave this guy out. Han Baek pointed to Mu-Gun. Naturally. What should we bet on? Wang Rei asked. How about losers buy drinks at the West Lake House, the best brothel in Hangzhou? Don't you ever get tired of drinking? Jin Yu-sung asked in amazement when Han Baek made an obvious suggestion. There's nothing else to bet on anyway. We can't bet money, and it's not like we can bet on women at our age, can we? What are you talking about? What's wrong with looking for a woman's comfort at our age? Are we no longer men now that we're old? Wang Rei lashed out in a fit of rage. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Alright, I forgot about you. How about losers pay for alcohol and women at the Westlake house, then? Great, then I'm in. When Han Baek included women along with alcohol in the bet, Wang Rei immediately agreed. What about you two? Do as you please. Same for me. Yu-sung and Cheol-gon also agreed. Everyone, get ready, Mu-Gun told the four peerless wanderers, as he observed Lulin's forces, which were now only 300 feet away. The four peerless wanderers quickly stopped their antics and got ready for combat. Here we go. Maintaining a battle formation, Mu-Gun charged toward the warriors of Lulin. The four peerless wanderers fell behind, immediately charging forward as well upon realization. Everyone, attack. Annihilate Lulin. Following in Mu-Gun and the four peerless wanderers' footsteps, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's warriors also began to charge toward the warriors of Lulin. Kill them all. The warriors of Lulin did not back down. They rushed toward the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's warriors, signaling the start of the Battle of Westlake, which would go down the records as the first battle between the Zhejiang Martial Alliance and the 72 strongholds of Lulin. Baek Mu-Gun used the Thunder God's shadow and immediately narrowed the distance between the Lulin bandits in the blink of an eye, his speed surprising them. Mu-Gun then launched Moonlight's true soul at them without hesitation. A dozen rays of moonlight chi spread like a fan and washed over the Lulin bandits. Everyone in its range vomited blood and fell to the ground before they could even react. Mu-Gun jumped over the fallen corpses and penetrated through the group of Lulin bandits ahead. He then began to unleash moonlight chi in all directions. The Lulin bandits tried to retaliate, but the moonlight chi hacked them down before they could even get close. Mu-Gun's overwhelming martial prowess flustered the Lulin bandits and made them panic all over the place. The four peerless wanderers stormed into the fray right behind Mu-Gun, jumping past the Lulin bandits and attacking without hesitation. Jin Yu-sung's sword poured forth a ray of sunlight, and Yang Cheol-gon's saber manifested a tempest. Wang Ri's fist then unleashed a dragon's howl, and Han Baek's bare palm blasted forth a violent wave of lightning vortexes. Ak-K. As explosions resonated from all sides due to the four peerless wanderers' attacks, the Lulin bandits, who were no match for them, were defeated in droves. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before all 300 outlaws of Lulin were wiped out. However, Lulin also had masters of their own. Lulin Battle King Li Jia-jiang and the four commanders of Lulin stopped watching from the back and stepped into the battlefield. The Lulin Battle King focused on dealing with Mu-Gun, and the four commanders of Lulin took action to fend off the four peerless wanderers. Mu-Gun looked at Jia-jiang, who stood in his way and blocked his advances. He had a massive build and a muscular body, which was akin to a bear. He wielded two axes, both of which had the glow of blood covering their tips on indication of the number of lives they had taken. The fighting spirit and killing intent pouring out of Jia-jiang made even Mu-Gun flinch. Due to his appearance and aura, Mu-Gun immediately realized that he was Li Jia-jiang, the Lulin Battle King. So, you're the Lulin Battle King, huh? What a rude mouth you have, young brat. Do you not know that power isn't necessarily relative to age in Murim? I certainly have to give you credit for your skills. However, there's not much you can do before my twin axes. Jia-jiang charged toward Mu-Gun as soon as he finished speaking and swung one axe after another. Called the twin spectrum axes, his axes were made by a famous blacksmith who poured his heart and soul into crafting the weapons, creating a masterpiece worthy of being called a divine artifact. In fact, ordinary weapons commonly shattered just from clashing with the twin spectrum axes, a testament to the great power they possessed. However, what was truly terrifying was the bloodthirsty black wind axe art, which Jia-jiang unleashed with the twin spectrum axes. It manifested a black whirlwind that swept all over the place, tearing apart anyone caught in it until they were no longer recognizable. That terrifying black whirlwind was currently gushing toward Mu-Gun. With the flying golden shield in hand, Mu-Gun charged toward it. Jia-jiang laughed mockingly when Mu-Gun tried to block his soul-crushing black wind energy with nothing but a shield, thinking it would cut Mu-Gun in half along with the shield. Jia-jiang's twin spectrum axes, which were enveloped with soul-crushing black wind energy, clashed head-on with Mu-Gun's flying golden shield, which was imbued with golden thunder god chi. The collision created a deafening roar that resonated across the battlefield. The soul-crushing black wind energy and the thunder god chi scattered in all directions, sweeping through the surrounding area. Roped into the aftermath of their clash, the nearby Lulin bandits and the Zhejiang Martial Alliance warriors fell to the ground when the two colliding energies fragments hit them. Mu-Gun's strength seemed to have surprised Jia-jiang. After clashing head-on with his destructive twin spectrum axes, Mu-Gun was still in one piece and wasn't even pushed back. However, his surprise only lasted for a brief moment. Jia-jiang increased his internal energy output and pushed the flying golden shield back. Pretending to clash head-on with him, Mu-Gun pushed the flying golden shield to the side, causing the twin spectrum axes to swerve away. He then thrust his sword toward Jia-jiang's side. Jia-jiang spun back around and quickly swung his axe to block Mu-Gun's sword. Another loud explosion ensued when their weapons collided, and Jia-jiang was pushed back. Without delay, Mu-Gun followed right behind Jae-Jayung and unleashed the celestial moonlight sword, sending a wave of moonlight sword chi coursing toward his target. As soon as Jae-Jayung stepped away, he swung the twin spectrum axes as fast as he could. Soul-crushing black wind energy flooded out of the twin spectrum axes as if it was going to pulverize the moonlight sword chi, but as the collision caused a series of explosions, Jae-Jayung was cut all over, blood seeping out of each one. There were so many rays of moonlight sword chi that not even his soul-crushing black wind energy could block all of them. Jae-Jayung rushed at Mu-Gun, disregarding the wounds he had sustained. Mu-Gun began to understand why Jae-Jayung was called the Battle King when he saw him throwing himself at him like a wild boar. It would be problematic if he were to lose the momentum to an opponent like Jae-Jayung. Hence, Mu-Gun did not back down either. He thrust his sword toward Jae-Jayung. While Mu-Gun and Jae-Jayung were duking it out, the four peerless wanderers were pushing back the four commanders of Lulin with overwhelming might. Even though the four commanders of Lulin were upper peak realm masters, they were helpless and could not even show their strength to their opponents, who were absolute realm masters. The four peerless wanderers were veterans who had been through hell and high waters during the war against the Hellblood demon sect. Hence, the four commanders of Lulin never stood a chance against them both in terms of martial arts and experience. All they could do was hold on for as long as they could. Even if they held on to dear life, however, it was unlikely for the situation to go in their favor. Lulin Battle King Jae-Jayung had his hands tied with Mu-Gun, and Ma Yongsong and his subordinates, who were with Jae-Jayung, just sat on the sidelines watching. "What are you doing? Help me?" Flying Dragon Fighter Ho Cheol-san asked Yongsong for help as he struggled. However, Yongsong didn't budge from where he was standing, seemingly having no intention of helping. He was in the midst of observing the situation right now. For starters, although he didn't know who the four peerless wanderers were, he was certain that, along with Mu-Gun, they were absolute realm masters. Yongsong also concluded that the Azura cult's two demonic monarchs failed to ambush the Baek Sword sect because of them. More importantly, he had confirmed that the Zhejiang Martial Alliance had 5 absolute realm masters within their ranks. They also currently had 2 upper peak realm masters with them, namely Wind Saber sect patriarch Tae Gongpyo and the Baek Sword sect Baek Shinji. Yongsong brought his subordinates along with him, which included 4 upper peak realm masters and 20 peak realm masters. Even if they joined the battle now, it would still be difficult to even just put up a fight against their opponents. Considering they currently had no chance of winning at all, immediate retreating was their best course of action. Joining a losing battle for no reason would only result in his forces dwindling down. "I have to abandon them." To the blood-crazed clan, the 72 strongholds of Lulin were nothing but tools meant to be used and discarded anyway. Of course, losing the Lulin Battle King and 4 of the 12 commanders of Lulin was a pity, but preserving the blood-crazed clan's power was more important than their lives. Their sacrifices weren't in vain, at least, since Yongsong managed to identify the martial arts masters assisting the Baek Sword sect. Meanwhile, the fight between the 4 peerless wanderers and the 4 commanders of Lulin was reaching its end. If Yongsong stayed here any longer, he would lose the chance to escape. Hence, Yongsong quickly decided to order his men to retreat. The blood-crazed clan's martial artists quickly began to escape from the area upon receiving his orders. Even in the midst of his battle against Jae-Jayung, Mu-Gun still noticed Yongsong escaping the area. As soon as Mu-Gun saw him, he immediately concluded Yongsong was a demonic practitioner of the 9 Celestial Demons sect. If so, then that evidenced the 9 Celestial Demons sect was behind the 72 strongholds of Lulin. Either way, Mu-Gun had no intention of letting Yongsong escape. However, to catch Yongsong, he had to deal with Jae-Jayung first. Jae-Jayung continued to attack without losing any momentum despite the countless injuries all over him. Conscious of Yongsong, Mu-Gun unleashed the Heavenly Descent Thunder God Sect's martial arts, which he had been restraining himself from using. Using 10 thunderous tornado strike, he manifested 10 streaks of thunderbolt swords from his sword and quickly made them circle around Jae-Jayung, releasing a wave of golden lightning. Despite being flustered by the attack, which was on an entirely different level from Mu-Gun's earlier ones, Jae-Jayung still managed to instinctively swing the twin spectrum axes so fast that seeing them with the naked eye became difficult. His weapons released soul-crushing black wind energy, which intertwined with the golden lightning that was raging in from all directions. However, the energy dispersed as soon as it collided with the golden lightning. The golden lightning gradually closed the gap and pierced through Jae-Jayung. Clenching his teeth, Jae-Jayung continued swinging his weapons, but his form was shattered when the golden lightning hit him. Jae-Jayung activated protective Vajra Chi to defend himself as well, but even that was shredded to pieces. Not long after, the attack finally obliterated Jae-Jayung. The golden lightning trampled all over Jae-Jayung as his protective Vajra Chi disappeared into thin air, cutting him countless times until he collapsed to the ground completely covered in blood. Mu-Gun stopped attacking before Jae-Jayung was cut into so many pieces it would have been impossible to piece back his corpse. However, he was still reduced to a bloodied state. After defeating Jae-Jayung with the 10 thunderous tornado strike, Mu-Gun immediately activated the Thunder God's shadow with all his might and chased after Yongsong and his men, who had already escaped thousands of meters away. It would have been difficult to catch up to them under normal circumstances, but with the Thunder God's shadow, Mu-Gun flew toward them like a ray of light and quickly narrowed the distance between them. The 3,000-foot gap became 2,000 feet, which was then reduced to 1,000. Young Song was surprised upon realizing Mu-Gun was so fast that he had caught up to them and was now less than 1,000 feet away. At the very least, Mu-Gun's movement art was way above theirs. At this rate, if they just kept running away, Mu-Gun would eventually catch up to them. If so, then it would be better to fight him instead. He was chasing them alone anyway, so Young Song thought that together with his subordinates, killing Mu-Gun would be a piece of cake. In fact, it bothered him that he ran away before he could even do anything. If he killed Mu-Gun, an absolute realm master, he thought he would at least be able to save face. Let's take care of that bastard first, then continue on our way. Following Young Song's orders, his subordinates turned around without hesitation and prepared to attack as Mu-Gun narrowed the distance down to 500 feet. Young Song's men pulled themselves together and took a deep breath, then concentrated their internal energy, planning to launch an attack with all their might as soon as Mu-Gun came within attacking range. The moment Mu-Gun came within 100 feet of them, Young Song's subordinates rushed toward him in unison. When they did, Mu-Gun tossed the flying golden shield, which was enveloped by a golden thunder chi. It quickly flew toward Young Song's men, violently rotated, and released waves of golden thunder chi all over the area. Startled, his opponents hurriedly tried to defend themselves from the attack that came from way too close to them. Failing to block the golden thunder chi, the Peak Realm Masters collapsed as they got cut up and their limbs severed. The 4 upper Peak Realm Masters managed to block the golden lightning, but they still got blasted away, unable to completely absorb the shock. Mu-Gun immediately chased after the 4 upper Peak Realm demonic practitioners and used the Celestial Moonlight Sword art. However, before he could, a black shadow appeared before him and exuded a pitch-black aura that took the shape of a huge hand. It then grabbed the Moonlight Sword chi he unleashed and crushed all of them. That technique was known as the Blood-Crazed Monarch Hansen Almighty Martial Art, ranked within the top 5 absolute realm martial arts of the Blood-Crazed Clan. Nov. L.B//JNN. Mu-Gun quickly stepped away to avoid the shockwave, but Young Song chased after him without delay and reached out his hand again. As a huge hand rampaged toward and tried to grab hold of Mu-Gun, Mu-Gun quickly switched sword arts from the Celestial Moonlight Sword art to the 10,000 Sky-Shattering Pressure Sword art and swung his sword at the pitch-black hands, the sky-shattering destructive chi that emerged from his weapon suppressing it with ease. Unable to withstand the immense pressure, the pitch-black hands plunged to the floor and shattered. After destroying it with the sky-shattering destructive chi, Mu-Gun once again switched sword arts, this time using the Heavenly Sea Waves Saber art. The 1,000 waves chi pouring out of Mu-Gun's sword flooded toward Young Song. Young Song's expression hardened when what seemed to be an endlessly huge tsunami made its way toward him. He unleashed the blood-crazed monarch hands again in response, manifesting a demonic hand and blocking the Heavenly Sea Waves Saber art's 1,000 waves chi. However, his demonic hand was pushed back, unable to withstand the 1,000 waves chi's relentless rampage. Baek Mu-Gun's martial arts perplexed Young Song and exceeded his expectation. He unleashed even more internal energy, increasing the pitch-black hand's size and pushing even harder against the 1,000 waves chi, their head-on collision almost like a tug-of-war. Amid it all, the 4 upper peak realm demonic practitioners, who had been pushed back some distance away, rushed toward Mu-Gun as soon as they recovered from the impact. Despite being stuck in a contest of strength against Young Song, Mu-Gun was forced to shake off his sword and take a step back. The 4 upper peak realm demonic practitioners chased after and attacked Mu-Gun, black hands forming out of their hands and striking at him from all directions. The hands they manifested resembled Young Song's blood-crazed monarch hands, but their sizes and shapes paled in comparison not only because their martial prowess was at a lower level but also because the martial art they learned was the blood-crazed black demon hands, which was a rank lower than the blood-crazed monarch hands. Regardless, the blood-crazed black demon hands was by no means insignificant. Although it was weaker than the blood-crazed monarch hands, it was still a powerful martial art in its own right. Mu-Gun defended against their attack without underestimating it. He used the Celestial Moonlight Sword art this time, which was perfect for blocking block attacks coming from various directions. Rays of Moonlight Sword chi extended in all directions and clashed with the upper peak realm demonic practitioners' black hands. Explosions and shockwave blasts simultaneously appeared on all sides. The shockwaves pushed back the 4 upper peak realm demonic practitioners even though they attacked Mu-Gun at the same time, evidencing that his internal energy and martial prowess were greater than all 4 of them combined. Mu-Gun pursued them as they were blasted away, then hurriedly raised the flying golden shield when a huge black hand ran rampant toward him. Their clash unleashed a thunderous roar. For the first time since their battle began, Young Song successfully pushed Mu-Gun back a few steps. Not missing a beat, he chased after Mu-Gun and invoked the blood-crazed monarch hands in succession. The black hands, which seemed to be evil incarnates, penetrated through Mu-Gun's flanks. Mu-Gun blocked Young Song's attack with the flying golden shield again, and just like before, he was pushed back a few steps. Thinking his attacks were finally making an impact on Mu-Gun, Young Song believed Mu-Gun would eventually falter if he just kept attacking. However, contrary to his expectations, Mu-Gun did not receive any damage whatsoever. The flying golden shield absorbed most of the impact, and he easily negated whatever remained of it since he was reinforced by the Iron Blood Vajra body cultivation technique. Mu-Gun was deliberately allowing Young Song to go on the offensive. After all, although the blood-crazed monarch hands was very powerful, it also consumed a lot of internal energy. He didn't know how much internal energy Yongsong possessed, but it didn't matter since he would eventually run out of it if he kept attacking without much thought. Mu-Gun waited for Yongsong's internal energy to be depleted. He didn't really have to use such a troublesome method, considering he could have quickly put an end to their fight using the Heavenly Descent Thunder God's sword, but he had to experience this sort of battle so he would be prepared if ever there came a time when he couldn't use the Heavenly Descent Thunder God's sword. However, Yongsong proved hard to deal with. After several attacks, he saw through Mu-Gun's goal when he noticed Mu-Gun just focused on defense using the flying golden shield. "You're much more cunning than you look, greenhorn brat." Yongsong gritted his teeth, thinking Mu-Gun, who was younger than him, looked down on him. "Your martial arts are weaker than I expected. It seems the 9 Celestial Demons sect has significantly weakened." Mu-Gun's provoking remarks made Yongsong's expression harden. However, putting his martial arts aside, Yongsong realized that there was something different about Mu-Gun, considering he had already deduced who Yongsong was. "Who are you?" "I'm Baek Mu-Gun, the young patriarch of the Baek Sword sect." "That's not what I meant. What is your true identity? Let me show you." Along with that response, Mu-Gun sheathed his sword and hung his shield behind his back. "What are you trying to do?" Yongsong was baffled. "My sword and shield aren't my only weapons." Mu-Gun snickered and began gathering Thunder God Chi. As he did, golden lightning formed around him, accumulated over both his palms, and took the shape of huge hands. He had just executed the Heavenly Descent Thunder Strike, one of the Heavenly Descent Thunder God sect's secret techniques that could destroy everything in its path. Yongsong's eyes widened at the sight of it. The Thunder God's successor. He realized as he stared at the Heavenly Descent Thunder Strike. "Now that you know who I really am, you better not think you can still leave this place alive." Mu-Gun approached Yongsong and extended his hand. The golden lightning hand sprang out like a thunderbolt and struck Yongsong. "Everyone, dodge!" Yongsong urgently shouted at the 4 Upper Peak Realm demonic practitioners as he executed the blood-crazed monarch hands again. The black hand that appeared collided with the golden lightning hands, which were rampaging right on top of them. The golden lightning hands unleashed a thunderous blast that pierced through the black hand, causing it to distort and disappear. As it did, the 4 Upper Peak Realm demonic practitioners attacked Mu-Gun again. "Well, take care of the weaklings." At that moment, 4 figures dashed forward from behind Mu-Gun and blocked the 4 Upper Peak Realm demonic practitioners' attacks. The 4 Peerless Wanderers had come running after defeating the 4 commanders of Lulin. Leaving the other enemies to the 4 Peerless Wanderers, Mu-Gun focused on his fight with Yongsong. Mu-Gun's golden lightning hands and Yongsong's pitch-black hands collided over and over again, creating continuous streaks of explosions. Cough. Yongsong swallowed a groan as he lost ground when the Heavenly Descent Thunder Strike overwhelmed the blood-crazed monarch hands. He tried to maintain the blood-crazed monarch hands with all his might, but he was soon forced to step away, unable to overcome the difference in power. At that moment, Yongsong realized he had no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation and that the only way he could defeat Mu-Gun was to utilize his movement arts to the best of his ability until he found a chance to attack Mu-Gun's weak spots. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Instead of charging straight at Mu-Gun, Yongsong targeted Mu-Gun's sides and back by using his movement arts. However, Mu-Gun was already expecting him to switch to such a tactic, and his movement arts were no match for Mu-Gun's. He snorted at Yongsong's attempt to turn the tables around using his movement arts, then activated the Thunder God's aerial steps. Exuding a flash of golden lightning, he moved in a completely unpredictable trajectory and dug through Yongsong's flank. Yongsong was greatly surprised when Mu-Gun pierced through his defenses with a single move. He reached out his hands in response, but Mu-Gun was already far too close. Before he could even invoke the blood-crazed monarch hands, the Heavenly Descent Thunder Strike had already struck him directly, destroying the barely manifested black hand in the process. Unable to withstand the impact, Yongsong got crushed before being blasted into the distance, already reduced to a state so miserable it was as if he had been torn apart. He lay on the ground, dying before he could even let out a groan. After confirming Yongsong's death, Mu-Gun glanced over at the 4 Peerless Wanderers, who were still fighting Yongsong's underlings. They were overpowering Yongsong's men so much that it seemed it wouldn't take long before they were done as well. As Mu-Gun had expected, Yongsong's men all fell soon after, putting an end to the fight. "Thank you, everyone." Mu-Gun expressed gratitude toward the 4 Peerless Wanderers for coming to help him. "Are you going to keep acting alone? If you were going to do everything by yourself anyway, why did you even bother calling us over?" Wang Rei criticized Mu-Gun for acting arbitrarily and fighting Yongsong and his subordinates alone. "I'm sorry. I had no choice because I couldn't let them get away." "Who are these people?" "They're demonic practitioners of the 9 Celestial Demons sect." "The 9 Celestial Demons sect? Does that mean that they're really the ones pulling Lulin's strings?" Considering there were even absolute demonic realm masters among their ranks instead of just normal demonic practitioners, I'm certain the 9 Celestial Demons sect is involved. Considering the 9 Celestial Demons sect has also taken control of Lulin, we should be suspicious of other factions too, Jin Yusung said with a serious expression. "What do you mean?" Mu-Gun asked. "I'm referring to factions like the Changjiang Waterway Alliance or the Four Seas Gang." He has a point. If they could take control of the mountain bandits, they could probably do that to thieves and pirates as well. Wang Rei agreed with Yusung. "That definitely makes sense. I think we should check it out." "How's the battle situation so far, though?" It should be coming to an end by now. What about the damages? There's nothing to worry about. We stirred things up in the beginning and immediately took down all the martial arts masters, so there shouldn't be that much. That's a relief. Let's head back to where the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's martial artists are for now. What about these guys? We should take them with us. They're proof that the 72 strongholds of Lulin is in collusion with the 9 celestial demons sect. Mu-Gun and the 4 peerless wanderers took the corpses of Yongsung and the others and headed to where the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's martial artists were. Just like what Yusung had said, the battle between the Zhejiang Martial Alliance and Lulin had already ended. It seemed when the battle tilted in the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's favor, the Lulin members dropped their weapons and surrendered. After instructing the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's warriors to clean up the area, Mu-Gun discussed their next course of action with the Baeok Sword Manor's new patriarch Baeok Xiolsong, Wind Saber Sect Patriarch Tae Gongpyo, and the Baek Sword Sect's Baek Shinji. Mu-Gun first showed the corpses of Yongsung and his underlings to them, then informed them that the 72 strongholds of Lulin were being controlled by the 9 celestial demons sect. Hearing those two factions were connected surprised them. I'm worried. The 9 celestial demons sect would retaliate against the Zhejiang Martial Alliance because of this incident. Xiolsong expressed his concern. That's why we have to make a move first before that happens. What do you mean by that? We have to inform Murim that the 72 strongholds of Lulin are connected with the 9 celestial demons sect, then attack the 72 strongholds of Lulin. Want that further hasten the 9 celestial demons sect's retaliation? If we publicly announce the relationship between the 9 celestial demons sect and the 72 strongholds of Lulin, Murim's attention will inevitably be focused on that. Unless the 9 celestial demons sect decides to step out in the open at that moment, they'll be busy saving their own asses. Furthermore, if they learn through this incident that the 4 peerless wanderers have joined the Baek Sword sect, even the 9 celestial demons sect won't be able to think lightly of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Xiolsong and Gongpyo agreed with Mu-Gun. The 9 celestial demons sect's movements were restricted since they operated behind the scenes, so they would likely be concerned about attracting Murim's attention, which had been searching for them. Taking that into consideration, the 4 peerless wanderers, who were all absolute realm masters, would be a difficult obstacle for them to overcome. Of course, it would be a different story if they decided to finally step into the limelight. Will we begin the raid on the 72 strongholds of Lulin once the 10 clans of Zhejiang have gathered, then? Gongpyo asked. Right after Lulin made a move earlier, a carrier pigeon was immediately sent to the clans that had gone back to their respective homes, asking them to return to Hangzhou. That's right. We will marshal our members for the upcoming battle and wait until the other clans arrive. While waiting, we'll also inform the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families that the 72 strongholds of Lulin are connected to the 9 celestial demons sect and come up with follow-up measures. The moment the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families begin to take this seriously would be the end of the 72 strongholds of Lulin. We will have to wait and see if they will actively take action. Will they really leave the 72 strongholds of Lulin once it has been revealed that they're colluding with the 9 celestial demons sect? Some of the 72 strongholds of Lulin members have a considerable amount of power. Even the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families would feel pressure to attack them. Hence, it's possible they will just keep trying to pass on the responsibility instead of immediately taking action. Do you really think they will do something like that? The 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families should know very well that leaving the 72 strongholds of Lulin unattended could bring forth even more problems once the 9 celestial demons sect makes a move later on. Hence, won't they just join hands in punishing the 72 strongholds of Lulin? He's right. They are still the pillars who lead Murim, so they would probably feel obligated to do so. Xiolsong said, agreeing with Gongpyo's comment. It would be a relief if that happens. Anyway, we just have to do our part. Isn't eliminating Lulin's forces in Zhejiang province already enough? We will start with the bandit strongholds in Zhejiang province, then we will decide on whether to attack the bandit strongholds in other regions based on the situation. 4 out of the 72 strongholds of Lulin were in Zhejiang province, namely the Fury Tiger stronghold of Mount Tianmyo, the Blood Wolf stronghold of Mount Mo-Gun, the Ghost Tiger stronghold of Mount Dayang, and the 9 Dragons stronghold of Mount Zholong. The 9 Dragons stronghold had already been wiped out, and the Fury Tiger stronghold had lost its elite members, including their chief, in the Battle of West Lake, so they were just walking down a path of ruin at this point. That left them with 2 other targets for them to pay attention to within Zhejiang province. However, those 2 strongholds were relatively few in numbers even among the 72 strongholds of Lulin, so it wouldn't be that hard to bring them down. The question was whether to attack the powerful bandit strongholds in other regions, but it wasn't a pressing matter just yet, considering they were yet to decide on it. After the discussion with the 2 patriarchs, Baek Mu-Gun sent a letter detailing the event that transpired with Lulin to the Shaolin Temple and the great Namding family. He also called for Baek Shinji and checked the damages the Baek Sword Corps had suffered. The Baek Sword Corps deployed 606 people, including the 6 White Wolves, to battle. Among them, 7 were seriously injured and 4 were killed, but their losses were small compared to the other 2 clans since they had increased their internal energy and improved their abilities by consuming 100 herb pills and learning new martial arts. Nov.L.B//JNN. Mu-Gun made sure to retrieve the bodies of their slain members and attend to the injured's treatment. In recognition of their performance in this battle, Mu-Gun also gave the Baek Sword Corps martial artists a bonus out of his own pockets. They were greatly touched upon learning of that, but not because they valued money. Rather, they were grateful that Mu-Gun appreciated their willingness to fight with their lives on the line out of sheer loyalty. Afterward, Mu-Gun summoned the 6 white wolves. They suffered minor injuries, but they were all safe. How are your injuries? It's just a slight scratch. There's nothing to worry about. What are your thoughts on today's battle? Mu-Gun asked. I thought the efforts we have put in so far proved useful. That's right. Considering we didn't get pushed back too much despite fighting the elite members of Lulin, I can't help but think that our martial arts effectively served their purpose. This is all thanks to you, young patriarch. It's good to have confidence, and you are all currently doing better than I expected, but don't forget that you still have a long way to go, so don't be satisfied with who you currently are. The Lulin bandits we fought today are nothing compared to the true enemies of Murim. You have nothing to worry about, young patriarch. We are well aware that our abilities are still far from being capable of supporting you. To repay your kindness, we will not neglect our training. I believe in you. Everyone worked hard today, so go somewhere nice and have a drink or something. Mu-Gun gave each of the 6 white wolves money. Thank you. They couldn't help but feel great since Mu-Gun took amazing care of them. That same night, Mu-Gun headed to the West Lake house with the 4 peerless wanderers, who couldn't decide the winner of their bet since they all insisted that they had defeated more enemies. Mu-Gun was supposed to be the referee, but he was also busy fighting, so he couldn't observe them properly. In the end, Mu-Gun decided to take responsibility for all their entertainment expenses during their stay in Hangzhou. He didn't think spending money on the 4 peerless wanderers was a waste anyway. An astronomical amount of funds would have normally been required to recruit martial arts masters like them, yet the 4 peerless wanderers joined the Baek Sword sect without asking to be paid for their services. Hence, bearing the cost of even a lifetime of entertainment for them wouldn't be a waste. They earned quite a sizable profit in this battle anyway because of the twin spectrum axes and the bloodthirsty black wind axe art. During Mu-Gun's head-to-head confrontation against Li Jia, Mu-Gun noticed his opponent was using a great artifact. Hence, he immediately took the axes as his spoils of war as soon as the battle was over. He also obtained the bloodthirsty black wind axe art since its scriptures were engraved on the twin spectrum axe's blades. Obtaining the bloodthirsty black wind axe art, an upper ascension realm martial art, and the twin spectrum axes, which were a great artifact, would have been difficult under normal circumstances. It was as if he got a huge windfall, considering he got them for free. Compared to that, the entertainment expenses for the 4 peerless wanderers were insignificant. Mu-Gun generously paid for everything, allowing the 4 peerless wanderers to drink and play to their heart's content in the West Lake house. Meanwhile, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance members who had left Hangzhou turned back and returned to Hangzhou, and the 3 clans who stayed marshaled their forces and finished preparations to attack the Fury Tiger stronghold. They could wipe out the Fury Tiger stronghold of Mount Tianmu and the Blood Wolf stronghold of Mount Mu-Gun by themselves, but they opted not to since the other Zhejiang Martial Alliance clans had to gain a sense of belonging and pride in their organization. To do so, they would have to participate in the fight against Lulin in the name of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. They reached Hangzhou in 3 days, increasing the number of their forces to 700 people. They didn't need that many people to destroy the Fury Tiger stronghold, which had already lost most of its forces. Hence, after discussing it with the patriarchs of the 10 clans of Zhejiang, Mu-Gun decided to split the number of troops into 2 and lay a simultaneous siege on the Fury Tiger stronghold and the Blood Wolf stronghold so as to not waste time. Mu-Gun also split the 4 peerless wanderers into 2 groups. Considering the power of the Fury Tiger stronghold and the Blood Wolf stronghold, they didn't really have to participate, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, the 9 Celestial Demons sect was behind Lulin. Without any information on how they would react, preparing some form of insurance was necessary. That was where the 4 peerless wanderers came in. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance, which was divided into 2 teams of 350 members, left Hangzhou and headed to Mount Tianmu and Mount Mu-Gun. As soon as they arrived, they immediately raided the Fury Tiger stronghold and the Blood Wolf stronghold. However, the Fury Tiger stronghold and the Blood Wolf stronghold were empty. Knowing full well that they could not defend against the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's attack even if they gave it all their might, they abandoned their strongholds and ran away. Though it could have been dispiriting for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, what was important was that they had driven out the bandits of the Fury Tiger stronghold and the Blood Wolf stronghold without suffering any damage. However, if their areas were left alone, there was no way of knowing when the bandits would return. Hence, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance had to make sure that the bandits of the Fury Tiger stronghold and the Blood Wolf stronghold could no longer call this place home. They burned the bandits' bases down to ashes, making it difficult for them to settle down here even if they came back. Afterward, they returned to Hangzhou with light steps. However, they weren't done yet. They still had to destroy the Ghost Tiger stronghold in Mount Dayang. Upon returning to Hangzhou and after having a meeting about it, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance decided to attack the Ghost Tiger stronghold with 300 warriors, each of the 10 clans of Zhejiang dispatching 30 members. Mu-Gun decided to take the lead in the siege. During the Battle of West Lake, the leaders of the 10 clans of Zhejiang witnessed Mu-Gun's tremendous capabilities, and they acknowledged his commanding abilities. That was why they left him in charge again this time. Along with the 4 peerless wanderers, Mu-Gun led the 300 warriors of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to Mount Dayang. Those left at Hangzhou returned to Wenzhou by ship first. The other clans also returned to their respective homes. Meanwhile, the news that the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's martial artists were heading to Mount Dayang reached the Ghost Tiger stronghold of Mount Dayang. The Ghost Tiger stronghold chief, Ghost Tiger Sickle Na Zhongyang, had already been informed that the 300 Lulin bandits the 4 commanders of Lulin and Lulin Battle King Li Jia Jiang led had been wiped out. Going up against the forces that even the 4 commanders of Lulin and the Lulin Battle King were helpless against would be absurd. It would be best to escape for now and devise a plan first, just as the Fury Tiger stronghold and the Blood Wolf stronghold did. However, running away quietly would hurt his pride as one of the great warriors of Lulin. If he had to flee anyway, he at least wanted to inflict some damage on the Zhejiang Martial Alliance in the process. At that moment, a good idea crossed his mind. There would be nothing more delightful than attacking and defeating one of the 10 clans of Zhejiang before running away. Hence, before he fled, Zhongyang decided to attack the Flying Lance sect first, which was close to Mount Dayang. Since the Flying Lance sect's patriarch and its elite members were currently away, the Ghost Tiger stronghold's power would be more than enough to eliminate the people who were still at the Flying Lance sect. Zhongyang led the Ghost Tiger stronghold bandits, which numbered just a little more than 200, down Mount Dayang. Considering the major strongholds of the 72 strongholds of Lulin usually had over 300 people, the size of the Ghost Tiger stronghold was certainly on the smaller side. On the other hand, there were only a little over 150 martial artists in the Flying Lance sect right now. The Flying Lance sect had over 200 members in total, but their patriarch Zhou Jinmaiyang and 50 of their elite members were not around. If the Ghost Tiger stronghold attacked the Flying Lance sect now, the latter was bound to suffer considerable damage. However, the Ghost Tiger stronghold's plan was well within Mu-Gun's expectations. Mu-Gun thought that the Ghost Tiger stronghold would likely run away from Mount Dayang before the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's warriors arrived, much like the Fury Tiger stronghold and the Blood Wolf stronghold did. Furthermore, Mu-Gun also predicted that the Ghost Tiger stronghold would try to raid the Flying Lance sect since it was close to Mount Dayang. From the Ghost Tiger stronghold's perspective, it would hurt their pride greatly if they were to run away from the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, and to make up for that, they would try to deal some harm to the Zhejiang Martial Alliance somehow. The best way to do so was to attack the Flying Lance sect, whose elite members were currently away. He could be wrong, but on the off chance the Ghost Tiger stronghold really intended to do something like that, the Flying Lance sect could fall into danger. Hence, he prepared countermeasures. Mu-Gun immediately sent a carrier pigeon to the Justice Martial sect and the Baek Sword sect, which were both located close to the Flying Lance sect. The message explained the possibility of the Ghost Tiger stronghold attacking the Flying Lance sect and included an order for them to send supporting forces to the Flying Lance sect. As soon as they received Mu-Gun's message, the Justice Martial sect and the Baek Sword sect immediately sent their forces to the Flying Lance sect. If the Ghost Tiger stronghold had known about it, they would never have thought of attacking the Flying Lance sect. Unfortunately, their information network did not reach that far ahead. The fact that the Justice Martial sect and the Baek Sword sect sent support to the Flying Lance sect was out of their wildest dreams, and they were also oblivious to it. Already expecting the attack from the Ghost Tiger stronghold, the Flying Lance sect closely monitored the Ghost Tiger stronghold's movements, already thoroughly prepared for their raid. When the Ghost Tiger stronghold's siege began, the Flying Lance sect first pretended to be flustered and retreated to lure the bandits inside their manor. In high spirits, the Ghost Tiger stronghold bandits chased them recklessly deep into the manor, thinking they were scared out of their wits. However, after crossing a certain point, the warriors of the Justice Martial sect and the Baek Sword sect, who had been hiding their presence, pincered the Ghost Tiger stronghold bandits. The ambush greatly surprised Ghost Tiger stronghold bandits, and they realized that they had fallen into a trap too late. The warriors of the Justice Martial sect and the Baek Sword sect completely blocked the Ghost Tiger stronghold's retreat path as the Flying Lance sect martial artists, who had been retreating, assumed an offensive formation and began to attack the bandits. Surrounded by the warriors of the 3 clans, the bandits were forced to defend themselves. They struggled and tried their best to escape the encirclement from the 3 clans, but escaping was almost impossible. After all, their opponents had twice their numbers and excellent skills. The Ghost Tiger stronghold bandits eventually lost their will to fight and dropped their weapons in order to survive. Ghost Tiger stronghold chief Na Zhongyang regretted his mistake, but it was already a done deed. The Flying Lance sect informed the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's detachment that they had defeated and subdued the Ghost Tiger stronghold bandits, and upon receiving the news, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's detachment immediately disbanded and returned to their respective homes. The battle with Lulin held great significance for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. Not only was it the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's first battle, but it also made the members aware that they were all under one banner. Moreover, their overwhelming victory over Lulin's forces, which included the Lulin Battle King and 4 of the 12 commanders of Lulin, gave them confidence and made them take great pride in their martial arts. This would serve as the foundation for the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's unity and growth into a single Murim force in the future. This battle also had great significance for the Baek Sword sect. The Baek Sword sect's overwhelming performance made the 10 clans of Zhejiang acknowledge that they didn't lack anything as the Zhejiang Martial Alliance leader. Hence, they decided to faithfully follow the Baek Sword sect's leadership. While the Zhejiang Martial Alliance wiped out Lulin's forces in Zhejiang province, their letter reached the Shaolin Temple and the great Namgang family. Believing the letter sent by the Zhejiang Martial Alliance, the two clans decided to hold an emergency meeting to discuss their plan for handling the 72 strongholds of Lulin, which was connected to the 9 celestial demons sect. The venue for the emergency meeting was set in Wuchang, Hubei province, and representatives from the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families were called to attend. The Zhejiang Martial Alliance was also invited to participate as they were the ones who discovered that the 9 celestial demons sect was controlling the 72 strongholds of Lulin. Having paid great attention to the capabilities that the Zhejiang Martial Alliance showed in the battle against Lulin, the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families decided to use the power of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to dispose of the 72 strongholds of Lulin. Mad Demon King Hyeok Ryenpei, who was at the blood-crazed clan headquarters, was in a terrible mood due to the death of Ma Yongsong, who was sent to support Lulin. Did I hear that correctly? The 4 peerless wanderers joined the Baek Sword sect? Hyeok Ryenpei asked, doubting his ears. That's right. We were not prepared for it. It was completely unexpected, his subordinate reported. Then the Baek Sword sect alone already has 6 absolute realm masters. Yes. In terms of absolute realm masters alone, they are now comparable to the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families. We shouldn't immediately strike back at the Baek Sword sect, then. If we want to defeat the Baek Sword sect, we'll have to mobilize at least 3 of the 6 blood-crazed tyrants. Naturally, that's under the premise that the blood-crazed emissaries under their command are mobilized too. The liability for risk in mobilizing such a huge force would be huge. The 7 blood-crazed tyrants, the blood-crazed clan's absolute demonic realm masters, had been reduced to the 6 blood-crazed tyrants with Yongsong's death. The blood-crazed emissaries were upper peak realm demonic practitioners under the direct command of the blood-crazed tyrants. Each blood-crazed tyrant had around 3 to 4 blood-crazed emissaries. Even if so, we can't just stay still, can we? If we leave the Baek Sword sect alone, the Zhejiang Martial Alliance would be able to strengthen its forces. If that happens, another great enemy will form aside from the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families. I don't know about the 9 prominent sects, but the 7 great families won't be happy with the Zhejiang Martial Alliance growing in power. Still, given the situation, it would be difficult for them to keep the Zhejiang Martial Alliance in check using obvious manners. Won't it be fine if we create an opportunity for them to do so? Do you have an idea? Not yet, but I'll come up with something. Alright, I'll leave it to you. That aside, what should we do with the 72 strongholds of Lulin? At this rate, the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families will wipe them out. Now that it has come to this, why don't we make the 3 outlaw organizations start an uprising? An uprising by the 3 outlaw organizations? Let's turn Murim upside down by combining the power of the bandits of the 72 strongholds of Lulin, which we control, the thieves of the Myriad Changjiang Waterway Alliance controlled by the Myriad Tribulations clan, and the pirates of the Four Seas gang controlled by the Invincible clan. Those 3 revolting against Murim at the same time would certainly be an interesting sight. However, I'm not sure if the Myriad Tribulations clan and the Invincible clan will agree to it. Myriad Tribulations clan and the Invincible clan will find it tempting. Let's be honest. Creating a huge impact in Murim will be difficult with the Changjiang Waterway Alliance or the Four Seas gang alone. Okay, let's try to sound out their thoughts and determine if they would be intent to join hands with us. Understood. *****. Upon returning to the Baek Sword sect, Baek Mu-Gun visited the Flower Honor Manor and met up with Chen Yuhua, the Heavenly Secret Hallmaster. Congratulations on winning the battle against Lulin. Thank you. That battle has certainly imprinted the name of the Zhejiang Martial Alliance in Murim. However, as a result, many forces will soon be keeping the Zhejiang Martial Alliance in check. We are prepared for it. On that note, the Heavenly Secret Hall will likely have to monitor the situation quite frequently. I don't know how great of a help our Heavenly Secret Hall can do for you. Since ancient times, an invincible sword has always been much more dangerous than those visible. It would be of great help to both our sect and the Zhejiang Martial Alliance if the Heavenly Secret Hall monitors the events happening behind the scenes. Don't worry. Matters related to the Baek Sword sect are our top priority, and we have already been monitoring the other clans in Murim. I'm grateful, as always. If you truly feel that way, then please treat Seal Young well. I'm not forcing you. Rather, consider this a favor I'm asking of you. I'm not sure about other things, but I promise to always treat Lady Dan with sincerity. Hearing that puts me at ease. That aside, is there any news regarding my last request? The one about finding the hidden masters of Murim? Yes. We did manage to find some of them, but we were a step too late. Has the Heavenly Killer sect already attacked them? Yes. They killed 10 of the hidden masters, including the Pandemonium Sword, the 3 Supreme Heroes, the Lifestealer Flying Saber, and the Heavenly Wind Assassin. 10 masters? The Heavenly Killer sect seems greatly determined. Mu-Gun's expression hardened. All the hidden masters the Heavenly Killer sect had taken down were in the upper peak and absolute realms. In truth, their presence and influence weren't strong enough to turn the tides of the battle. However, the reason Mu-Gun planned to gather them was to protect Murim. They could be harboring malice toward the hidden masters because they failed to kill the 4 peerless wanderers. Have you found any of the other hidden masters? It's not easy to find them because, aside from their title, name, and a rough description of their appearance, we do not have any clues about them. If they at least interacted with people, there would be a chance to locate them, but if they lived in seclusion deep in the mountains, then there's no way to find them at all. I am well aware that this is not an easy task. Still, please try harder and pay more attention to it. Understood. Thank you. Don't mention it. We're being paid an espionage fee for this anyway. Also, there is one more thing I'd like you to dig into. Go ahead. Do you perhaps have information on the Changjiang Waterway Alliance or the Four Seas Gang? To some extent. Why? Did you know that the 9 Celestial Demons sect was behind Lulin? I suspect they're controlling those two factions as well. That's what it sounds like to me. I will check it out, but don't expect too much. Unless we get into executive positions, it'll be difficult to gather intel. I'm well aware of that. There is no need to find their connection to the 9 Celestial Demons sect. All you have to do is monitor their movements. We can do that much. I'll leave it to you, then. Okay. If you don't have anything more to say, let's call it a day. Are you sure? I'm afraid Seal Young will glare at me if I keep you here any longer, young Master Baek. Haha, your jokes are too much, Hall Leader. I am not kidding. Go now. Seal Young is most likely eagerly waiting for you. Okay. Mu-Gun left Yuwa's room and headed to Dan Seal Young's residence. Welcome. Seal Young gently greeted Mu-Gun. You have become more beautiful since I last saw you, Mu-Gun said, smiling, upon seeing Seal Young beautifully dressed up. We just saw each other again, and yet you're already teasing me? I am not teasing you. You're simply really pretty. Seal Young's lips curved into a smile. Have you had dinner? No, I'm planning to eat now. Wait a moment. I'll quickly make you something. No, let's go out. You want to go out? Seal Young asked, her eyes widening. Wouldn't it be a waste to stay at home when you're beautifully dressed up? Let's have dinner and tea somewhere nice. Okay then. Seal Young happily nodded. Seal Young was the Heavenly Secret Hall's vice leader, but on the surface, she was a Gizang. Hence, she couldn't help but think that Mu-Gun would be conscious of other people's gazes and avoid meeting her outside. However, hearing Mu-Gun's response made her realize that he paid no heed to such things and that his feelings for her were real. Seal Young joyfully went out with Mu-Gun to Shanghai Tavern. Seal Young knew Mu-Gun visited the place with So Yeonhwa some time ago, but she couldn't care less. If she let such things bother her, she knew she wouldn't be able to stay with Mu-Gun anymore. Moreover, all she wanted right now was enjoy and spend time with Mu-Gun. In the quiet and still atmosphere of Shanghai Tavern, Mu-Gun and Seal Young had a delicious meal and drank tea. They then went for a walk through the night streets of Wenzhou with their hands held. Just walking hand in hand with Mu-Gun made Seal Young so happy she felt as if she had the world in her grasp. She realized then that she would never be able to stay away from Mu-Gun for the rest of her life. ******. The next day, after spending quality time with Seal Young, Mu-Gun headed to Baek Sang's office, having been summoned by the latter. Come in. May I know what you called me for? You seem to be in a hurry. Let's have a cup of tea first. Okay. Sang called for a servant and ordered him to prepare tea. After some time, the servant came bringing tea. Drink up. Yes, you too, father. You stayed out last night? Sang asked, then took a sip of tea. Yes. I spent the night with the Heavenly Secret Hall's vice leader, Mu-Gun responded truthfully. He had no reason to hide anything. What about the Putuo Sword Sect's young patriarch? I have feelings for both her and the Heavenly Secret Hall's vice leader. As I have previously said, I do not intend to interfere with your relationship and marriage. However, liking someone and having sincere feelings for them isn't all there is to it. If your feelings for the women would hurt them, it would be better not to share your feelings with them at all. I hope you turn into a man who takes responsibility for your own feelings. I will keep your advice in mind, Mu-Gun said. Good. That is not what I called you for, however. The 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families have sent a carrier pigeon. What did they say? The letter states that the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families will hold a meeting in Vuchang to discuss the recent incident with Lulin. They requested the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to participate in the meeting as well, Sang replied. It seems they want to borrow the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's power in the battle against Lulin. Being invited to the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families meeting shows that our status has risen. The battle with Lulin made it impossible for the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families to keep ignoring the Zhejiang Martial Alliance. However, that also means they have become wary of us. Did they invite the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to the meeting to keep us in check? I could just be overthinking, but from the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families' perspective, the best course of action would be making the Zhejiang Martial Alliance and Lulin fight and suffer losses. Would they really want that? To deal with the 9 Celestial Demons sect, empowering Murim, even if just by a little bit, is crucial. Nevertheless, they're clearly not pleased by the Zhejiang Martial Alliance's growing strength. Even so, we can't distance ourselves from them, can we? Of course not. I just thought I'd inform you in advance so we can act cautiously. I understand your point. Now, what do you plan to do with the invitation? Sang asked. For the Zhejiang Martial Alliance to become a pivotal force of Murim, we have to participate in these sorts of events. You plan to participate in the meeting in Vuchang. That's right. Who should go? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. If you allow it, I would like to go. I'm worried that the 9 prominent sects and the 7 great families would speak up about your age. In Murim, martial arts come before age. With my current martial arts prowess, age will not be a problem. That's true. I permit you to go to Vuchang on my behalf, then. Understood. When do you plan to depart? I'll leave tomorrow, Mu-Gun replied. It hasn't been long since you returned from Hangzhou. Aren't you exhausted? Not at all, so don't worry. That being said, I'll be bringing just the minimum number of people required. What do you mean by that? Take Baek Sword Corps elite members with you. I dislike the inconvenience. The 9 Celestial Demons sect is likely already aware of your existence. You never know what will happen on your way there. For the sake of your safety, take them with you. If the 9 Celestial Demons sect targets me, the Baek Sword Corps warriors would not be of much help either. Rather, it would be easier to escape if I traveled with a small group of people, Mu-Gun reasoned. At least bring one of the venerable elders with you, then. Don't refuse. I issue that order as the sect's patriarch. Understood. Mu-Gun was left with no choice but to accept Chen-Sang's firm order. As Chen-Sang had said, the 9 Celestial Demons sect could really be aiming for him, making it necessary to pay attention to his own safety. After meeting Chen-Sang, Mu-Gun immediately visited the 4 peerless wanderers and informed them of the decision. With all of them wanting to go with Mu-Gun, they argued amongst themselves. In the end, the person accompanying Mu-Gun was chosen by lot, the winner of which was 9 Dragons Fist Wang Rei. The next day, Mu-Gun left the Baek Sword sect and headed to Vuchang, Hubei province, accompanied only by Wang Rei and the 6 White Wolves.